The story begins with the immortal demon pavilion, which was located on a high mountain where an elderly man called a guy to him. The two elders asked Jackson if all this meant that he was going to leave them. He thought for a moment before answering. He then confirmed their words. While his face did not show any emotion, he was firmly confident in his decision. The poison demon said that he had been with them for 10 years and then asked if he thought that his dancing sword clan still existed. His twin, the immortal healer, added that this clan could have already disappeared. Other sects would not put up with their existence. Jackson thought about his words, then replied that it was probably true. The tilt had to see for himself. The poison demon decided to ask if he still wants to find those who may already be dead. I think this is a pointless waste of time. The guy replied that the Dancing Sword clan accepted him, and whoever didn't want an orphan, he spent 14 years with them. One way or another, he wants to repay both their kindness and atone for their guilt, if any. He has kept this thought in himself for many years. The poison demon lowered his head and closed his eyes before sighing heavily, doubting his student's words. After all, he said earlier that he had not yet mastered martial arts perfectly and still wanted to go and repay them. Jackson replied that he had not yet fully mastered martial arts, but he, their student, could not be afraid of anyone. This impressed the demon, who smiled and said that he was a master with words. He then turned to his brother, asking if he agreed. The healer replied that this guy was always eloquent. The demon sighed again. I understand that he and his brother cannot do anything to stop their student. Suddenly the healer asked the twin if they didn't assume that this would become separate. He was in no hurry to answer. Therefore the twin added that there was no need to stop him, because the guy himself made this decision. Accepting his student's wishes, the poison demon placed 2 daggers on the table in front of him, asking him to take them. Jackson was surprised to see that these were the crescent blades that the teacher was using. He couldn't take his eyes off them. The guy bowed deeply, after which he stated that he could not accept them because he considered it a great honor. Demonu grinned, asking him to take them because he didn't need them now, and they hadn't been used for a long time. The immortal healer stated that it looked like he would have to give something as a gift, after which he took out his fan. Placing it next to the blades, he asked the guy to take his ash fan because it would definitely help him on his journey. Jackson silently looked at the weapon that now belonged to him, not knowing what words of gratitude to say to the teachers. The old man added that the martial continent is a place full of danger, where the strong can fall at any moment. Therefore, you need to act carefully and always be careful. The guy nodded his head, accepting the teacher's instructions. The healer asked him to join because there was no need for these long farewells and farewells. It would be better if people's rumors about his exploits reached them. They were confident that even if a student had not fully mastered martial arts, he was still very strong. Jackson silently looked at the teachers, smiling, and thinking that they had spent enough time to prepare him. The next second, his teachers literally disappeared in front of him, leaving the guy standing alone in the pavilion. He felt that his teachers were somewhere nearby, so he folded his hands in a gesture of respect and bowed deeply. He loudly expressed his gratitude for his training and for the weapons they had decided to give him on his journey. After this, Jackson faced a long descent down the mountain along numerous steps of different shapes and sizes. A week later, the young hero reached the western street of shadows when the day was already approaching night and the sun had set below the horizon. He stood in front of the moonlit night pavilion, saying to himself that there was once a dancing sword clan here. Memories from childhood immediately came flooding back to him when he was surrounded by his friends, played with him, and taught him. The only thing Jackson could think about was hoping that they were all safe, but he wondered where everyone had gone. Looking around the surroundings, he noticed that everything around had changed a lot. In the evening, he remembered everything completely differently. Then he turned his head and noticed a small building, inside of which the light was still burning, where he could answer the questions. But he thought that no matter how much this place had changed, the inn would remain unchanged. Still standing at the threshold, Jackson began to examine the interior of the inn, noticing many people inside. He hoped that the owner had not changed either, as his friend noticed numerous glances directed in his direction. Without showing a single drop of fear or discomfort, the guy began to walk between the tables, ignoring the gaze on himself. He decided to occupy a free table, after which he took off his hat, examining it carefully, appearing disinterested. A minute had already passed since he entered the room, but he still felt incredulous glances at him. He decided to look at the people, noticing that they were freely, openly staring at the stranger who calmly entered the building. Jackson smiled, noting with nostalgia that the atmosphere here was just as oppressive as it had been before. At that same second, a voice called out to him, greeted him, and asked what he would order. The guy hesitated for a second, remembering that the owner of the yard was called Drake. He was absolutely sure of it. The man carefully examined the guest. From his facial expression, the guy realized that he did not recognize him. Jackson decided not to rush things and asked him to serve him a bowl of chicken noodle soup because he was tired from the trip. The man agreed, continuing to look at the guests and thinking that, judging by his clothes, he was clearly not from here. Having turned a little pale, Drake went to the kitchen, thinking that there would soon be a fight, hoping that it would be outside. Suddenly, not far from Jackson, someone paid close attention to his black sword and dark clothes. Then he heard a strong-built man ask what he was trying to achieve by walking around like that. Having not heard an answer, he added that everyone here considers black a challenge, hinting that the guy is not welcome here. Jackson was silent for a while, trying to find the right words so as not to inflame the conflict. Then he said that he was not trying to achieve anything like that. He had no other clothes, so he hoped that they would be understanding. One of the man's friends stood up and called the guy arrogant, asking him to look him in the eyes when talking to him. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, he was immediately stopped by the leader, who had previously been the first to take the floor, which surprised the guy. The man began to ask what he knew, but still came here in dark clothes. I decided to find out why he was here. Jackson calmly replied that there was no particular reason. He simply returned after many years to his hometown. He was surprised because he didn't remember seeing him here before, and then asked where he lived. Without looking in his direction, the hero replied that he lived here, opposite the hotel. This answer made the man think. This amused him a little, because by opposite, he means the moonlit night pavilion, which is not a residential building. With a grin on his face, he asked that he was born and lived in a brothel, although from the outside you couldn't tell that this was actually the case. The bully, who was sitting next to the man, again called the guy arrogant, saying that he pretended to be cool and was born in a brothel. Jackson replied that it may now be the moonlit night pavilion, but it was once the moon dancing sword school. The leader of the company was even more surprised by this answer, clarifying that the guy was talking about that troupe of dancers. Hearing the mockery in his words, the guy's gaze fixed on the man, after which he clarified that this was not a troupe of dancers, but the moon sword school. Everyone tensed for a second when they saw the guy's angry look, deciding that he was about to get into a fight without warning. The man replied that he had not heard anyone mention them for a long time, and his friend said that he remembered from time to time. This attracted the attention of Jackson, who immediately began asking if he had heard them, hoping to find out something. The man grinned and stated that he not only heard, especially now that he himself reminded them of them. Instead of getting angry, the hero said that he would buy him a drink. The man was surprised at such a generous offer. Pointing to the seat opposite him, Jackson invited him to sit next to him and have a drink together, chatting along the way. While Jackson asked Drake for a bottle of wine, at another table a man was asked not to do this because they could do it a little differently. Rising from his seat, the man walked towards the guy, asking who on the Martial continent would refuse such an offer. He sat down opposite the hero, placing the sword next to him so that if something happened, he could immediately use it. Jackson glanced furtively at the weapon, but there was no fear or tension on his face, only a sober assessment of the situation. The man was surprised by his calmness and the fact that he was not at all surprised by the weapon, asking himself why he was so confident. At first he decided that someone was behind him, because if this was the case, then robbing him would be more difficult than he thought. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man asked where he was from, because in appearance he could pass for a student of a fairly well-known sect. Without hesitation, Jackson replied that he was not part of any sect, nor did he belong to any clan. The man thought that the guy had neither a sect nor a clan. He smiled and concluded that he was an ordinary tramp. Why did he loudly call Drake, asking where he was digging for so long, asking him to quickly bring them wine? The owner quickly came running while Jackson noted to himself that the man's name was indeed Drake. I took the bottle in my hands. The heroes decided to pour it for the man. I tried to be as polite a guest as possible. He also stated that the man should consider this as payment for his story. He decided to ask what to tell him about. Jackson asked to talk about the Dancing Sword Clan while drinking from a glass. The interlocutor asked why he wanted him to talk about them. The guy replied that they were quite famous on West Shadow Street. Now they have disappeared. It is not surprising that he wants to find out about them. Slamming his glass on the table, the man noticed that the hero knew quite a lot, and it seemed like he was really local. He said that it had been a while since he heard anyone mention the Dancing Sword School, then asked if he had heard of the Ash Blood Sect. Without hesitation, Jackson agreed, because the Ash Blood Sect is one of those operating in this region. 10 years ago, this sect tried to lay hands on the Dancing Moon Sword School, because the women from the clan were famous for their beauty. Now the entire western Street of Shadows is owned by the Ash and Blood sector, but then the Dancing Sword Clan desperately tried to resist them. The Ash Blood sect found an excuse to attack the Dancing Sword Clan and immediately began their plan. They poisoned one of their followers and directly blamed the Dancing Sword Clan for everything. And so began their battle, in which this clan was insignificant, which could not withstand the onslaught of the sect. However, it is unlikely that absolutely everyone died, because the sect leader took all the women he liked. Looking at the guy's face, the man noticed that something in him had suddenly changed, so it was better to leave him. But he decided to leave this conversation, saying that he had a drink, so he would return to his comrades. Jackson asked him to stop. The man immediately froze and trembled slightly, hoping that he had not blurted out something unnecessary. Looking carefully at the man, He asked if he was part of their sect. The leader and his comrades immediately tensed. The leader's face immediately turned blue as he stammered and asked what he meant, since neither he nor his brothers were associated with the sect. The bully immediately jumped up from his seat, asking the elder what he was doing, who in turn asked him not to interfere when not asked. The comrade immediately asked how he should not interfere. When one insolent person became completely outraged, the man looked menacingly at his comrade. However, the guy was already carried away, and he decided to contact Jackson directly, saying that he also knew something about the Dancing Sword clan. People got scared when his charge began to ask if the stranger had ever heard of Diana. Seeing the guest's predatory gaze, the leader turned to his comrade, thanking him loudly. Why don't he shut up? But the bully continued, saying that she was not in the clan that day. She went out on business, so they dragged her to a quiet place. The leader could not stand it and asked him to shut up. They began to ask what came over their older brother, deciding that he was scared of this kid. This angered the man even more, but he still asked them to shut up, inviting them to talk about it later. He wanted to say something else, but suddenly he was interrupted by Jackson's voice, who repeated the girl's name. He clarified that this was his beautiful older sister, and the bully said that she was quite pretty. While he was commenting on this, the guest slowly poured a glass in his hands, silently filling it to the top. The leader only thought that this guy was scary, that his comrades were just drunk and talking nonsense. They said that today they had not taken a drop into their mouths, when suddenly, literally in a second, they were thrown back. The stunned leader, who was still on his feet, slowly turned around and looked at his comrades. He began to shake with fear when he noticed that each had chopsticks sticking out of their foreheads and going quite deep. Then he looked back at the stranger, breathing heavily, trying to comprehend who he was and how he had done this. But before he had time to think about it, he suddenly lowered his gaze and noticed his own sword sticking out of his chest. The man collapsed to the ground. I understand that he couldn't do anything to oppose this guy, and the fault was his comrade's tongue. Jackson remembered his teacher asking if he thought the Dancing Sword clan still existed. This made him even more angry, after which he loudly slammed his fist on the table, saying that they were damned followers of the dark path. As soon as the showdown was over, Drake came out into the hall, examining the bodies and furtively glancing at the guy who was sitting on the side. The man asked himself in shock how he was able to finish off Derek and his gang so quickly, he didn't even hear the sounds of a fight. After all, the owner was sure that this guy would certainly suffer, but he remained safe and sound. At that same second, Jackson turned to the owner by name. He was scared, but answered the call, hoping that he would not be touched. Without hesitation, the owner ran up to the guy, politely asking if he needed anything. He decided that he needed to try to please him. They looked at each other in silence for a while, after which Jackson smiled and asked why they really still didn't recognize him. Drake hesitated, trying to figure out if he knew this man, because he was almost sure that he was seeing him for the first time. He didn't think he could forget someone with such terrifying energy, so he couldn't stop doubting. However, he began to take a closer look at the guy, mentally rejuvenating him and recognizing the child he once knew. The owner's eyes widened in surprise when he decided to ask if it was the same Jackie standing in front of him. The hero smiled, agreeing with his old acquaintance, clarifying that in childhood he really was called that. The man's mood immediately changed, after which he said that the boy had changed a lot, then asked where he had been all this time. After all, they thought that he was dead. Such a statement surprised the guy, which is why the smile disappeared from his face. Drake continued to bombard him with questions, wondering why he just left and what he had been doing all these years. Remember the moments of his life, Jackson thought that he had to go through hell, which not everyone can withstand. 2 elders stole him, having learned that he was immune to poisons, and after that, they carried out countless experiments. However, he decided not to tell his old acquaintance about this, answering neutrally that his life proceeded differently. Drake was still glad that the guy was alive, because everyone in the clan was desperately trying to find him. Jackie asked with interest that the Dancing Sword was looking for him, to which he received the answer that he was very diligent. Smiling, the owner of the inn said that they did not lose hope and searched for him until the very end. From this phrase, Jackson's gaze instantly changed, which is why Drake got scared and immediately began to apologize to the guy. Jackie couldn't help himself, after which he silently lowered his head and looked at the man's lifeless body. He again turned to his interlocutor to ask if his words were true. He pointed to the body from which the sword was sticking out. With deep regret in his voice, Drake nodded affirmatively and added that this was the absolute truth. From the pain that struck to the very heart, the guy closed his eyes, after which he put his hand in his bosom, taking out a piece of silver. He pointed out that this was payment for food, and it was time for him to go. Drake, seeing this, already asked why so much. Heading out, Jackson asked him to clean up after him, so this work is included in the price of dinner. Looking awkwardly at his old acquaintance, the man asked the guy not to worry, because this is not uncommon here. Jackie thanked his friend, then bowed deeply and said that they would definitely see each other again. Drake asked where he was going to go at such a late hour, deciding to invite him to spend the night here. However, The guy answered in a firm voice that he was heading to Moonlight Knight's house to resolve some matters. The stunned man decided to warn that the Ash Blood clan was watching over this place. Jackson replied that this is another reason to visit there. He needs to repay them for what they did to the Dancing Sword clan. Drake shouted that this was too much for him alone, and on the western side, the Ash Blood clan was practically untouchable. In response to this, the guy smiled and asked if he remembered the sword dance that he studied in those days every day. The man thought for a moment and said that he remembered because despite his young age, he trained every day. Turning around, Jackie clarified that this sword dance would help him take revenge on the Blood clan, after which he thanked the man. Drake still couldn't continue to worry about the guy, but he still smiled, happily saying goodbye to him. The man shouted after him to come whenever he wanted, because he would always be waiting for him here with hot food and strong alcohol. Sometime later, Jackson was on his way to Moonlit Knight's house, noticing two unarmed lackeys at the entrance. During this time, the guy managed to change clothes, buying a white robe that hid his weapon behind his back. Noticing the approaching guest, one of the footmen immediately greeted him, asking if he was looking for someone in particular. With a serious face, the guy said that he had heard about 3 girls who were very good, after which he began to name their names. The man smiled, looking questioningly at the guy, clarifying that they don't have girls with those names. The guy thought to himself that his sister was not here, but then asked the footman to show him the others so that he could choose. And they let him through without any problems, offering to go inside, clarifying that a performance was currently taking place. At first, the guy didn't understand what kind of performance he was talking about. New inside, he noticed the audience watching what was happening. While looking around the room, he also noticed musicians playing a dynamic melody. The footman, meanwhile, explained that the Moonlight Knight troupe was performing now, which surprised Jackson. He began to carefully examine the girls in silk dresses who were running around the center of the hall and waving a sword. This action offended the guy, who immediately thought that they were trying to repeat the dance of his clan. He didn't understand how they even knew these movements, after which he decided to look around the audience again. His gaze rushed to the balcony, where a lonely figure stood. The footman clarified that this was the owner of the Moonlit Night house. The concerned man also asked not to look at him so closely, but the guest ignored this request. The worker became even more worried, repeating that it was better not to look at him like that, but Jackie ignored this request. Following this guy, he turned around and headed towards the wide staircase that led to the second floor. The footman did not understand the behavior of the guest, trying to convey to him that this entrance was prohibited for visitors. Near the stairs stood 2 bored guards who were armed with short swords. Noticing a man walking to the side, one of them raised his hand and asked him to stop, saying that he could not go upstairs. Holding his hands behind his back, Jackie clarified that he needed to meet with their owner, to which he was asked whether they had agreed to meet. The guy answered in the negative, after which the guard clarified that the owner is not an ordinary person whom you can just come to. At that same second, the captain of the Phantom Sword Group, Chuck, began to come down the stairs, asking what the noise was all about. One of the guards bowed low, answering that the man was asking to see his master, but the meeting had not been scheduled. Chuck looked at the unfamiliar visitor incredulously, asking if he wanted to meet the owner. Jackson looked the newcomer up and down, trying to understand who he was and what powers he had. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that if he was drunk, then he should go home quietly, suggesting not to organize a booth here. Without changing his facial expression, the guest asked whether meeting with the owner is such a problem that literally everything stops him. Chuck came as close to the guest as possible, deciding to rudely respond to such a statement as if he had heard a loud request to stop. Turning their heads, they saw the owner, who had been watching them from the balcony for some time and listening to their argument. Frowning, he examined the guest, inviting him to go to his chambers, after which he turned around and left. At this time, Chuck bowed deeply and agreed with the will of the owner, although he did not like such a decision. Minutes later, they walked along a long corridor, the entire length of which was lined on both sides with guards guarding the chambers. When the door opened, Jackson noticed a table set with food, and the owner was sitting in front of him, surrounded by 2 girls. Chuck bowed deeply again, indicating that he had brought him. But Jackson ignored etiquette, silently walking forward. He sat down on the sofa, which stood opposite the owner, without saying a word, which caused more and more questions. The man mentally asked why he was so fearless and self-confident. He agreed to meet with him because it seemed to him that it was important. He decided that the guy was from some clan, after which he said that he did not know why he had come, but was ready to listen. One of the girls who was sitting next to the owner stood up and then sat next to the guy, pouring him alcohol. Raising his glass, the huge man invited the guest to drink with him so that the conversation could proceed in comfort. Jackson gladly accepted this offer, after which he and the owner silently drank from their glasses. The owner carefully examined the guest, noticing that this kid was drinking someone else's alcohol without a second thought. He decided that he did not understand how everything worked here. Then he realized that his fears were in vain. At that very second, Jackie loudly put the glass on the table. realizing that they had added poison to his alcohol. He felt the harmful substances rushing through his body while the owner smiled and asked if he liked the taste. Sighing, the guest also smiled, noting that the alcohol tasted quite good. He decided not to show what he knew about the poison for now. In addition to this, the guy said that he would like to drink more. The owner was happy to note that he knew about drinking. He asked the maid to pour him another drink, after which he asked that the guy wanted to meet him for some reason. Jackson was in no hurry to answer, taking a second glass, pretending that he didn't even know about the poison. Sighing again, the guy smiled and said that everything happens for a reason. That's why he's here now. Through his smile, the owner frowned, concluding that this boy was just a fearless fool who would soon die. Lowering his head slightly and closing his eyes, Jackson stated that it was better to clear things up first so that it would be easier for them. Chuck began to listen carefully, and the guest frowned and asked why he added poison to the drink. The owner asked himself in shock that he realized that there was poison there, but now it doesn't matter because it should take effect soon. This amused the man a little, because even with the knowledge he had, this guy drank 2 whole glasses. After which he asked how he understood it. Jackie replied that it was not surprising because he tasted it. The owner called him a fool out loud and thought that he wouldn't be able to get out of here now, no matter how much he wanted to. However, he noticed the calm expression of the guests, after which he asked everyone to leave immediately. Everyone immediately obeyed him. The man smiled evilly, asking the guests not to be angry because he needed to be careful with strangers. After which he asked the guy not to worry because he could give him the antidote if he was a good boy. This phrase amused Jackson, who smiled and looked at the owner and replied that he did not need it. He was surprised, saying that it was stupid to refuse when he was offered help, and his stubbornness would not help. The guest found it funny that he called it stubbornness, and then asked if it was time for him to take action. The owner at first did not understand what the guest was talking about, after which he noticed how, outside the door, all his guards began to fall to the ground. No one could understand what was happening to them because everyone simultaneously felt weakness and pain in their body. The owner and Chuck exchanged brief glances, after which the man jumped up from his seat and began to ask how this happened. The next second, he himself felt something strange, after which he turned blue and grabbed his throat, trying to take a breath. The man saw his subordinate fall to one knee, after which he decided to ask what was wrong with him. Veins began to appear on Chuck's face, his eyes filled with blood, and gaining strength, he replied that it was poison. The owner did not believe his words at first, after which he himself felt something was wrong and collapsed on the floor, catching the table next to which he stood. The man leaned his hand on the floor so as not to fall completely, then began to look intently at the guest. The guy sharply opened his fan and waved it, looking menacingly at the man and saying that the poison was his doing. The man tried to get up, but to no avail, while Jackson mutually asked him not to be angry. Sitting down in front of him, the guy smugly declared that he too should be careful with strangers. Paralysis began to completely take over the man's body, while he tried to understand what kind of poison the guy used. Suddenly, Jackson folded the fan and hid it in his bosom, simultaneously rising from his seat, heading towards the owner. The man felt a threat hanging over him. He decided to use a trick and asked the guy to wait. Trying to get him to talk, he began to ask why he was doing this and what goals he was pursuing. Looking at the man, who was squirming in pain, Jackie decided to ask a counter-question whether he was the first to try to poison him. The owner realized that he had made a mistake, and the guy added that anyone who makes an attempt on someone else's life deserves punishment. Approaching the man, he looked at him with a chilling gaze, which made him immediately tremble. Realizing that he had no choice, the man asked if he really thought that the Ash Blood clan would so easily turn a blind eye to his death. After all, he is a member of the clan, and the House of Moonlit Night is under their protection, so revenge for him will be quite cruel. The guy silently listened to the speech with which the owner decided to reassure himself, but did not answer anything. The man decided that the guy was clearly not local. That's why he was acting so harshly. When he heard about the strength of the clan, he would definitely shit his pants. Instead, Jackson decided to remind him of the Dancing Sword Troupe, since it had been a while since anyone had heard that name. The man wondered why he suddenly started talking. Jackie continued that they worked here before the arrival of the Moonlit Night. While the two were talking, Chuck slowly began to regain consciousness, still shaking, but found the strength to stand up. Slowly taking the sword in his hands, he firmly decided that this was his chance, because the guy would definitely not be able to notice him. His strength was leaving him, but he decided to exert himself as much as possible in order to overtake the uninvited guest, after which he rushed forward. In an instant, he managed to notice how Jackson turned sharply towards him, which made Chuck jump back. The hand that held the sword began to shake, not from poison, but from fear, and Jackie, in turn, put his hand on his blade. Chuck couldn't believe what was happening, asking himself what kind of power this was, because he couldn't even move his arm. The only reason that the guy had time to react was that he was following him along the way. He knew that he could not defeat such a martial artist. Even if he attacked, he would easily block his attack. Turning in his direction, Jackson said that this was a good try, but if he did this again, he would die immediately. This statement stunned the man, who learned that it was not a bad attempt. For this guy, it was nothing. The owner, in turn, also noticed that the guests were carried away by the conversation with his ward, so he slowly took out a dagger. The man mentally thanked Chuck and thought that he was grateful that they had a chance to defeat him. He was sure that now he could finish everything, after which he strained his last strength and swung his weapon. Just seconds later, he already realized that he had made a huge mistake, as he felt a cut running through his entire body. The hole was so deep that blood immediately gushed out of it, and he himself felt unbearable pain. He did not notice the moment when the guy pulled out his weapon, but noticed that the blade was again in its sheath. This was the last thing the man saw in his life, after which the lifeless body collapsed to the floor. Chuck looked at this picture with delight and at the same time with horror, since they were unable to bring the plan to life. Turning his head in his direction, Jackson asked if his name was Chuck, but the guy did not answer out of fear. Jackie felt the man's fear, so he added that if he wants to end up like a master, he might as well try one more time. He lowered his head and looked away, stammeringly refusing the offer, because he understood that he had no chance. After which the guest turned away, saying that he had made the right decision, and Chuck remained standing in place. Looking at the stranger, he thought that the guy was not even susceptible to poison. They were no match for him, and besides, he had an arrogant behavior and speech. Chuck concluded that he did not look like a person from an orthodox clan, which created even more questions. Jackson stated that from now on, he is the owner of the Moonlit Night House, and he will need his help to transfer affairs. Chuck hesitated, but still decided to ask if he would spare his life, hoping for an affirmative answer. Jackie looked sternly at the man who tried to kill him, answering that it all depended on his behavior. This scared the man, but he tried to pull himself together and asked what he needed to do as his assistant. The answer was obvious. He needed to do everything that the new owner ordered, without trying to challenge his decisions. Chuck swallowed, realizing that he had no choice, then nodded and replied that he understood everything and was ready to follow orders. Jackson smiled and added that he would even forgive him for trying to attack from behind, although he should not have done so. The next second, he threw a blue pill to his new subordinate, which he hesitantly caught. He ordered him to eat it, and when asked what it was, he replied that it was poison, because how else could he believe him? The man looked at the pill for a while, not daring to put it in his mouth because it could cost him his life. Looking at the guy, he thought that if he didn't eat it, he would definitely lose his head, but Jackson silently waited for the execution. He quickly swallowed the pill while Jackie said that the Blood Clan wouldn't find the antidote, so he needed to behave. He looked uncertainly at the new owner, after which he replied that he understood everything because he already realized the strength of this guy. When they settled this issue, Jackson extended his hand and immediately asked Chuck to give him the keys. Because of the situation, the man at first did not understand what we were talking about, so he asked what keys we were talking about. He replied that there was an auction taking place here, which means that somewhere there must be a repository of all sorts of goods. He needs everything that the previous owner knew about. Then everything began to fall into place for Chuck, because he thought that this was exactly what the guy came to Moonlit Knight's house for. Wasting no time, he placed a stack of keys on the table, feeling the trembling begin to leave his body. Taking the keys in his hand, Jackson announced that he was looking good, simultaneously asking his subordinate to stand here. The man agreed, after which he decided to ask what he should call him now. He suggested calling him the owner of the Moonlit Night. However, this was too long an address, so the guy suggested just calling him Master. He agreed, after which he noticed how the guard standing outside the door began to slowly come to his senses. Chuck looked at Jackson's back, and I understand that he is not the least bit afraid that the guards might do something to him. Turning his gaze to the soldiers, he asked why they were standing there, ordering them to quickly clean up and not allow the slightest mistake. Arriving at the warehouse, Jackie was slightly disappointed, thinking that at the auction they were selling such trinkets as if they were all fakes. Suddenly he stopped near one table, noticing a 100-year-old ginseng root, 4 pieces of which were neatly folded. Taking one of them in his hands, the guy noticed that they were not of the best quality, but at least some of it was of value. The next day, the guy was in his chambers and meditating, feeling that someone was heading towards him. Chuck's voice was heard behind the doors, asking if the owner had woken up, and he let him inside. Entering the room, the man was silent for some time, examining the new owner, who continued to meditate. The first to speak was Jackson, who decided to ask when the Blood Clan would find out about what had happened. Chuck replied that in a couple of days. The guy asked to gather all the servants and tell them that if they want to leave, then they are free to leave this place. He doesn't hold anyone for nothing, which made Chuck think that this guy wants to destroy Moonlit Knight's house. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the owner, who said that those who decide to return should be given 10 salaries. This information stunned the man, who replied that then they would have to use the Blood Clan's money. This statement immediately attracted the attention of Jackson, who looked at his subordinate and decided to ask again. Chuck explained that since the Moonlit Night House is under the patronage of the Ashblood clan, they often sponsor them. This arrangement pleased the guy even more, who said that this was generally excellent, so they could use all the money. After which he offered to give the rest 20 salaries. From these words, the subordinate immediately turned pale. As the day drew to a close, many of the servants and guards were finishing packing their belongings to leave the house. Jackson stood on the balcony and watched what was happening from above, not blaming those people who decided to leave him. He asked Chuck, who approached him, whether he did everything as he asked. The man immediately reported back, giving an affirmative answer. He also asked to take those who resigned to a safe place, and that probably one of them had already reported everything to the Blood Clan. Jackson had no doubt about it, but it didn't frighten him at all, because on the contrary, he was waiting for someone to give him away. Chuck also had the feeling that the owner was waiting for just this, but he was afraid not for him, but for himself. He immediately remembered them making a bow with the previous owner, where they remembered the dancing sword troupe. In an unsure voice, Chuck decided to turn to the owner and ask if he was somehow connected with the dancing sword troupe. Hearing this question, Jackson turned sharply and glared at his subordinate with a menacing look, asking how he knew. The man was slightly frightened, after which he replied that he simply overheard their conversation with the previous owner. This answer reassured Jackson, who replied that he was right because he grew up in the Dancing Sword clan. Then Chuck realized that this man was born here, which he decided to say out loud, and he agreed. The guy began to tell that the Ashblood clan destroyed his clan and built the House of Moonlit Night on its ruins. Then the man realized that the guy was not here to destroy the house, but to take revenge on the Blood clan. Then he decided to ask if he had any supporters, to which he immediately received the answer that he was alone. Chuck was surprised by this answer and decided that his owner was crazy because he was going to go alone against the Blood clan. From the outside it looked like pure madness, and it was unclear how he even imagined it. Chuck said that he could not defeat them alone, to which he received the answer that they had taken control of the western regions as well. Then he added that their influence had really grown, while the subordinate thought that the guy underestimated them. He told the owner that the Blood clan had 4 brothels, 3 training pavilions, and a couple of trade associations. They also have 2 transport companies, and they have many hundreds of fighters ready to rush into the attack. Jackson replied that he did not need to fight the entire clan. He just needed to kill the elders and the head, as he did with this house. Jackie thinks that killing the top is a trifle, but Chuck was sure that he would definitely die if he stayed with him. Then he began to think about how he could get the antidote and escape, so as not to die at the hands of the owner. At that very second, as if I could read his thoughts, Jackson turned to his subordinate, who immediately began to listen carefully. The guy turned around and began to carefully examine the man. His gaze gave Chuck goosebumps. Then he announced that he too could leave as soon as the guides returned, because as he said, he does not hold anyone by force. The man could not believe his ears, glad that he would be able to leave this house alive. Jackson confirmed his words, adding that he too could receive a payment and leave this place. Chuck could not find words for joy when he suddenly remembered that he had taken a pill with poison, which means he must give him an antidote. Seeing the dissatisfied face of his subordinate, the guy asked if he didn't like such an offer. He asked for an antidote. After thinking for a second, Jackie said that it completely slipped his mind, so he completely forgot about it. He also did not forget to add that if he did not take the antidote in a couple of days, he would burn out from the inside. This frightened the man even more, so he became angry and asked himself how he could forget about it. At the same time, he calmly gives him freedom. Mentally calling the guy disgusting, he noticed how he put his hand in his bosom. Opening a small box, he handed it to Chuck, who was glad that he could finally get rid of the poison. With a sharp movement, he grabbed the pill and put it in his mouth, swallowing it and hardly chewing it, which surprised Jackson. Chuck noticed the owner's strange expression, trying to understand why he was looking at him like that, as if his choice was wrong. He decided to ask what happened, to which he received a counter question that he seriously just took the pill. The man was taken aback, answering that he had said that it was an antidote, but the guy only turned his head to the side, making it clear that he had not said such a thing. When asked what he drank, Jackie replied that it was poison, now real, because that time he ate a fake. Chuck was shocked by the guy who played with him whenever he wanted, but it was his own fault for not asking in advance. The guy sighed and added that it was stupid for a 40-year-old to make such mistakes and be so naive. Inside, the man was seething with anger, thinking that he had given him fake poison to leave next to him, and now he had actually poisoned him. Suddenly, he heard the sound of liquid spilling. Turning his head, he noticed that the owner was pouring himself alcohol. Chuck didn't like this picture, because after all this, Jackson now just sits and calmly drinks. This was the last straw for the man, who with a sharp movement pushed back his chair and sat down opposite the guy. Stretching out his hand, he asked to be given a glass, not forgetting to loudly bang his fist on the table. Jackie was surprised by this behavior, and Chuck asked if he would kill him for this, because he doesn't care whether death is from poison or from a sword. This made the guy smile, after which he agreed and began pouring alcohol into his subordinate's glass. With a sharp movement, he drank it all in one gulp, loudly slamming the glass on the table and declaring that he was staying and would not leave. This statement surprised Jackson, who was sure that the man would not stay long and would leave at the first opportunity. Chuck said that without his protection, the Blood Clan would tear his head off, and he certainly couldn't defeat the clan alone. In any case, he already considered himself a corpse, so it would be better for him to see him in action and die with a calm soul. The guy couldn't find anything to answer to this statement, thinking about what Chuck told him, but he liked this attitude. After this, the man asked for another glass, but Jackson remained seated without touching the bottle. He just smiled and sighed, realizing that he was a little mistaken about the man who had recently tried to kill him. Chuck asked what was funny, to which he received the answer that it was nothing, after which the guy poured him a glass. Meanwhile, the Blood Clan was holding a meeting with 9 high-ranking people in attendance. The clan leader asked to repeat once again that one guy was able to single-handedly destroy the House of Moonlit Night. One of the men confirmed his words, to which he received another question that the owner of the house died so easily. The master suggested that apparently the man was dangerous. He was told that, presumably, he used poison. Suddenly, the captain of the North Wind Squad stood up and asked the master to take the North Wind Squad and deal with it. The master immediately asked if he was going to speak alone, and he answered his question in the affirmative. The clan leader decided to give the go-ahead, asking not to let him down and to deal with everyone who was behind him. The captain immediately folded his hands in a respectful gesture and bowed deeply, thanking the master for his trust. The man smiled, thinking to himself that he wanted to take over the House of the Moonlit Night, so he could ask to take the place of the owner. Some time later, Jackson was walking down the street in the company of Chuck and enjoying berries on a stick. Having finished the next portion, the guy extended his hand and asked for more. His subordinate looked displeasedly at the owner. Unable to withstand the moral onslaught, he took out another portion from the bag and handed it to the guy, feeling like a servant. Chuck thought that he had been just walking around the territory of the house for several days. The Blood Clan would attack very soon, and he was not even preparing. At that same second, the man heard an unfamiliar loud voice that asked him to step aside. Turning around, Chuck noticed an armed group of people led by the Northern Wind captain of the Blood Clan. Then the realization came to him that they were here. At the same time, the servants of the house lowered their heads in fear. Chuck approached the owner, saying that this was the Blood Clan, but Jackson continued to savor the berries, remaining calm. Turning his head, the guy looked at the group of people. The subordinate added that this was the North Wind detachment under their command. They are very famous. Since the captain of the detachment himself personally came, it means that they took the task seriously. The man clarified out loud that they were coming straight towards them, but this did not frighten the new owner of the house at all. Having carefully examined his future rivals, Jackson smiled and said that he needed to properly greet the guests. After which he confidently stepped forward, beckoning Chuck, who did not have the same confidence, to follow him. At that very second, the guy froze and asked if there were any more berries. This question plunged Chuck into even greater shock. The captain and his retinue stood near the entrance for some time, examining the area and looking for the owner. The man turned around and asked to bring him here, and also to be careful, because he was a serious opponent, since he was able to overwhelm the previous owner. The subordinates immediately accepted the order and rushed forward, splitting up to speed up the search over a large area. Entering the building and plunging his sword into the floor, the captain looked around and thought that it was even better here than he had imagined. He smiled because he already imagined how good it would be if he got his hands on this place. At that same second, his subordinates began shouting from different corners of the house that there was no one here and everything was empty everywhere. All his subordinates immediately ran to their captain, who could not understand why no one could find him. The soldiers looked at the captain in surprise and said that they searched everything, after which they decided that he had escaped. The man smiled and said that he was afraid to fight the Blood Clan, left in a hurry, and didn't even take the money and jewelry. The captain thought that even though he could not finish him off with his own hands, the House of Moonlight Night was now his, and this was the main thing. As if reading his thoughts, Jackson entered the building and regarded his guest emotionlessly. Everyone immediately froze, looking with surprise and anger at the new owner of the house, who decided to come to them himself. However, they decided that this was just another visitor and asked him to disappear, because the establishment was closed today. They continued to threaten him, but the guy remained standing, noticing that there were fewer of them than he thought. Of all the people, only the captain remained silent, having guessed that this boy was the man who killed the previous owner. With a cold expression on his face, Jackson asked Chuck to close the doors so that no one present could escape. He immediately obeyed and ran to the only exit, loudly closing it with a lock. The captain continued to look at the guy in surprise, after which he said that it was he who dared to take Moonlight Knight's house. He was amused by the fact that he still did not run away, while his retinue slowly began to draw their weapons. In response to this, the guy smiled, calmly clarifying that he actually came for lunch and not to run off somewhere. The captain's face also changed, after which he declared that the guy had not run away in vain, after which he ordered the soldiers to advance. All the warriors took out their weapons and ran straight towards the new owner, while Jackson calmly stood in place. He decided to let his opponents get as close to him as possible, making it clear that he would not defend himself. But as soon as one of the warriors was within arm's reach, Jackie waved it, deflecting the blow of the sword. This slight movement was enough to instantly break the arm of a warrior who did not expect such force. But this was far from the end. While the man was in the air, Jackson directed his palms to his ribs and struck. This was enough for the man to fly across the huge room, crashing into the wall, creating a cloud of dust. As soon as the first was dealt with, Jackson himself rushed forward, beginning to fight hand-to-hand against the captain's armed men. Those who stood a little further away watched in shock as their comrades flew away a great distance, breaking walls with their bodies. Many warriors lived exhaustedly on the ground, holding their broken limbs and writhing in pain. Jackson himself did not receive a single injury, continuing to stand calmly in place and waiting for the continuation. But at this time, the captain was in no hurry to get into a fight, watching how the guy dealt with his subordinates. Those warriors who had not yet had time to fight with the new owner of the house had lost a little of their former fighting spirit. Jackson realized that such a show of force would not convince this gang, so he decided to attack again. Then one of them proposed to surround him immediately. The others agreed with him, deciding that this way they would be able to win. Not even a second had passed before a loud explosion was heard, from which several warriors immediately began to be thrown back. It was too late for them to realize how bad of an idea it was to attack the guy altogether. However, for Jackie this was an ideal situation since there were fewer and fewer opponents, and he was already approaching the captain. The plump man looked at the guy in shock, while Chuck just couldn't take his eyes off him. He thought in shock that his master was so strong that he could kill the Ash blood clan single-handedly. He was especially impressed by the fact that he didn't even take out a weapon, although he saw that they were coming at him with swords in their hands. Now Chuck couldn't even imagine how strong he actually was, and therefore he could only allow himself to observe. The irritated captain thought that everything would go like clockwork, but this boy literally ruined his plans before his eyes. Taking a few steps forward, Jackson turned to the fat guy, asking if he would fight. He smiled and called the guy stupid, asking where they teach such things, after which he pulled his sword out of the floor. The man also noticed that his martial art looked impressive, so he decided to ask what the guy wanted. He answered without hesitation that he needed the Ash blood clan. This answer surprised, and at the same time, angered the captain. Suddenly he noticed Jackson's face change to a more cruel one as he said that he wanted everything the clan had. He tried to understand why their clan fell under his gaze, then decided to use a little trick. He suggested that he talk to the head of the clan, saying that he would return and report on Jackson, and the head would come here. Jackie smiled, not taking his eyes off the captain and asking if he thought he was an idiot or a naive child. The captain realized that his trick did not work, so there was only one way out of this situation. He had to finish him off. He stated that, in this case, the negotiations are over, to which the guy replied that he did not enter into them at all. Everything was boiling inside the man, as he could not come to terms with the impudence of this arrogant guy who looked too self-confident. Rushing forward, the captain shouted that he, too, did not enter into negotiations. He was only stalling for time so that he would relax. After taking a couple of steps, the huge man grabbed by the collar one of the unconscious warriors lying on the ground. Without thinking about the consequences, he abandoned his opponent's subordinate, who stood calmly in place. The captain was pleased with the fact that he was not even defending himself, so he would be an easy target for him. Jackson just waved his hand and directed it towards the warrior, who was immediately thrown in the opposite direction. The captain running forward did not expect such a turn of events, and therefore immediately collided with the body. Remaining in his seat, Jackson watched as the interior of the room continued to collapse due to the collisions. The captain still remained conscious, looking angrily at his opponent, realizing that he was not so simple. He raised his head again. The man did not find anyone in front of him, but Jackson had already taken off into the air and was heading towards him. Then the man realized that this blow would be decisive for him, but he also did not have time to defend himself. As soon as Jackie's foot collided with the captain's face, his body was thrown even further, after which another explosion was heard. A couple of moments later, Jackson stood next to the body of his opponent, whose head was twisted at an unnatural angle. Chuck and the warriors who survived looked at this picture in shock, not believing their eyes. They literally felt the terrifying aura that emanated from Jackson, who easily overpowered the captain. In the huge room lay the bodies of fallen and beaten soldiers, and the floor was in places stained with blood and abandoned weapons. Everyone who was able to survive looked at the guy in shock and asked how he could kill the captain so easily and who he even was. They were afraid, but did not dare to even squeak, lest they again anger the unfamiliar guy who single-handedly destroyed them. Suddenly, Jackson sharply turned his gaze to several men, who immediately froze and stared at him in fear. However, he did not do anything towards them, only asking Chuck to unlock the doors again. He accepted the order. When fresh air began to flow into the room again, Jackie looked menacingly at the survivors, asking them to take the corpses and get out. The warriors froze in shock, realizing that their lives were spared, although everything could have ended much worse. Jackson added that they should tell the head of the Ash Blood clan that if he wants to fight, then let him appear in person. Such words stunned the people in the room even more, but they did not dare to resist, accepting his request. After that, Jackie walked towards the chair to observe how his order would be carried out. Chuck also watched with his arms crossed as several people carried out the captain's lifeless body. When the last people had practically left, the man noticed that his owner had picked up a decanter of alcohol. Without saying anything, he walked to the seat opposite Jackson, still glancing at him and sitting down at the empty chair. Carefully studying Jackson's mood, Chuck carefully informed the owner that he also wanted a drink. The guy looked up from his glass and looked at his subordinate, asking if he had earned the right to this. The man tried to laugh it off, agreeing with him, adding that he actually closed the door, after which he opened it again. This answer amused Jackson, who replied that it was hard to argue with that, his gaze immediately softening. Chuck watched carefully as his glass filled with alcohol, glad that the owner did not refuse him. He then decided to ask why he didn't finish them off, deciding to just let them go, because they could pose a threat. Jackson replied that obviously they would deliver a message to the head of the clan, after which he would come to them in person. Chuck accepted his answer, after which he drank alcohol in one gulp, thinking that he was really going to fight the head of the clan. Pour another glass. Jackie said that when the Blood clan comes here, it will be dangerous for Chuck to be here, so he better leave. This statement stunned the subordinate, who could not find words to describe his thoughts. For the first time, the man felt that someone was worried about him, so he immediately blushed and loudly asked the owner to let him pour it. Meanwhile, the Ash Blood clan meeting was reconvened, where the head asked how this was possible. He was dumbfounded by the fact that one man had taken out an entire squad and they still didn't know who he was. One of those gathered immediately answered him that the surviving soldiers had conveyed that he wanted something from them. The man looked at his subordinate with an angry look, saying that this was nothing new for them, so he did not see a problem in it. Then the master asked to gather everyone who could hold a sword, and immediately the question was asked whether to gather everyone at all. The man answered in the affirmative, adding that after such a defeat they must show who is in charge here. This will be done so that others will also be discouraged. The rest were surprised, but immediately understood the order. And also it would be necessary to finish off the wounded from the North Wind detachment, so the master ordered everyone's heads to be chopped off before leaving. They are of no use, but at least they will serve as an example. Hearing this order, his interlocutor doubted for a second. But no one dared to argue with him, so it was necessary to carry out the order without any pity. After some time, a huge number of people, led by the master, headed towards the western region. It was already quite late, but Jackson was still awake. We continued to meditate and improve ourselves. At that same second, Chuck flew into his chambers, loudly attracting the attention of the owner, who was in no hurry to respond to his call. But he slowly opened his eyes, after which he heard an excited speech that the followers of the Blood clan were here. Chuck added that there are a lot of them, opening his eyes. The guy answered in a calm voice that he had assumed so. The subordinates agreed with him, clarifying that there was a whole horde of them there, which made the future battle much more difficult. Jackson asked for the captain. Chuck replied that he was not visible yet, but most likely he was also nearby. At that same second, they heard a voice from the street calling them to come out and show themselves to the one who dared to attack the Blood clan. Without thinking twice, Jackie grabbed the red cape that was hanging on the hanger and then began to put it on. Chuck watched him in surprise, not sure, turning to the owner and saying that this clothing was a dancer's cape. The guy lowered his head and agreed with him, simultaneously remembering his childhood and why he was trained here. He also remembered his sisters, who wore these clothes and showed off in front of him to please him. Waving his hand, the guy said that this cape had been with them since childhood, sewn specifically for sword dancing. With a surprised look, Chuck replied that everything was clear to him, and then asked why he needed her now. Jackson replied that he was from the Dancing Sword clan, so he wanted to show these freaks at whose hands they would die. Why did the guy go to the exit, announcing to his subordinate that he would be back soon? The man answered displeasedly that he would also go with you, being sure that he was not going to sit out in silence. Suddenly, Jackson stopped and froze, asking Chuck about his decision, waiting for an answer. He replied that if the owner dies, then he will no longer live. The guy asked him to just wait, because this is not his battle. Chuck hesitantly agreed, asking the owner to return alive. He smiled and replied that he would do so. After which the guy went outside and saw countless warriors gathered in front of his house. It was quite dark, but the silhouettes of people were almost visible by the colors of the lanterns that some of them were holding in their hands. Jackson remained calm, examining the people and assessing the difference in strength between them, simultaneously looking for the captain. The three men who were in charge of this entire operation stood on the sidelines watching what was happening. When the warriors saw the guy, they already noticed he was wearing a dancer's cape, indicating that this was clothing for sword dancing. The huge crowd immediately began to laugh and make fun of the guy, calling him crazy, asking him to fall on his face. Like a friend, the clan master raised his hand and asked everyone to be silent, after which he began to carefully examine his opponent. They looked at each other for a few seconds, after which the master decided to ask if his name was Jackie. He did not answer, but instead began to confidently take out the blades that the demon poison gave him. To dispel all the master's doubts, he briefly agreed, answering his question, but no longer looking him in the eyes. Heading forward, the new owner of the house loudly and confidently announced that Jackie from the Dancing Sword clan had returned. For a moment, Jackson flashed back to his childhood, remembering the first time he dropped his sword and his sisters ran up to him. They immediately sat down next to them and began asking if everything was okay with him, and if he had cut himself, he answered that everything was fine. One of the sisters picked up his blade and said that he needed to hold the sword correctly, inviting him to show how it was done. The guy, delighted, agreed, after which he watched in surprise as the girl gracefully swung the blade. A few years later, Jackie literally repeated all her movements, holding the sword correctly, swinging it gracefully. Several girls who were watching him happily clapped their hands and said that the guy was a great fellow. They smiled sweetly and said that he had become much better at handling the sword and that he was a great fellow. And now these memories gave Jackson strength and confidence in his victory, so he looked unshakable. He remembered Drake's words, which said that everyone in the plan was trying to find him. Without losing hope, they searched to the end. This memory was the decisive link, after which the guy declared that he would destroy everyone and then returned forward. The Blood Clan master was surprised by the speed of the guy, who had already rushed into the crowd, which did not even notice his disappearance. Jackson stopped when he found himself in the thick of it, surrounded by opponents, but did not radiate an iota of fear. The warriors looked in his direction, dumbfounded, trying to figure out when he managed to end up here. But before they had time to think about it, the new owner of the house began waving his blades, drawing blood everywhere. His movements were so fast and precise that his first victims did not even have time to notice his movements. In an instant, a couple of dozen people immediately fell dead. They did not even notice how death overtook them. The frightened people tried to understand what was happening, while Jackson looked at them with a fierce look. However, the pause did not last long. Jackie from the Dancing Sword decided to cause a real massacre and began to swing his blades. His fighting style was like a dance, in which the warriors could not oppose anything, and therefore fell one after another. The clan master was in no hurry to take any action, only carefully watching as his people were slaughtered. His subordinate immediately shouted that his men should not dare to surrender because there was only one person in front of them. Then he loudly gave the order for them to attack all together, so they would definitely overwhelm him with numbers. The soldiers immediately agreed with their captain, saying that he was definitely the weakest of them all. Their morale immediately increased. Everyone immediately rushed forward, noticing only the calm and confident face of their opponent, who was not even afraid. On the contrary, this pleased him, so he asked them to attack all at once, after which he himself rushed into battle. Those warriors who stood farthest watched in shock as their comrades were literally slaughtered left and right. The clan master thought that he showed good skills even in childhood, because he even wanted to take him into his clan. But he couldn't believe that the guy had changed so much. Now there was a completely different person in front of him. These movements, this martial art of the dancing sword, he did not know if they could overcome such a strong master. In the silence of the night, only the swings of blades and desperate cries of people who died at the hands of Jackson could be heard. Chuck, who was at a safe distance, watched in shock at his master's strength. He realized that this was amazing power. Although he did not know what kind of technique it was, he was sure that it was beautiful. Then he noticed something strange, looking at his master, who, in addition to blades, was using something else. His eyes widened as he realized it wasn't just a martial art, noticing the red haze underneath Jackson. The Blood Clan master also noticed this, realizing that the guy also uses poison to weaken his opponents. Many warriors who had not even had time to enter the battle began to fall to their knees, declaring that they could not breathe. Jackson could only run past them and finish them off with blades until they were not even able to hold their weapons. The guy wasted no time, cutting out everyone who got in his way, directly showing his superiority. The frightened soldiers who stood at a distance immediately changed their minds about their opponent, trying to understand how this was possible. They heard their comrades screaming that they could not move, loudly asking the head to help them. One of them concluded that they could not fight him, but these were his last words before Jackie overtook him. Everyone immediately began to follow his example and began to ask the head for help, but the man did not respond to their requests. His subordinate looked at him in surprise and said that their line of defense had been broken and not very well. The head did not answer anything to this. We continued to watch the couples who cut out his people without stopping. The man never thought that this guy could become such a monster, and therefore tried to come up with a plan of action. All the warriors stopped, not trying to attack the guy, just looking in his direction in fear, hoping that he was finished. The clan master concluded, looking at the young man, that Jackie had returned, becoming the ghost of the Dancing Sword clan. The guy, whose face was covered in blood, began to ask if this was all they could do against him. People immediately called him a monster and began to ask why the head and captain were inactive. It seemed to everyone that it didn't matter that they were being smeared against the wall, but the leaders continued to stand silently. Looking carefully at the clan master, Jackson loudly announced that those who want to live should die. After all, he only needs their leader. Upon hearing such a demand, everyone immediately froze, simultaneously holding their breath. The guy moved forward and noticed that the warriors parted, opening up a direct path to the head for him. Instead of being scared, the master smiled, saying that the guy was already so old that he was not even recognizable. Without removing the smile from his face, he added that he saw his skills and then asked what he needed from him. After all, it's unlikely that he arranged all this for the sake of just one thing together, so he asked if he needed the treasures of the Ashblood clan. Stopping for a second, Jackson asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, sincerely not understanding this question. The man replied that he would be his target together, he would personally come after his soul, so he would not believe in the excuse of revenge. And even if he dies, their legacy will not go to Jackie, because only he knows how to make money this way. Therefore, he again asked the guy to honestly say what he needed. He was silent for some time, pondering his words. The guy slowly turned to the head of the Blood clan. He crossed his arms over his chest, answering that he was listening carefully. At that same second, Jackson approached him as close as possible, looking intently and angrily into his eyes. Suddenly, Jackson asked if he was done talking nonsense, and the man was surprised that this was all really for revenge. After which the guy bared his teeth and declared that if he had nothing to add, he would simply finish him off right now. Then the master asked him to wait, and asked if he didn't want to know where the remaining members of the Dancing Sword clan were. This question made the guy stop, because he was interested in the fate of his sisters, whom he still had not found. The man began to pull out a sword from behind his back, saying that we were talking about the people who raised him from childhood. He said the last words very loudly, after which he swung his sword, hoping to catch the guy by surprise. He was confident that his attack would reach its target, but his weapon did not collide with anything other than air. Then he was overcome with panic when he realized that the guy was able to dodge, and Jackie was immediately behind him. In a chilling voice, Jackson stated that he had always been like this before swinging his blades. With incredible effort, the master was able to turn around and jump back, avoiding Jackie's attack. One dig, we still managed to catch him, which is why blood gushed out of the man's mouth and he began to cough. He was surprised that the guy was able to change the flow of his blood with just a touch. And Jackie was surprised that he was able to stop his attack. Then he smiled and said that it was surprising that he was not as weak as he seemed at first glance. In response to this, the man looked at his subordinates and, clearing his throat, asked why they were standing. The four people immediately responded to the leader's call, after which they grabbed their weapons and prepared to fight. Fearing for his life, the master immediately ordered him to kill him, after which they immediately rushed to attack. Everyone watched in surprise as the guy continued to stand in place, not reacting in any way to the four opponents. However, this state did not last long, because in the next second Jackson was left fighting with several opponents at the same time. The subordinate heads were focused on killing the guy, but he easily withstood their onslaught. At this time, the master smiled and thought that he was strong, but he could not defeat everyone at once, no matter how hard he tried. However, he immediately noticed a red haze that hovered over the fighters. Then the man realized how wrong he was. He had completely forgotten that in addition to blades, the guy also uses poison, which weakens his opponents. But then he shouted that they had already taken the antidote, and his tricks would not work on them, no matter how much he sprayed his poison. Hearing this, Jackson frowned. The master glanced from the diamonds and then disappeared, changing his position. Raising their heads, the captains noticed how the guy flew over their heads, moving away from them and breaking the distance. Landing not far from them, Jackie stopped the fight to look at his overconfident opponents. Then he asked that this is the very reason why they are so confident in themselves, because they drank the antidote in advance. The master laughed and said that this time they had thoroughly prepared for her. He would no longer be able to poison anyone. Jackson looked at him and asked if he was sure it worked, after which he began spraying the poison again. He was sure that the antidote would work, because his poison could not be stronger than their neutralizer. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. A sharp weakness hit his body, after which he sank to the ground. The other captains felt the same, and immediately stopped paying attention to the guy, trying to even out their breathing. When they all hit, only Jackson remained on his feet, carefully examining the self-confident opponents. The master could not believe that his poison actually worked because they took the antidote, having prepared in advance. The guy slowly walked towards him, saying that any antidote they could get was useless nonsense. Indeed, in comparison with the poison of the mentor, their medicine will not cope even with the first symptoms. The guy also realized that since he gave them the antidote, it means they have fairly high positions in the clan, and this could only mean that he could destroy much more than he originally planned. Swinging his blades, he immediately began to get rid of the captains, destroying the Blood Clan's hope of victory. As soon as he shed their blood, he turned to the master, saying that this was his stupidest decision. The man's eyes, which were filled with blood from the poison, immediately widened as he also realized his mistake. All his people were dead, and now no one stopped Jackson from slowly walking up to the head of the clan. The man realized that he was one step away from defeat and death, so he asked the guy to wait, adding that they could join forces. After all, with his skills and his money, they can do anything. This was his last chance to try to convince Jackie. He shouted that they could take possession of everything they could dream of, hoping that this would interest the guy. Approaching him almost closely, Jackson declared in a cold and deadly tone that he was talking nonsense again. Then he added that it sounded disgusting. These words made the man's heart sink into his throat because he understood that he had lost. He also couldn't believe that the guy was so calmly saying this about him, the ruler of the Western Dark Streets. He then asked if he didn't wonder where the members of his clan were, since he would never know about it from others. Then the man made his main mistake, shouting loudly that he had killed them all, trying to provoke the guy. Madness washed over the man, who screamed that he was cutting off their heads, cutting them into pieces, and so on in a circle. His abnormal laughter was the last straw for Jackson, who tightly grabbed his blade, glaring angrily at the master. These words were enough to awaken true anger in him, after which he began to chop the master with blades. Jackson poured all his anger into this attack, dealing with the man who committed such atrocities. Hundreds of warriors who watched what was happening asked that the leader had died, and all the captains too. Jackson loudly stated that the head of the Ashblood is dead. If anyone wants to go after him, let him come forward. No one dared to even move, looking carefully at the man who single-handedly dealt with them. There was deathly silence, while Chuck looked dumbfounded at his master, as if at a deity. We then looked at all the fallen warriors, and then at their captains and master, realizing that the Blood Clans were no more. At this time, Jackson remembered the words of the clan master, thinking about whether he really killed absolutely everyone. The next day, Jackson's subordinates put up a sign on the house that identified the Dancing Sword Troop. As soon as the job was done, Chuck came in, and the owner reported that they had hung the sign as he had asked. The guy was silent for a while, calmly sipping tea, satisfied with the news the man brought. He also ordered to find out from the locals about the surviving members of the Dancing Sword, so if someone finds out something, they will immediately report it. Taking another sip, Jackson praised his right hand, although his thoughts were only about his sisters. Even though the head of the Blood Clan said that he slaughtered the entire clan, he was sure that someone was still able to escape and was now hiding. Chuck reported that in the Western Streets, everyone was very happy about the fall of the Ashblood clan, which is why they organized a celebration. The man smiled looking at the owner, after which he added that they were really happy, and he brought them this happiness. He looked at his subordinate in surprise, and then asked if everything had really turned out so well. Beaming with joy, Chuck replied that the Ashblood clan had been tormenting the local residents for a long time. However, the owner's gaze made the man a little worried, after which he asked what was wrong. Frowning, Jackson told his subordinate that he was one of those who committed outrages on the Western Street. Chuck immediately began to sweat, realizing that the guy was absolutely right, but now the situation was completely different. Having placed the cup on the table, the owner of the house turned to Chuck, to whom he immediately bowed and answered the call. "I hope that he will not be punished." With a serious face, Jackson asked the man to try to live righteously from now on and never go back to the way he lived before. He lowered his head, understanding what the guy was talking about, and then agreed, feeling how his conscience began to play. Jackson let his head go, thinking that if people were happy, then revenge was not pointless. Chuck also said that the head of the Western Golden District, who had already found out about everything, wanted to meet with him. After all, the Blood Clan managed to annoy them. They tried once again not to catch their eye, but now they want to meet and thank them. Jackson frowned again and wondered out loud how many enemies the head of the Ashen Blood had made if everyone was happy about their disappearance. But there was a problem. The Blood Clan was stealing from the Western Golden District and investing in the Western Wind District. Without hesitation, the owner of the house asked Chuck to return everything stolen to the Golden District in order to compensate for everything. The man bowed, accepting the order, thinking that he had done the same this time, but he could at least show his greed a little. He found it difficult to believe that Jackson had no material desires and that he was not so interested in money and power. Suddenly the door opened and one of the servants announced that the owner of the tavern would like to meet the owner. Chuck looked at the guy who entered in disbelief, and then began asking why he needed this. He was interrupted by the voice of the owner, who asked him to allow his childhood friend to come here, because he was not a stranger. Then everything fell into place for the man, and he agreed to receive the guest as it should be, without asking unnecessary questions. Sometime later, a lot of hot food and alcohol arrived. Jackie noticed how much he had brought. Drake smiled and said that he remembered how much the guy loved manti, which he cooked perfectly. Indulging in memories and agreeing with his old friend, the guy picked up the bottle, deciding to pour the alcohol. Jackie asked how Uncle Paul was doing. Drake replied that he had problems with his back, so he did not leave the house. This information upset the guy, after which he asked if he was very sick and how he could be helped. But Drake dispelled his worries, answering that he was simply pretending to avoid work. Pouring alcohol, Jackson immediately smiled when he heard the answer, stating that it was in his repertoire as always. Handing a glass to his friend, the guy invited him to join the dancing sword troupe and then bring Uncle Paul. The owner of the inn, who was eating manti, asked in surprise what he should do with his tavern. Jackie replied that there were many more people in their troupe than before, and then there was a problem with food, and the local cuisine was better than his. For some time, the man silently looked at the guy, trying to make an informed decision, but something was stopping him. Jackie decided that he simply didn't want to, but he replied that he was more afraid that one day he would be killed here. Taking a careful look at his old comrade, Jackson decided to clarify what he was talking about and did not give rise to such concerns. Drake nervously replied that he had seen the guy in action, concluding that the battles would not stop there, and new ones would begin. The man was sure that someone would definitely attack him, even if he was not the instigator, and this promised great danger. Frowning, the tavern owner decided to find out how strong Jackie was, after which he could decide whether to stay here. Jackson smiled and asked how he could know the limits of his own strength, and he had only recently left his mentors. Drake asked in surprise whether it was impossible to judge by the strength of the clan where he studied. This made the guy think. He agreed with his friend. I answer that he does not know how strong he himself is, but he can talk about the strength of his mentor. This situation encouraged the man. Then he began to ask who he was, because it seemed to him that he was from a very famous clan. The guy put on a serious face, after which he announced that his mentor was one of the 4 great demons. Drake's face immediately changed, not believing his ears later that this boy could be trained by a great demon. Those whom the followers of the dark path call great lords, and the followers of the light path call the 4 incarnations of evil. Jackson immediately confirmed the clarification that the tavern owner was asking about, looking at his frightened face. Hearing this incredible information, Drake drank a glass of alcohol in one gulp without even flinching. Then he sighed and looked at the guy, addressing him. Jackie at first thought that he wanted to warn him. However, the man only sincerely smiled and stated that he was glad that he was still alive. Such an answer calmed the guy. Then the man said that if his mentor decided to visit them, let him say so, then he would try to run away to hell. Smiling at his friend's behavior, Jackson asked him not to worry, because he was too busy for that. Drake thought about it and asked why he didn't announce the mentor's identity, then no one would poke their nose in here. But the guy didn't think that this was a good idea, because many, on the contrary, would want to measure their strength with him after hearing his name. The man replied that there would be problems if the Bright Path found out, and they would immediately spread the word about it to others. You need to be careful. On the dark streets, it is not only the Blood Clan that poses a danger, but also the North Wind Swords clan. However, in addition to this, there were still some clans that were one with each other, and that needed to be kept an eye on. In the south is the Sun Dragon Union, who killed the head of the Blood Clan. It would definitely be one of them. Jackson repeated out loud the names of the clans that his friend had pointed out to him, so that he could keep them in mind in the future. Drake worriedly asked if they invaded the Western Street, what would happen to them, and if he could defeat them alone. In response, the guy just smiled, turning to his childhood friend, deciding to try to calm him down. With firm confidence, Jackson said that now he had to worry not about the Western Street, but about them. The man immediately laughed, glad that he now had such a strong ally who could help, after which he said that let them worry about their lives, and they will continue to drink and enjoy delicious food. At the same time, sitting on the throne, the man asked his subordinate whether the boy had returned to his homeland to take revenge. The head of the Sun Dragon Association, Hunter, added that this is too often a story, asking the interlocutor if he agreed. The short military leader Nick was silent for a while, waiting for the leader to finish his speech. The man continued to say that this had been repeated so many times, and then asked if they had found out the identity of the killer of the head of the Blood Clan. The commander replied that nothing was known yet, but the Western Dark Street was left without a leader. This turn of events brought a slight smile on the man's face, after which he asked what they should do then. Nick, you decided to send assassins. It's worth hiring Shadow Blades, although their services are very expensive, but they will do the job perfectly. The leader was delighted by this idea, after which he praised the warlord for wanting to change the soaring Shadowblade clan. With a calm expression on his face, the interlocutor agreed to explain that their goal was the one who single-handedly slaughtered the Blood Clan. He smiled and added that they were also saying that he was very young, so it would be worth sending a female killer. A few days later, Jackson was in his chambers, drinking peacefully, when he suddenly heard a group of people approaching the door. Chuck entered the room, along with a small group of people who shook hands in a respectful gesture and greeted the owner. Chuck reported that this was an exit from the Phantom Dagger clan, who were involved in the Chamber of Commerce and the black market. They had been working with him before Ash and Blood came to you, and he thought they might need them. Jackson carefully examined the newcomers, and they, in turn, did not dare meet the guy's gaze. Pouring another portion of alcohol, the owner of the house decided that this issue could be completely entrusted to his right hand. He thanked the owner, after which he looked at his new subordinates, waving his head, pointing to the door. They immediately obeyed, leaving the room, leaving their owner alone with Chuck, who remained waiting for the next instructions. Without wasting any time, Jackson decided to ask what was going on with the Western Golden District, which he asked him to find out about. The man bowed and replied that he had settled everything, and also, on his orders, he had arranged a separate room for poisons and medicines. In addition, he arranged the treasury, and he organized all the documents and archives remaining from the Blood Clan in another room. Jackson praised him and said that he would now use the entire third floor as he saw fit. Chuck was surprised that it would be the entire floor, asking if one room would be enough instead of taking up the entire floor. However, the owner was firm in his decision, asking Chuck to prohibit the servants from entering his bedroom and all the rooms on the third floor. With a surprised face, the man said that someone should look after the cleanliness and order in the rooms. However, before he could finish speaking, Jackie replied that no one would want to choke on their own blood and die in agony. Chuck was immediately taken aback, realizing his mistake, and completely forgot that the owner used poisons, which were very strong. Then he replied that he would definitely hand over everything, after which he decided to ask how they could protect him then. Holding a glass in his hand, the guy stared at his subordinate, not understanding the meaning of his question, but he was not going to back down. The Sword Clan and the Sun Dragon Association will probably try to get rid of him, so they should be extremely careful. So he added that they could send assassins. Jackson immediately took note of this, deciding that it was better to prepare. Then he asked if his guys had been involved in security and escort work before. He answered in the affirmative. Then the guy got up from his seat, deciding to test their abilities, but Chuck didn't answer anything. He gathered the people in the courtyard, taking his sword, to test each warrior and understand the maximum level of their strength. Having pulled out the sword, the owner asked them to attack with full force, asking them not to worry because he would not fight back much. The men were outraged by this statement because looking at the young guy, they decided that he was simply behaving arrogantly. The leader of the group decided to ask if he was sure these were not training swords and someone could get hurt. Jackson in turn asked if they really thought they were at the level to worry about him. Such a statement made the men blush, but Chuck with one gesture ordered them to calm down and pull themselves together. Looking at his master, the man thought that he shouldn't have said this, and he, in turn, asked who would be first. That same leader stepped forward, drawing his sword from its sheath, announcing to the owner that he would become his first opponent. Taking off from his place, the man rushed forward, wanting to attack his opponent, who did not even budge. He tried to lunge, but Jackson blocked his blow with a wave of his hand, without engaging the rest of his body in the fight. However, this swing was enough to break the opponent's sword, thereby stunning and confusing him. The man looked at his blade in shock, not believing his eyes because his weapon broke after the first attack. With a second swing of his hand, Jackson struck his opponent, knocking him away from him, completely disarming him. The guy remained standing in place, and a small smoke came from the hilt of his sword, which was caused by the force of the blow. The rest of the warriors watched in shock as their leader was defeated with just one blow to the temple and now lay here on the ground. Looking at such a victory, Chuck mentally asked the owner why he did this, since they were an order of magnitude weaker than him. Turning around, Jackson called the next one to him as he realized that their leader was no longer able to fight. The warriors immediately hesitated, not daring to put forward their candidacy after what they saw, and therefore simply remained silent. Chuck thought with a smile that this was a completely natural reaction, and Jackson turned to his subordinate, asking him to now fight him. He suddenly changed his face, asking why he should also become infected, because he already knows its level. But looking at the guy's stern face, he couldn't refuse him, after which he took out his sword and took a fighting stance. Towards evening, the man's face was covered in bruises and abrasions, his body was trembling, and his breathing was labored. Looking at the exhausted and beaten bodies of the warriors who had been training until the evening, Jackie announced that that was enough for today. Then he sternly added that from now on, they would train every morning, which stunned everyone present. Jackson asked Chuck to conduct training on his own, even in his absence, so that the warriors would not relax. Why did he look carefully at his subordinate, deciding from his reaction that he didn't really like this idea? The man responded to his master's gaze, saying that he simply did not want to die at such a wild pace. Jackson replied that he would buy elixirs for them on the black market, then they could recover quickly and easily. Leaving the warriors and Chuck to catch their breath, Jackson headed towards the house, having resolved all the pressing problems. Seeing that the owner was moving away, the sky right hand turned around and asked where he was going because the day was coming to an end. Such a sharp turn made his ribs burn with pain, while the guy stopped and turned to Chuck. Jackie said that people from the dark path don't even live to see 30. Based on his skills, it can be said that he will die even earlier. He didn't care if he was going to die from someone's sword, wishing the man good luck with that with irony in his voice. Chuck was silent while the owner sternly said that if he wants to survive, he must do everything as he says. They are not trained in the technique of accumulating internal energy, and their fencing skills are mediocre, so they should gain experience in combat. The man listened carefully to the guy's advice, after which he folded his hands in a respectful gesture and bowed low. Jackson then said that he would go for a walk, adding that if there were good weapons on the black market, he could give them to his boys. Walking along a narrow street of stalls, which were almost all closed, Jackson thought about his own. Suddenly, all the people, including him, turned their attention to the cart, next to which two men were walking. Concerned people decided to leave this place, while Jackie concluded that something was wrong here. He noticed that one of the men was short and carried a cart, and the other was quite wide, with a large sword in his hands. They stopped opposite each other at some distance, after which there was a short pause. A man with a sword in his hands greeted the guy, asking if he was the owner of the Moonlit Night House. Jackson confirmed his words, after which the man smiled, saying that the North Windsword clan sent him here. He asked if the guy had heard of such a clan. He calmly replied that he could not help but hear about it. The clan leader was informed that it was he who killed the head of the Ashblood clan, so he decided to send him a gift and a letter. Then the man turned to his comrade, asking him to give the letter to the guy. He bowed and immediately ran up to Jackie. Solemnly kneeling on one knee, a short man in a bandana presented the owner of the house with a small scroll. As Jackson accepted the letter, the man with the sword added that their leader would like to shake his hand personally. Jackson can come to meet him, or he can go here himself to the Western Dark Street. After that, he asked his friend to also give the gift. He agreed with a sly smile and put his hand in his bosom. Handing the envelope to the owner of the house, the man indicated that it contained exactly 100,000 Nyan in banknotes. Suddenly, a small snake jumped out of the envelope, which was angry and intended to bite the first person it met. She immediately came across an obstacle in the form of Jackson's hand, which she immediately bit through and began to let her poison into it. The guy didn't even pay attention to the animal, while the two men were openly content with what was happening. The man said that the guy is familiar with poisons, so he must understand the power of the blue snake's venom. If he surrenders, he will receive the antidote. At that very second, Jackson calmly tore the snake's teeth from his hand. Then he looked menacingly at his interlocutor and asked him to disappear, to which he received exactly the same look. The next second, the short man suddenly rushed at the guy, swinging a kunai that he had previously hidden. Reacting instantly, Jackson returned with his hands behind his back, thereby showing his calmness. The tall man entered the fray next, swinging his sword towards the boy, striking from a distance. Jackie realized that they were not going to give up, so his hand reached for the blade, quickly drawing the weapon. He repulsed this attack, which immediately ricocheted to the side, but at the same time the guy's discontent increased. He noticed how a man with a kunai decided to approach him from behind, hoping to take him by surprise. However, he also repulsed this blow, noticing at the same time that the second one also decided to join the melee. The battle began, during which Jackson only fought back, testing the abilities of his opponents. With lightning-fast movements, he repulsed every attack, swinging his blades in different directions, but without making unnecessary movements. Then all three froze. Jackie spread his arms to the sides, simultaneously blocking the blows from both sides. The men realized that this was a very awkward position, so they jumped back, wanting to break the distance. The man with the sword said that he really has enough strength to deal with the leader of the Blood Clan. Even I almost can't take him. It was a problem, but he wouldn't be able to hold it in for long. It was better to give up before he finally fainted. Jackson told him to shut up and then asked who sent him here, doubting that it was the North Windsword clan. The short man called him a fool, after which he threw something next to him, saying that he did not yet understand what was happening. Jackie noticed a small ball flying near him, but it did not make any impression on him. As soon as the ball crashed into the ground, the guy was immediately enveloped in a smokescreen, limiting his immediate view. The short one immediately rushed into battle, declaring that time was ending, after which he began to circle in the smoke, confusing the guy. Finding the perfect moment and noticing that Jackie wasn't even moving, he decided to attack him from behind. The man with the sword, who was standing to the side, heard a muffled scream, causing him to tense up slightly. But at that very second he grinned and asked his comrade why he had to finish him off so quickly. He needed to be tortured properly. He was tense that he did not hear an answer when he suddenly noticed a figure that began to slowly emerge from the cloud of smoke. Instead of his comrade, Jackson came out with blades in his hands, under whose feet lay the lifeless body of a short man. While the man was trying to call out to his already dead comrade, Jackie again asked who sent them here. The enemy clutched the sword tighter in his hands, asking who he was, because the snake venom should have already taken effect. Based on his words, they also soaked the letter in poison to be completely sure of its effect. The man realized that the guy had immunity, and the blue snake and Isak's poison were too strong to get rid of so easily. In a calm tone, Jackson said that they couldn't come here of their own free will, which means someone sent them. The man didn't expect that the soaring Shadowblade clan would set them up, but he didn't think that this kid was a danger even to them. And they were simply used as bait. Conditionally read his thoughts. Jackie said that it seemed that he realized that he had been scammed. Not wanting to put up with this, the man rushed into the attack, asking the guy to shut up. He decided to win the fight in a direct confrontation. Swinging his sword, he wanted to destroy it with one blow, but Jackson was always prepared for such an outcome. With a deft movement, he knocked off the enemy's weapon, thereby disrupting his rhythm and changing the trajectory of his movement. With the next blow, he swelled the hand in which the sword was located, thereby depriving the enemy of the ability to fight. Jumping back, the guy watched as the man squirmed in pain, blood dripping continuously from his shoulder. Jackson decided that this was enough, so he laid down his weapon, concluding that the man no longer posed a threat. His opponent could not move, deciding that the blades were smeared with a paralyzing poison, to which he had no immunity. Jackie asked how many more senseless victims and futile attempts to kill him would be. This question surprised the man. Standing next to him, the guy also changed the logic of his thoughts and decided that this would be even better, not the same for him as for those around him. The man asked to kill him, noticed that the guy crouched right in front of him, and began to glare at him. Jackson asked what was the point of this, since he could cure him of this poison, and he could live another long life. However, he did not kill him for a completely different reason, so he decided to ask for the last time who sent him. He was silent for some time, changing his face, after which he declared that it was the floating shadow blade, when suddenly the guy hit him on the head. This force was enough to take his life by piercing his head with one palm, because he no longer needed him. Standing up to his full height, the guy examined the defeated men, concluding that the mercenary clan was sending assassins from the outside. Then he began to turn around, saying that the customer was probably somewhere nearby and should evaluate his skills. He began to examine the immediate surroundings, and I realized that in any case, I would have to get rid of this rat. At that same second, being at a distant distance, the man who was watching him said that he killed him, although he promised to save him. This attitude caused a violent reaction on the stranger's face, so he decided that this guy was a scoundrel. When the guy returned home, Chuck asked if he wanted to meet with the heads of the North Wind Sword Clan and the Sun Dragon Association. He, examining his possessions, gave an affirmative answer without even turning towards his subordinate. The man did not understand why he wanted to do this, to which he received the answer that one of them had sent a hired killer to kill him. He immediately changed his face, looked worriedly at his owner, and then began asking if he was okay. The guy turned his head and smiled, saying that otherwise he wouldn't be here, so the conclusion suggests itself. This answer calmed the man, after which he lowered his head and thoughtfully said that there was only one way to force them to come to the meeting. It was a meeting of leaders. Now they have forgotten about it, but such meetings used to be held annually. All the clan heads from the dark streets and the masters accompanying them gathered together to resolve pressing issues. Also, if someone had the opportunity to attend, then their organization was recognized as first class, and if not, then vice versa. Jackson realized that he was proposing to arrange this meeting now. Deciding that this was a very good idea, he ordered Chuck to take care of it. Now all his thoughts were absorbed in the meeting of leaders, because he had to think through everything to the smallest detail. At that same second, there was a knock on the door, and Drake came inside, joyfully announcing that he had brought lunch. Jackie glanced at the tray of food in the man's hands, completely forgetting that it was time to eat. Realizing that the owner would be busy now, Chuck bowed and said that he would go about his business. The owner of the house immediately stopped him, asking him to eat first. He, in turn, was already sitting down at the table. The man looked at the guy in surprise, because he was still not used to his fleeting bouts of generosity. He continued to stand still while Jackson asked his comrade if they had enough food for 3. The well-fed man sat down in his place, after which he said with satisfaction that in addition to food, there was also plenty of drink. Then the two men began to look at Chuck, silently inviting him to take a seat next to them so that they could share their lunch with him. The subordinate was still uncomfortable, but he slowly sat down at the table, carefully examining the abundance of food. And as soon as the owner of the house gave the command to begin, everyone immediately began to put food on their plates, amazed at Drake's skill. While the 3 men were having a casual conversation, a man stood on the roof of a nearby building, watching them. He looked at Jackson angrily, thinking that he should have died today and not gobble up and have fun. Even knowing about him, he has the courage to behave this way, but he dares to allow himself to relax when danger awaits him everywhere. Baring his teeth, the man with a disfigured nose declared that he would show this kid his true strength. A little later, Jackie and Drake went outside. The man asked the guy to do it later, but he replied that he was not drunk at all. In addition, he wants to keep the promise he made to his comrade when he first returned to this place and met him. Drake remembered how the guy said that as soon as he dealt with the Ashblood clan, he would show him the sword dance. The tavern owner smiled, thinking that he really promised to do this, so there was no point in refusing. Looking up at the stars, Jackson asked his friend if he remembered him, but he was asking himself rather than him. The man answered in the affirmative, and then asked whether it was worth trying to do this while drunk. Jackie smiled, after which he took a few steps forward, taking out his blades and saying that this would be the dance of the intoxicated sword. Without thinking twice, the guy began the promised dance, slowly waving his blade, giving rise to the performance. His movements were soft and smooth, but at the same time sharp and precise, because the guy had been studying this for many years. He smiled and closed his eyes, after which he decided to gain some speed, starting to spin around, swinging his blade. When his speed reached its limit, he stopped abruptly and dropped to one knee, creating a spiral of air above him. Then he rose to his feet again and continued his magnificent dance, introducing his sister before him. He remembered how she taught him, and now he imagined that he was fighting with her in this dance. In his head, it looked as if she was really next to him, and in the end they pointed their blades at each other. After standing like that for a few seconds, the guy, without opening his eyes, bowed low to his sister, as tradition required. Suddenly, the sister began to disappear, turning into cherry blossom petals. She smiled, telling Jackie that he had even surpassed her. For some more time, the guy stood bowing, and his eyes were closed, since he did not want to part with his sister until the last moment. Jackson asked where they all were, but no one heard him, and Drake, who had been watching him all this time, was stunned. Then he shouted that the guy couldn't really do it, just like before. It felt like nothing had changed since then. Jackie smiled at such praise, and the tavern owner friendly asked him to slowly return. Putting the blade in its sheath, the guy suggested that he return first, and he himself would come up later since he wanted to be alone. When Drake left, the owner of the house fell straight to the floor, putting his hands behind his head and burying his head in the sky, looking at the stars. The killer, who had been watching him from the roof all this time, insulted him, being dissatisfied with such simplicity. He felt that even here he reeked of drink, which meant that his target was lying drunk right in front of him. He mentally addressed the guy, said that he seemed to be asking for death, but he was not an idiot, so as not to take the chance. Taking out several throwing knives, he decided that his blades would definitely be faster than one drunken idiot. Lying on the ground, Jackson seemed not to notice that several sharp knives were flying towards him. But as soon as the blades were about to reach the target, the guy dodged with a sharp movement, and the knives met the ground. The killer, who decided not to hide anymore, landed not far from the place where the guy was supposed to lie, but did not find anyone. He was surprised to notice that he was already standing on the roof, being completely unharmed and seemingly not drunk at all. The killer smiled, thinking that he was able to dodge the attack from above, after which he took out an unusual-looking sword with a snake's head. Waving the weapon, which had several holes in it, the man with the ugly nose said that there was hardly any way to dodge it. Starting to swing his sword, many blades began to fly out of the holes, which also rushed towards Jackson. The guy immediately rose into the air, wanting to give himself a little time before repelling this very dangerous attack. With a sharp movement, Jackie took out a fan and then opened it, imbuing it with his energy to use its power. He used the gust of divine wind to swing his weapon, aiming it at the thousands of blades rushing towards him. The killer watched in shock as his knives fell to the ground in vain, having failed to fulfill their purpose. He could not foresee such a turn of events, when suddenly Jackson himself also descended to the ground. The man's face immediately changed, feeling panic cover his body and mind. He could not even move. Feeling the guy's monstrously overwhelming energy, he concluded that he didn't have a chance to get him. He thought that the rumors about his strength were greatly exaggerated, but now he realized that they were not really lies. As he slowly drew the blade from its sheath, Jackson folded his fan and asked that he was the rat that tried to bite him. The man said nothing to this, but instead tensed his entire body so much that the ground under his feet cracked. After which he rushed forward, wanting to overtake the enemy at full speed, who easily dodged the first attack. The folded fan still remained a dangerous weapon in the hands of Jackie, who looked at his opponent with the eyes of a predator. The killer was surprised that he stopped his blow with an ordinary fan, but he was not going to give up so easily. He began to swing his sword furiously, while Jackson easily parried each blow with one hand. The man began to lose control, not ceasing to attack, thinking that his internal energy was too great. Even when he simply blocks his attacks, he feels a shockwave that only damages him. This guy doesn't even need to attack, so if he doesn't stop him here, he'll definitely be finished. Now he understood that he had to finish him off, no matter what it cost him. He didn't even notice how blood gushed from his mouth. The man tried to strike again, jumping into the air, but was again met with an indestructible fan. Parrying another blow, Jackson let go of his head and quietly said that apparently this is all he is capable of. The killer's eyes immediately widened when he heard this, and Jackie, in turn, rushed to attack. There was a loud sound, after which the man was thrown back under the weight of a blow from a strong opponent. He crashed into the wall, another portion of blood flowing from his mouth, after which he sat down on the ground, trying to catch his breath. Looking angrily at the guy, the man slowly stood up, thinking that he was just playing with him now. Standing proudly in place, Jackson opened his fan and then asked if he had anything else he could show. The man did not answer, thinking that this was an enemy whose strength was difficult to imagine, because he could not even escape. Then he raised his voice, saying that if he spared him, he would join him and serve faithfully. Looking at the man with cold eyes, Jackson calmly replied that it was too late to take an oath of allegiance. Unsure of getting to his feet, the man asked why he didn't kill him right away, to which Jackie replied that he wanted to hear something. The killer immediately realized that he was interested in the customer. It was a small thread that he could cling to. Throwing the sword aside, the man obediently sat on his knees, saying that he could do whatever he ordered him to do. He added that he could even become a dog if he wanted, to which the guy replied that he didn't need a mongrel like him. The man realized that he had no choice, so he shouted loudly that he was sent by the Sun Dragon Association. He also added that if he had mocked him well, he would have been given 5,000, and if he had brought his head, then 10. As soon as he gave out all the information, the two interlocutors looked at each other in silence for several seconds. Then the guy repeated the words that the killer said, and he in turn asked if he would spare him. Instead of a verbal response, Jackson kicked the man's sword in his direction, giving a clear but silent verdict. While the killer looked at his weapon in shock, Jackie said in a cold tone that it quickly shattered. Therefore, he can only give death without pain. These words echoed in the head of a man who was seriously scared. Looking at the man who stood opposite him and inspired incredible horror, he realized that he had only one way out. Taking his sword, the killer brought it to his stomach with trembling hands, and then made a sharp movement. Having pierced himself with his own blade, he finally decided to inquire about the name of the person who could force him to do this. Maintaining a cold expression, Jackson told him his name as he continued to watch his opponent die. Before falling into eternal sleep, the man repeated his name. These were the last words he spoke in this life. The owner of the house calmly looked at the lifeless body, thinking about those people who sent him to him. Sometime later, Hunter asked in surprise whether the two had failed the task they had been assigned. Nick replied that their group had already returned all the money, and they were also informed that Jackson was not interested in young girls. Soaring Shadowblade was also defeated. He was buried by the Dancing Sword Troop. His people found and identified the body. The commander's eyes widened slightly as he added that from the nature of the wound, it could be said that he had committed suicide. This statement also surprised the head, who immediately began to ask whether he had taken poison to commit suicide. Nick answered in the negative, explaining that he pierced his stomach with his own sword, and it is unlikely that he did this for the purpose of preserving information. Most likely he was forced to after hearing this. Hunter froze in place, trying to digest the information he heard. Nick continued, saying that a leadership meeting would be held very soon, and Jackson had not yet formed a coalition with the other clans. Therefore, they had a great chance to negotiate with them and remove him through their own efforts before he went too far. The head thought for a few seconds, after which he gave an affirmative answer, ordering the preparations for the meeting to begin. The commander immediately agreed, after which he turned around and headed for the exit, already thinking through a plan. At the same time, a young girl came out from the back room to Hunter, smiled sweetly, and slowly approached him. He turned to Mia, saying that he remembered that she knew someone from the Dancing Sword clan. The girl grinned, putting her hand to her chin, and I answered that the great demoness herself accepted her acquaintance as her student. The man's eyes widened when he realized that we were talking about a rather dangerous creature, and she was able to become her student. He guessed that even if she was from the Dancing Sword clan, the great demoness should have completely subdued her. A few days later, Jackson, in the presence of Chuck, read a letter that he had literally just received. After reading it, the owner of the house stated that the head of the Sun Dragon Association had sent him an invitation to a leadership meeting. The man immediately looked at the owner in shock, asking if this was really an invitation because he couldn't believe it. The guy did not answer that they also expect that it will be held in their troop, and up to 10 people from each clan can participate. Chuck asked why they were holding the meeting here. He didn't know why they would do it, but the owner had to be extremely careful. Jackson remembered the words of his subordinate when he said that the manager of the previous meetings had died. Therefore, he questioned why they were still being held if a new manager had not yet been elected. The man replied that followers of the dark path are always like this. They will fall with bones, but will not lose their dignity and will not yield to anyone. The guy frowned and said that this is why most people die on the dark path before they reach 30. Chuck did not answer anything to this, remembering recent events during which his master slaughtered a lot of people. He hesitated slightly, but still decided to say that in this regard, his master was not much different from them. The man thought that he would now be reprimanded for such statements, but Jackson only smiled satisfactorily. Then he turned to his subordinate and asked what he should do when meeting an enemy superior in strength. He thought for a moment, after which he said that he did not know the answer, suggesting that he would try to fight him, but this was wrong. The guy confidently stated that he needed to flee, and then become better and fight again in order to definitely maintain victory. Surprised by this advice, Chuck looked questioningly at the owner, and then asked what to do if there was nowhere to run. Jackson frowned even more, after which he replied that he needed to fight, forget about his opponent's superiority in strength and energy. His eyes burned with fire when he said that you need to fight, thinking only about victory and the death of your enemy. This advice encouraged the man, who put on a serious expression and declared that he understood everything. After some time, Jackson entered the room where 6 of his best warriors had gathered, whom he would take to the meeting. When asked if everyone had gathered, the man unanimously answered yes, after which they abruptly fell silent, giving the floor to the owner. The guy looked carefully at his subordinates, noticing that at least some will to win was finally visible in their eyes. He then showed the bottle he was holding, saying that he had invited them today to drink together. Looking into everyone's eyes, Jackson said that they had been working hard all this time, so he wanted to thank them for their work. The men's faces changed a little, remembering the unbearably hard training they had to go through. Having uncorked the decanter, the guy loudly asked everyone to raise their bowls, since he was personally going to pour it for them. The warriors immediately stood up from their seats, stretching out their arms in front of them. Their movements were confident and practiced. Approaching each subordinate, Jackson filled their bowls to the brim, after which he began to make a speech. He began by reminding them that tomorrow there would be a very important meeting, which was why they had gathered here. Continuing to pour alcohol, he announced that all clans in the Dark Path Association would be at the meeting. Their real goal is to fix the Western Dark Streets, and there are only 6 of them. Everyone immediately understood what the owner was hinting at. The faces of those present immediately tensed as they watched each bowl fill with alcohol. When all the bowls were filled, Jackson returned back, asking the warriors if they were worried, but heard nothing in response. With a smile on his face, he walked to his table and then filled the last cup that belonged to him. Taking it in his hands, he said that only the top of each clan would be present there, so the gap in numbers would be small. Turning again to his subordinates, the guy said that after all, they should all try to survive. While everyone looked at the owner with calm and fear, he finished his speech by saying that he would take care of everything else. This ending to the speech was still able to encourage the men, who looked at the owner with respect and pride. With a unanimous shout of agreement, everyone emptied their bowls in one gulp, completely trusting Jackson. When the day of the meeting arrived, hundreds of people hurried towards the dancing sword troupe. 5 male leaders stood near the entrance to the building, with their small army behind them. Among them were the Sun Dragon Association, the Northern Windswords Clan, the 5 Poisons Clan, the Dark Spirits Clan, and the Hawks Clan. Hunter noticed that everyone was already here, so they could come in. He addressed the leader of the Sword Clan. He also added that, as is customary, only 10 representatives from each clan can go further. The rest will have to wait here. He then asked if the North Windsword Clan had any objections before looking at the man standing next to him in disbelief. He crossed his arms over his chest and calmly replied that he had no objections, so he agreed to enter. Hunter invited the head of the 5 Poisons clan to go first. The oldest representative was not against such an honor. As soon as the old man walked forward, the other leaders immediately followed him, taking leisurely steps. They were met at the entrance by Chuck, who immediately folded his hands in a respectful gesture and bowed, saying that he was greeting noble representatives. Raising his head, he said that the meeting of leaders will be held on the 2nd floor. 6 places have been prepared for all heads. Everyone immediately frowned as they looked at Jackson's subordinate, thinking that they wanted to make the others wait on the 1st floor. However, no one said anything out loud, after which Chuck offered to lead the clan leaders upstairs so that they could take their places. Jackson's right-hand man walked ahead of everyone, climbing the stairs, trying not to show his fear. When they entered the room and saw an empty table, they immediately froze. I realized that the owner himself was still not there. In front of them stood a round wooden table, around which were 6 identical chairs prepared especially for them. While the clan leaders were mentally asking themselves why Jackson wasn't waiting for them, Chuck asked them to sit down. Looking at the other leaders, Hunter thought that the strongest should come last, which means he had them wrapped around his little finger. He frowned, thinking that this little guy was fearless, when he suddenly heard the old man laugh, who also asked everyone to sit down. However, when the elderly man came forward, his face immediately changed to a more menacing and embittered one. A minute later, all the leaders took their places, silently waiting for the last person, whose seat was still empty. Suddenly, they heard footsteps as Jackson came down the stairs, loudly greeting his guests. Looking carefully at the guy, they mentally asked themselves if it was really Jackson, because he didn't look the way they imagined him. As he walked past them to his seat, no one said a word, only silently describing the smug guy. Leave near his place. He looked everyone up and down, announcing that his name was Jackson, about whom they had heard so much. All the leaders, as one, frowned at the guy and mentally asked how he dared to speak to them without respect. After that, the guy relaxed in his place, putting his hands on his knees, waiting for the guests to answer him. He did not dare to say anything else, but instead decided to carefully examine the faces of the clan leaders. The head of the 5 Poisons spoke first, congratulating the guy on eliminating the head of the Blood Clan and gaining power over the Western streets. After listening to the old man's short speech, Jackson immediately thanked him, expecting someone else to have his say. However, the old man was not finished yet. Asking if it was true that he had appropriated the entire inheritance of their clan, he agreed. The smile on the man's face began to weaken a little as he continued to ask if he was happy with this result. Jackson said nothing to this, trying to understand what he was trying to find out by asking such questions. The old man said that protecting these lands requires not only strength, but also the ability to manage, which not everyone has. However, they say that most of the clan's followers fled around the world. Jackie again raised his voice, agreeing with this statement. The man added that the Ash Blood clan grew daylilies on their plantations, and their clan was the main consumer. In turn, the Blood clan purchased a lot of poisons from them, and now he has lost an expensive customer due to the guy's fault. Remembering the words of the leader of the Blood clan, the owner of the house concluded that they also traded in the antidotes they offered him. All their clans and associations have been fighting with each other for a long time, trying to lead the dark path, but they are also business partners. So the old man approached Chief Jackson, saying that he needed the daylily trade to resume. The man glared at the guy, trying to instill fear in him and asking what he thought about it. Sighing and smiling, Jackson decided to clarify that they wanted to take over part of the western dark streets. Suddenly, another clan leader loudly slammed his fist on the table, asking what kind of disrespect the guy was showing. The head of the dark spirits looked at Jackson menacingly and asked if he really thought he could speak to the head in such a tone. Crossing his legs, the owner of the house did not fall for the provocation, answering that he doubted that he had come here to teach him etiquette. Why did he frown, inviting everyone to stop beating around the bush and go directly to the essence of the meeting? All the clan leaders immediately frowned and fell silent, waiting for what this impudent boy would start saying. Taking a careful look at each guest, Jackson announced that since no one was taking the floor, he would start first. Clasping his hands, he announced that they had two options in which they could fight him one-on-one, or they can try to attack all at once, but then he will simply kill them. This information once made the leaders freeze in shock. The head of the North Wind repeated that there were two options, after which he decided to ask what the difference was between them. Jackson replied that if they chose to fight one-on-one, then according to the law of the dark path, the loser would become the servant of the winner. Everyone listened silently to the guy's explanations, trying to understand the confidence with which he spoke about such things. The man asked a second question. What would happen if they decided to attack all at once? The guy replied that then he would definitely kill them all. Showing his true aura, Jackson said that honestly, he would prefer the second option, thereby resolving all issues. The leaders mentally asked why he was so self-confident and how excellent his skills were, since he could kill them all en masse. Suddenly, loud laughter erupted in the room, which belonged to the head of the North Wind Sword clan, after which he rose from his seat and took the sword in his hands, continuing to smile, and saying that he would gladly fight him in a duel. Jackson slowly rose from his seat, pushing his chair back as he accepted the decision of one of the heads. They moved a few meters away from the table, deciding to start a battle right here. The man's eyes immediately lit up with fire. Without wasting any time, he immediately swung his sword while Jackson reached for one of the blades gifted by the poison demon. After the first attack, they froze. The guy was easily able to block the first blow that the man tried to strike. The other leaders sat silently and watched the battle, amazed that the guy was able to repel the attack so easily. However, this was only the beginning, after which the man swung his sword again, wanting to correct the failed attack. Jackson also did not stand still and tried to attack, forcing the clan leader to go on the defensive. He felt himself starting to get out of breath, while at the same time the man was trying to understand how this was even possible. His sword weighs much more, but for some reason it is so difficult for him to repel the attacks of his blades, which at first glance were light. Dodging a rather dangerous attack, the clan leader concluded that, apparently, he really was much stronger. While the two were fighting, the head of the five poisons thought in surprise that this youth was able to push back the head of the North Wind. At that very second, the head of the Dark Spirits thought that if this was so, he had no chance in a one-on-one battle. But while the North Wind distracts him, they have a chance to attack the guy from behind and defeat him with their combined forces. Then the man slowly reached for the sword that rested behind his back, simultaneously glancing at the other heads. Suddenly his eyes crossed the eyes of the old man, who immediately understood his plan, after which he only nodded his head. Meanwhile, the man who was fighting with the owner of the house was at his limit, thinking that he would not last long. Then he realized that he needed to make a hole, after which he rushed to attack, forcing Jackson to retreat back. At that second, he realized that now was the perfect moment, but he didn't know that the other two heads were thinking the same thing along with him. The man came forward again, using a heavy blow from the Northern Windsword, and his comrades also attacked with him. Out of the corner of his eye, Jackson noticed that a blow was being prepared for him from behind, so he was able to react instantly. The head of the North Wind also noticed this, mentally calling them idiots, while Hunter and the head of the Hawk froze in surprise. The next second, the owner of the house smiled and swung his blades, throwing his opponent away from him. Then his eyes widened when he noticed that the guy pitied the head of the dark spirits much less and cut him in two. The man didn't even have time to understand what happened, and therefore died without pain. The guy's attack was so fast. The next second, Jackson managed to react to the magical attack of the old man, who wanted to poison him. Suddenly, the old man smiled. I understand that he still managed to overtake the guy, even though the blow was not serious. Everyone noticed a small wound on Jackson's chest, from which drops of blood fell onto the floor, and the poison was quickly absorbed. All the heads froze in shock, looking at the guy, while the old man laughed loudly, obviously rejoicing at his victory. Looking at the guy who didn't move, the man said that he had excellent skills, but after being poisoned with poison, he wouldn't last long. The guy first looked menacingly at the old man, after which he turned his gaze to the two remaining heads who stood aside and called out to them. They looked in surprise at the owner of the house, who frowned and asked if they had not yet decided. The men shuddered at the same time, paying attention to the aura that the guy standing in front of them radiated. Then they realized that he was definitely testing how they would behave after he was poisoned. After thinking for a while, one of the men fell to his knees and declared that the Hawk clan would follow the head of the dancing sword troupe. The next second, Hunter did the same, saying that the Sun Dragon unity would serve him with honor. After which he also asked for forgiveness for sending killers after him and is ready to be punished for this. Lowering his head slightly, the head of the North Wind Sword quietly added that he would also serve him. The head of the five poisons began to shake his head in shock, looking at his comrades in shock and loudly asking what they were doing. The old man did not understand anything, because the guy was already poisoned. At this time, Jackson called to him the three heads who swore allegiance to him. They immediately responded to the master's call, after which they heard their first order, to kill the head of the Five Poisons clan. The frightened old man shouted that he had gone crazy from the poison and asked his comrades not to listen to him because he would soon become a corpse. But instead of the approval of his allies, he heard complete obedience to the order and noticed three people approaching him. The elderly man desperately asked them to come to their senses because this guy was going to die soon, but clearly no one was listening to him. He watched with horror in his eyes as three men slowly walked towards him, eager to fulfill the will of their master. While the old man tried to understand how this was possible, Jackson silently watched what was happening from the side, without saying a word. The man desperately shouted that he was poisoned and would soon die if he did not take the antidote, but his comrades did not listen to him. Hunter frowned, thinking that this might be the case, but there was an obvious fact that confused him. Looking at Jackson, who was emitting a terrible aura, he asked himself, is this what someone dying from poisoning should look like? It seemed to him that he was more like a demon who was ready to tear them apart if they dared to resist him. Then all three took out their blades and rushed at the old man, who managed to react and jump back, avoiding the blades. He realized that he would not be able to shout to his allies, so he decided to fight using only his magic. He noticed too late how the head of the Northern Winds approached him, and did not have time to properly parry the blow. The others also decided not to waste time and attack. The old man, in despair, again asked them to stop. The man called them fools, but Hunter thought that the fools here are those who have not yet realized what is happening. Looking again at the calm Jackson, he realized that the poison had no effect on him at all. On the contrary, he was simply testing them. The man understood that if they could not prove that they were worthy, they would definitely end at the hands of this guy. Therefore, he decided to completely ignore the words of the old man who could not understand the strength of the owner of this house. He sent assassins for him, so he must try harder than anyone else to avoid being punished at the end of the battle. Rushing forward, Hunter used the great dragon sword to breach the old man's defense. The head of the five poisons did not understand why he was being attacked with such intensity, but at that same second he felt that his arm was separated from his body. This moment was immediately taken advantage of by two other heads, who went behind the old man's back, intending to weaken him. In the next second, the old man's chest and stomach were pierced by swords, forcing him to stop defending himself. Blood immediately gushed from the man's mouth, and he could no longer scream when he noticed Hunter rushing towards him at full speed. It was he who made the last attack, which deprived the old man of his head, after which the battle was over. Once the three men were done, they immediately walked up to Jackson and clasped their hands in a respectful gesture. Despite his fear, Hunter decided to report back, saying that they had eliminated the head of the Five Poisons clan on his orders. At first the guy was silent, after which he took a few steps in his direction, calling out to the man, who began to listen carefully. In a cold and emotionless tone, the guy stated that he was originally going to finish him off, which made the man flinch. He knew very well the reason why the owner of the house wanted to do this, which is why he was immediately filled with cold horror. Finding no other way out, Hunter fell to his knees and shouted that he understood everything, so he asked for forgiveness again. Looking arrogantly at the head, the guy announced that he would carefully watch him without taking his eyes off, after which he walked past Hunter, calling the head of the North Windsword clan and the head of the Hawk clan to him. They immediately bowed obediently. Jackson continued, saying that they had done a good job, and then asked them to follow him. They agreed, slowly walking behind the new master, leaving Hunter sitting on his knees with his back to them. Suddenly, Jackie called out to the head of the Sun Dragon Association, ordering him to stand up and also follow him. He immediately stood up, folding his hands in a respectful gesture, after which he bowed and thanked the guy. He seated them at the table where the meeting was being held, simultaneously dispersing a sleeping poison throughout the room, causing them to fall asleep. Looking at the sleeping heads, the guy thought that, unlike the ghostly dagger, he subdued them by force. He understood that he could finish them off, or turn them into his servants, but he did not know whether to give them a chance or kill them. Slowly dispelling the fog and drinking alcohol, the owner of the house decided that for now he would just watch them. After a few seconds, the men began to awaken from their sleep, trying to understand where they were and what was happening. Suddenly the heads heard a question whether they had woken up, after which they immediately shuddered and looked at the calm guy. Hunter, rubbing his head, tried to understand when he fell asleep, after which he realized that these two also shared the same fate with him. Suddenly they realized that it was poison, and the owner of the house had already poisoned them, which they did not notice. Slowly placing the glass on the table, Jackson stated that they were sleeping so soundly, so he decided not to wake them up. Hunter apologized stutteringly, thinking that if he had wanted to, they would never have woken up and would not even have known about it. Noticing the way the gentleman was looking at them, they immediately looked away, not wanting to maintain eye contact. At that same second, the head of the Hawk clan woke up from his sleep, and I apologized loudly for falling asleep at such a time. Jackson calmly replied that such things happen, but he himself thought that they had probably already understood everything a long time ago. He then suggested continuing the conversation by asking if the head of the Sun Dragon Association wanted to tell him something. He was worried and began to stutter. Then he remembered that he wanted to talk about a survivor from the Dancing Sword clan. He said that she is not a supreme master, so he does not know her personally, but they say that she became a disciple of a great demoness. This information interested Jackson, who frowned and immediately asked what her name was. The man tensed and lowered his head, answering that most likely she was using a fictitious name, but he didn't know that either. Then the owner of the house decided to ask the head if he was telling him that he too would have to fight the great demoness. He replied that he just thought that he wanted to find survivors, but if he needed to fight her, he would be on his side. Without losing the thread of the conversation, the guy decided to ask if he knew where she was now so that he could immediately start searching. Suddenly, the head of the North Wind said that there are now rumors that she has been seen in the territory of the Shannon Dark Path. Jackson added that the great demoness takes only the most beautiful girls as students, and they must also be pure. If a student loses her virginity, the demoness will personally kill her, but all that is certain is that she has high standards of beauty. No one knows which beauty she will kill or which she will spare. They say she can kill for excessive beauty, but she can also take a life for a banal lack of etiquette. In general, she does whatever comes into her head. That's why she's a demoness, and that's why she's crazy. These words made the three heads of the clans, who were definitely beyond her strength, shudder. The guy added that even though she is crazy, her incredible strength confirms her status as a great demoness, but he will do everything to erase her name from the lips of the inhabitants of the Dark Path. The three new subordinates immediately agreed with the master. Slamming the table, Jackie thought that she was not teaching her students martial arts, but was helping to pervert internal energy. And all this is done in order to later absorb her. The guy did not know who the student was, but he would save her. The next day, Jackson gathered 5 of the best warriors in the courtyard, including Chuck. Looking at them with a calm but stern face, he asked if they understood what was happening when they saw him in action. They did not dare meet his gaze, sadly lowering their eyes and not daring to answer anything, silently agreeing with his words. However, the guy didn't say this not to insult them, but to make them understand that they need to become stronger. He asked them not to worry, since the inhabitants of the Dark Path benefited more from unity than martial arts. Therefore, they will have to work on this. Perked up, the men immediately agreed to the owner's request. He also added that they now report to him, and not to past leaders, but they still need to be treated as such. Everyone again unanimously agreed, but Jackson did not end there, saying that he would soon meet with the great demoness. This information stunned the man, and Chuck asked if he was talking about the witchcraft demoness of the 4 great demons. The guy gave an affirmative answer, understanding the fear that he saw on the face of his subordinate. The man said that he was worried about him. He did not doubt his skills, but not everyone could cope with one of those 4. Holding his hands behind his back, Jackson agreed, clarifying that they were not called that for their beautiful eyes, because they are very dangerous. But suddenly the guy's face changed to a more cruel one, after which he said that soon there would be one less in the 4. A month later, in the Dark Path of Shannon, in the Blue Plum Palace, Jackson was sitting on the balcony, drinking alcohol. He recalled the words of Chuck, who said that they had been informed that a great demoness had been spotted in the dark path of Chanin. Disappointed, the guy thought that he had been here for a month, but had not met her. He was wondering who the student was. As his mentors told him, the great demoness absorbs the internal energy of her students in order to preserve youth and increase strength. While he was thinking about how to save her student, a girl approached him and asked why he was bored alone. Coming a little closer, she, with a smile on her face, said that if he didn't mind, they could have a drink together. But instead of inviting her, the guy asked her to disappear, which is why the girl was immediately surprised and blushed. Turning around and noticing that she was still standing in place, he again asked her to leave so as not to disturb him. She turned around and walked towards the exit with dissatisfaction, calling the guy a rude man, only sighing, thinking that it was annoying. At that same second, not far from him, he noticed a girl in a white robe who was addressing her older sister. She also watched the guy, noticing that he had rejected another girl, and then asked in which case this was the first time. Her older sister, holding a glass in her hand, asked her to stop thinking about nonsense and continue drinking. Yes, she pouted her lips and said that she would like to, but she couldn't take her eyes off him, noticing that he was terribly handsome. The red-eyed girl frowned, looking intently at her younger sister, and then sternly asked her to forget about him. After this advice, the girl immediately blossomed into a smile and agreed with the elder, trying to get the guy out of her head. This answer satisfied the red-eyed girl, after which she looked at her glass and drank it all in one gulp. The younger one noticed that her sister was not herself today, after which she asked with concern what had happened to her. After all, she suddenly said that she did not want to return, and although the mistress forbade them, she drinks so much today. All this looks as if something is bothering her, but she remained silent, looking away with displeasure, apparently not wanting to talk about it. A few seconds later, the eldest asked if the girl had ever seen other sisters die. She answered in the negative, because the lady says that the demon of lust from the 4 great demons is to blame for their death, or simply someone from the bright path. Looking down, the eldest said that this is how she justifies it. She thought to herself that she had never seen it either, because none of them had ever caught the last minutes. Then the eldest suggested that the mistress herself was killing them, and this was precisely what was causing her current concern. Suddenly, they were joined by another girl in exactly the same attire, who was looking for her older sister. She looked at the newcomer with dissatisfaction, saying that the second eldest sister appeared on the orders of the mistress. The younger one immediately greeted her, while the green-eyed girl told the older one that her mistress was looking for her. And the red-eyed woman raised a small jug, saying that she would go to her after she finished drinking, after which she invited her sister to join. Standing still, her interlocutor replied that she needed to go immediately, because the lady was very angry, and she did not intend to anger her even more. Loudly knocking the decanter on the table, the eldest declared that she would drink something herself, or she would force her to do it. The girl explained this by saying that no one would leave here sober. Sighing heavily, the middle sister realized that there was no choice. The younger one politely invited her sister to sit down, while the older one grinned, saying that she could have listened to her right away. She explained this by saying that she was saved from a nameless clan of the dark path. Apparently that is why she is so stubborn. Hearing their loud speeches, Jackson turned his attention to them, trying to listen more closely to their conversation. He was attracted by the fact that they were talking about the nameless clan of the dark path, which made him immediately frown. Leaning slightly towards the older sister, the younger one said in a whisper that the middle sister's face never changes. At that same second, they noticed a guy approaching them, who politely asked if he could join them. The eldest immediately decided to be sarcastic, saying that she had not heard anyone try to talk to girls in such a banal way for a long time. The younger one immediately became embarrassed and looked away from the guy she liked, saying that the lady had forbidden them to communicate with men. The middle sister didn't say anything. We continued to silently watch the stranger who so brazenly decided to approach them. Jackson thought that perhaps the nameless Dark Path clan was the Sun Dragon Association. If their mistress has forbidden them to approach men, then she may be the great demoness he is looking for. Looking at his middle sister, he thought that she had joined the Dancing Sword clan after his abduction. The elder sister noticed his gaze, saying that he seemed interested in the second sister, after which she invited him to sit down. Immediately, he took his place next to the girls. Jackson smugly declared that the drinks today were at his expense. The eldest again decided to reduce it, saying that she could pay for it herself because she was not used to depending on someone. He smiled, saying that he didn't mind, but the older one changed her shoes again, answering that she had already changed her mind. The younger one looked at her with a dissatisfied look. The red-eyed girl began to ask with interest who he was, ask if he knew who they were. But before he could finish speaking, the guy immediately replied that he was here to find a girl. The older group asked who he took them for. Jackson replied that not in this sense, because he was looking for a girl who was under the guise of a man in the Sun Dragon Association. These words immediately made the second sister change her face, because she decided that it was about her. Shifting her gaze from the guy to her sister, the eldest began to ask if they knew each other, but she very much doubted it. Looking at the green-eyed girl, the guy said that he was from the Dancing Sword clan, and before his name was Jackie. The girl looked at the guy in shock, and her voice trembled when she asked that he was the same Jackie from the Dancing Sword. Jackson looked at the girl with a sweet smile, confirming her words, glad that she recognized him. The girl's face immediately changed, and then she said that her name was Diana, which surprised the guy quite a lot. His smile disappeared from his face, and he himself tried to remember such a girl, but was sure that there was no such girl in the troop. She clarified that she joined the clan after his disappearance. Sunny's brother, who treated her well, often remembered him. He said that he was sad and wanted to meet him. It was clear that the girl said this sincerely. Hearing the familiar name, Jackson immediately smiled. A hint of sadness reflected on his face as he repeated his brother's name. Then he smiled and said that, apparently, she was a dear sister to him, in which case, she would be one to him too. The girl's eyes immediately widened when she realized the meaning of his words, after which she asked herself if this was not the first time he had seen her. She immediately blushed and lowered her head, thinking that he was the same as they said about him in the Dancing Sword clan. Then she raised her head and smiled. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Diana thanked him for these words, calling him brother. The two sisters were in shock as they watched their sister, not expecting her to be capable of such emotions. Suddenly, Diana said that he should leave this place, because if their mentor heard rumors about him, he would have problems. After which she turned to her older sister, who shuddered sharply, not expecting her to turn to her. With folded hands, she asked not to report this situation to her mentor, and to fulfill the request of her stupid sister. The red-eyed girl was surprised, because she always looks and acts so coldly, but now there was a completely different person in front of her. Diana continued to sit with her hands folded in a respectful gesture, while the eldest remained silent, trying to get over the shock. Then she sighed heavily and frowned, agreeing with her sister's request, realizing that she would have to deceive her mentor. Suddenly, Jackson got into the conversation and decided to ask if their mentor was a great demoness. The three sisters immediately froze as the guy said that the breathing technique they were using was the mystical art of golden jade. They should have heard from the mentor that only virgins could quickly cultivate internal energy with the help of it. The stunned younger sister began to loudly ask how he knew all this, because they could not blab about this. But the guy continued, saying that the demoness did not tell them that she was absorbing their accumulated internal energy. This information again shocked the sisters, and the elder sister's suspicions were completely confirmed. Jackie added that this is all absorbed along with their life force, because originally this technique was called a demonic art by force. Panic came over the younger sister. She asked why she needed this, trying to convince herself that this could not be. However, the other two sisters only looked away, completely agreeing with the guy's words, which were not the most pleasant. Suddenly, the younger one turned to the older one and asked her to say something, because this man was slandering their mentor. However, the red-eyed girl frowned and remained silent until the last moment, thinking about something in her head. She then looked up and asked Diana why she was not surprised by this story, suggesting that she already knew about it. Without raising her head, the middle sister replied that she did not know for sure, and she did not know the details. However, she found it strange that the mentor did not age, although she should already be very old. The youngest could not calm down, asking that their sisters believed that this guy's words were the pure truth. However, the sisters did not answer, their silence only confirming his words, thereby further escalating the situation. The next second, all the sisters' eyes widened when they heard a familiar voice looking for their students. Diana immediately turned to her brother, saying that their mentor was coming here, after which she asked him to quickly hide. However, the guy did not show any signs of fear, and simply remained sitting in place, looking down slightly. The eldest did not understand his behavior, asking him to do as the second sister said, because if he hesitated, he would say goodbye to life. Jackson ignored these words, picking up a decanter of alcohol and then began to slowly pour it into a glass. Frightened by what was happening, Diana again turned to her brother, loudly declaring that now was not the time to drink. But he didn't seem to hear them. Calmly drink alcohol, he remained to wait for the demoness to appear. The next second, the clicking of heels was heard, and one of the four great demons, the demoness of witchcraft, appeared before them. She stopped behind Jackson, who watched her appearance out of the corner of his eye, glad that he was able to find her. Without wasting any time, the three sisters immediately fell to their knees and bowed deeply to her, expressing their respect to her. She looked around at her students, then turned her attention to the stranger sitting next to them and asked who he was. The older one replied that he suddenly joined their feast, bringing alcohol with him, but they had already sent him on his way. She also added that she had nothing to worry about, after which she abruptly fell silent, waiting for her mentor's verdict. The woman smiled, after which she decided to ask if he had molested them, when she suddenly ordered to kill this arrogant idiot. The sisters' eyes immediately widened and their faces turned red, because they hoped that she would spare Jackson. The elder replied that he belongs to the dark path of Channon. If they kill one of them, they might get into trouble. With these speeches, the red-eyed girl wanted to save the guy from an inevitable fate, so her voice trembled. The demoness immediately noticed this, saying that her soul was gnawing at doubt. This often happens when studying the mystical arts. The girl became even more frightened when she realized that she knew that her behavior had changed in recent days. The woman said that the people from Shannon must have good skills, so she asked the eldest to kill him with her own hands. Suddenly, a guy spoke up and said that he couldn't believe that the teacher would so simply order her student to kill an innocent person. The woman immediately turned her gaze to the guy, asking him to repeat what he had just said. Jackson ignored her offer while Diana glanced at him and mentally wondered what he was doing. Approaching the guy, the demoness said that this was very interesting because he said this, even knowing who she was. Having finished the alcohol, the guy turned around, asking her to move away because the smell of her blush was so pungent that it drowned out the entire aroma of alcohol. The woman did not expect such impudence, and the three sisters opened their eyes in shock, realizing that the guy had signed his own death warrant. Reaching towards his ear, where the veil was attached to cover his face, the woman stated that he seemed to be out of his mind. Jackson didn't even glance in her direction, continuing to sit calmly in place, looking at the glass. Holding the veil in her hands, the demoness asked how she could finish him off, and whether his death would satisfy her anger. She smiled, thinking that she knew men like him. Until their last breath, they all reacted the same to her face. Her eyes immediately glowed red as she thought that this guy didn't even know how he was going to die today. Jackson decided to look in her direction, after which he smiled and said that it would be better if she covered her face with the veil again. Then he sarcastically asked if she hadn't heard when he told her to get away from here. This turn of events caused shock and anger on the woman's face, who was surprised by the behavior of this impudent man. Not wanting to put up with such impudence, she decided to attack without warning, raising her palm. Jackson reacted instantly, immediately jumping out of his seat, raising his palm in response. When their palms met, a loud sound like an explosion was heard, and a shockwave immediately spread throughout the room. The next second, there was an explosion, and Jackson immediately jumped out of the building without receiving any damage. The demoness, who was still on the balcony, immediately used her whip, which resembled a huge snake. The guy reacted instantly, dodging the whip that was rapidly flying towards him. Having risen into the air, he quickly landed on the roof to break the distance and assess the situation. The three sisters watched the events unfold in shock, not expecting that the guy could survive. Having collected the whip, the demoness assessed his abilities, asking if he specifically approached her students, and then asked who he was and where he was from. Instead of answering the question, Jackson reached for his blades, which he always kept on his lower back. When he unsheathed his blades, he rushed forward to get closer to the demoness, allowing her to examine the weapon. Her eyes widened when she noticed the crescent blades, after which the woman frowned, realizing who was standing in front of her. Her voice turned to a slight growl when she asked that he was a disciple of the poison demon, in response to which the guy smiled. The sisters stared at him in shock when they realized that the poison demon, like their mentor, was one of the 4 great demons. Diana turned her worried gaze to Jackson, realizing that her brother was a disciple of the poison demon, just like them. At this time, the demoness smiled that she had not heard from this old man for a long time, but it turns out that he was teaching him at that time. She then screamed, turning to the poison demon, asking him not to hide behind the student and to show himself in person. Jackson smiled, after which he stated that he was not here. He was amused that the woman thought that the old man was nearby. The demoness was surprised by his impudence, asking if he was really alone here and dared to provoke her when his teacher was not even around. The guy replied that it didn't matter, because he wouldn't need the teacher's help to deal with her. This statement caused the woman to bare her teeth as she tried to comprehend the audacity with which these words were spoken. Having insulted him, the demoness rushed forward, swinging her whip, wanting to punish this insolent person. Jackson also took off, noticing a whip that was already heading towards him, destroying the part of the roof he was standing on. Turning her gaze, the woman noticed that the guy managed to dodge her blow, avoiding the leather whip. She decided to increase her speed, sending blows one after another, but Jackson successfully dodged, running from place to place. The remains of the building, which had been hit by a huge number of blows, immediately began to collapse, raising a curtain of dust. However, all this did not cause any damage to the guy, who jumped back and softly landed on the ground not far from the woman. They took a short pause, carefully examining each other and trying to understand what step the enemy intended to take. With a calm expression on her face, the demoness thought that his hiding did not change anything, since his death was a foregone conclusion. She decided that as soon as she cornered this boy, the demon of poison would crawl out of the shadows and appear before her in person. Then she again swung the whip at the guy standing in front of her, asking him to try to dodge it. Instead of jumping to the side, Jackson rushed forward, never taking his eyes off his opponent. The demoness immediately realized that he was trying to close the distance in order to prevent the white dragon from using the whip. However, she, like no one else, knew that it was useless, after which the whip still overtook the guy, catching his hand. After that, across his cheek, leaving a scratch on it and making the guy wince slightly in pain. Jackson realized that he couldn't get any closer, so he jumped back, covering himself with his blades. The guy realized he had bounced too hard, so he used his blade to plunge it into the ground and slow down. Even with the help of the blade, he was carried quite far, but he was able to maintain his balance and remain on his feet. He then raised his head, scrutinizing his opponent, knowing that this would be a difficult battle. However, he decided to try his luck again, taking off, rushing forward incredibly quickly. The demoness smiled, thinking that this fool was just mindlessly attacking head-on. He was on the poison demon disciple. He was still a child. Looking at the approaching guy, the woman swung her whip again, wanting to find the perfect time to attack. But instead of hitting directly, she jerked her hand, causing the edge of the whip to point behind Jackson's back. However, the guy was always ready for a sneak attack, so he immediately jumped back, spinning like a tornado. However, this evasion did not allow him to properly escape unscathed, as blood immediately gushed out from his hand. Furiously waving her whip, the woman tried to overtake her opponent, but he continued to dodge and repel her attacks. But with each new blow, it became much more difficult to defend, which is why the guy had light wounds all over his body. His breathing was ragged as he realized he had taken too many blows that were only weakening him. However, he decided not to abandon the original plan, while the woman noticed that he continued to attack in a straight line. She smiled evilly, understanding his plan, because this impudent man wants to close the distance in order to use poison. She couldn't let him do that, so she started swinging with even greater zeal. Jackson was immediately hit by a stream of blows which, as one, headed towards the place where he had just been. The sisters immediately glared at the scene of the explosion, hoping that their new acquaintance was able to survive the attack. Seeing the battered but alive guy, the demoness was surprised that he still had the strength to stand on his feet. She smiled, ironically remarking that his endurance was worthy of praise, but it would not change anything. Jackson, bleeding from his forehead, only thought that fighting one of the great demons would not be easy. Looking at the calmly standing woman, he realized that he couldn't even get closer, let alone use poison. But suddenly he smiled evilly, thinking that anyway this was a lot more fun than fighting other people. The demoness frowned and was surprised that he was smiling in such a situation, recognizing him as crazy, like great demons. But since this development of events brings a smile to the guy, the woman decided not to hold back and start attacking in full. Having imbued his whip with energy, spikes immediately began to emerge from it, which made this weapon many times more deadly. Swinging her hand several times, she pointed her weapon forward, shouting that she would not hold back any longer. Jackson immediately reacted, putting his blades out in front of him to defend himself, hoping that they would save him. As soon as the whip approached, Jackson immediately swung his blades, deflecting the double blow, sending it in the other direction. However, due to this action, the long whip was directed with heavy pressure towards the nearby buildings, causing damage to them. However, the guy did not pay attention to this, trying to dodge every attack sent at him, swinging his blades. From the outside, it seemed as if the whip wanted to pull him into a ring, not giving him a chance to escape or protect a weak spot. But besides Jackson, the demoness also tried to destroy buildings, which were receiving irreparable damage with every second. She had a new plan as one of her rivals, so she smiled, temporarily looking away from the guy. With a wave of her hand, she hooked her whip to one of the beams of a nearby building, hoping that this would be enough. Furiously pulling the handle towards herself, she watched as the building began to crack and slowly collapse. At this time, Jackson was dodging the blows of the whip and did not notice how a 3-story building began to collapse next to him. However, just before the collision, he turned his head, trying to quickly come up with a retreat plan. The demoness did not notice whether he managed to escape or whether he remained buried under the rubble. The 3 girls looked in fear at the huge curtain of dust, in which the barely alive Jackson could be located. Looking ahead menacingly, the woman said that the demon of poisons had put a lot of effort into his training, but he had already reached his limit. When suddenly she noticed 2 energy blades flying towards him, she realized in shock that this was the energy of poison. Having managed to stretch out her hands in front of her, in which the whip was located, she repelled the first attack, which immediately scattered the dust around her. However, the second attack was able to throw her some distance, forcing her to cover her face for protection. Clearing her throat, the woman frowned, surprised to realize that he was capable of unleashing such terrifying power. At that same second, she noticed a lonely silhouette that was slowly but confidently moving from the curtain of dust. Her eyes widened as she noticed the incredibly sinister aura and anger that the guy was emitting. Moving sharply, the guy rushed in her direction, when suddenly she realized that she had allowed the distance to be shortened. However, it was too late as Jackson was already a few steps away from her, holding the crescent blades tightly in his hands. Suddenly he stopped abruptly and sent forward 2 more energy strikes that flew towards the cross. The demoness immediately tensed. To defend against this attack, she used a vortex flow, starting to swing her whip. Thus, she created a kind of tornado around herself, towards which two blades were rapidly rushing. When they collided, the woman trembled from the power that was sealed in the guy's attack. The energy blow was able to break through the defense that the demoness had so diligently built, which surprised her greatly. Suddenly, Jackson sent another attack that headed straight towards her, forcing the woman to act faster. She herself did not understand how she managed to return, and the blow that was intended for her crashed into the building, completely destroying it. Noticing a small wound on her shoulder, the woman became angry, realizing that he was still able to slightly overtake her. Then her face hardened, and she decided to ask with genuine interest whether the guy was hiding his true strength. The answer to her question was only Jackson's smile, which he could not hide, enjoying this battle. The guy, whose body was covered from head to toe with scratches, returned forward again. "I wish to end this fight." The demoness who stood in front of him insulted him again, swinging her whip once again. The attacks fell on Jackson like rain, but he calmly dodged, being completely focused. Having made another attack, the woman cursed, as Jackie was able to dodge it without taking his eyes off her. Trembling again enveloped the demoness's body, who realized that the guy had become much faster than before. She was not going to put up with the idea that some poison demon disciple could defeat her, a true demoness. She unleashed all her strength into one attack, which caused her to even fly into the air, watching the curtain of dust from above. When she sank to the ground, her eyes were glued to the wall of dust, in the thick of which her opponent should be hiding. When the curtain dissipated, the woman noticed a still living guy who continued to stand on his feet, clutching blades in his hands. She also noticed that his wounds had opened quite strongly, and blood was dripping from them directly onto the floor. However, it was clear from his eyes that he was not going to give up, even if he died along with her. Jackson then approached her, saying that her sinful flesh would be a gift for his mentor to enjoy the experiments. The demoness looked at him in shock, mentally telling herself that he wanted to hand her over for experiments. He did not lose confidence, even despite the wounds. Then she decided that he had managed to poison her, but she definitely blocked his attack. Therefore, she did not understand why the guy was so confident of victory, after which she loudly ordered him to shut his mouth. Swinging her whip, the woman pointed it towards the guy, but a blade stood in her way, which she immediately caught. The demoness decided that it would be enough to disarm him, so she sharply pulled the whip towards herself, investing quite a lot of strength. Contrary to her plan, Jackson did not let go of the handle, flying along with the blade towards the woman, who did not expect this. She did not want him to approach her, but now she was the culprit of what was happening, as the guy was flying towards her at full speed. Making a menacing face, the woman swung her hand, imbuing it with energy, and loudly screamed that she would tear him apart. In response to this, Jackson smiled, immediately releasing the blade that the woman was attracting to him. The demoness did not expect such a turn, as the blade immediately began to increase speed, approaching her faster. She managed to remove her face a moment before colliding with the guy's weapon, which is why she was distracted. Jackson needed this. He timed the moment perfectly, and then began to quickly approach the woman. He decided to deliver the final blow, swinging the second blade that was still on him. However, this did not happen, as the demoness managed to react and parry the blow with her whip. However, she did not take into account the fact that now the guy was fighting at full strength, and besides, he managed to close the distance. Spinning as if in a dance, Jackson extended his free hand, which lay like a shadow on the demoness's face. The next second, he grabbed her by the throat, lifting her off the ground and making his grip tighter. He looked into her eyes, after which he declared that he had finally caught her. A slight smile immediately lit up his face. Fright was immediately reflected on the face of the woman, who thought that he was able to grab her by such a vile method. Standing still, Jackson held her tightly by the throat as the woman tried to escape his grip to no avail. Looking at her menacingly, the guy declared that from now on, there were 3 great demons left. This statement struck horror into the woman. She realized what he was about to do, so out of desperation she loudly asked him to wait, but it was too late. He strained his hand a little harder when suddenly a dull crunch was heard, and then complete silence. The sisters watched in shock as her mentor was defeated by a guy they had only met today. As soon as the deed was done, Jackson threw the demoness's lifeless body aside, since it was no longer of any use. The woman's body was still convulsing, but the moment of her death was already predetermined, and she could not do anything about it. Jackson, who emerged victorious in this fight, watched the demoness's last moments with a calm face. After some time, rumors reached the ruler of the Dark Path, Shane and Henry, that the demoness had fallen at the hands of another demon. His subordinate Goodwin immediately confirmed all of the above, while simultaneously thinking about the whole situation. He then added that it was rumored that the demon of lust had mutilated the demon in the Blue Plum Tower last night. In response to this, Henry stated that the question was why he attacked so suddenly and what his motives were. Goodwin said that when the demon of lust joined her students, wanting to drink with them, they were surprised by the demoness, As a result of this, a battle ensued. Henry turned around and incredulously asked if it was really a demon of lust. Goodwin replied that it was definitely him, because few are able to cope with one of the four, and also get close to the students. And the last information was that he did not kill the students. Instead, they followed him. Henry finished his story and said that therefore, the only one who could kill the demoness was the great demon of lust. As soon as the last words left his lips, his face immediately turned red with anger and indignation. Goodwin said that he was a master of disguise. There were few cases where a young guy was able to defeat a demon alone. Henry frowned, saying that the four great demons were roaming around Shannon as if they were at home while they sat idly by. That evening, Jackson gathered the three sisters for dinner, immediately after changing his clothes and cleaning himself up. Having poured himself some alcohol, he first decided to drink it to relax a little after a hard battle. Suddenly, one of the sisters called out to him, which is why the guy didn't even have time to take a sip, deciding to answer the question first. Diana asked how he became a disciple of the poison demon. This question had haunted her for a long time. Temporarily putting down his glass, Jackson, with a calm face, replied that he had kidnapped him when he was still a child. The girl's face immediately showed concern and confusion when she asked, which is why he disappeared then. The guy became a little more serious when he answered in the affirmative, adding that his mentor, one of the four great demons, had kidnapped him. After listening to the short answer, the girl only nodded, trying to imagine what her brother had to face. The younger one immediately decided to ask if he was very scary because he had heard a lot about him from their mentor. Jackson replied that he was also a monster obsessed with researching poisons who even used living people. He does all this only for the sake of studying the effects of poisons on their bodies, so he experiments endlessly. When the girls heard this, horror immediately appeared on their faces, and they immediately imagined what experiments were being carried out on the guy. Jackson thought that in the last 10 years there was no need for new test subjects, since he appeared. Then he asked the girls to keep it a secret that he was his student. Now people like him are not welcome here. Otherwise, they may stumble upon the faction of the Bright Path, and they will clearly not like the consequences. The sisters agreed, after which the eldest asked what he did with the Dragon 100 whip that belonged to the demoness. Looking at her, Jackson asked her not to worry, because he got rid of both him and the demoness's corpse. Hearing the answer, the red-eyed girl was surprised. "Thank you. Why did she do this? Because this whip is incredibly valuable." The guy replied that with his help, many more masters were defeated than they think. Among them were followers of the Bright Path. So using it will attract too much unnecessary attention, which is what he needs the least right now. The eldest listened carefully to the guy's arguments, but her face still reflected uncertainty about what she had done. A short time later, Jackson stood up from the table, said that he would go first, asking them to finish too. The sisters immediately smiled sweetly at him, saying that they would not stay long, so they would finish soon. The guy decided to have a good rest, so he went to the hot springs, where he could properly relax. And although most of the wounds have healed long ago, after relaxing in the hot spring, the body feels much better and lighter. He was wondering if the rumor that he single-handedly killed the demoness spread around the world, how the mentors would react to this. At that same second the door opened. Jackson noticed 5 men covered in tattoos heading towards him. They lined up in front of him like wars, but the guy still couldn't understand who they were or what was happening. And then one of the men came forward and stood in the middle, leaving his comrades a little behind. Then he stopped and looked straight at Jackie, saying nothing and trying to examine him carefully. He wasn't the least bit afraid of these men, so he frowned slightly and asked why they had come and what they wanted. Suddenly, the man folded his hands in a respectful gesture and said that he, Goodwin, wanted to show his respect and greet the demon of lust. This statement discouraged the guy even more and made him raise his eyebrow, hinting at a lack of understanding of the situation. The man himself thought that in front of him was a demon of lust, a master of disguise. He must be surprised that he recognized him behind someone else's guise. Jackson asked if he was sure he had not confused him with anyone, but Goodwin said he was confident in his assumption. These words irritated the guy, who called the man a psycho, asking how he even dared to mistake him for a demon. Goodwin froze for a moment, his eyes widening. Then he decided that he might be mistaken about him. Suddenly, Jackson decided to stand up, showing off his body, which was completely covered with scars. Fear was reflected on the faces of all the men present because they had never seen so many scars on the body of one person. Jackson began to emit an ominous aura, hinting that he deservedly received these scars in brutal battles. Goodwin even opened his mouth slightly, trying to count the number of scars, concluding that he had fought in countless battles. After thinking a little, he asked the guy if he was a demon of madness, because only he could allow himself to be mutilated like that. Coming close to the man, Jackson menacingly asked if he was really not on friendly terms with his head if he had made such a conclusion. He got a little scared and pulled away, after which he lowered his gaze. Then his eyes widened even more. Blushing slightly and smiling, Goodwin stated that he knew it, and the guy was definitely a demon of lust. The man realized late that he had blurted out too much when he saw the dissatisfied expression on Jackson's face, who had lost his last drop of patience. Sometime later, Henry was in his chambers while his assistant stood next to him, awaiting orders. Goodwin sat on his knees in front of the man, his face mutilated. The man said that he had to accept his death there. He should have died with honor rather than crawling back to him alive, after which Henry asked why he was there. Goodwin trembled before apologizing, his voice sounding a little slurred due to his swollen lip and broken nose. The gentleman asked that he could not find out anything about him and allowed himself to be beaten, not understanding what was happening on the territory of the Dark Path. He lowered his head and replied that he was just asking him politely, but instead of answering, he attacked him. Goodwin also added that he was very strong. Frowning, Henry asked who the hell he was. Lowering his head, the subordinate replied that he was scarred from head to toe, like a very experienced warrior. His temper was heavy and quick-tempered. Suddenly, Goodwin's beaten face became serious, after which he confidently declared that this guy was the demon of madness. Hearing this, Henry became angry, saying that first there was a demoness, then a demon of lust, and now a demon of madness. He rudely asked if the Dark Path of Shannon was their home, after which he loudly ordered to gather all the warriors. His assistant decided to warn the master that their opponent might be one of the great demons. Baring his teeth, the gentleman asked if he thought he could kill all the soldiers, adding that now it was a matter of honor. And the subordinate could not answer this. Instead, he lowered his eyes, agreeing with the master's words. Rising from his chair, Henry solemnly declared that it was time to do his duty. These speeches made Goodwin shudder. His eyes filled with tears as he agreed with the master's will, but he felt that it was a bad idea. The next day, Jackson sat calmly at the table drinking, noticing his sisters approaching him. Diana was the first to turn to him, smiling and asking how he had rested, simultaneously calling him by his old name. At the same time, the elder Echidna called him Brother Demon of Lust, noticing that he woke up very early. I continued to drink. The guy could not help but notice the malice on the part of his older sister, which he immediately decided to pacify. Looking at the girl with displeasure, Jackson declared that he was not a demon, although he understood that many people thought completely differently. The red-eyed girl agreed with him sarcastically, while the other sisters silently watched them. Then the eldest suggested that he was a disciple of the Demon of Lust, but he immediately denied this statement. He answered her before she even had time to submit the questions, which is why the girl declared that he could read her thoughts. This phrase made the sisters smile, but they still asked her not to joke like that again. The younger sister wanted to say something else, but she was interrupted by a sound. The older sister immediately turned around, looking towards the window. The others, including Jackson, followed her example, realizing that the sound was getting louder and closer. As soon as they looked out the window, they noticed a huge number of warriors standing in front of the building. As soon as they approached, the sounds of footsteps and shouts died down, after which only one man came forward. It was Henry, who brought with him an entire army to deal with the demon that had settled on his territory. Frowning, the man menacingly gave the order to call this demon here so that he would show himself in person. The two subordinates immediately accepted the order and entered the building, confidently opening the door and inspecting the room. Henry waited with trepidation for what would happen next, listening to every rustle, hoping for an easy outcome. But at that very second the sounds of a struggle were heard. The two warriors were immediately knocked out, without giving them a chance. A moment later they flew outside, presenting themselves to the master, who remained standing in place. Following them came Jackson, who asked what was going on here, adding that they decided to piss him off early in the morning. Henry's dissatisfied gaze was fixed on the young guy. Without wasting time, he asked if he was the demon of madness. Sighing heavily, Jackson frowned and closed his eyes, asking that today he is already called the demon of madness. Taking slow steps forward, he said that just yesterday, some idiot called him a demon of lust. Looking at him incredulously, Henry asked that he was not a demon of madness after all, although he very much doubted it. The guy looked at the man smugly, answering that it was obvious, but it sounded unconvincing. Henry suddenly smiled as he realized that he was now standing in front of an ordinary person who was not even afraid of his army. He decided to introduce himself, saying that he might be mistaken, and then asked who the guy was. The man who was able to cause so much noise in Henry's domain introduced himself, clarifying that he was from the Dark Path of Chongyang. The man was surprised when he heard where the uninvited guest came from, which made him have even more questions. To understand everything, he clarified that these are the lands where the Sun Dragon Association and the Ashblood clan rule. The guy briefly agreed with him, looking carefully at the man, trying to understand what he would do next. Henry began to ask why one of the Chongyans would cause chaos in their lands, and whether the rulers knew about his deeds. Smiling, Jackson replied that they no longer needed this knowledge because he had subjugated all the clans of the Dark Path of Chongyang. Standing proudly in front of the man, the guy expected his reaction, which was not long in coming, as surprise overtook him. Henry didn't understand how such a youth could seize such territories. If he wasn't lying, then the assassination attempt could lead to problems. The man laughed, clarifying that he now heads Chongyang, then asked why he came to their lands and killed the demoness. Looking around the 1,000-strong army, Jackson slowly and measuredly replied that he should not know this. The man did not like this answer, who immediately bared his teeth and mentally insulted the guy for his attitude. Henry decided not to continue this conversation, asking him only to give them the demon students, after which they would leave. At that same second, 3 girls appeared behind the guy, one of whom said that he was afraid to even raise his voice while the mentor was alive. It was the older sister who asked that he now decided that he could do whatever he put into his head. 3 girls stood behind the guy, looking down with displeasure at the man who decided to speak so negatively about them. Surprise appeared on the faces of Henry and the rest of the warriors when they first saw the demon students. They didn't expect that these were the same students. Even if Jackson was not a demon of lust, he had gotten enviable girls. Without wasting any time, Henry frowned and asked what the relationship was between them, wanting to know the smallest details. The guy looked at his interlocutor with disgust and replied that they were just acquaintances and nothing more. The man repeated his words with a hint of dissatisfaction, after which he clenched his hands, mentally calling the guy smug. Then he said that if he handed over these girls to him, then Chanin would not become his enemy, and they would disperse peacefully. The sisters thought that he would fulfill his conditions. They only met recently. There was no point in Jackson fighting over them. But contrary to their thoughts, the guy frowned and firmly stated that he would not give them up, and his decision was unchanged. The girls immediately smiled, realizing that with these words, Jackson proved that he was not indifferent to them. However, Henry did not like this answer, who became angry and declared that in Shannan territory, his word was law. Burning the guy with his gaze, the man added that it was so it is, and so it will be as long as he is a ruler. At the same second, Jackson took out a fan and opened it, answering that in this case, his interlocutor was wrong. The guy looked at the man with a menacing look and said that on the dark path, the law is the word of the strongest. Such a speech surprised not only Henry, but also the rest of the warriors, who looked at the young guy in shock. Without turning around, Jackson decided to ask the sisters how strong the 3 of them were and whether they could take care of themselves. Diana immediately smiled, realizing that he would fight on their side, after which she answered her brother that they were not weaklings. The elder sister immediately unsheathed her whip, saying that Diana was right, because they were students of the demoness herself. This answer satisfied Jackie, who smiled and stated that the wind seemed to be rising. Henry looked at the guy incomprehensibly, and then asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, because now there was no wind. The answer to this question was Jackson's takeoff into the air. Everything happened so quickly that the warriors did not have time to understand what had happened. A second later, everyone raised their heads in shock, looking for the guy who was at a great distance from them. Swinging his fan, Jackie used the gust of divine wind to launch his first attack from afar. The warriors watched in shock as the stream of the whirlwind rushed towards them, wanting to destroy everything in its path. Henry also did not expect that the battle would begin with the use of such abilities, but he managed to react. On an instinctive level, he drew his sword from its sheath and then swung it sharply to cut through the flow of wind. Several dozen people were immediately thrown into the air, while the red-haired man remained standing in place. Henry watched in shock as the guy incapacitated several dozen of his subordinates with one blow. Without wasting any time, the sisters rushed to help Jackson and also entered the battle, not giving the enemy time to relax. They immediately began to swing their whips, incapacitating the warriors who did not expect such strength from the cute girls. Looking dumbfounded at what was happening, Henry could not imagine that the demoness's disciples were so strong. But while he was watching the unfolding picture, Jackson approached him and grinned demonstrably. He was impressed that the man was able to cut through the divine wind gust, indicating that he had quite good skills. Henry was surprised that the boy was able to sneak up on him unnoticed while he was carried away by the battle of the sisters. He decided not to hesitate and act for sure, after which he swung his sword, putting all his anger into the blow. There was a deafening clang of metal as the man's sword collided with the folded fan Jackson was using to defend himself. This did not dampen his desire for victory, after which he began to attack him furiously, waving his weapon, trying to overtake his opponent. Looking at the man's futile attempts to strike, the guy asked who someone like him dares to call himself the law of these lands. This provocation worked perfectly, causing Henry to blush and loudly order the guy to shut up. However, Jackson was faster and lunged with his fan, showing his superior speed. The man's eyes immediately widened when he realized that he would not be able to dodge, and he did not have time to counterattack. The next second, he received a blow to the rib, which caused him to experience a wave of pain, but he remained on his feet. The man decided to retreat for a moment, jumping back a few steps, glancing at the guy who decided not to chase him. Henry thought that he just blocked the attack, and his arm was almost torn off. He did not understand how he could have such powerful energy. At that same second, he heard the loud screams of his comrades. Turning around, he noticed how 3 sisters were tearing them apart. Turning his head in the other direction, he noticed the same thing, This happened because he didn't think that the demoness's students were so strong. Suddenly he heard the sound of a fan opening, after which he turned his attention back to Jackson, who was standing in the same place. The guy radiated calm and strength, silently looking at Henry, who was literally burning with rage. They stared at each other for a moment as the sisters desperately fought for their lives against Henry's best warriors. Jackson noticed that they fought well together, and those guys were from the top of the Shannon who held out for quite a long time. They tried to resist them, but the guy smiled, deciding that these three would not have any problems with them. Henry was angry, because this guy also dares to be distracted while he is standing in front of him, the man who can defeat him. Gripping his sword tighter, he rushed forward, hoping to catch the guy by surprise while he was watching the sisters. With a slight wave of his hand, Jackson blocked the attack, and the blade met only with the fan, which he was still holding in his hands. The man strained, trying to press the sword towards the guy, but his face only distorted from unsuccessful efforts. Suddenly, the guy waved his hand sharply, causing Henry's eyes to widen, the hand that was holding the fan immediately heading towards him. Somehow the man managed to dodge, looking in horror at the deadly weapon, which should not have been like that. Jackson, on the contrary, looked extremely focused, continuing to attack the man, forcing him to accept defeat. The guy attacked slowly, giving the enemy the opportunity to block, but this only made things worse for him. The puzzled man thought that this guy was drinking without straining at all, but he was blocking his attacks. This was unacceptable for him, so he felt a new surge of rage, after which he swung his sword wide. Jackson immediately noticed this attack, after which he decided to deprive the enemy of his weapon, pointing the fan directly at the tip. There was a loud ringing sound, signaling that Henry's blade was completely broken and now flew high into the air. The attack of rage began to gradually weaken, after which the man began to realize what had just happened. Noticing the broken weapon and the whole fan in the hands of his opponent, which was now near his neck, the man shuddered. He realized that he had lost, while Jackson sternly asked him to order his fighters to stop. He understood that he was one step away from death, since a slight movement of the fan could easily break his neck. Then he looked from the fan to the guy, who was looking at him like a predator who had just been crossed. He was sincerely frightened by this look, after which he trembled. Without thinking twice, he ordered everyone to stop. The warriors, who had been fighting desperately before, immediately froze and turned around and looked at their commander in surprise. One of his best warriors decided to ask him again if he had heard everything correctly, to which he received a stern order to immediately lay down his arms. The warriors, flushed from the battle, immediately stopped, trying to understand why their master made such a decision. Realizing that they had been defeated, all the men lowered their heads and then sheathed their weapons. There was deathly silence. Thousands of warriors watched as the young guy put a fan to Henry's neck. Jackson looked closely at the warriors, who immediately obeyed the man's orders, surprised at their loyalty. Slowly putting away the fan, the guy addressed him, saying that from now on he would respect that his word was law in Shannon. Suddenly he looked at him menacingly, clearly clarifying that he was still below him in position. Henry listened in despair, as the guy said that from today the entire dark path of Shannon will become subordinate to Chongyang. After this, Jackson asked whether he agreed to such a condition or whether he preferred death. This question took the man by surprise. Throwing the hilt of his broken sword to the ground, the red-haired man lowered his head and declared that they would submit. Turning around, Jackson headed towards the building, asking the man to withdraw his army, but the commander should remain and wait for him. Henry looked at the guy in surprise, asking himself what was all this. His answer was satisfactory, and now he just leaves. Approaching the girls, Jackson asked with a serious face if they were injured, wanting to offer them the necessary help. All three responded in unison that they were fine, after which they smiled sweetly at the guy who stood up for them. When it was over, he called them back to the house so that they could rest a little after the battle, leaving Henry and his army. Half an hour later, 7 people were sitting at the table, while one of them asked if the master planned to give up and obey him. Henry thought for a while because until the last moment he did not want to admit defeat, at which time his subordinate said that it was not too late. Before leaving, his soldiers received a task and scouted out whether troops from Chongyang were coming here. They learned that he had no reinforcements. If this guy comes in here alone, then they will have the last chance to deal with him, but in any case, they will follow Henry's will. The red-haired man replied that they would not win even if they attacked everything at once. In the fight with him, he showed only a fraction of his abilities. The master's answer stunned all 6 subordinates, who looked at him with wide eyes. Recalling past events, the man said that while they were fighting, he caught a glimpse of the twin blades in his robes, and he was able to beat him with some strange fan, which did not break even under incredibly strong blows of the sword. The result was his broken arm, which broke while he was trying to do any damage to the guy. Looking at the warriors, he added that the same could be said about the others. They could not oppose anything to the demoness's students. Hearing this statement, the 6 men lowered their eyes and immediately began to apologize to the master. He replied that he was not trying to blame them, but wanted them to understand the difference in strength in which they did not emerge victorious. At that same second, Jackson appeared behind Henry, slowly walking towards them and asking if they had time to confer. Walking leisurely towards his seat, he added that he had given them some time from the bottom of his heart, but he was not sure whether it was enough or not. No one said anything, waiting for the guy to sit down at the table opposite Henry, who was now clearly uncomfortable. Putting his hands on the armrests, the guy frowned slightly and asked the gentleman what they finally decided. He looked up uncertainly and said that he didn't understand what he was talking about because he had already agreed to obey Chongyang. The guy smiled slightly and nodded, answering that he had recently received his consent to transfer power over Shannon. However, he realizes that they still have doubts, so he gave them time to consult with their commanders. Henry's hands shook as he realized that Jackson had given them time and a chance to attack again. The guy then said that he knew they felt unfair, so he wanted to give them another chance. This whole situation is also not very convenient for him, but he is forced to act according to his conscience. After a short pause, he asked that if his subordinates did not decide to serve him with all their hearts, then what good were they? Such a question made not only Henry think, but also all the commanders who found logic in his words. The guy then said that he would understand if they tried to attack him. All the men immediately flinched. The guy did not back down from his words, saying that if they decided, they could go get weapons and return, and he would wait here. There was a pause after that, during which the 7 men looked at Jackson intently with a mixture of respect and disbelief. The guy also asked them to remember that they were still alive only because he spared them, and there would be no mercy a second time. Seeing the expression on Jackson's face when he said this, Henry immediately felt a shiver of realization of the truth. He realized that the guy was not someone he could resist. He was superior to him in everything. Then he asked what they should call him. Jackson still did not relax his face, expecting some kind of meanness on the part of his new allies, but replied that they could call him Master. At that same moment, the red-haired man stood up and folded his hands in a respectful gesture, after which he bowed deeply. Henry stated that he, like all of Chanon's dark ways, would obey and follow their master Jackson. Seeing that the commanders also supported him, the guy allowed himself to relax a little, contentedly watching what was happening. Sometime later, 3 men sat in the tavern, asking the owner if it was true what they said about Shannon submitting to one man. He answered in the affirmative, while one of the men said that it was hard to believe, since they knew Henry's strength. Another man said that according to rumors, he is groundly handsome, and also keeps demoness disciples with him. They did not believe that she could defeat one of the 4 and take over all of Shannon, but the owner said that he personally saw everything. Surprised that the rumors were true, the visitors immediately fixed their gaze on the man who was wiping the tables. Goodwin, who was the innkeeper, responded to their gaze by saying that he had personally met Jackson in battle. This provoked the men even more, who began to listen carefully to the owner, but who was covered with a band-aid. He began to say that as soon as he saw the video, he immediately felt that this was not just an ordinary guy. He had an air of power, and his whole body was covered with scars indicating many battles. At that moment, he thought that they definitely would not be able to bear him. Having been drawn into this story, the concerned men immediately began to ask what he had done then. He replied that he immediately informed the head, but they did not know his true nature, so they assumed that he was a demon of madness. The visitors knew who they were talking about, imagining a psycho from the 4 great demons who was unpredictable. Goodwin went on to say that he thought he looked like a demon, but the point was that it would be better if no one stood in his way. Smiling, one of the men said that Goodwin was really good for not being afraid in the face of such danger. The man replied that his premonition was correct, and then asked if they knew what happened next. Henry still did not listen to his speeches, and as a result sent troops to Jackson without thinking about the consequences. The tavern owner's voice turned to shouting when he said that the gentleman didn't even believe his assumptions. That same evening, 2 armed men stood with a lantern in their hand, carefully examining the lifeless body of the demoness. Lowering the lantern, one of them said that he did not think that one day they would meet under such circumstances. Another man, who was holding a lantern, replied that he completely agreed, because whoever expected that the demoness would be killed. Put it in your head, the stately warrior said that their mentor would be happy about this, but it is unknown what the subject will be next. His interlocutor decided to ask if the demoness had students who had never slept with men. He agreed, clarifying that since ancient times everyone knows that her students became targets for many rakes. His friend smiled slyly, asking if he thought that they didn't have a chance because there were only 3 students. Looking menacingly at his interlocutor, the red-haired man asked his mentor not to even dare to stutter about it. The second person's face immediately became stern when he replied that he understood everything and just decided to joke because they were alone here. Suddenly they heard a familiar voice asking if they had found anything. They immediately knelt down, giving an affirmative answer. The next second, in the tall grass that surrounded the guys, a rustling was heard that was rapidly approaching them. A moment later, a young guy with long hair and dark robes was already standing in front of the demoness's body. He smiled welcomingly, turning to the demoness, saying that he was sorry that their meeting was going like this. Then he began to examine her, concluding that the killer simply and quickly twisted her neck, grabbing her with his left hand. He wondered what kind of weapon he used. The red-haired man replied that twin blades, as well as a fan made of metal. He noticed that there were no cuts from the blades on her body, so he either dropped them in the fight or deliberately threw them away and grabbed her by the neck. This reception seemed to him too vulgar for a guy from a dark path who put his life on the line. Then he decided that the demoness had not participated in street fights for a long time, and he must have simply been able to stun her. He then asked the name of her killer. The answer was again heard from the red-haired guy, who said the name of Jackson. Smiling friendly, the guy said that he was good. Apparently, the demon sages raised a real monster. The guy who had been silent before asked again which sages we were talking about, hoping that they were thinking about different people. The guy replied that the poison demon has a twin brother, the immortal healer. Both are madmen, but the second is much more stubborn. If the four great ones were called not demons, but madmen, then the immortal healer would have been included among them instead of his brother. Surprised by this story, the guys were silent, after which the red-haired man decided to ask that the healer was even crazier than the poison demon. Their interlocutor smiled, saying that by his standards, everything is exactly like that, because he knows the history that proves it. There was a case where the poison demon fell into a trap organized by the head of the alliance. Both sides were seriously injured. The winner was never determined, however. The alliance suffered catastrophic losses, and the leader had one foot in the grave. At that moment, a man in white suddenly appeared. This was the same immortal healer who came with a specific purpose. With the help of his incredible magic, he brought the head of the alliance, ready to depart to the next world, to his feet. The demon of poison shouted at his brother, not understanding what he was doing, but the healer just continued his work, not paying attention to him. He healed everyone possible, without changing his facial expression for a second, since he did not separate friends and enemies. After everything he had done, he took with him the demon of poison, who was unable to move independently from the injuries he had received. Looking at all this from the outside, he realized that the madness of the great demons, including himself, was no match for the madness of the healer. If the killer of the demoness is a disciple of these two, then he should be feared, because he cannot imagine his strength and degree of madness. His subordinates immediately took note of this, and at the same time replied that they would be very careful. When asked where Jackson and the demoness students were now, the guy with the circlet on his forehead replied that they were staying at the Seonga Inn. In turn, he decided to ask if they were going to attack him today, thinking that they would have to prepare. The guy rejected this idea, saying that he would continue observing. There was no need to rush, because their goal was quite complex. To get the three pupils, he will have to go through Jackson's corpse, and also, perhaps, this is a trap of the twin demons. Therefore, tomorrow they will go to look for their traces in Chenin. Having heard a clear order, the guys immediately agreed with it. His subordinate asked with interest what they should do with the white dragon whip, the value of which was legendary. Smiling evilly, the guy asked to bury him with her. It would be a gift because she raised her students well. At this time, Jackson was sitting in the company of his sisters, enjoying dinner after some rather interesting events. Everyone noticed how the younger sister ate much more than usual, constantly putting food on her plate, enjoying the meal. The guy watched carefully and, however, did not say anything, trying to independently understand where she got such an appetite. Instead, the older sister spoke up, saying that the younger one had noticeably gained weight, in response to which the girl immediately froze. Looking at her sister with interest, the red-eyed girl said that, apparently, she was very glad that her mentor was no longer there. Blushing, the younger one replied that everything was wrong, explained that she had been eating well in recent days, because the food here was delicious. Seeing the confusion on the girl's face, Jackson smiled, pleased that the death of their mentor did not upset the sisters. The guy decided to ask Diana why she was walking around so dejected, deciding that her older sister was pestering her again. The red-eyed girl looked at the guy with displeasure, while the middle one immediately declared that everything was wrong. Her face immediately became worried as she explained that it was all because of a dream the youngest had. This reason immediately brushed all jokes aside, after which Jackson frowned and asked what kind of dream it was. Diana calmly replied that her mentor appeared in her dream and said that Jackie killed her by teaming up with the demon of lust. The guy's face immediately hardened when he heard such nonsense, because the last thing he would do is team up with this demon. He suddenly remembered that Goodwin had asked if he was the demon of lust. Perhaps this was the reason for the demon appearing in the dream. This answer satisfied the middle sister, after which she smiled and replied that this could well be the case. Looking at the contents of his cup, Jackson said that he had heard that Goodwin was now running some kind of permanent yard. At this time, Henry's subordinate escorted the last client out, after which he yawned loudly, rejoicing at the end of the day. The next day, Jackson invited Henry to his place. He said that rumors about him had already made a splash in Chenin. In addition, There were rumors that he had become the head of the dark path of Chongyang, which the man did not really like. The guy did not answer anything to this, continuing to drink tea and listening to the news that his newly made comrade brought him. After finishing his tea and putting the cup on the table, Henry asked how about taking a walk to Blue Plum's house today. At the same time, he would be interested in hearing the story of how he managed to defeat the great demoness. Jackson was glad to have such an invitation, so he smiled friendly and agreed with the man to decide to unwind a little. Henry thought he was uncomfortable with him at first, but once he became a minion, he realized they got along quite well. In addition, his attitude towards him can even be called respectful. At that very second, his subordinate turned to Henry. Holding a scabbard with a weapon in his hand, a man with a stern face announced that Goodwin had arrived and wanted to see the head. He frowned when he heard the name of his comrade, whom he had not seen since the time he came to him all beaten. He then bowed to Jackson, apologizing and saying that his subordinate apparently had not yet understood his place. Trying to calm him down, the guy replied that it was nothing, after which he announced that he would meet him. Surprised by this decision, Henry explained to the owner that this was not particularly necessary, since he had not brought anything important. Jackson replied that since he so wanted to meet, they should definitely listen, he could tell them. When Goodwin came face to face with his new owner, he immediately broke out in a sweat, and it became unimaginably difficult to breathe. He looked at the two gentlemen, not daring to meet the eyes of either of them, waiting to address him. Henry suddenly became angry, asking how he dared to ignore his order because he asked him to lie low for a while. Goodwin shuddered, stutteringly answering that everything was wrong and he was still carrying out the master's orders, being the owner of the inn. Looking at the man, Jackson said that he was the guy who had to be beaten for his impudent speech. Goodwin bowed in agreement, and then began to apologize for his absurd statements and actions in the past. The guy accepted the apology, after which he calmly asked why he wanted to see him so urgently. "Put it in your head," the man replied that he had a message for him. The other day someone was looking for information about the gentleman. Henry replied that rumors about the leader had already spread widely. It was not surprising that this aroused interest in his identity. Goodwin replied that the one he was talking about was interested in information on a completely different level, carefully digging under the leader. In addition, he sniffs out about the demoness's former students. He accidentally heard this when this guy began to chat with the guests. He said that the master took in the demoness's disciples because they were innocent, and that it was a very greedy act. Jackson listened carefully to the information that the guy provided him, realizing that the matter was much more serious than it seemed. Goodwin decided to follow him to find out his identity, but he has very good movement skills, so he disappeared instantly. Having finished his report, the man lowered his head, waiting for the opinion of the gentleman, who was looking at him carefully. Suddenly he began to worry again, wondering if he should have come and told about this at all. As if reading his thoughts, Jackson thanked him, saying that his story had helped him a lot. The man's eyes widened when he realized that his work had not been done in vain, and he was able to serve his master with dignity. At the same time, the guy asked his name. Goodwin was flattered, but he did not directly show his satisfaction. Jackson reiterated that he was great, and then said that if that was all, then he could be free. This polite attitude stunned the man, causing him to bow deeply and thank him loudly for listening to him. He then slowly walked towards the exit, while Henry watched his subordinate in surprise, not expecting such eagerness from him. Then he said that this all sounds strange. This guy was digging not only for the master, but also for the demoness's students. When asked what Jackson thought about this, the guy smiled confidently and invited him to make a plan together. The man smiled at this answer, immediately agreeing with this idea, after which he asked what plan would be discussed. Jackie's eyes lit up as he explained that the plan was to catch this one over his face using the methods of the dark path. Henry was surprised by this desire, but was ready to help as much as possible, but there was still misunderstanding in his eyes. Jackson said that there were only two reasons why this person could appear in Chenin. The first was because of the purity of the disciples. Second, he is confident that he can easily escape from Shan'an, even if they put all their efforts into catching him. From this, we can conclude that it would not be possible to catch him. Henry decided that the guy knew who he was, so he decided to ask directly. Deciding to satisfy his comrade's curiosity, Jackson answered with complete confidence that this was a demon of lust. The stunned man immediately asked if he thought that the demon of lust was now in Shan'an, to which he received an affirmative answer. In any case, if they are not prepared for his arrival, he will easily fool them, but their combat skills may not be enough. Frowning, the red-haired man realized that we were talking about an enemy who could escape at any moment. He does not have the pride that prevents many from leaving the battlefield, so he can simply run away, but he is a serious opponent. If the odds are in his favor, he can easily return even after escaping to try his luck again. For a second, Henry wondered if they could catch such a warrior, since we were talking about the demon himself. In addition, Jackson told him that no one had ever caught demons of lust, which made the task even more difficult. No organization or alliance, even great clans, can do this. There were many strong fighters who were awarded the title of Demon of Lust. However, none of them could even come close to matching his strength, and therefore each was defeated. This information made the man wonder if their plan, whatever it was, could really work. Jackson confidently offered to try to catch him, because he dreams of strangling him with his own hands. Such an unexpected statement surprised the interlocutor, and at the same time encouraged him, after which he agreed. At the same time, a joyful Goodwin was running down the street, whose mood was simply great, which was reflected on his face. Remembering Jackson's words that he helped him a lot, tears welled up in his eyes, and people looked at him in surprise. That same evening, Jackie, in the company of Henry, walked along the night street, where he was greeted by local residents. The woman who noticed them turned to the gentleman, saying that she had heard that he was throwing a farewell party. With a calm expression on his face, Jackson replied that it was so. He wondered why she was asking this. The woman smiled, asked if he wanted to stay in them longer. Her friend immediately supported her. Understanding why people were interested in this information, the guy smiled, answering that he would be gone for a while. As they moved on, the people joyfully asked him to return whenever he wished, because they would always be glad to see him. At that same second, from a second-floor window, Jackson was being watched by a mysterious figure who did not allow himself to be revealed. It was a demon of lust who, as promised, continued to quietly watch the guy he was interested in. When Jackson returned home, he was greeted by his older sister, who was still awake, and was surprised to see him. Turning around, she did not expect to see him, so she asked if he was in his room, thinking that he had been at home here all the time. The guy calmly replied that he was just taking a short walk, but decided not to tell the girl the details of his walk. At that same second, Diana came out to them with a worried face, saying that he had been walking not just a little, but all night. Sitting down at the table, Jackson replied that he had hoped that the demon of lust would begin to act, but it never appeared. The younger one worriedly asked her brother if he should at least get some sleep, since he had been awake for a long time. Taking the kettle in his hands, the guy calmly said that a day without sleep would not cause him significant harm, so everything was fine. The girls did not find what to answer to this, so they silently looked at their brother, who looked quite cheerful. A little later, when they went outside, the girls asked in surprise that the demon of lust had coveted them. Jackson answered in the affirmative, suggesting that he showed up here as soon as he heard about the death of the demoness. The shocked girls were silent, trying to comprehend the information they had just heard. Jackson added that since he had such a chance, he plans to catch him using Chainen's dark path. But they don't have to worry because he can protect them. But if he's not around, they will join forces and try to hold out. The guy promised them that he would return as quickly as he could. This calmed the sisters a little, but they were still worried. They thought about the same thing, asking themselves who they were for him to look after them with such care. Looking at their brother, who was calmly drinking tea, they thought that he seemed to stand up for them and in front of Henry, who wanted to take them away. There was no concern on their faces, although they were grateful to this man with all their hearts for their help and salvation. The next day, there was a performance in the city, which attracted an incredible number of people. Loud music was played throughout the area. People listened and sang along while the musicians enjoyed the flow of spectators. The man on stage shouted his line loudly, waving his sword as more people approached him. Looking at all this action, Jackson closed his eyes, saying satisfactorily that Henry's preparations were not in vain. Looking out the window, the younger sister said that there were a lot of people here, realizing that some kind of performance had begun. The other sisters also decided to take a look, while the eldest sister asked why they were crowded there. She wasn't particularly interested, unlike the younger one, who smiled and invited everyone to come down and have a look too. Jackson supported her mood, smiling politely and agreeing with her. They headed towards the exit. When they went outside, the noise of people became even louder. Laughter and enthusiastic exclamations were heard from everywhere. Satisfied with this action, Jackson wondered out loud how Henry was able to prepare everything in one day. The sisters were also delighted. Even the eldest could not hide her smile, intoxicated by the festive mood. Suddenly, the people began to move away when they noticed that a gentleman whom they respected was approaching them. Even the actor who interrupted his performance stopped and put his hand on his chest, greeting the gentleman. The man smiled, saying that he was just about to begin the performance of The Legend of the Villain. Smiling slightly, Jackson repeated the title of the performance and then asked him to begin. The actor's eyes immediately changed when he stated that he apologized in advance for what would happen next. The guy froze with a surprised expression on his face, not understanding why he apologized to him and what would happen next. Clearing his throat, the actor loudly addressed Jackson from the dark path of Chongyang, asking him to come out now. Somewhere in the distance, they heard the question of what kind of impudent person dared to look for him. At that same second, a man in a white robe headed towards them. He then ran forward sharply, approaching two assistants who clasped their hands to help him fly higher. By throwing it higher, the actor who played Jackson was able to fly up and appear spectacularly on stage. He then opened the fan, covering his face with it, saying that the entire territory of Chenan and Chongyang was under it. Then he removed the fan from his face, revealing the stern features of his face, representing Jackson, the lord of these lands. The audience immediately appreciated his appearance with delight and joy, rejoicing that he would now overthrow the villain. The sisters, including the eldest, could not contain their laughter when they saw the man who appeared in the form of their brother. Jackie himself only now realized what they were apologizing to him for, which made him feel a little ashamed. The villainous actor loudly asked how he dared lie so blatantly, because the real Jackson would be more handsome. He then told him to get lost while the audience laughed at the show they were putting on. The man who played Jackson replied that he judges a person only by appearance, after which he asked to tell who he is. His interlocutor punched his chest, declaring that he was one of the 4 great demons, the demon of madness. The audience was surprised by this turn of events, while the man in the role of Jackson asked that he wanted to avenge the death of the demoness. Then he gave his interlocutor a disgusted look, asking if he was too fat-bellied to be a demon of madness. The demon immediately asked him to shut up, asking that it was he who killed her, after which he declared that he would certainly take revenge. He added that in the name of the friendship of the 4 great demons, he would tear him apart and devour his raw flesh. At the same second, a third voice ordered them to stop, after which another figure flew past as spectators. There was a third man on stage in a red, flowing cloak who also made a spectacular appearance. The smiling actor with an elaborate hairstyle said that one cannot begin to take revenge without him, the demon of lust. The demon of madness declared that the most lustful maniac of all lands had appeared, while the spectators chased him away. Turning around, the actor loudly asked the audience to shut up, because if anyone else even dares to grin at him, something terrible will happen. After which the man began to move his pelvis back and forth, thereby making an indecent gesture in front of the crowd. While the audience was indignant, the sisters were concerned and asked whether it was possible to openly mock the demon of lust like this. Jackson smiled as he continued to watch the performance, while the actor asked who he should try first. Smiling maliciously, the actor said that, in the end, he could finish his punishment faster than a rabbit. Then he pointedly attacked 2 actors who pretended to be afraid of him and asked the madman not to approach. This turn of events made people laugh, who immediately changed their mood and began to laugh. At that very second, Jackson turned around and felt a throwing knife flying towards him. Reacting as quickly as possible, he took out a fan and knocked the weapon away, preventing it from reaching its target. He then began to look closely to see where the knife had been thrown, after which he noticed a figure standing on the roof. Without thinking twice, the guy rushed from his spot, flying right over the spectators who turned their gaze to him. The man who had failed to get rid of Jackson unnoticed quickly moved from rooftop to rooftop. He tried to get away from the chase, so he found an open window into which he immediately flew, hoping that he would be safe here. His face was filled with anger as he insulted all these people because they dared to ridicule the master in such a way, when suddenly a loud explosion was heard behind him, which brought him out of his thoughts, causing him to be surprised. Having destroyed the window and part of the wall, Jackson was already in the room, tightly clutching the crescent blades. He then answered the stranger that for the most part they didn't even lie, because the demon of lust has not been friends with the head for a long time. This statement angered the guy even more, who bared his teeth and began to slowly take his sword out of its sheath. Waving his sword, he asked Jackie to shut up, hinting that he had no right to speak about his master like that. Jackie reacted instantly, avoiding the blow. There was a clink of metal, which indicated an unsuccessful attack. The next second, the man's eyes widened as he saw a blade rushing towards him. He understood that he would never have time to return. Out of despair, I took the blow that went through his body. His face was distorted by a grimace of horror and pain, and blood gushed from his mouth, which prevented him from even breathing. Jackson looked at him with indifference, realizing that this opponent was just a pawn from whom there was no danger. Suddenly, the guy noticed another attack that was heading towards him, but he calmly dodged. There was a loud explosion behind him as the impact hit the wall that Jackie had already destroyed. Due to the damage caused, the house shook, but the guy calmly remained standing in place. At that same second, a red-haired man emerged from the ambush and decided to attack the enemy in the back while he was not looking at him. After parrying this blow with his blade, Jackson concluded that the guy he killed was not alone, which made the task more difficult. He carefully examined his new opponent, who stood in a fighting stance, about to attack again. The subordinate demons of lust thought that this guy repelled the ambush attack so easily, which meant he was superior to him in speed. Then he turned his gaze to his comrade, thinking that he was able to deal with the youngest in one blow. He could not compete with him alone. Then the man concluded that he needed to wait for the master, because otherwise he would not be able to leave unharmed. Pulling out several needles from his sleeve, he immediately threw them towards Jackson, hoping to catch him by surprise. The guy reacted instantly, beating off each needle with his blade, thinking that this was too simple and obvious an attack. However, the red-haired man used this second to escape while his opponent was distracted. Jackson immediately noticed that his enemy decided to leave the battlefield, realizing that he could not cope with him. When the man was on the roof, he saw a group of soldiers who had already noticed him and shouted that he was here. Wasting no time, the redhead decided to run away as far as possible, jumping from roof to roof, thereby confusing his tracks. It seemed to him that he had already run a sufficient distance, but he did not slow down and continued to retreat. He suddenly heard an explosion behind him and then turned around, noticing Jackson, who had broken through the roof and soared into the air. The guy looked carefully at his target, after which he sharply rushed forward, reducing the distance between them. The red-haired man was scared, realizing that the guy was too fast. If he went on like this, he would not survive. At that same second, a crosswave sent by someone's swords flew towards Jackson, which he noticed in time. He immediately put his blades in front of him, since in the air he had no way to find support to jump away. This attack found its target, throwing Jackie to another roof, and giving the redhead the opportunity to run further away. He smiled, realizing that help had come from the master, and it was time for him to get out of here, since his job was done. The man decided to speed up, continuing to jump from roof to roof, glad that he still managed to break away. However, the joy did not last long. At the moment when he relaxed as much as possible, a whip was immediately tightly wrapped around his neck. The next second, he felt himself being pulled back sharply. His face turned red, and he himself began to fall from the roof. The man was trying to breathe in air when he suddenly felt someone's foot on his shoulder. Looking up, he noticed the owner of the whip. She was the older sister, who looked menacingly at the stranger and tried to find out where the demon of lust was. The devoted subordinate did not intend to betray his master, so he only insulted the girl while his face continued to turn red. This attitude did not please the sister, who raised her hand a little higher, thereby tightening the whip on the man's throat. At that same second, they heard a voice coming from everywhere, asking why they were thinking of catching him in such a worthless way. The elder sister began to look around, puzzled, trying to find the source of the sound. The rest of the warriors did the same. The stunned sisters realized that he was spreading sound in such a way that it could not be tracked as usual. The voice declared that it would play along with them. Today, it would begin to shed the blood of the Shanan women, and would not stop until 100 days had passed. It didn't matter to him who it would be, his wife, daughter, or lover. He would start cutting everyone. The demon of lust, with malice in his voice, stated that they could consider this a return gift for their performance. Such a statement could scare not only the warriors who had lovers and daughters, but also the sisters. Looking at the eldest, the red-haired man, whose eyes were already bloodshot, said that now she should be extremely vigilant. After all, the gentleman is already drooling at them. Hearing this, the girl pulled the whip even harder, calling him crazy. The man realized that these words would be the last in his life, after which he began to choke in pain. The eldest was not used to being treated this way, and therefore decided to personally repay him for such statements. She watched with an evil smile as the life in the eyes of the man lying under her gradually faded away. Meanwhile, the demon of lust thought that he had lost his students in a place he could not have imagined. He felt sorry for them, but there would be a line lining up to take their place. It was much more important that Jackson and the rest of Shanan were able to entertain him. However, he was sure that they would not be able to catch him. Even if they unhooked the entire area, it was so pleasant, like a girl's hug. The very thought of how desperate they will plunge into, how somehow all their laid traps will turn out to be useless, excites him. While the guy was standing at the window and thinking about this, he didn't notice Jackson coming up the stairs towards him. The demon immediately noticed the guy in the white robe, after which he frowned, while Jackie looked at him with indifference. The blue-haired guy tensed when he recognized Jackson, and then asked himself how he was able to find this place so quickly. He, without saying a word, sat down at the table, looking at the lonely jug, in no hurry to start a conversation. He then grabbed the vessel and began to drink from it, wanting to remove his thirst before the coming battle. The demon did not quite understand the logic of the actions of the guy who calmly showed up to him, but did not say a word. Having placed the jug on the table, Jackson menacingly asked why he was staring like that, probably because he thought that he wouldn't find it. The interlocutor smiled and asked why the disciple of the demon I would live like this, because he could live like his mentor. The guy didn't quite understand the essence of the question, so he raised his eyebrow and asked again, expecting a more understandable explanation. He replied that Jackson was better acquainted with his free lifestyle than anyone else, then asked what he taught him. The demon was also wondering why this Chanin surrendered to him, and also why he took the demoness's pupils for himself. Smiling, the blue-haired guy suggested that Jackson decided to play the hero who would save the whole world. Frowning, Jackie asked in response if he scratched his tongue too much, after which he called him a little bastard. This treatment brought a nervous smile on the face of the demon of lust, who decided not to give in to emotions. His expression then became more menacing as he asked if he thought someone of Jackie's caliber could catch him. However, the answer to his question was shouts from the street who addressed him, saying that he was now surrounded by Chainin fighters. This did not frighten the demon, who only smiled evilly and asked what was wrong, because they were not a hindrance to him. The actor who played the demon of lust shouted that they would spare him if he surrendered with his pants down. The guy didn't like this statement. He looked out the window over his shoulder, deciding that it was a bad joke. The disguised warrior continued to shout that his life would not be in danger, but his butt would be hard. Such shouts were able to amuse even Jackson, who had previously sat with a stony expression on his face, but was now smiling. But unlike the guy, the demon of lust, on the contrary, got angry, indignant that people are now very bold. Then he hit the table sharply, and due to the vibration that was created from the impact, the demon's sword flew up. As the weapon swirled in the air, Jackson and the demon locked eyes, both knowing they wouldn't go down without a fight. The next moment, the blue-haired guy with an incredibly fast movement took out his sword from its sheath and attacked. Jackie reacted instantly, taking out a fan from his bosom, which was always at hand and could protect him. There was a loud clink of metal, causing the demon to jump to the side, realizing that he was unable to overcome his opponent with speed. However, this did not stop him from accelerating even more, after which his silhouette began to resemble a mirage that launched quick attacks. However, Jackson managed to parry every blow, since the light fan gave him more speed and mobility than blades. The guy understood that in this situation he could not go on the defensive, so he tried to counterattack. However, the demon's speed exceeded all limits, which is why he easily managed to dodge the blows. When the blue-haired guy stopped at the window, he decided to sheath his sword, as a new plan had matured in his head. Jackson continued to stand in a fighting stance, trying to understand what kind of meanness his opponent was planning this time. At this time, the demon thought that although he was faster, he was losing in strength, which means that the demoness died by no means by accident. He then ran to the window and addressed the enemy, saying that he would give him a tour of Shannon. Calling him to follow him, he jumped out the window, flying over the wars that senselessly surrounded the building. Demonov looked at the actors who were dressed as warriors and saw surprise and fear on their faces. Without thinking twice, he decided to take revenge on them for the performance they staged, thereby insulting him. They decided that the end had come for them, but at that very second Jackson came to their aid and repelled the attack. Tensing as much as possible, he pushed off from the ground, after which he rushed towards the demon, who had already managed to move away. The warriors immediately began to loudly thank God for their salvation, sincerely asking us to destroy the demon. The warrior who played the demon of lust spoke much more indecently, which earned him a disapproving look from his comrades. However, Jackson did not hear them, as he was chasing the enemy, who was much faster, at full speed. Turning around slightly, but without slowing down, the demon told him that he could not even get close to him. He then asked how the guy decided to provoke him with such and such a level of gait that is not even suitable for him. The demon was heading towards the square, shouting that thanks to his games of being a hero, Chanan would soon drown in blood. Jackson, with a serious expression on his face, continued to follow him, when suddenly a slight grin dawned on him. As the demon approached, all the people who were watching them immediately began to sit on their knees as if welcoming him. However, he did not suspect that wooden needle guns, prepared especially for him, were attached to their backs. As soon as the demon of lust approached a sufficient distance, all the people began to shoot simultaneously. The blue-haired guy did not expect such an ambush, and therefore he had to quickly slow down to dodge. Reacting incredibly quickly, he pushed off the wall, causing you to jump even higher, dodging the projectiles. He realized that he needed to hide in some building where no one could shoot at him, so he moved towards the open window. However, before he could reach it, he suddenly noticed several arrows rushing towards him. The demon managed to react, but he understood that now he would not be able to get into the building from which he had been driven away. Slowing down his movement, he had no choice but to descend to the ground. At that same second, he again noticed shells flying in his direction, which he began to fight off with his sword, looking full of displeasure. While he was busy beating off the arrow needle, Jackson managed to get up to him from behind, swinging his fan. The guy understood that he would not be able to deal with the enemy with this attack, but he had to at least slow him down. There was a roar, but the fan met only the ground in its path, while the demon jumped back, doing a back somersault. He decided not to engage in battle, but rather to continue running, realizing that they were trying to trap him. Now he realized that not only Chainen's fighters, but all people in general are part of a huge and well-thought-out trap. This angered the guy, who decided to see how long they could last because he would crush each of them. But it won't be now, because first he needs to escape, after which he will return again to take revenge. Stopping on one of the roofs, Jackson decided not to give chase, only calmly watching the fugitive. The demon of lust himself in a short period of time was able to run away into the thicket of the forest where the persecution was supposed to stop. The slightly shabby guy was breathing heavily, repeating Jackson's name, because he was the one who arranged all this. At that same second, he was distracted by a loud exclamation, which attracted attention, causing the blue-voiced guy to turn around. He noticed a warrior running towards him, riding a horse, holding a long glaive in his hands, and shouting his name. His face was painted in the same way as that of the warrior actors, when suddenly the man shouted that he should not take his head off. The demon was surprised when he recognized this man as a character from a novel, but he knew for sure that it was not him. The man in the green cape swung his glaive, trying to overtake the enemy, shouting loudly that this was revenge for Juliet. The demon became angry, mentally asking why he should look for Juliet if, according to the novel, he cut off her head. The warrior managed to take the enemy by surprise, so the attack almost reached him, but he managed to dodge. Angered, the demon fought off the blow so hard that he was able to break the blade of the glaive, which caused a shocked look from the man. However, he only tightened his grip on the weapon's shaft, asking loudly if he thought he would give in so easily. The next second, he rushed past him and headed in the opposite direction, breaking the distance. The demon watched the fleeing warrior while he shouted that he would return, but he would not even have time to blink an eye. This event left the blue-haired boy confused, causing him to freeze as he tried to figure out what it was. At that same second, someone shot an arrow in his direction, which flew so fast that it could heat up the tip. Such a sudden attack failed to surprise the demon, who jumped up, watching the arrow rush past him. The shot was so strong that it was able to pierce through several trees, leaving huge holes in them. The man who was standing on the roof watched as several trees fell to the ground and the demon got into a fighting stance. The shooter also turned out to be the famous Chinese commander, who was yet another warrior in disguise. This began to infuriate the demon, because he understood that he was now clearly being mocked and provoked. While the guy was thinking about this, the warrior, standing on the roof, shot another arrow, wanting to fight at a long distance. With a swing of his sword, he cut the arrow into several pieces, gradually beginning to lose control of his emotions. With his next swing, he sent a cross attack straight towards the archer, wanting to show him the difference in strength. There was a loud explosion, but when the curtain of dust cleared, Jackson appeared in front of the archer, who came to the rescue. The demon repeated the guy's name, after which they met their gazes again. He realized that he would not be allowed to escape so easily. The archer thanked the gentleman, after which he began to take out a special arrow, to which a mysterious bottle was tied. Pulling back his bow, he declared that thanks to his help, he would finally be able to avenge his granddaughter. Jackson was surprised that he was taking revenge for his non-existent granddaughter, thinking that he played the role very well. Looking at the disguised warrior, the guy noticed that he looked very serious and concentrated. At that same second, the demon of lust turned to him, angrily asking what he was trying to achieve, asking him to remove these people and fight himself. Jackson smiled, answering that he made him laugh, because he was the one who was just about to run away like a rat. The demon got angry, mentally asking if the guy thought he knew everything about him because he learned from the poison demon. At the same time, the archer, who was waiting for the perfect time, suddenly released the bowstring, sending the arrow flying. At that second, time seemed to slow down, and the arrow, which was attached to a small ball, flew past Jackson. He, in turn, at incredible speed, hooked it with a fan to split the sphere at the end of the arrow. When she began to approach the demon, he was taken aback, noticing the red haze emanating from the arrow. He fought off the arrow itself, thinking that such attacks were absolutely useless against him, since he had a high reaction speed. But at that very second, he noticed a red haze that surrounded him. Then he realized that he had made hasty conclusions. His eyes widened in surprise when he realized that this was the poison they were able to spray around him. He swung his hand sharply, dispersing the red cloud, using the gust of wind to push it away from him. However, the demon noticed that his clothes and skin began to smoke a little. Then he realized that it was a highly acidic poison. He also felt that his movements became slower. Then he realized that they had also mixed in paralyzing substances. The guy concluded that under such conditions it would be much more difficult to fight, and therefore decided to try to escape. Wasting no time, Jackson rushed after him, realizing that he was able to weaken him, which means there is a chance to win. While the guy was chasing the demon, the Wars launched firecrackers into the sky, shouting that they were following the trail of firecrackers. Meanwhile, near the lake, in the tall grass, a man was hiding, sitting in ambush and waiting for his target. It was Goodwin who was watching closely, noticing the firecrackers coming towards them. He turned his head, telling his small unit that they were getting closer, so it was time for everyone to get ready. But he thought that as soon as the demon of lust appeared on the lake, they would have to throw spears at him. At the same time, they must shout out the names of their beloved women, adding that they want revenge. This was an easy task. He decided that now he could show everything he was capable of, but continued to wait for the perfect moment. Suddenly, he noticed a demon of lust heading to the side, after which he noticed a gentleman who was chasing him. After waiting a couple more seconds, the man stood up, holding a weapon in his hands, and then shouted for the others to throw their spears. Simultaneously with their commander, the soldiers immediately fired several projectiles into the air, aiming clearly at the demon. He managed to notice the ambush, after which he pushed off from the tree and bounced off the spears that were rushing at him. When they prepared the next batch of weapons, Goodwin ordered everyone to start shouting for lovers. One of the warriors threw a spear stronger than usual, loudly and sincerely shouting that this was revenge for Mirajana. The others immediately followed suit, calling out the names of their girls, adding that they were taking revenge for them. Goodwin was pleased with his subordinates, after which he praised them and ordered them to continue throwing. Then he himself decided to throw the spear, but froze. He was focused on the mission and forgot that he had never had a loved one. Goodwin swore loudly, after which he threw the spear, shouting that this was his revenge for the neighbor's granny, and now she would be 90. He also added that she treated him very well, but the spear rushed under the demon's feet. The blue-haired guy jumped onto a branch, after which he angrily turned towards Goodwin, giving him a stern look. The man shuddered, not understanding why he was so angry at him, because unlike the others, he did not talk about his beloved. The demon of lust bared his teeth even more. He was outraged that the man was taking revenge for his grandmother, which infuriated him. The angry demon declared that he would tear him to shreds, since such revenge was offensive to him. Seeing the terrifying look, Goodwin flinched, immediately sensing something wrong from this idiot. At that same second, the blue-haired guy rushed at the man, wanting to destroy him for the disrespect shown. He got scared and immediately took off running. I understand that he cannot win a one-on-one battle. The demon lost all control over himself, wanting to overtake the insolent person who decided to mock him. Being quite far away, he decided to swing his sword, sending cross energy towards him. Turning around, Goodwin realized that running had led to nothing, and he would not have time to evade. There was a loud explosion behind him, knocking him back and causing him to pass out from shock. The fall caused him to bounce off the ground several times before falling unconscious, surrounded by tall grass. He was saved from death by Jackson, who arrived just in time and prevented his comrade from dying. Raising his head, he carefully looked at his opponent, who, as he had expected, fell for the provocation. Now they stood opposite each other, holding weapons in their hands. Jackson hoped that he would not run away anywhere else. Looking at his comrade, the guy thought that the demon reacted to this. Apparently, now he is mentally weak. Goodwin, meanwhile, was fainting from fright, and therefore was not able to participate in the battle. At that same second, the opponents rushed at each other, deciding to clash in direct combat, crossing blades. They moved incredibly fast that they watched them and could not even distinguish their silhouettes. They struck one blow every second, after which they ran away from each other to gain speed, which is how they reached the lake. Their speed was so high that they were able to fight on the water, managing to parry each other's blows. As soon as the shore appeared, the opponents soared into the air, after which they found themselves on the roof of the building, deciding to continue the battle there. They looked at each other in silence for several seconds. From their short fight, it was not noticeable that either of them was tired. At the other end of the shore, a crowd of warriors gathered, as well as sisters who decided to see how this fight would end. Turning his gaze to the crowd, the demon frowned and asked why everyone suddenly shut up and decided that they were done with this clownery. Jackson replied that the trap would slam shut as soon as he turned his back, but when he met face to face, the scenario would be completely different. After all, if he had originally gone down with them in battle, they would not have resorted to traps, but this was a necessary measure. Angered by this answer, the demon began to approach him, saying that he was the one who awakened in him an ardent desire to kill. Then his face twisted into a smile as he declared that he would tear it apart in front of the entire dark path of Shanann. And then he would pile the bodies of the others next to his corpse. The next second he attacked the guy who stepped aside. Not having time, Jackson still received a small scratch on his shoulder, after which they again entered into battle. When their blades connected again, it created a shockwave that rippled through the nearby area. All the people on the other side of the shore immediately felt this, but continued to watch, cheering for Jackson in trepidation. Now he fought with full force, without stopping swinging his sword, trying to overtake his enemy. From such strong attacks, cracks immediately appeared in the building on which they fought, quickly destroying it. However, none of them paid attention to this, continuing to attack and parry their opponent's blows. Their steps were so heavy that the tiles on the roof of the building could not withstand this pressure, exposing the interior below. A few seconds later, the building began to completely collapse, unable to withstand the pressure of the fighters. People watched what was happening in shock, and the elder sister said that it was simply amazing. Due to the great destruction, a curtain of dust rose, which divided the rivals into two sides. The demon of lust stood still, noticing how Jackson himself decided to approach him at a leisurely pace. With a stern look, the guy said that this is where the demoness met her death and died at his hands. The demon smiled brazenly, asking what's wrong with it, because he was in no hurry to repeat her fate, because he believed that he was smarter than her. Standing a few steps away from his opponent, Jackie said that at first she laughed as much as he did, hoping for an easy victory. But then she died with amazement frozen on her face. This phrase made the demon noticeably frown. Why did he smile? Said that he was doing well, a student of one of the 4 great demons, to finish off one of the 4. He then asked that he had come to the conclusion that he had reached level 4 and was now capable of killing mentors. Jackson smiled cruelly, giving a silent but affirmative answer, thereby showing his confidence. The demon didn't like this, but why did he ask if he had heard that they called themselves madness, poison, lust, witchcraft? He answered in agreement, not understanding what this question was about. Then the blue-haired guy called the demon of madness Big Brother. Deciding to disrupt their conversation, the demons swung their sword again, hoping to use the effect of surprise. However, Jackson was ready for this, so he put his hand in front of him, deflecting the blow with his blade. The enemy managed to inflict a small scratch on his arm, but it was not a serious wound. However, the demon was content to see the blood flowing from his enemy, weakening him. A small whirlwind was created around the opponents, and the ground beneath them cracked, indicating their incredible strength. When Jackson looked at his enemy, he smiled slyly, then frowned, saying only one word: poison. The demon reacted instantly, realizing that it was now dangerous to be near an opponent who was preparing something poisonous. Without wasting a second, he immediately jumped back as far as possible, trying to see the poison around him. The demon instantly covered his mouth and nose with his hand, mentally asking whether he had already used poison or was just about to. His opponent, Jackson, had time to combine his blades into one weapon, thereby strengthening it. Connected together, this weapon was called the full moon, as it was connected by two blades with crescent moons. The demon immediately covered his face, noticing the incredible energy that Jackson and his amazing weapon radiated. He was surprised that the guy simply connected his blades, but because of this, their power increased many times over. Now Jackson decided to act more decisively, and his whole appearance indicated a desire to win. The ground cracked under his feet, after which he soared high into the air, thereby surprising the demon of lust. While in the air, Jackie assessed his opponent with a menacing look, after which he began to swing the full moon. The blue-haired guy could not understand where such incredible power had awakened in Jackson. Fear was visible in his eyes. Gathering all his strength, the guy pointed the weapon towards the demon, wanting to destroy him with one blow. The force of the throw was so enormous that the spinning weapon was surrounded by a dense field of energy. The demon decided that this was his chance, since his opponent had lost his weapon, so he decided to fight him off with his sword. He sent an inhuman blow towards him, but the full moon pierced through this attack, approaching the demon. There was a loud explosion, the shockwave of which reached the other side, causing the spectators to stagger and cover their faces. The full moon pierced the ground, and under the curtain of dust it was not clear whether it could reach its original goal. Jackson, who had managed to land on the ground, walked towards his weapon, confidently picking it up. Diana asked herself in shock if he had always been so strong, so much so that he could deal with the demon of lust so easily. At the same time, the guy disconnected his blades, returning them to their place, confident that he would no longer need them. The warriors who watched this thought that he was fooling not only the demon of lust, but also the entire dark path of Shan'an. They didn't expect him to have such power in the first place, so they couldn't imagine what would have happened if they hadn't given up then. Meanwhile, the blue-haired guy was lying on the ground, and his body, starting from his right shoulder, was torn apart by the full moon. Looking at him, Jackson thought that it was natural to lie, to say that it was me when in reality it was not so. Sometimes offer poison, convincing that it is medicine, or show that you are poisoned when you are in full health. The basics of psychological warfare are to make the enemy believe in his superiority. This must be done until the decisive moment comes, but it also cannot be allowed to reveal real abilities. This method can be called the most effective and even satisfying, and with it, victory. Because only in this case will the enemy's despair after defeat be endless, which makes victory even sweeter. Suddenly, Jackson smiled evilly, looking at his defeated opponent, and then asked where the demon of madness was now. The demon of lust, whose face was covered in blood, trembled, making some kind of indistinct sound, and tears came from his eyes. Looking at him with a disdainful glance, Jackson concluded that he was already dead, and information could not be obtained from him. At that same second, an explosion was heard in front of him, which meant that now the demon of lust would no longer bother anyone. Looking at this picture, the guy thought that thanks to him, a lot had been revealed, even what should not have been. The warriors and sisters watched what was happening with serious faces, not daring to say or shout anything. Jackson glanced at the spectators, not noticing that they had been watching their battle the whole time. For a second, everyone was scared when they felt the aura emanating from the guy, which was oppressive only with his presence. The guy looked at them menacingly, realizing that they had all found out about his real abilities, which could create a lot of problems. But then he smiled and thought that there was nothing wrong with it, because all these people served him faithfully. He told them that they all did a good job, which brought hesitant smiles on their faces, because he did all the main work. Towards evening, the men in the tavern asked that the demon of lust began to go crazy because of his provocations. Goodwin, who was wiping the mug, grinned, nodded affirmatively, and added that their master had finished him off. He then stood up proudly and declared that the one who drove the demons mad was him, Goodwin from the dark path of Shan'an. The visitor said that this was nonsense because why are you demons from the Great Four from one of his phrases, and he went crazy because of another. Another man said that he was crazy at the beginning, and the performance also made its contribution. The visitor said Goodwin didn't see the show, so he didn't understand that it would have enraged anyone. Such conclusions angered the innkeeper, who began to loudly ask why they did not believe him at all. Everyone immediately smiled, answering that he had a rather difficult character, but they did not consider him a liar. Goodwin said that the demon of lust only fell for the most beautiful women, and while everyone continued to shout the names of their loved ones, he acted differently. The essence of his provocation was not that he talked about grandma, but that he shouted in addition that she would now be 90. There was an awkward silence, during which the men tried to put together a logical chain of what they had heard. Shrugging his shoulders, one of the men hesitantly said that that's how it was, hoping to end this conversation. But suddenly, all the visitors began to laugh loudly, finding this story and the situation as a whole quite funny. However, Goodwin thought otherwise, loudly throwing a rag on the bar counter. He swore loudly at his comrades. He was distracted from his emotional reaction by a voice that asked him to go outside because he had received a message. The dissatisfied Goodwin was surprised, and then went out into the street, noticing an acquaintance standing alone waiting for him. He greeted the smiling herald, wondering what was the matter and what message he had brought him. The man replied that the master had granted him a special reward. Standing behind the tavern owner, people also began to listen. Opening the scroll, Harold looked from the surprised Goodwin to the letter, after which he began to read it. It said that the trap plan was based on information provided by him. Without this help, the strategy would not have been possible. He was able to judge what information he could get the most benefit from. He also gained strength and made a report, despite the fear of him and Henry. Therefore, as a reward, he gives him 5,000 nannies. Upon hearing this figure, the men immediately widened in shock. The rest of the visitors had exactly the same look, surprised at the amount that their comrade received as a reward. At the end of the letter, Jackson thanked Goodwin for a job well done and then bid him farewell. When Harold finished reading the letter, he noticed a man sitting on his knees in front of him, unable to contain his happiness. Goodwin trembled, thanking his master aloud for the generosity and trust he had shown him. Harold smiled and congratulated his friend, handing him a small box, explaining that this was a receipt for money. Taking the receipt in his hands, Goodwin thanked him. The man's voice trembled, and tears flowed from his eyes in a stormy stream. Seeing this picture, the envoy smiled awkwardly, and then asked if he would buy him a drink today. The tavern owner, rubbing his eyes from tears, immediately smiled, inviting him to go inside to receive his reward. Then he shouted that it was being marked today, because the one who received the master's recognition would not be able to get away with it. The next day, Jackson, in the company of his sisters, went back to the dark western Chanin Street, arriving in the late afternoon. Looking around the area, Diana was surprised to notice that a lot had changed here, because she remembered everything completely differently. Jackson turned around and said that when he first came back here, he barely recognized the area either. Without changing his facial expression, he asked if she remembered Drake, who could cook anything. The girl smiled, giving an affirmative answer, and then asked if he was still here. She would be very glad to see him. The guy agreed, saying that he was in that building. He pointed to the huge house in which he lived too. Jackson smiled and added that he was probably sitting in the kitchen on the second floor or sleeping somewhere. When Diana heard that the man had become quite fat, she laughed, trying to imagine what the man looked like now. The older sister said that she feels calmer and more peaceful here than in Shannan, perhaps because of the rural area. The youngest agreed, at first not believing that this was the territory of the dark path of Shannan, because it seemed as if this was an ordinary village. Jackson replied that after the destruction of the local Pains and the Blood Clan, many decided to leave this place. As they got closer to the house, they stopped in front of a sign that said, Dancing Sword Troop. Memories immediately flooded back to Diana, who said that the Dancing Sword Clan used to be located here. Without looking at his sister, Jackson agreed, adding that he settled here and created the Moonlit Night Troop. The girl did not answer anything, while her face frowned and memories tormented her soul. Suddenly, Chuck came out onto the balcony, noticed the gentleman, and immediately called out to him joyfully, drawing his attention to himself. The guy smiled when he saw his subordinate in full health, glad that nothing had changed. The man joyfully announced that the gentleman had arrived, addressing those who were now in the house. Lights began to turn on everywhere, and people began to ask if this was true. I wish I could meet Jackson in person. Diana said that it looked like there were quite a few people living here, although he said that it was deserted now. Jackson also stood with a surprised look, not understanding why there was such a crowd here, deciding that some guests had arrived. The next second, the door opened and Chuck came out, followed by a man surrounded by 7 children. The first to speak was a subordinate who turned to the master, making it clear that he was very glad to see him. Jackson's gaze then shifted to the man he was seeing for the first time. Then he wondered why there were so many children here. Suddenly, another voice was heard asking everyone to make way, after which a girl came out into the street. Jackson's eyes widened in surprise when he saw who was standing in front of him. He couldn't believe his eyes. She addressed the guy by his old name. Then he realized that there could be no mistake. This was the one he had been looking for so long. Jackie froze, turning to his sister Ursula in a trembling voice, because he still could not believe that this was all for real. To prove the reality of what was happening, the girl rushed forward and hugged her brother, whom she had not seen for many years. She cried, repeating his name again, being completely sure that the guy was still alive and unharmed. Jackson hugged her back, replying that he survived. He felt the warmth and care coming from his sister. While the older and younger sisters and Chuck smiled, Diana began to tremble and cry, turning to her sister. Ursula was surprised, after which she pulled away from her brother and turned her attention to the tear-stained girl. She couldn't believe her eyes when she recognized Diana in her, after which tears flowed down her cheeks again, and her hand trembled. Hanging her head, the middle sister burst into tears, answering that it was really her. Her happiness also knew no bounds. Ursula immediately hugged her sister, whom she had never expected to see, which made their reunion even more joyful. Both girls cried while Ursula asked how she and Jackie ended up here, and where they had been all this time. The older and younger sisters could not stand it, and also shed tears as they watched the unfolding picture. The man, who was surrounded by children, couldn't help but smile, but still remained silent, not disturbing others. Jackson returned his attention to him, then folded his hands in a respectful gesture, bowing and introducing himself. The man reciprocated, greeting him with a serious face and saying that he had heard a lot about him. He introduced himself as Chandler, adding that he was the one called the Ugly Ghost, then asked to speak with him informally. Jackson immediately remembered that he knew this person. The Ugly Ghost was the only one who helped the Dancing Sword clan. The guy kept wondering where he had gone, but it turns out that he was next to Ursula all this time. And the owner of the house smiled and said that he was the elder sister's husband, so he could not speak to him informally. Chuck looked at the gentleman in surprise, not expecting that he had such a side, because he always considered him cold-blooded. The older sister looked at the guy with the same surprise, not expecting that he was capable of modesty. The voice came from a smiling Chuck, who invited the gentleman to go inside, because it was already getting cold outside. Then the man called everyone into the house to continue the conversation there. Everyone immediately began to stir, heading into the room. Jackson, who was still standing outside, watched as his guests and subordinates entered the house. At this time, the embarrassed Chuck looked at his younger sister, and Ursula walked in an embrace with Diana. The owner of the house could not help but enjoy this picture, since he saved the sisters from the demoness and met Ursula. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice that belonged to Drake. He said that he was still worried about his return. A well-fed man asked if the guy was injured. He smiled, answering that everything was fine. Suddenly, a friend handed him a pipe full of tobacco, asking if he wanted to relax a little. Jackson was surprised by this proposal, after which he frowned and asked how a kitchen worker could smoke daylily. The man smiled slyly, answering that he had brought it especially for him to give as a gift. This explanation satisfied the guy, after which he began to light his pipe while Drake asked if he had met Ursula. Sitting down on a stone bench, the man began to say that the head of their escort had been looking for this place for a long time. Of the many sisters of the Dancing Sword clan, only one returned, but should he complain about the world because of its disgustingness? Or he could consider it fortunate that at least Ursula returned, although the fate of the other sisters is unknown. For several minutes, the comrades simply sat in silence, enjoying the evening air and the sound of crickets. Drake looked uncertainly at Jackson, who was lost in his thoughts, continuing to smoke his pipe. Realizing that there was nothing more to say, the man stood up, asking him to finish and come in, and he would go prepare the snacks. When the man entered the house and closed the door behind him, Jackson didn't even raise an eyebrow, continuing to look into the distance. His thoughts were completely immersed in the current situation. He was glad to have his sister back, but this was far from the end. Now this is a place where any of them can return. He has grown, and will be able to protect every person dear to him. A little later, Chuck asked in surprise that the owner had killed the demon of charm and the demon of lust. Pouring the alcohol, Jackson closed his eyes and calmly answered in the affirmative, adding that he spared Henry. The subordinate turned a little pale as he listened to this story, each time surprised by the strength of this guy. Just when he thought he was a little late, he returns and declares that he has killed 2 of the 4 great evils. He decided to ask why he decided to let Henry live, although he already had some thoughts on this matter. Raising the glass to his lips, Jackson replied that the chain and dark path was now completely subordinate to him. Chuck stood with an incomprehensible expression on his face, because he didn't understand why the owner was talking about this so casually. Jackson added that he plans to convene the Shanxi faction soon, so he needs to warn the leaders about it. The man nodded slightly. They say that he understood everything, but his thoughts were directed in a different direction. After all, does killing 2 great evils and capturing a faction mean absolutely nothing to him, as if he had committed some kind of trifle? At that same second, a voice was heard outside the door, addressing Jackie, asking if he was busy. He immediately recognized Ursula, after which he smiled, answering that everything was fine and she could pass through. Chuck realized that he was unnecessary here, so the gentleman told him that he would come by later, and he immediately agreed. As the man headed towards the exit, he suddenly stopped to bow to the girl who had just entered, and she responded in kind. Looking at this, Jackson smiled, and then said that he was wondering when she would show up to visit him. Ursula smiled sweetly when she asked in surprise if he was waiting for her. He briefly agreed. "I invite her to the table." Before the girl sat down, she decided to ask in an ironic voice if he was prepared for her grumbling. The guy, without removing the smile from his face, agreed again, as he was too happy to see his sister safe and sound. The girl did not have time to sit down at the table when she immediately turned to her brother, saying that she was very worried about him. He knows how dangerous all these dark paths are. Since childhood, he has been a kind boy, and this does not suit him at all. Jackson didn't answer, listening carefully to his sister's moral teachings, gradually plunging into memories. Even then, many years ago, Ursula was quite demanding, always asking to watch her posture. She always set an example of how to do it right, stretching her hands strongly forward so that others understood everything. She approached each student and sternly but carefully asked them not to strain their wrists so as not to get injured. She very often walked around with a stern expression on her face, asking the young guys what they were up to again. Ursula's stern and concerned voice pulled him out of his memories, asking if he was listening to her. Instead of answering, Jackson just smiled, realizing that he really missed these instructions and lectures. The girl again made a stern face, asking why he was smiling. Perhaps he found something funny in his sister's words. But he just closed his eyes and lowered his head, giving a negative answer and trying to choose the right words. The smile disappeared from his face when he turned to his sister, declaring that he had long become a villain, although not by his own free will. The girl was surprised, asking in what sense. Although he often mocked one of the sisters, this does not make him an evil person. The guy looked into his sister's eyes and honestly stated that he was a disciple of one of the 4 great golds, a poisonous demon. When Ursula heard this, her eyes immediately widened. She did not understand whether her brother was joking or being serious. The guy asked if she remembered when everyone lost consciousness on the day of his disappearance. It was the work of his master. Carefully examining his empty glass, he added that he noticed him and decided to kidnap him. The girl did not answer anything, with horror in her eyes trying to comprehend what her brother had to face. Taking him by the hand, she replied that the fact that his master is a villain does not make him, his student, the same, and there is no need to become one. Jackson looked down. Part of him knew that she was right, but on the other hand, it was a necessity. And he replied that in the future he would continue to live as a villain. Ursula asked in surprise what he was talking about. She noticed that her brother's face became colder as he said that in this world, the survivors will always be the villains. He had already killed the heads of the Ashblood sect and the 5 Poison sect, but his adventures did not end there. When he came to Shanann for Diana, he killed the demon of charm and one of the demons of lust that crossed his path. The sister understood that her brother was no longer the sweet and good-natured guy he used to be, but she was not going to judge him. Jackson said that on the way to the Western Dark Path, he exterminated everyone in the 2 fortresses of the Green Forest. When he decided to make a visit to the governors, he saw kidnapped people who were locked in cages and kept there like slaves. But he freed them and cut out all the abominations in the fortress, because such people have no place on this earth. Ursula stuttered and said that he did everything right, because he punished the scoundrels and saved the innocent. He said that before he died, one of them told him that their Green Plain squad would come for his head. Recently, strife and resentment began to go side by side with him. Since he killed 2 of the 4 great evils, the demon of madness will come for him. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and horror when she heard about the demon who would hunt her brother. Jackson asked how he could deal with all these people if he only used moral methods. The sister was afraid for the fate of the guy, which is why her hands shook and tears immediately began to fall on the table. She said that she wants him to be happy. One day he may suffer while walking down a dark path, and she is worried about him. At that same second, he took her hand to calm her down and show that he was completely fine, not confident in his abilities. When Ursula raised her head, she saw that her brother was smiling, despite all the troubles that would soon befall him. The girl began to wipe away her tears and apologize, saying that they had not seen each other for so long, and she immediately began moralizing. Jackson replied that he couldn't remember the last time he was scolded like that, which is why the smile never left his face. The girl smiled, asked if that's what it was all about. Then he answered in the affirmative and continued to hold her hand. Suddenly, Ursula pouted and looked at her brother, asking in an innocent voice to pour her a glass of wine. Then she said that she was kidnapped by his master, who made him his student, and then asked how he managed to escape. Pouring her wine, he replied that he did not run away. He calmly let him go and told him to return to his native land. This surprised the girl, who continued to question him, because he is one of the 4 evil ones, and besides, he kidnapped him himself. Smiling, the guy replied that everything was simple. He managed to win, and at that very second a smile appeared on his face. The stunned sister asked if he was able to fight and defeat the poisonous demon, but he replied that it was not like that. Jackson looked at Ursula good-naturedly and said that his master loved him so much that he could not refuse him. He said that after the master's experiments, the healer detoxified his body and put him back on his feet. He was obsessed with poisons, while the second was obsessed with the desire to save everyone around them. They are completely insane in their extremes. But the sage did not treat him immediately and began to work only when the guy was on the verge of death and his soul was leaving his body. Using his body, the brothers only tested and improved their skills as if competing with each other. At that time, having almost lost his life again, he decided that for the sake of survival, he needed to get closer to them by any means. And from that moment on, he began to participate in their experiments with all his heart, trying to please as much as possible. He tried to be nice to them, trying his best to understand both brothers, without forgetting to serve them. He endured all pain with a smile when they conducted another experiment on him, which greatly surprised them. In his free time, he came up with a bunch of different stories to entertain them, often parodying different animals. And after a long time, one day the master looked unusually shocked. Then the guy asked what was wrong. Looking at the boy, the old man declared that he had made an absolutely amazing poison, which was many times stronger than others. So he decided that the boy would definitely not survive him, when suddenly he bared his teeth, asking what the hell he was talking about. He then walked in the other direction, asking Jackson to forget what he had told him, after which he did not return to the topic. When the door closed behind the master, the young man realized that he had managed to gain the love of his mentors. Now, remembering this with sadness and a slight smile, Jackson ended his story by saying that this is how he survived. Ursula's eyes were wide as she listened intently to her brother's story of when he was kidnapped. Jackie added that from that moment on, the brothers began to work together and mainly carried out experiments to strengthen his body. The girl looked down and her face saddened as she could not imagine what her brother had to go through. She grabbed the hem of her dress, trying not to show her nervousness, but Jackson noticed it. He turned to her, said that she should no longer stay here. He would organize a safe place where she could hide. Ursula replied that she did not want to go anywhere because she was going to wait for everyone from the crescent moon. The guy turned to his sister, saying that that's why he told him all this, because he had already become attached to the kids. He asked if they were being kept, what would he do, and not only the guys, because she or her husband could get hurt. The girl understood that Jackson was absolutely right, but she did not want to leave him alone, especially since they had just met. The guy said that he would visit her from time to time, because he also needed a place where he could rest peacefully. Ursula asked in surprise about the place to stay, since she did not understand what her brother meant by this. In response to this, Jackson smiled and said that he decided to tell her about his masters for a reason. After all, if the white forces decide to attack them, he will have to oppose the white path in order to defend his mentors. Ursula's face immediately fell into a frown as she asked why that was, since they had been torturing him for years doing experiments. He brought her another glass, agreeing and saying that they still remained his masters. The girl looked sternly at her brother, asking what if his masters start kidnapping children and conducting experiments again. At the same moment, the guy's face also frowned as he replied that if such a thing happened, he would oppose them. The sister sighed heavily, then smiled humbly, realizing that she could not dissuade her brother. Then Jackson said that this would not happen because they were no longer doing such experiments. Ursula asked why he was so sure. The guy smiled and answered that they had already carried out all the experiments they were interested in on him. When the next morning arrived, two people approached the Dancing Sword Troop building, checking the address. Chuck immediately let the guests in and led them to Jackson's office, telling the sir that representatives of the Zhang clan had arrived. When the owner of the house gave the order to let them in, the subordinate opened the door, inviting the guests inside. One of the guys immediately bowed, greeting the well-known leader of the Jackson school, while the other stood silently. The guy who was the first to speak smiled and immediately introduced himself, saying that his name was Zhang Hank. The second one called himself Tang. Looking at the guests, Jackson greeted them, said that they had come a long way, and then introduced himself. Then he waved his hand, indicating the guests to the empty seats, hospitably inviting them to sit down. When they took their places, the owner of the house said that he was informed that they had some business with him. The guy who had kept his word before agreed with the school leader, saying that they came from Messenger Zhang's new branch. With his hands clasped and his legs crossed, Jackson made a serious face. They say that he listens to them carefully. Both guests thought that this man had absolutely no manners, moved on to conversation, and did not even bother to offer a cup of tea. Hank sighed, and then said that they own Messenger Zhang, and this business is the main one in the clan. They are read by many clans from different parts of the world, and most members of the White Path are subscribed to their news. Jackson listened attentively, deciding not to interrupt, trying to understand why they had come to him. Hank said that they heard about what happened in Shan'an. Apparently he killed the charm demon and the lust demon. The owner of the house calmly agreed with this statement, deciding that they simply decided to interview him. Hearing this answer, the guy cried out that this was amazing because everyone in the publication was extremely surprised to hear this news. He also said that there was a lot of fuss about the appearance of a new great warrior in Shanxi. Separately, they also maintain the so-called martial arts world rankings and usually collect news about the best people. And since he killed as many as 2 great demons, he can immediately enter this 100, and he himself is interested in knowing what rank he would be at. Hank was simply eager to find out how he managed to deal with these fiends. He also wanted to hear the story of how he defeated the demon of charm and the demon of lust and what he plans to do in the future. Putting his hand in his bosom, the guest said that, after many discussions, they were finally able to prepare a headline. He voiced what was written. The great warrior who appeared in Shenan was able to destroy the blood sect and kill one of the demons. Suddenly he noticed a small mistake, after which he became thoughtful and asked the owner of the house to wait a little. Hank suggested adding the story of his capture of the chain and dark path, I'm There, how he managed to capture the demon of lust. Jackson's face remained indifferent while the guest said that there were simply a great many stories to be written about him. Then the owner of the house smiled, after which he closed his eyes, saying that they had done a very good job in their investigation. Holding his index finger up, Hank said that it still remains to be seen whether this is all the emergence of another evil. After which he asked who would take the 2 empty places in the 4. For them, a person's affiliation does not matter. They just meet people who have become a hot topic and listen to their stories so that everyone around the world can hear them. Jackson directed his gaze at Hank, asking if this was really the case, to which he replied that absolutely. Then Jackie smiled, saying that he would love to meet them. When he gets bored, he will try to host them more often. The faces of the guests immediately changed to surprise as they mentally asked if he treated them like some kind of traitors. Seeing the men's reaction to these words, the owner of the house asked if they needed anything else, because he decided to end it there. Hank frowned as he opened his fan, then said that Messenger Zhang has enormous influence over the entire martial arts world. Such a menacing appearance of the guy did not particularly impress Jackson, but he decided to listen to him carefully. Hank, I told him that his position in the world could change dramatically depending on the light in which they presented him. Then they asked if he belonged to the dark path. He did not know whether to take this as flattery or an insult. He asked them to assume that this was the case, to which he immediately received a question whether he thought that they were playing with toys with him. At that very second, the owner of the house took on the most serious face possible, asking them to get to the point, removing the pretense. The faces of everyone present immediately frowned when it became clear that the real conversation would begin now. They looked at each other for a few seconds before Hank smiled, declaring that he would speak directly. Removing the smile from his face, he said that the head of the Zhang family had an offer for him because they could help him become white. Jackson frowned and asked what interesting way they were going to turn black into white. This question made the guest smile, after which he replied that they specialize in this kind of thing. Moreover, this should not be limited to just the white path, because they can make him a great benefactor. In order to bring safety to all of Murim, they will announce an alliance, and they are all located near Shanxi. If they take it as the center, then most of the western lands are under its influence, with the exception of the Hanzhong Dark Path. Jackson calmly replied that he simply did not have time to take care of this part of the Dark Path. Hank replied that their alliance would move east, and after that, they would either take up the demonic path or decide to put an end to the dark one. The head of the family said that since Jackson killed 2 demons, even if you are from a dark path, his deeds are worthy of a great benefactor. Resistance from the white path will be significant, but if the messenger understands Jackie's goal, then all of Murim will know about it. This arrangement interested Jackson, after which he seriously asked what they wanted from him in return. Slowly folding his fan, Hank smiled and said that they had heard that he was a very rich man. Taking the teapot in his hands and placing the mug closer, the owner of the house calmly declared that he was not complaining about poverty. Hearing this, the guest smiled slyly, announcing that he should donate 30 million liang to Harold Zhang. Slowly putting the kettle on the table, Jackson with a serious face said that he had not heard, after which he asked to repeat it. Rising from the table and resting his hands on the table, Hank again named the amount and said that then this faction would become part of the White Path. Moreover, he will become a well-known great benefactor and will become part of a new powerful alliance that will occupy the entire north. Taking the cup in his hands, the owner of the house asked what would happen if he refused to donate such an amount. Sighing, the guest replied that perhaps all sorts of rumors would begin to creep in here and there, which he had no use for. Looking into Jackson's eyes, Hank stated that, for example, everyone could find out that he is a student of the poison demon. The owner of the house made a withdrawal of money for them. He will become a great benefactor. His interlocutor immediately agreed. Then the guy looked at the bones menacingly, saying that if he didn't give it, he would become a great villain, about whom almost the whole world would know. Returning to my seat, Hank replied that he would not say that it was exactly like that, but he understood the essence perfectly. Jackie continued to sum it up, saying that if he becomes a villain, he will be the enemy of the entire alliance, so he must pay them 30 million. The guest immediately asked what these 30 million meant to him, and whether he should be so greedy, because he could become the richest and most famous person. Suddenly, Jackson interrupted him, saying that he understood everything. Hearing this, Hank's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at him with a calm expression, the owner of the house repeated that he understood everything, so he did not need to continue to prove anything. The guest's face immediately lit up with a smile because he decided that he agreed, so he decided to ask him about it. Taking out a fan from his bosom, Jackie frowned and replied that he didn't have that kind of money in hand right now. Having opened the healer's gift, he added that he would have to take his savings from Chenin and Tanyang. While Hank said that it was okay and they could wait, Jackson began waving his fan, quietly spraying poison. The owner of the house assumed an authoritative and confident appearance, thereby showing all his composure to the situation. Hank said that he made the right decision and then decided to ask how he killed the two demons. He wanted to write down everything in detail and then tell everyone this heroic story, but they were missing some details. Sharply closing his fan, thereby making a loud click, the guy said that he killed the demon of charm by breaking her neck. Surprised by this answer, the guests looked at their interlocutor in surprise, at first not understanding what was being said. The owner of the house put the closed fan to his neck, calmly saying that he had broken the demoness's neck. Seeing the calmness with which Jackson spoke about this, a shiver ran through Hank and began to run down his face. Jackie continued to move the fan, saying that he cut the demon from here to here. His arms fell off, his body was deeply pierced. He added that it must have been hard for people to pick it up piece by piece. These words made the guest turn pale. Tang, who was still silent, behaved much better while listening to such cruel details. Looking menacingly at his frightened interlocutors, Jackson decided to ask if they were hot. Blushing, Hank waved his fan in front of him, hesitantly agreeing, saying that it suddenly felt a little stuffy. His expression was scared, but at the same time intoxicated, which is why he asked the gentleman to continue. Jackson said he used his technique on the demon of lust, which caused the edge of his blade to become blurry, which made it extremely difficult to get back from him. The more Hank listened, the more his expression changed. However, the owner of the house continued, saying that even though all his organs had fallen out, he was still breathing. He smiled when he saw that because of his last phrase, the men could not stand it and at the same time fainted. Jackson decided that was enough, so he put his weapon back in his bosom, leaving a red haze in the room. Then he called out to Chuck, who came at the first call, wanting to carry out any order of his master. The guy asked him to ventilate everything here, otherwise it was getting stuffy. He was surprised, but immediately bowed and said that he understood everything. Sometime later, night fell. Hank began to slowly awaken from his sleep, making indistinct sounds. Why did his eyes widen when he stood up and began to turn his head, trying to understand what this place was? Then he realized that he was sitting tied up, after which he realized that he had been knocked out with poison and dragged here. At that same second, he drew attention to the man who was standing in the dark part of the room, after which he headed in his direction. Chuck noticed that the prisoner had woken up. Hank immediately screamed, calling the man's name, asking if he thought he could get away with it. The guy tried to say what his clan would do to him if they found out, but his speech was immediately interrupted by a blow to the cheek. He stoically withstood this blow, when suddenly the man's fist, who did not want to listen to empty threats, fell again on his other cheek. Rubbing his hand, Chuck began listing the different alliances, asking about them coming to save the guy. Despite the two heavy blows, Hank laughed, nodded affirmatively, and then asked if he could take them all. The answer to this question was another blow, which this time landed on the top of the guy's head, who did not expect it. Chuck leaned towards him, saying that he didn't care, because his master could cope with any adversity. Raising his head, the prisoner began to shout that his master was a mere trifle, because even if he killed two demons, he did not become immortal. The man looked at the guy menacingly, not expecting him to express himself like that, although he himself was in a terrible situation. Hank, in turn, glared at Chuck, thereby showing that he was not going to give up even under torture. Suddenly, the man turned around, telling the master that this guy wanted to know if he was immortal. At that same moment, Jackie entered the dungeon, who changed his white robe to black, and then asked if Chuck had taken care of him. The subordinate replied that they were still only at the stage of foreplay. The prisoner did not like this phrase. Hank asked Jackie what this all means, because if the amount is too high for him, he can come back and ask for a reduction. Then he asked if he was being too rude, because they did not come to fight with him, and everything could be solved through conversation. After listening to him, Jackson did not answer, but instead walked over to a small table that was covered with a cloth. Having removed the cloth, everyone noticed that on this table there were various instruments. Some of them were covered in blood. The prisoner's eyes immediately widened in fear when he realized that these were instruments of torture that had been prepared for a reason. He looked carefully at the owner of the house, who picked up a knife that looked like a stiletto and began to test its sharpness. Hank immediately began to tremble, because he could not even imagine what they could do to him with the help of this tool. Fear overcame him. after which the guy turned to Jackson, saying that he was ready to talk, then asked what all this was about. He looked at him menacingly, after which he replied that he continued to waste his precious time, not with any nonsense. Hank again shouted heart-rendingly that this is not nonsense. If an alliance is formed, it will immediately attack the dark path. But since Shanxi is not the only dark path, they need to keep in mind the interference of other parties. And the head of their family developed a large-scale strategy. He closed his eyes, thinking that he would kill him, but nothing happened. Jackie sat aside. They say that almost everyone knows that he is a disciple of a demon, so he did not understand why he needed all this. Seeing the guy's doomed face, Hank smiled, deciding that he was completely broken, and this could be used against him. He said that was why they asked him to join us, because it would be easier if he became a great benefactor. They only assumed that he was the disciple of the poison demon, but the other sects do not know that the Lord is really his disciple. They also wouldn't do their job carelessly, especially when it has such marketing power. At that same second, a smile appeared on Jackson's face, after which he asked if the guy was serious, and he immediately agreed. Suddenly, Hank felt a shiver as he noticed that the atmosphere had suddenly changed, and clearly not in his favor. Jackie looked at him with malice, after which he asked strategist Zhang to listen to him carefully. The guy was surprised, not understanding why they addressed him this way, because he had never been a strategist. Jackson glared displeasedly in his direction, after which he asked that if you go to war, don't you need at least one strategist? Hank was nervous, mentally asking himself why he was saying such nonsense with such a serious face. Then he asked if he was going to fight. The owner of the house replied that it was up to him to decide, and he would make plans. He pointed to the table where the paper and pen lay, asking him to write down a list of the Alliance's masters, the level of their martial arts, and the number of fighters. Next, you need to describe their relationships, whether it be enmity between the clans or how friendly they are with each other. He was also interested in people who were dissatisfied with the head of the sect, as well as where their weak points were. Hank wanted to resist and say something, but immediately fell silent when he saw Jackson rushing towards him, raising his hand. The next second, the murph floated before his eyes as he felt a much stronger blow than the one Chuck had dealt. The guy was carried to the wall, where there were various boxes that broke from the impact, and Hank himself lay on the floor, tied to a chair. With a slight movement of his leg, Jackie brought him back to a sitting position, asking if the strategist was listening to him. He responded immediately, not wanting him to land another blow that could completely kill him. The owner of the house asked if he could just kill him, because if he was going to waste his time, then it would be better if he died. The prisoner, whose cheek immediately swollen from the blow, refused this offer, not wanting to say goodbye to life so easily. Jackson then asked if they shared stages of mastering martial arts. Hank immediately answered in the affirmative. The owner of the house asked to divide the masters of the alliance according to their levels of martial arts proficiency, and who was good or bad, who was friends or enemies with whom, also write about all relationships in great detail. He replied that he understood everything, but Jackson did not finish there, slowly moving his head closer to the prisoner. He said that if it were him, he would come up with a plan to destroy the alliance as clearly as possible. Hearing such a proposal, the guy screamed, wanting to express his indignation at this. But as soon as he saw Jackson's murderous gaze, he immediately apologized and said that he would think about it. The owner of the house asked to take into account not only him and the alliance. You need to look more broadly and think about who should be brought in from the outside. As soon as he heard from the prisoner that he understood everything, the guy in a black robe headed towards the exit. Passing by Chuck, he asked him to free only his hands, hide all the disgusting weapons, and try to feed him on time. Suddenly, Hank's screams erupted again in the room, and he turned to Jackson, asking if Tang was still alive. Standing in the doorway, the owner of the house turned, a smile on his face as he replied that they would hope so. Such an ambiguous answer frightened the guy, who feared not only for his fate, but also for the life of his comrade. Meanwhile, Tang was surrounded by Jackson's warriors, who came out one by one and fought him. This was far from his first opponent, but he was still able to deal with him without receiving proper damage. He watched as yet another defeated enemy was carried away by his comrades, but he knew that this was not the end. Looking at his hand, he noticed that the hilt of the wooden sword was already soaked in his blood. He did not know how many he had already fought. Then he turned his menacing gaze to Jackson, who was sitting to the side, watching what was happening. Tan understood that he was using him to train his subordinates. At that same second, Jackie called the next one. A new enemy approached the guy, but he understood that there was nowhere to go, and he would have to defeat him. Jackson watched the battle carefully, and the head of the Sun Dragon Association, who stood next to him, also could not look away. The subordinate was the first to rush into the attack, wanting to finally defeat a strong opponent and showing who was stronger. However, his attack was not successful, which is why Tang was able to dodge by making a sharp turn around his axis. He noticed that his opponent hesitated, causing him to use that second to throw a kick. The opponent did not expect such a reception, and because of this he fell to the ground, dropping his sword. At the same second, Tan rushed towards him. Angry, the guy understood that he could not kill him while the elder was in captivity, but at least he would break his legs. Jackson immediately realized what the prisoner intended to do, so he took a small pebble and fired it towards Tan. Although the pebble was the size of a fingernail, the force with which Jackie sent it strengthened it unimaginably. As soon as the prisoner swung his sword towards the enemy's legs, who noticed that his weapon was broken in half. There was a pause, during which everyone around him tried to comprehend what had just happened and why he suddenly stopped. Tan turned his attention to his weapon, feeling the recoil he experienced when colliding with the rock. Jackson turned to the head of the Sun Dragon, saying that 3 people had already been killed by the same blow. He immediately understood what the gentleman meant, after which he blushed and frowned, admitting his mistake. The owner of the house stated that he should train them better. The man immediately bowed, agreeing with his order. The guy then stood up from his seat and declared that Tana had had enough for today, so they would continue training tomorrow. Jackson walked towards the building before stopping and ordering Tan to follow him. The angry guy glared at the owner of the house, but knew that he could not disobey him, even if he wanted to. Sometime later, the 2 men sat silently across the table from each other as Jackson poured himself a glass of wine. Tang sat with a serious expression on his face, looking at his sword and mentally asking why he did not take it. He remembered the situation with the stone and sword, realizing that he would not have a chance to win even if he attacked suddenly. After all, he is much stronger than any of the masters he knows, although at first glance you cannot tell. When the guy finished pouring alcohol, he asked his interlocutor how old he was. He replied that he was 25. In response, he decided to ask if Hank was still alive, to which he received an affirmative answer and information that he was locked up. Jackie asked if he was a close relative. Let's assume he was his older cousin. He agreed. I don't know how or why the owner of the house will be able to use this information against them. Suddenly, Jackson asked whose side would be right if he did not listen to their advice, and a war broke out. Tang's face immediately became serious as he began to ponder this question, after which he concluded that there was no truth in the dark path. This answer surprised the guy, which is why he decided to ask if he really thought so, wanting to hear the arguments. Tan agreed, adding that he was willing to put his life on the line, because on the dark path there is no such thing as truth. Jackson smiled and nodded, then stated that in his opinion, Hank and the entire Zhang clan were just trash. His interlocutor squeezed his armrest in anger, indignant at such a statement, and then said that they were not trash. The guy asked if he knew where to spend the 30 million liang that they so vehemently demanded. The orphans and beggars from the western Dark Streets, the Dark Spirit clan, the Northern Wind clan, and the Southern Plains would not have to starve. Tang replied there that it turns out that in the regions that Mr. Jackson is talking about, there are no more orphans or beggars. The interlocutor nodded his head negatively, explaining that they will always be there, in any corner of the world. Tang sighed satisfactorily, agreeing with his statement, saying that this was definitely the case. But then his face frowned when he heard that the owner of the house regularly received reports from the heads of the Dark Path. The fact that they sheltered the orphans, learned their names, that they found a place to live, and how much it cost. When he returned, there were plenty of such reports, but his interlocutor was not going to believe in such things. Jackson looked at him calmly, after which he declared that he himself was an orphan, which surprised his interlocutor. He grew up here, ate, slept, and lived, participating in the dancing sword technique as soon as he opened his eyes. As long as the heads of the clans are afraid of him, he does not care whether luck is on his side because everyone completely obeys him. He instructed them to report all the unfair things that were happening in Tanyang directly to the Moonlit Night Pavilion. After hearing this, Tan was confused by one thing, so he decided to ask if it would all work properly. The owner of the house smiled and then agreed with the idea, saying that it might not work. But if this happens, he will kill them for disobeying orders, and no one will be able to escape punishment. Because as they all say, he is evil, so he can afford to do such actions. With a calm face, Jackson added that, unfortunately, his subordinates were more aware of his cruelty than they were. Tan frowned even more, trying for a second to imagine what else the owner of this house could have done. Jackson said Chainan was a rich place, and he and Henry had walked most of the streets, and life there looked much better. But if he pays them 30 million, he will have to order Henry to collect half the amount, which he will not be happy about. He, in turn, will collect money from those who are below him and will further go down the chain, lower and lower. Hearing this, Tang looked dumbfounded at the owner of the house, understanding the point that he was trying to convey to him. With a serious face, Jackie said that he is a great benefactor if he gives them money, a villain if he doesn't. These would be the consequences of the 30 million they requested. In addition, they threatened him. But was it only him who the messenger offered such a thing? Clenching his hand into a fist, Jackson asked how many other such cases had happened because he knew that he was not the first. Unable to bear his gaze, Tan lowered his head, trying not to look his interlocutor in the eyes, as he understood that he was right. The master of the house frowned and asked Tang of the Zhang clan to raise his head and say directly who the real villain was here. He sharply raised his head, showing a stunned face on which rethinking was visible. He met Jackson's eyes, who was still looking at him sternly. Then he realized that he had been wrong all this time. Suddenly, the owner of the house decided to change the topic, asking why he started studying martial arts. Tang began to respond that when he took the talent test, he was told that he was better suited for martial arts. Jackie said that this was not what he was asking, and when he asked why he studied them so diligently, he did not understand what he meant. The guy assumed that he planned to become the head of the clan, but this is impossible, since he is from a side branch. He then concluded that he only started learning martial arts to protect the clerk who was saying such nonsense. The interlocutor opened his mouth indignantly, wanting to object, but stopped abruptly, realizing that he had nothing to say. Then Jackson again decided to repeat his question, on whose side will the truth be when the war begins? With trembling hands, the guy clutched the armrests of the chair, after which he replied that he was not on the side of the Zhang clan. Suddenly, he heard a denial from the mouth of the owner of the house, which is why he froze, trying to understand whether he had heard it wrong. With a calm face, Jackie confirmed that the truth will always be theirs, no matter how hard others try. This fact exists only for one reason. They are part of the white path, which has always been on the side of good. At that same second, the owner of the house poured wine into a glass, after which he pushed it towards the interlocutor, offering him a drink. While he looked at his reflection, Jackie said that they were deeply mistaken if they thought that he killed demons for reputation. The demon of charm took the girls from the moonlit night pavilion as his disciples, so he killed her and returned the girls. While the demon of lust also targeted the disciples of the demon of charm, which is why he crossed his path. Hank said he did a great job, but none of this would have happened if they hadn't gotten in his way. Zhang has already decided to make him a great benefactor, but they don't actually have the right to decide who the benefactor is. It is up to people without power or those who directly received help to decide who is truly a benefactor. Such a title should not be created for money by guys like them, since anyone can become it. Unable to do anything to counter these words, Tan grabbed the glass with a sharp movement and emptied it in one gulp. Instead, he decided to ask Jackson a question, who calmly allowed him to do so, deciding to answer honestly. The prisoner lowered his head and then hesitantly asked why he began to study martial arts. Looking at his interlocutor, Jackson immediately replied that he did this only to survive. Tan blushed, not expecting to hear something like that, so he froze for a few seconds, trying to comprehend what he heard. Looking at the surprised prisoner, Jackie decided to give him a little time to understand, and he drank another glass. As soon as he finished, he immediately called Chuck, who quickly opened the door, carefully listening to the master's order. The owner of the house asked to lock Tang in the basement and treat him like a martial artist. He looked sternly at the prisoner, after which he agreed with the instructions. Tan began to get up and decided that he would leave on his own. Grabbing his sword, he headed towards the exit without any help, while all his thoughts were around the current conversation. Suddenly near the exit, he stopped, turning to Jackson, saying that he was worried about one more thing. He looked at him questioningly, patiently waiting for the prisoner to ask his question. He decided not to rush him. Suddenly Tang trembled with indignation, after which he asked why they did not take his sword, but left it next to him. I poured another glass of wine. Jackie smiled, answering that he would not drink with a worthless brute. He may be a prisoner, but the sword still belongs to him. Tang was pleasantly shocked when he heard this. He said that everything was clear to him, after which he headed towards the exit with a calm soul, while a slight smile lit up his face. When Jackson was left alone in the room, he drank the last glass of wine, which was the final act. A few days later, Jackson returned to the cell where Hank was, after which he began to study what he had written. The guy watched him with fear and trembling while the owner of the house read and thought that this was not bad at all. All this was written in 3 days, so Jackie decided that the clerks also had some use. Suddenly, the prisoner decided to raise his voice and turn to the master, asking if he could tell if Tang was okay. He began to explain that his brother was an honest, simple-minded person, after which he began to beg to spare him. After all, he was only guarding him and had not done anything wrong. If not for the ropes, he fell to his knees in front of them. Without looking up from his notes, Jackson replied that he didn't have to worry about him because Tan was treated much better than he was. The guy's eyes widened when he found out about this. He immediately wondered why his brother deserved such treatment. With a calm face, the owner of the house replied that he treated him with respect, like a strong warrior. Hank decided to find out why he was treated completely differently, to which he received the answer that he was treated like a criminal. This answer stunned the prisoner because he did not understand what he had done that he was assigned to the criminals. Meanwhile, Jackie was studying the list with the gradation of Masters of the Alliance. He was interested in the celestial rank. Frowning, Hank explained that a similar rank in Zhang is given to Great Masters, which is among the top 10. Jackson said that he did not think that the Alliance would include one of the dozen Great Masters. Hank thought that after seeing one of the dozen, even he should reconsider his plans and not start a war. The owner of the house smiled wickedly, saying that there were also several Supreme and a whole bunch of peak-level Masters. When he added that he expected nothing less from the alliance, the prisoner opened his eyes in shock because he expected a completely different reaction. When asked if he expected this, Jackie replied that he was lucky that there was only one celestial-level master in the ranks of the alliance. Hank didn't understand what luck meant, but he was afraid that Jackson was really going to start a war with the entire alliance. The owner of the house asked where the detailed information was on all of them, because there was only information and no specifics. Without hesitation, the prisoner replied that he would compile it soon, and Jackie said that it seemed that one strategist was not doing his job. Then he asked if he thought that he had all the information in his hands, and without his help, he could not kill all these masters. Seeing the guy's menacing expression, Hank began to stutter, quickly answering that he would never have thought that. Baring his teeth, Jackson asked whose student he thought he was, and quickly answered that Mr. Poison Demon. Hearing the answer, the owner of the house suggested that he wanted him to prescribe him a couple of medications for this case. The tied-up guy didn't understand what he was talking about, so he decided to ask what he meant by drugs. But after feeling the aura that the owner of the house emitted, it dawned on him what kind of medicine could be made by the disciple of the poison demon. Getting agitated, the prisoner immediately began to refuse, promising that he would do everything properly. At that very second, Jackson said that if he loses, Hank will die. He got scared, asked what he means. Jackie replied that if he died, so would his subordinates, and since no one would bring him breakfast, he would die of hunger. This place is both a prison and her, which is not so easy to find, so until the end of the war, he is its strategist. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard from the open door, asking if Mr. Jackson was here. A few seconds later, a nervous Chuck entered the room and announced to the owner that the older student had arrived. He nodded and added that he could let her in, but before he had time to speak, a girl appeared behind his subordinate. Changing her outfit from white to green and covering her face with a veil, she asked what he was doing in this prison. Without even bothering to look at her, Jackson asked why she came, since he didn't want to waste his time with her. She replied displeasedly that he should look into the face of the person he was talking to. Hank asked himself in shock who she was. He didn't expect that there was a woman who could talk to Jackson like that. Unable to withstand her pressure, the owner of the house looked at the older sister, after which he assumed that she had nothing to do. She replied that everything was too calm. This made her feel completely uneasy, and because of this, she could begin to experience deviations in energy. He asked her to come back after she had rested for a couple of days. Upstairs was the largest room she could use. The girl folded her hands in a respectful gesture, after which she bowed low, thanking the master. The owner of the house noticed that her mood immediately improved, which is why a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Suddenly, the older sister drew attention to Hank, after which she asked what kind of guy he was and why he was here. Jackson calmly replied that it was a journalist from the Zhang Herald who told him to give 30 million liang. Hearing this amount, the girl immediately screamed, looking angrily at the prisoner, who was seriously frightened. Jackie added that for this he would make him a great benefactor, and if not, he would take his place among the 4 great evils. A grin appeared on Jackson's face, because he specifically told the girl about this, knowing that she would not ignore it. Approaching the prisoner, the older student waved her hand, giving him an incredibly hard slap in the face that made his chair turn over. Looking at him disdainfully, the girl insulted the guy, and then asked how he even got it out of his mouth. Then she asked Jackson why he was still alive, because he should just die. He asked if she really thought so. The owner of the house only added fuel to the fire, causing the guy to get scared and shout that he still had a lot of work to do. The girl looked contemptuously at the prisoner and asked what he mumbled, which made her want to hit him again. Hank shouted that he was the master's strategist. He ordered him to draw up a plan for waging war with the alliance. When asked if this was true, Jackson did not answer, but the sister realized that this silence gave a clear answer. The next second, a smile appeared on her face as she declared that they had a little traitor here. The prisoner decided to ask why she called him that, and she, in turn, asked if he was from the Zhang clan. Hank raised his head and agreed, explaining along the way that he was from a side branch, but did not consider himself a traitor. In response to this, the elder stated that he had just said himself that he was working on a plan to wage war with the alliance. Leaning over him, the older student made an ironic smile, after which she asked if he was not a traitor. The guy's eyes widened, and this word began to echo in his head, because before that, he had not considered himself such. No matter how forcefully he is forced to make plans, the clan is unlikely to believe his words, and certainly will not forgive him for passing on information. From these thoughts, the guy devastatedly lowered his head to the ground, while Jackson just grinned. Having enjoyed the spectacle, he decided to send his sister to rest, since he still needed to discuss something with him. The girl headed towards the exit, completely obeying the master's request, because she herself had had enough fun. She suddenly froze and turned her head towards Hank, addressing him as dismissively as possible. The guy immediately answered her call, noticing that she was smiling, and said that he could try to escape, but outside she had placed nets everywhere. When he heard that it was the nets that were able to catch the demon of lust, Hank realized that it was simply impossible to escape from here. Looking at the girl's satisfied face, Jackson thought that she was telling him a lie with a face like it was true. The tied-up guy replied that he understood everything when he suddenly saw Jackson's menacing gaze directed in his direction. With a sharp movement, the owner of the house grabbed the prisoner by the chest, asking what he understood, insulting him along the way. Hank's heart suddenly sank, which is why he began to apologize. At the same time, Jackson asked him to listen carefully. He has absolutely no need to know a certain number of his troops who are not subordinate, but he will tell him about a couple of the strongest of them. The girl who just came out can handle his top-ranked masters without taking much damage. The guy was dumbfounded when he heard this. He didn't expect that this girl could be so strong. Stepping away a little, Jackie thought to himself that at least technically she was capable of this. Then she stunned the prisoner with another fact, saying that it was not he who caught the demon of lust, as he might have thought. After all, in Shannan there is a master named Goodwin, and he has no equal either on earth or in the sky. He is an expert in the arts of lightning, the best in Shanxi. The demon of lust did not have the slightest chance to escape. He is the greatest eccentric, hiding under the guise of an innkeeper. Then Jackie asked if the guy had heard about madness, poison, lust, charm. He replied that he had heard it for the first time. The owner of the house replied that this was a gradation of the powers of the four great evils, and if he was in danger, his master would not turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, he does not care about the accrued advantage. The only problem is participation in the war of the Holy Sword Wudang. Hank immediately realized what was happening, so he said that as soon as the Holy Sword appeared, the war would immediately end in defeat. Jackson said that therefore he should write everything he knows about him, what he loves and hates, what places he has been, and where he spends his time. Looking menacingly at the prisoner, the owner of the house said that first he must draw up an act of declaration of war. When the prisoner realized what was being asked of him, he immediately became indignant, asking again if he had heard everything correctly. Jackie replied that he would detail every reason why he was forced to declare war on Zhang. Hank said hesitantly that he was from Zhang himself, and Jackson wanted him to write an act of declaration of war on the clan. The owner of the house again confirmed his words, reminding him that he is the strategist, and this is his direct responsibility. The guy again wanted to object, but as soon as he saw the gentleman's menacing gaze, he immediately stopped short, saying that he would prepare everything. When Jackie heard an affirmative answer, he turned around and headed for the exit, saying that he would be waiting impatiently. The door closed behind the owner of the house, leaving the prisoner alone. He thought that he would declare war on his clan. At that same second, he remembered the words of the senior student, who said that he was now a traitor. Then the guy closed his eyes and bared his teeth, cursing himself, because the necessary phrases were already popping into his head. Sometime later, Jackie entered the office, where the three heads of the Hawk, Northwind, and Sun Dragon clans were waiting for him. Seeing the gentleman, everyone immediately folded their hands in a respectful gesture, after which they bowed low to greet him. When the guy took his place, he gave the others the command that they could sit down. Everyone immediately took their places. The head of the Hawk clan said that he managed to kill the demon of charm and the demon of lust, after which he asked to accept his congratulations. Jackson glared at him menacingly, after which he ordered him to remain silent, thereby making it clear that now was not the time for this. The man immediately lowered his head, guiltily accepting the order. The other two heads gave him a frown. Ignoring the behavior of his subordinates, Jackson asked about the number and training of troops. The head of the Wind replied that he gathered only the best and brought them here. Then he asked why he needed to call them. Without changing his facial expression, Jackson replied that the Zhang clan offered them to switch to the White Path for 300 million liang. Hearing this amount, the heads of the clans immediately declared that this was a real robbery, after which they asked the master what decision he had made. Jackson immediately replied that he refused them, since giving this amount would only make things worse for them, and in return, they would receive little. His subordinates said that he did everything right, adding that by asking for such an amount, they were all out of their minds. Closing his eyes, Jackie said that they would go to the White Path in another way, because he decided to act using their own methods. The men's faces immediately tensed, because they did not understand what the gentleman meant, but they guessed that it would not be possible without blood. At that very second, the owner of the house announced that first, they would strike at the most rotten part of the White Path, the Zhang clan. Stuttering slightly, the head of the Solar Dragon replied that then this would mean war, to which he received the answer that this was already a war. It began from the moment Patriarch Zhang decided to threaten him. Then the men immediately realized what was happening. Therefore, from now on, he will use their methods as well. The head of the North Wind asked what he meant by their methods. Jackie replied that they would fight as a sect, and they would have to fight both on the battlefield and on the information field. And so he will create an alliance that will be called the Crescent Alliance. He was asked if they would be something like the Muram Alliance. He replied that they can forget about their schools, dark ways, and sects, because only the Crescent Alliance exists. The Dragon Chief said that usually to form an alliance you need to be recognized. He wondered how he planned to achieve this. Jackie asked who needs this recognition because he has money. Sooner or later they will reckon with it. To begin with, he will enlist the support of those who do not have the strength. He will destroy the green plane that decided to cross his path. This will be done on behalf of the Alliance, because they are so disgusting and cruel that they allow themselves to kidnap children. Therefore, he decided to exterminate them in the name of justice. Hearing this, the eyes of the heads immediately widened. A smile immediately appeared on the face of the head of the Hawk clan, as he asked himself what kind of justice they were. After which he could not stand it and let out a loud laugh, covering his mouth with his hand. But everyone managed to notice it. When he saw the stern glances in his direction, he immediately fell silent, feeling guilty for such an offense. When he apologized, Jackie said that on behalf of the Alliance, they will also take over the Hanrong Dark Path, because they are from the Dark Path. This time, the three heads did not react at all, continuing to listen carefully to their master. As a friend, surprise was reflected on their faces, because they did not expect that he wanted to capture him only for this reason, because they themselves were from a dark path. The guy continued, saying that he would soon announce that it was their alliance that defeated the demon of charm and the demon of lust. He will also let everyone know that they are all rescuing orphans in their regions, plus it is true, and they have proof. If the White Path attacks them, it will look like a conflict between alliances, which means they must compete in everything. Now they have a great goal. They will help the disadvantaged and protect the weak, while the White Way only pays lip service to this. Jackson sternly concluded that he would follow up his words with action. The three heads immediately replied that they understood him. He said that the only time he killed a large number of people was during the destruction of the Blood Clan, but more importantly, they were part of a dark path. Soon he would expose the Zhong clan's fraud, and then the world would decide who was right. If even after this they do not take his side, then he will deal with each of them in turn, in a very cruel way. The three leaders bowed to the master again, after which they simultaneously declared that they would not let him down. The guy added that the best thing would be to capture the head of Zhong and force him to admit his misdeeds. He is going to make public all the things they have been doing. With the help of this, they will turn society against the White Path. The head of the Sun Dragon smiled and said that this was a great idea to both destroy enemies and do a good deed. But the worst thing will be to break through, slaughtering the entire clan. If they cannot capture their head, then a war with the White Path will begin. When it begins, he will respond with the Crescent Moon Alliance, and will also draw in those who have been persecuted into his ranks. And therefore, now the speed with which they attack Zhong plays the most important role. They must act fiercely. He will personally take over the head of the clan, but besides this, there is also a task for them. They immediately began to listen carefully. They need to send letters to everyone who suffered from the Zhong clan. He will give them a list of those he knows about. Together they will prepare for war. This war will be both on the battlefield and on the information field. The heads immediately understood their task and said that everything would be accomplished. A little later, Jackson read what Hank wrote. It said about the Holy Sword, which was the only one of the 10 great masters. He has the greatest influence. There are rumors that he did not become the head of the sect because of his wild lifestyle, and the head of the sect does not like him. It is also known that he chased the previous #1 evil under heaven and defeated him. This brought a smile to the guy's face. After finishing reading, Jackson said that he was a very interesting person, realizing what a bright path he was. He was attracted by the fact that he was one of the 10 great masters. He was wondering how strong he was. His strength and skills may not be enough, and Jackie may die. Even despite this, he wants to meet him. His speech was heard by his elder sister, who had just entered the room and asked if he was going to die. Jackson's smile immediately turned to displeasure, and he decided not to answer the question, asking in return why she wasn't sleeping. The girl said that she could ask the same question. She was wondering at whose hands he was going to die there. She assumed that from the sword sage Wudang, Jackie immediately turned in her direction, asking if she knew him. She looked at the guy, answering in surprise. Why wouldn't she know? Because almost everyone knows him. Curiosity immediately appeared on the face of the owner of the house, after which he began to ask what kind of person he was. The sister replied that he was the one the master tried to stay away from, and because of this, she stayed closer to Wudang. This information brought a smile to the guy's face, who concluded that the demoness was avoiding him, like the rest of the four. Looking at Jackson in surprise, the older sister asked what he found so interesting about him. The guy's interest immediately sparked when he asked if he wasn't good, because he was a master whom even the four avoided. The girl did not answer anything to this, looking at the gentleman with an incomprehensible gaze, trying to understand what was going on in his head. Standing at the window, Jackson said that they were going to attack the Zhong clan soon, and she would go with him. A smile immediately lit up the girl's face, who concluded that he still needed her, which meant she would soon be able to relieve his boredom. He replied that she was strong, she would be useful, but it would not be easy, so they would have a busy schedule before arriving at the clan. And if they start a battle with the head of the clan, he will not be able to be distracted by anyone else. His sister interrupted him, saying that it was just in time. She realized what she needed to do, so she said that she was already starting to die of boredom, agreeing to go with him. He was pleased with this answer, and then said that the veil was a good idea, although it reminded him of the demon of charm. The girl smiled, asking if he meant to say that it was good that she covered her face, otherwise she was too beautiful. Without even looking in her direction, he replied that he wanted to tell her to get lost, because now was not the time for jokes. Her older student immediately folded her hands in a respectful gesture before bowing. Then they both smiled. Jackson ordered her to go to bed. She headed towards the exit, answering that he should also get some sleep. Standing at the window, Jackson watched the military camp, which was located directly below the building. He understood that he could become a universal enemy and even die, as well as lose many of his subordinates. And all this is terrible, but his blood just boils, anticipating a real battle, and this only fueled the flame in him more. The next night, different families and clans began to receive letters brought to them by an arrow sent by strangers. Servants who noticed the letters immediately rushed to the heads, conveying to them an urgent message that was addressed to them. It was written there that the Zhang clan came to him and offered to become a great benefactor by joining the White Path Alliance. All this was organized for 30 million liang, which meant that this was how things were done on the White Path. Before this, he killed the demon of lust and the demon of charm, which were part of the 4 great evils. He did not seek any glory, but Zhang came and said that they could sing of his exploits and make him a great benefactor. He refused, and then they decided to threaten him with starting a war and making everyone a common enemy if he did not change his decision. He has evidence and a witness who can confirm the extortion and threats from the Zhang clan. Anyone who has been tyrannized by the herald or who has suffered from the clan or has been robbed can join them. It's okay if they don't fight, but they should at least spread the news that one person decided to fight an entire clan. All because he did not want to witness justice. The orphan from Chenan would end the atrocities of the Zhang clan. While on the hilltop in front of the Zhang clan, Jackson asked if they had sent letters declaring war. Chuck replied that they should have arrived by now, but by then, the result of the battle with the Zhang clan would already be known. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the guy's face as he said that the orphan would destroy the Zhang clan. The heads of the 3 clans, Chuck, Henry, and the elder sister also smiled, supporting their master's mood. The guy then turned around, declaring that he would take care of the patriarch while they had the rest of the fun. Everyone, anticipating the battle, was in high spirits, agreeing with Jackson's orders. Looking again at the peacefully sleeping clan, the guy smiled, announcing to everyone that it was time to start. The next second, a small detachment led by Jackson rushed forward, straight towards the Zhang clan. The black robe hid them under the cover of darkness, so they did not worry about being noticed ahead of time. As they approached, Jackson gave them a hand signal, after which they immediately began to change lanes. When they stopped, the guy said that they needed to break into the main building as quickly as possible and start a fight there. This way, they will be able to compensate for the numerical minority. The rest immediately began to put masks on their faces, having accepted the order. The head of the North Wind clan turned to the master, saying that he should also put on a mask. The guy smiled and said that everything was fine, because he was going to turn everyone's attention to himself, after which he rushed forward. Without thinking twice, Jackson jumped over the high fence, noticing 2 guards standing with their backs to him. One of them turned around at the rustling behind him, but it was too late, which is why he did not have time to react. Jackie decided to move forward, leaving the guards to his subordinates, who immediately took their lives. Leaving their lifeless bodies lying on the ground, they continued on their way towards the main building. As they approached, the other 2 guards immediately noticed the disturbance and immediately began to move. Having loudly announced the intruder, the men began to draw their swords from their sheaths, simultaneously trying to announce the invasion. They watched as a guy without a mask rushed towards them, simultaneously pulling out unusual blades from behind his back. They did not have time to do anything as the swing of Jackson's blade threw them towards the gate, breaking it down. One of the warriors, who was standing on the balcony near the signal horn, immediately noticed the devastation, after which he gave a signal. A siren sounded throughout the area, signaling the soldiers about intruders who were heading towards the main building. Jackson noticed how the lights in the nearby houses began to turn on, and at the same time some movement was heard. Literally a few seconds later, a huge crowd of armed soldiers ran out onto the square, ready to repel the intruders. Jackie was surprised that they reacted very quickly, after which he noticed that crowds of enemies immediately began to surround them. The leaders of the Northern Wind and Solar Dragon clans swung their blades, throwing some of the warriors away from them. Jackson, who did not slow down, headed towards the soldiers who blocked the gate to the main building. He decided not to engage them in battle. Instead, he made a high jump, flying over another fence. Looking at the courtyard, Jackie noticed how a crowd of warriors had already gathered there, lining up in front of him. This time he decided to attack in order to thin out their ranks and make his way to the patriarch who was inside. Concentrating the energy in his palm and directing it at the soldiers, a stream of energy immediately fell on them, scattering them. As soon as he landed on the ground, an explosion was heard behind him. It was his subordinates who opened the gate. As soon as the line of defense was broken, a small detachment rushed forward, trying to keep up with their master. As soon as everyone approached the entrance to the main building, they immediately took a step, thereby showing their confidence. Jackson was the first to enter the huge hall, after which he immediately heard the question of who dared to invade the Zhang clan. At the other end of the hall, the guy noticed a huge gray-haired man who was the head of the clan. His name was Patrick. Jackie gave him a stern look, trying to carefully assess his opponent, who looked very strong. Taking out his blades again, Jackson smiled at him and then walked towards him. Looking at the impudent boy, the man turned to his subordinates, asking why they were frozen, and then ordered to grab him. A small handful of soldiers immediately accepted the order, but it was clear from their faces that the idea did not appeal to them. However, they did not dare to ignore the patriarch's request, and therefore rushed towards Jackson, who remained standing in place. However, this did not last long, because the guy decided to show his strength in front of an enemy who underestimates him. In the next second, he single-handedly began the massacre, slaughtering every Zhang clan warrior incredibly quickly. Jackson's subordinates immediately rushed to his aid, even though he had not given the order to do so. Together, they began to get rid of the guards, whom they did not even consider an obstacle to their goal. Patrick watched the unmasked guy slaughter his men. He didn't notice any hesitation in his movements. The patriarch's calm did not last long. As his patience was running out, he began to concentrate the aura around himself. Then with a sharp movement, he took out his sword, swinging it and sending a wave of energy towards Jackson. Even during the battle, the guy's perception was at its maximum, so he managed to pay attention to the attack aimed at him. He couldn't decide if he should respond in kind, because who knows what else could happen, so he'll save it for later. The patriarch's blow was quite strong, as he was able to throw Jackson quite far from himself and his warriors. Despite the force put into the blow, Jackie was able to maintain his balance, remaining firmly on the ground. The subordinates were surprised to notice that the patriarch was able to throw their master so far back. Smiling, Patrick loudly declared that this was enough, ordering his warriors to stop attacking. The next second, there was deathly silence in the hall. Everyone froze, looking at the floor, which had already become covered in blood. The man smiled again, declaring that he was quite impressed, but this smile did not mean accepting defeat. The patriarch then returned back to his throne, asking the soldiers to clear the center and lock the gate. He then ordered the high-ranking warriors to stay behind and form a misty turtle formation while the rest left. Everyone responded in unison that they understood the order, after which they began to move. Many warriors left the hall, and others began to rebuild. Jackson and his subordinates silently watched this action, but it did not look like they were about to be attacked. Looking at the intruders, Patrick called the left guard over to him, and they reached the main building in the blink of an eye. Looking at the guy, the man said that he was usually so self-confident, but now he decided to disgrace himself. The left guard immediately bowed and began to ask for forgiveness, since he really had not foreseen such an outcome. Jackson thought that he was reprimanding his subordinate in such a situation, believing that they could be ignored. The patriarch's attention then turned to Jackson. When he addressed him, he responded with silence. Patrick said that he was a brave man for deciding to break into his house, taking only a handful of people with him. After carefully examining the guy, the man asked if he wanted to introduce himself before he killed him. In response to the patriarch's request, Jackson only grinned, thereby showing him his attitude. The man immediately frowned. I don't understand how this guy allowed himself to smile in front of him, the patriarch of the Zhang clan. Patrick declared that he did not know his place at all, after which he again called the left guard to him. He immediately understood what his master wanted to ask him, so he immediately stepped forward, drawing his blade. He stood in front of Jackson, who didn't even raise an eyebrow when he saw his new opponent. Despite the insolence of the intruder, the left guard introduced himself by hitting himself in the chest with his fist, thereby showing respect. He expected Jackie to do the same, but he just sighed, saying that he didn't care, asking him to attack faster. Having begun to concentrate the aura around himself, the man said that no one taught him manners. The dark path was immediately visible. In response to this, the guy only smiled, after which he sharply rushed into the attack, not wanting to waste his precious time. The left guard reacted instantly, parrying the blow with his sword, while being surprised at its speed. Jackson decided not to deal with him too quickly, but attacked slowly, giving him the opportunity to defend himself. The guy's speed increased slightly, but the left guard managed to turn around and see the blade rushing towards him. Somehow he managed to sit down, almost saying goodbye to his life, but the battle was not over yet. The man decided to stop defending himself and then rushed to attack, swinging his sword towards Jackson. He immediately put his blade in front of him, without straining too much, because this attack was too obvious for him. However, this is what he achieved, after which he decided to lunge with his foot, but Jackson's reaction was faster. With incredibly fast movements, Jackie began to inflict slashes on the left guard's ankle. He then performed a pirouette, followed by a kick that his opponent had originally sought to do. This blow was so strong that it threw the guard into the wall next to the throne, behind which the calm patriarch sat. The man did not even turn his head towards the left guard, who was completely defeated. Patrick drew attention to the unusual twin blades and skills that far exceeded the abilities of the left guard. He then said that 30 million liang was indeed too much since he decided to come here so soon. The man smiled again, asking if he was right to address Jackson by name, since he recognized him immediately. In response, he saw Jackie smile, who immediately agreed with the patriarch's words, but said nothing more. Patrick also agreed, adding that they had gone too far, but he did not think that he would decide to come here so soon. Looking at his subordinates, he said that among them should be Henry and the 2 leaders of the Dark Path clans. He could not even imagine that he would be able to gather so many famous people of Chang'an and Tanyang in one place. Suddenly, Patrick asked if everyone knew that Jackson was turning 26 this year, and they bowed their heads in front of the young man. He then asked Jackson's subordinates where their pride had gone, since they were not the type to serve others. Smiling, he said that he had a proposal for them. He would give each of them 50 of his warriors to kill Jackie. His eyes widened as he again asked to kill him, adding that then he would pay 100,000 liang each. Jackson's men looked at the patriarch in shock when they heard the amount he said. Then the man turned to the guy, asking if he knew that on the dark path only money has real power. There was a pause for a few seconds, during which Patrick waited for the answer of the uninvited guest, who thought a little. Then a smile appeared on Jackie's face as he said that it was a good try, but not particularly impressive. He provided him with a great opportunity, and thanks to him, he will be able to test the loyalty of his subordinates. In addition, he understood his train of thought, after which he decided to show him their answer, and then ordered everyone to sheathe their weapons. At that same second, all his subordinates, without hesitation, began to lay down their weapons, without taking their eyes off the patriarch. Completely unarmed, they froze, continuing to await further orders from Jackson, not thinking about anything else. Stunned, Patrick thought that they had removed their weapons while surrounded by enemies. He could not believe that the guy had completely subdued them. Looking at the surprised man, Jackie frowned, and then said that this was their answer, which he had been waiting for. Then the guy said that now it was his turn to propose to him. He asked him to fight him one-on-one. This was the only way to avoid unnecessary casualties. The patriarch immediately asked what would happen if he refused. Jackson immediately responded that then his people would die, a smile immediately covering the patriarch's face as he loudly ordered them to be killed. This answer did not suit the guy, after which he swung his blade towards the Zhong warriors, sending a wave of energy at them. Blood immediately gushed from dozens of chests of warriors, who did not even notice the approaching attack, which left them stunned. When they immediately fell dead, Jackson concentrated an aura around himself, saying that their deaths were simply meaningless. The frightened soldiers looked at the terrifying guy in the hope that he would not swing his blade again. But instead, the guy personally rushed forward, incredibly quickly starting to cut out a huge number of warriors. The stunned patriarch watched as the young man single-handedly dealt with his best warriors one by one. Looking at the man, Jackie said that their leader was a coward. All these pathetic people could have stayed alive. Looking at the terrible death of their comrades, the soldiers still continued to attack the guy, since they could not disobey the order. I understand that they can't do anything. All the wars mentally asked the head to intervene and help them. The veins in Patrick's forehead bulged as he watched the rate at which his best soldiers dwindled. However, Jackson did not pay attention to this, continuing to slaughter the warriors without a hint of fatigue. He then looked at the patriarch and asked if he would continue to stand and watch as he crushed his subordinates. This question was the last straw that forced the patriarch to act, after which he began to concentrate the aura around himself. Rushing forward from his seat, he pointed his sword at Jackson, loudly asking him not to be so impudent. The guy immediately noticed the attack, taking a fighting stance, preparing to defend himself from a very serious attack. As the patriarch approached, Jackson, in turn, decided to cross blades with him, returning blow for blow. There was a strong explosion, which forced the Zhong soldiers and Jackson's subordinates to cover their faces from the dust. Once the curtain was lifted, everyone realized that none of them had taken any damage as they continued to attack each other. It was clear to everyone that they were not fighting at full strength, having decided to start by demonstratively testing each other's skills. The next second, the patriarch jumped back, after which he swung his sword and used the breath of the lightning dragon. The guy began to spin the blades in front of him, creating a semblance of a count to repel the lightning trying to overtake him. However, the patriarch was counting on this, deciding to use it as a distracting maneuver, while he himself managed to get closer to Jackson. This second was enough for the man to lunge with his sword, sending the guy into free flight. He broke the door with his body, which crashed straight into the ground, some distance from the main building. Patrick, whose aura was still burning, decided not to go outside, deciding that his opponent could not withstand this attack. He then looked at Jackie's subordinates, who continued to glare at him without moving. The man called them pathetic nobodies, saying that they missed their chance to accept the offer, and now they will regret it. They did not answer, at the same time thinking that they would still see who exactly would regret it. At that same second, the patriarch noticed a wave of energy rushing towards him, wanting to cut his chest. Swinging his sword, he had to make some efforts to repel this attack without causing harm to himself. From the ricochet, Jackson's attack bounced towards the ceiling, partially destroying the building above the Zhang warriors. At the same time, Jackie's voice was heard from the street, asking the patriarch why he was stuck there, asking him to come out. Then the man realized that the guy was still alive, and judging by his impudent speeches, he was still able to fight. Stepping outside, Patrick's eyes widened as he saw the many corpses of his soldiers laid out all over the yard. Then his gaze fell on a girl in a black robe who stood behind Jackie right on the fence to be more visible. Meanwhile, the guy stood silently, giving the patriarch the opportunity to enjoy this picture. Instead, the elder sister spoke up, saying that the patriarch personally came out to play, and then called him a brave man. The man did not expect that Jackson had more people, after which he realized that their losses were simply enormous. This realization caused a storm of indignation among the patriarch, who literally caught fire from the overwhelming aura. He rushed forward, after which he again crossed blades with Jackie, who tried to fight in the same rhythm as the man. However, the strength and pace of their battle increased. Even the ground beneath them began to sink and crack, unable to withstand the pressure. One of the blows, after a loud ringing, pushed them away from each other, giving them a few seconds to prepare their next attack. During this moment, the opponents examined each other without detecting any significant damage. The patriarch's eyes then lit up as he decided that this time he would definitely finish off the arrogant guy. Concentrating, he raised his sword upward, channeling a huge amount of aura into it. A huge thunder dragon burst out from the weapon and flew furiously towards Jackson, who did not expect something like this. However, he was not one to be easily frightened, so he swung his blade, cutting off the dragon's head. At first he thought that this ability would cease its effect, but contrary to his expectation, the dragon split its head into two parts. This was able to take the guy by surprise, who did not have time to defend himself, exposing his body under two huge mouths. He felt pain that pierced his entire body, which is why he immediately bared his teeth, looking angrily at the patriarch. But the dragons didn't stop there, sending the guy straight into the fence, hoping to finish him off with one blow. When the dragons evaporated, Jackson's body lay under the destroyed fence, which was quite badly wounded. When the subordinates saw their master unconscious, their faces immediately reflected surprise and horror. At that same second, the patriarch approached Jackie, raising his hand, hoping to completely smear him. Patrick's blow was so strong that the rest of the fence gave way under his pressure. However, the man noticed that Jackson was not under the rubble, and at that same second, the returning guy landed on the ground. The guy's body was covered with wounds, and he himself seemed to be barely standing, but still holding his blades. Seeing his condition, the patriarch said that he was so arrogant that he had greatly underestimated the power of the Zhang clan. Then he said that as soon as he broke his neck, he would mock along the remaining dark paths. He tried to attack the guy, when he suddenly jumped back, noticing on his shoulder who had just appeared there. Looking at his opponent, he found that he was standing still, pointing his blade in his direction. The man's eyes widened because he did not understand what had just happened. He did not even see his movements. Then he noticed that the guy was smiling, as if he had not just received any serious injuries. Patrick began waving his sword, asking how he dared show his teeth only then that he was lucky to land one blow. Jackson dodged each blow, deftly moving away from the blade, increasing his speed along the way. His face instantly became serious when he realized that it was time to stop holding back his true power. The next second, he swung his blades, creating a huge gust of wind that threw the patriarch back. He was able to stay on his feet. I think the guy's movement is completely different from what it was before. With a smug look, Jackson turned to the patriarch, asking why he had his head in the clouds so much in the middle of a fight. Baring his teeth and looking at his opponent, it only now dawned on the man that he had been hiding his strength all this time. The patriarch's face immediately contorted when he noticed that the guy had become noticeably more confident and stronger than before. He ordered him to remain silent, after which he again sent the dragon in his direction so that it would deal with him. But this time Jackson faced danger with a confident face, confident that the dragon was not a hindrance to him. The guy put his blades in front of him, taking the full blow on them. This time he did not expose himself to the bite. On the contrary, a smile lit up his face when he realized that this was practically the patriarch's limit. The man's ability pushed Jackson into the stone fence again, wanting to cause as much damage as possible. Seeing this picture, the elder sister grabbed her face in shame, saying that their master was at his own again. When the veil was lifted, the smiling Jackson told the patriarch that last time he had a stronger blow. This provocation worked perfectly, which is why the man himself rushed at the guy, wanting to destroy him with his own hands. His eyes glowed with a golden aura as he swung his sword to strike with all his strength. A moment later, he realized that he had missed, and Jackson flew into the air, watching his opponent fail. Turning around sharply, Patrick swung his sword, sending a wave of energy towards Jackie, who should not have dodged it. Instead, the boy swung his blade back so that they met each other without reaching him. Noticing this, the angry patriarch began to send a new wave one after another so that the enemy would fall under one of them. Jackson managed to dodge each attack, sending counterwaves along the way, until the moment he sank to the ground. Standing opposite each other, they froze for a while, trying to catch their breath before a new battle. Jackson's subordinates, who were some distance away, watched the master with admiration. The stunned head of the North Wind asked if this was the very thing that he had agreed to from the head of the Sun Dragon. Noticing something was wrong, the man concluded that the patriarch was wounded in the shoulder, and it seems that the gentleman poisoned him then. Meanwhile, Patrick felt it was becoming harder for him to breathe, after which he realized that a paralyzing poison was affecting him. He understood that he didn't have time to hold it with the help of Qi, and they obviously wouldn't let him start circulating it now. At that very moment, Jackson turned to him, asking if he understood why he should not have extorted 30 million from him. In response to this, the man only grinned harder, feeling the poison penetrate deeper into his body. At that same second, he noticed that the guy rushed at him, somehow managing to raise his sword to defend himself. Jackie began to attack more seriously, swinging his blades incredibly quickly, hoping to wear down his opponent. The guy said that he fought well. He wondered how much stronger he would be if he trained instead of playing with a brush. He continued to provoke the patriarch to lose his guard and control, and this began to take its toll. A few seconds later, the man's body was covered with many wounds and scratches, and he himself realized that he had missed only one blow. Giving him a menacing look, Jackson stated that the patriarch should have found out that he was the disciple of the poison demon. The angry man thought that he knew. The whole point was that he made him forget about it for a while. It seemed that he was too engrossed in the battle, and now, looking at the guy, he realized that he would pay for this. Patrick continued to defend himself, but with each new attack, his movements became less and less fast. After the next swing of Jackson's blade, the man felt his hand holding the sword being separated from his body. And as soon as he looked away to look at her, his chest and stomach were immediately pierced through. He looked with shock and horror at the face of the guy who turned to the patriarch, saying that they would see each other in hell. Blood gushed from the man's mouth as he turned to the guy, saying that he shouldn't kill him. When he wanted to finish, saying that he had already lost, Jackson pulled out his blades, not giving him the opportunity to speak. The patriarch's body collapsed to the ground. His soul had already begun to leave his body, and his eyes began to become covered with a white veil. The stunned Zhong warriors, who had been watching what was happening all this time, thought in shock that their patriarch had lost. Jackie shook the blades to get rid of the blood, then sheathed them without looking at Patrick's body. Looking at the soldiers, he said that if they want to live, then let them take the body of their patriarch and throw it into the main hall. And those who want to go to the next world with the head can stay. Such a statement scared every soldier. Without thinking twice, they immediately began to carry out the order, taking the body of their leader and carrying him inside. Concerned subordinates immediately approached the master. The elder sister immediately began to ask if he was okay. He looked at the girl, answering with consent, after which he asked everyone to listen carefully. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. Jackson asked to find and collect all the Zhong clan's property, but leave the bulky items behind. The rest of the subordinates should be sent to the prepared inn. Henry should have sent everyone to Shannon. It was not necessary to go with them. The main thing was to make sure that they arrived without any interference. The rest should wait for him at the permanent courtyard. If he does not return in 2 days, then they can return to Shannon. Since members of the side branches and clan elders are now in other branches, she will no longer have much trouble here. But as soon as the news reaches them, they will want revenge, so he plans to deal with them in the same manner and then hide. Most likely the Wudong sect or the Hubei alliance will come first. They are closest, so he will wait for them. Meeting the dumbfounded looks of his subordinates, he heard the question whether he wanted to say that he would remain in the Zhong clan. The guy calmly responded to this question. I answered that this is exactly how everything will be, and his plan is unchanged. His comrades could not believe their ears, because such an idea borders on suicide, but they cannot speak out against it. Jackie then smiled, saying that he was no longer a master, and then asked to call him Jackson Zhong. Contrary to his pathos, in response he saw only the surprised and incomprehensible faces of his subordinates. A few days later, Jackson, accompanied by Chuck, went down the stairs to check how the fence was being reconstructed. The warriors worked hard to restore the destruction that Jackie had caused when he fought the patriarch. When the guy passed by his subordinates, they looked at him with fear, hoping that he would not reprimand them. When he walked some distance away, the two guys immediately began to sort things out among themselves. Jackson heard this and immediately turned around, noticing how 2 people were trying to keep them from attacking each other. Chuck reported that in recent days, in the Zhong clan, there have been constant quarrels between warriors of different categories. Jackie smiled and said that it was expected. There was a gap between those with the surname Zhong and those who didn't. He gave them the opportunity to express everything to each other. Chuck confirmed that the simple masters were simply beside themselves. The guy replied that in the clan, blood kinship has always been at the center of everything, so such a reaction from the masters is quite expected. But for ordinary masters, this will soar even more. Frowning, the subordinates agreed with his words. Then he thought that the master had planned to sow enmity between them from the very beginning and did not even realize the limits of his intelligence. Jackson turned around, asking with a smile to gather everyone in front of the main building, both Zhang and the nameless ones. He needed everyone. After some time, hundreds of warriors gathered around 2 tables on which various objects lay. On the one hand, there were things for Zhang masters, and on the other for ordinary masters. The quality of things and food differed significantly. One of the warriors loudly asked how to understand this, and why they even have such a big difference in food. Looking at the money, another man asked to see the difference in the salary that both received. Master Zhang asked them to stop whining because they would not be treated the same as ordinary masters. Such a statement immediately caused more indignation among the nameless, who so easily fell for this provocation. Jackson loudly slammed his sword on the ground, drawing their attention to himself, thereby ending their argument. There was silence, during which all the warriors, without exception, turned their heads towards the guy. Looking sternly at the soldiers, he asked what it was like to see everything with his own eyes, from which he watched their reaction. The warriors on both sides frowned as they looked at the man who killed their patriarch with his own hands. Jackie also frowned, saying that this discrimination seemed strange to him because he had never seen anything like it before. He doesn't know whether those who died from his sword were called Zhang or they were simple masters. He didn't care. The only reason he killed them was because they were his enemies. Even after these words, the soldiers continued to remain silent. Jackie continued, saying that the fact is that it doesn't matter whether their name is Zhang or not. In times of danger, they risk their lives equally. Then he asked why there was discrimination if they equally risked their lives for the clan, and the relationship should correspond to their rank. This statement had a negative impact on some people in the crowd, who instantly turned red and frowned. Jackie watched them for several days and wondered if people with the surname Zhang were really stronger than ordinary masters. He would like to see sparring between the 2 sides, after which he asked who would take part. One of the guys stepped forward. Chuck immediately said that his name was Carl. He openly expressed dissatisfaction with discrimination in the clan. Jackson took a closer look at the guy, noticing the anger creeping through him after listening to him speak. He then asked who would speak from Zhang's side, and a warrior came forward and introduced himself as Vincent. Jackie nodded approvingly, then looked at them sternly and asked if they would fight with wooden swords. Almost simultaneously, both guys said that they would prefer a real sword because it was more convenient. When the guy gave the command, both warriors drew their weapons, standing opposite each other in a fighting stance. Carl was the first to rush into the attack, swinging his sword horizontally, aiming straight at his opponent's chest. He parried the blow, thinking angrily why he was fighting as if his own life was on the line. The guy didn't want to give up so easily, so he made exactly the same swing, driving his opponent away from him. Then came a series of attacks, during which their blades crossed endlessly, never reaching the flesh. The speed of their movement gradually increased when the blade began to move so quickly that it was barely noticeable. Then Jackson noticed that Carl suddenly stopped, dodging Vincent's sword, simultaneously throwing a kick. This blow hit the enemy's legs, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Then his eyes widened when he noticed that Carl was about to go all the way, wanting to finish off his enemy. As soon as the blade almost reached Vincent's chest, Jackson gave the command to stop the fight. The nameless warriors immediately rejoiced at the victory, while the Zhang masters looked extremely unhappy. At the same time, the embittered Vincent asked Carl if he wanted to kill him, in response to which he received only a chuckle. Interrupting their short conversation, Jackie loudly announced that victory was Carl's, after which he made a short pause. Dissatisfied Master Zhang looked at the guy, not believing that this would all end so easily. The guy then said that he had heard that the Zhang clan had a strong battle formation. This was what worried him the most. After all, if they had reacted to their attack earlier and accepted the formation, this battle would have been difficult even for him. So he said he wanted to see it in action and then asked how many people it would take. Someone from the crowd shouted that 28 would be enough, an answer that completely satisfied Jackson. He nodded, saying that in that case, they should split into the Zhang and nameless masters and take the formation. The next second, both sides chose certain people, after which they began to draw their weapons. Dividing into 2 groups, they began to demonstrate to Jackson the formation in which they had been trained. Standing in 2 rows, they created a semblance of a wall, through which it would be quite difficult to break through. After which these walls lined up opposite each other, and Jackson gave them the command to begin the demonstration. The next second, the warriors on both sides rushed at each other, having the opportunity to recoup the previous sparring. The battle began, during which the clanging of swords and loud cries of soldiers were heard, insulting each other. Jackson watched them silently, realizing that this formation was truly strong and gave a huge advantage to the warriors. A few more days later, Jackson went to the neighboring Hubei faction, where he stopped at one of the taverns. There weren't very many people inside, so he took a nearby table, from which he could watch the entire room. The guys sat and remembered the battle of the Zhang clan with each other. Their battle went beyond the boundaries of ordinary sparring. They attacked each other like animals, calling to kill everything on the enemy side. They absolutely did not know the limits. At that very moment, the waiter came up to him and brought his order: corn soup, seafood tofu, and roast duck. Jackson was pretty hungry, so he immediately picked up some chopsticks and started stuffing his cheeks. At that same second, he heard a question from the next table asking whether war would start in Shanxi, because they say that the Dark Path has already declared war. The next question was asked when the Marima Alliance would be convened there, but none of the two interlocutors could answer this question. The Dark Man decided to clarify whether they would definitely be his basis, because he was completely confident in his abilities. Jackson, devouring rice, noticed that they were not from Wudang, suggesting that they were Hubei warriors who had settled nearby. Noticing the guy openly staring at them, one of the men folded his hands in a respectful gesture and greeted his friend from the Zhang clan. Jackie, still chewing his food, did the same before bowing his head instead of giving a verbal response. The man immediately frowned, noticing that he had acted rudely, and then wondered if everyone in Zhang was like that. His comrade smiled and asked how he came to join them in Hubei, thinking that he had come to convey a message for their alliance. Jackson took his time with the answer, taking water into his mouth to rinse it, thereby prolonging the time. The three soldiers looked at him in surprise and waited until he finished his little ritual to respond. Jackie replied that he was not the end. He was on a mission regarding their patriarch, so he could not reveal the details. They were upset by this answer, because they were thinking of inviting him to have a couple of drinks with them if he was not busy. After all, the Hubei and Zhang alliance may soon unite, and they will have something like brotherly bonds in the future. Before the guy could finish speaking, he immediately noticed Jackson, who quickly took a place next to them. The guy smiled, saying that they really could soon become brothers, so it would be impolite to refuse. He then turned his head, loudly asking the waiter to move all the food from his table. The man immediately accepted the order. The guys immediately introduced themselves. One was named John, the second Chucky, and the youngest Gray. All of them were from Hubei. Jackson folded his hands again in a respectful gesture, after which he introduced himself as Jackson Zhang. New friends immediately noticed his behavior, his rudeness, who was not taught manners at all. Still smiling, Jackie asked if they would pour him a glass, since he had sat down to drink with them. His request was immediately fulfilled, after which they brought glasses to each other, clinking glasses, thereby consolidating their acquaintance. Then they all abruptly raised their glasses to their mouths, drinking silently without looking at each other to savor the taste of the alcohol. Jackson suddenly announced that this was the first time he had tasted such a terrible yellow wine, after which he asked if it was definitely not diluted. He hoped that this was not all that Hubei had to offer. Upon hearing such a statement, the three boys immediately frowned. He then loudly addressed the owner of the tavern, starting to ask about the alcohol that was served here, but he was not satisfied with anything. Angry, he asked what they had, and the owner replied that the only expensive drinks they had were Luzhou. John smiled nervously, saying that they were not rich enough to afford such expensive drinks. Jackie replied that since they bought him a drink, he should also thank them, because they, in Zhang, do not skimp on friends. The three guys frowned again, and at the same time thought that he wanted to say that the Hubei alliance was all misers. Chuck said that as expected, the Zhang clan really doesn't have a lot of money. Thanks to him, they can enjoy good drinks. When they were brought alcohol, Jackie immediately began to pour it out to his comrade, asking them not to worry about it. Without looking up from his food, he asked how things were going with the alliance, because he was not aware of the news, since he had not been to the main branch for a long time. Chucky replied that he was slowly moving forward. Most likely the leaders had gathered in Udon. After all, the great elder was there. The guy was interested in these details, which is why he decided to ask if he meant the sage of the sword Udon. They answered him with consent, adding that most likely the leaders would offer him to lead the alliance, and he, as usual, would reject this request. Jackie thought that he had missed a great show. This would be a good chance to see the skills of the sect leaders. Raising the glass to his mouth, he asked with a calm face who they thought would become the next leader of the alliance. They replied that it would be good if their leader became the leader, but they did not know about the strength of the other two factions, who only fought each other. And the Zhang and Wudong clan are named brothers. They would not fight each other, so maybe the sword sage would simply appoint someone. Chucky said with confidence in his voice that all this was nonsense, because the future leader of the alliance would be Patriarch Zhang. Jackson smiled and asked why he thought so, because he didn't even imagine that they could nominate him. He grinned, answering that he had the most money, the most resources, and the sage was moved because of an unconfirmed rumor. The interlocutors listened in shock as he said that thanks to this, the Patriarch's friend Zhang became the leader of the sect. From the very beginning, it was Zhang who came up with the proposal to create an alliance. It is obvious that he will become the leader of the alliance. Hearing such a detailed explanation, Jackson frowned, looking closely at Chucky's satisfied face. Pouring himself another glass of alcohol, he thought that he didn't seem to like it. It calmed him down. When Jackson suddenly replied that this was possible, Chucky's questioning glance immediately darted in his direction. Jackie said that these were his words, and he should make his face easier, or he takes him for a clerk from the messenger. Gray, I immediately decided to calm them down, because they are allies. Then I decided to apologize for Chucky, who crossed the line. Chucky smiled wickedly and looked at Jackson, asking, trying to provoke, even if it wasn't for him to do. John immediately turned to his comrade, understanding what he was trying to achieve, and decided to stop him so as not to develop the conflict. He said that that was enough, after which he asked Jackson to also cool down, because he himself was being provoked. Raising the glass to his lips, the guy frowned, but agreed and said that he, too, had shaken too much. Then there was a pause, during which Chucky glared at Jackie, who continued to calmly drink. Then the guy said that these charlatans dare to dilute the excellent Luzhou, which is why it tastes like urine. This statement caused Chucky to burst out laughing. Then he asked if the entire Zhang clan was as obnoxious as him. He was very curious to know this. In response, Jackson only smiled and asked to remind him of the name of his interlocutor, after which he frowned, saying that he could tolerate it when their leader was insulted, but it was another matter when someone insulted the entire clan. Such speeches caused indignation on Chucky's face, and Jackie continued to say that it doesn't matter. Their patriarch is already being reviled everywhere. Suddenly the guy froze, realizing that he had said too much, but the interlocutor drew attention to this, asking him to tell him more. Jackson cleared his throat, turning his head away, quietly saying that he wouldn't speak because he was a little carried away by the drink. Taking the glass in his hands, Chucky thought that this young man was pretending to be cool, hiding behind the name of a sect. Then the guy turned his head irritably, loudly asking how much for the drink, because he would pay for everything. In the end, he decided to add that, after all, the Zhang clan is rich, so he should be the one to pay. Then Chucky could not stand it. Crushing the glass with his hands, he abruptly jumped up from the table, swinging his fist towards Jackson. He decided to allow himself to be hit, turning his cheek, because he was not going to show them who he really was. Chucky's blow was quite strong, as Jackie flew out of his chair and did a small somersault before falling. Such a sight stunned not only their comrades, but also the rest of the visitors, who carefully watched the brawl. Rubbing his cheek, Jackson called them Hubai brutes and then asked if they had decided to attack him. However, Chucky was not going to calm down. On the contrary, he became even more angry and asked how he dared to call them brutes. Approaching the guy, he swung his leg, hoping to take out on him all the anger that he had caused in him. Jackson returned, allowing the guy to smash the table that stood behind him, sending whatever was standing there into the air. Taking advantage of his speed, Jackie grabbed the bowl of noodles and then swung it towards Chucky. The plate hit the target clearly, smearing noodles across the face of the embittered guy who did not expect such an outcome. This caused him to jump back to his comrades, who were also surprised at what Jackson had done. Chucky's face was completely dirty, and his nose was red from the blow. He glared at his opponent, insulting him. Jackie himself stood calmly next to other visitors who burst out laughing at the sight of this picture. John held his comrade back, asking him to stop, but he struggled and demanded to let him go. After all, he is going to teach this idiot a few good manners and then surrender to the disciplinary pavilion. Sighing displeasedly, Jackson said that it seemed like he should work on his manners. At that very second, John became alarmed and asked Brother Zhang in surprise what he was saying. He replied that he was not the one who first started the fight, even though they were from the same alliance. But many people saw everything perfectly well. He then asked if the guy wanted to say that everything happened was his fault. Meanwhile, people were carefully watching them. John suddenly became nervous, stammering that that wasn't what he meant because he was trying to hush up the conflict. Jackson continued, saying that he only offered to pay for the drinks, and Chucky himself made snide comments about Zhang's financial power. Anger again washed over the guy, who broke free from his comrade's grip, shouting that he would kill him with his own hands. Jackson calmly watched as Chucky rushed towards him. His whole face spoke of complete readiness to fight. Their eyes met, after which Jackie turned, but instead of accepting the fight, he ran towards the exit. Having got out into the street, the guy continued to run away, chasing him. Chucky demanded that he stop. Two comrades also chased after them, wanting to stop their ally, who could clearly have gone too far. The stunned tavern owner looked after the fugitives and loudly asked who would pay for all this. His comrades said that they would get their money when they reported everything to the disciplinary pavilion, because it was their fault. Towards evening, three guys were sitting on their knees in front of the disciplinary pavilion, with an elderly man standing in front of them. The secretary walked from side to side for some time, after which he could not stand it and loudly asked if they had found that guy. John answered in the negative, adding hesitantly that if they found anything, they would let him know right away. The man loudly asked why they even got into a fight with Zhang, not to mention the fact that they attacked first. The pale Chucky wanted to answer and explain who the guy was, but the old man rudely asked him to shut up. After all, every onlooker in the tavern saw that it was they who attacked first, and each of them declares that it was they who first insulted him. The three guys hung their heads guiltily, realizing that there was no way they could prove they were right. Then the old man said that he would definitely inform the leader of the alliance about this. This news caused shock and fear on the faces of the guys. The man added that they dared to attack not just anyone, but the Zhang clan, and now the leader will have to apologize to their patriarch. And he hates him most of all. But the worst thing is that they are to blame for this, because they were the first to start all this. The old man then gave a loud order to put these idiots in solitary confinement. He had no intention of going back on his decision. Chucky began to apologize to the secretary, saying that the three of them had received an assignment, and tomorrow they had to go to Shanxi. This argument angered the man even more, causing the veins on his forehead to immediately swell and his eyebrows to frown. He then asked that they decided to get drunk and then start a fight. The next second he kicked Chucky in the chest. The blow was so strong that it threw the guy into the opposite wall, raising a huge curtain of dust. This caused the guy to lose his creation, so he did not move, continuing to lie on the pile of rubble. The old man shouted again, calling them misunderstandings, and then asked who they were holding the disciplinary pavilion for. Meanwhile, Jackson calmly walked through the forest, and the time was quite late, but he was not going to stop. Suddenly he stopped near an abandoned hut, which was almost completely destroyed. Without making any movements, he turned to the air, calmly asking if it was time for them to show themselves. At that same second, 5 figures dressed in dark robes jumped out from behind the trees, and their faces were hidden by masks. Jackson turned around, carefully examining the intruders who had been following him for a long time. The mercenaries were surprised that he noticed their surveillance. In addition, he gave off a completely different atmosphere from the one in the tavern. At that same second, all 5 drew their weapons and rushed at the guy, who continued to calmly stand in place. Without taking his sword out of its sheath, Jackson dodged each blow without much effort. But when the pressure of the mercenaries became a little stronger, the guy decided to draw his blade without taking his eyes off the strangers. Then, holding the sword in one hand and the scabbard in the other, he began to parry their attacks, occasionally attacking in return. Then he realized that they were not from the Hubei alliance, and their fighting style was not similar to the Zhang masters, which meant that it was someone else. Looking closely at their movements and fighting style, Jackie realized that these were killer techniques. He then swung his scabbard several times, creating a strong current of wind in front of him, throwing the warriors back. The guy continued to stand calmly while the 5 killers regained their balance and took a fighting stance. One of them said that this person is not from Zhang. His techniques and aura are completely different from theirs. His ally replied that he didn't care, because they just had to kill him and marry him off to Zhang to get their reward. When Jackson heard their exchange, a mischievous smile appeared on his face, and then he asked if they would kill him. With a sharp movement, he swung his blade, sending energy towards the mercenary, which instantly cut off his head. The comrade who stood next to him widened his eyes in surprise, watching how quickly his ally died. At that very second, Jackson rushed into battle, his eyes lighting up and emitting a purple aura over his body. Then he decided to become more serious, after which he began to massacre the mercenaries without much difficulty. Having already dealt with 3, he began to slow down a little, regaining his balance, in no hurry to attack the remaining ones. He then turned his gaze to the 2 living mercenaries, thereby showing his serious attitude to the situation. The frightened mercenary, who had a scar under his eye, opened his mouth in surprise, but could not say anything. He didn't understand how the guy could change so much at once, because in the tavern he seemed weak and frivolous, but now everything has changed. While the killer was trying to understand what was happening here, Jackson again rushed to the attack, and they decided to go scattered. The guy did not want to give them any chance of survival, so he fought with all seriousness. One of the mercenaries put a sword in front of him to defend himself, but Jackie broke it in 2, dividing the killer into 2 parts. While the guy was busy with the first, the second decided to sneak up on him from behind to deliver a sneaky blow. He was surprised when his blade dug into his comrade's shoulder, while Jackson was behind him at incredible speed. The mercenary turned around, noticing a guy who had already swung at him, but he had no way to dodge. Having pierced his head with the scabbard, Jackie stood still, watching as the 2 assassins fell to the ground, unable to fight. The guy with a scar under his eye and a broken head was trembling, looking in shock at the one who dealt with them. Jackson also looked carefully into his eyes, but did not say anything, waiting for life to leave the mercenary. Consciousness began to leave the man's body, but after some time he opened his eyes in panic, realizing that he was still alive. He noticed that it was already quite late, and behind him there was a fire burning, next to which Jackson was sitting. Lying with his back to him, the killer thought that if he found out that he had survived, he would definitely torture him. He then noticed the sword that was still on him, so as soon as he got the chance, he would strike. Suddenly, Jackson ordered him to get up. He looked at the guy in shock, and he realized that he had already woken up. The guy stood up casually, still holding the sword in his hand in case Jackson tried to attack him again. He slowly approached the fire, without saying a word, because he didn't know what exactly to expect now. Then he released the sword from his hands, after which he frowned and asked what he should do to let him live. Jackie didn't answer, continuing to look at the fire with an indifferent expression on his face, as if not noticing the guy. He tensed up. I wondered why he didn't ask anything, for example, who he was or where he was from, because he expected everything to be exactly like this. Suddenly, Jackson raised his voice, asking how many years he had trained in swordsmanship, a question that surprised the mercenary. Having not heard the answer, the guy began to glare at the weakened warrior, hoping that this would help him answer faster. Frightened, the man's body began to tremble, after which he answered, unsure, that he had been doing this for 15 years. Taking his eyes off him and thinking about something, Jackson replied that it was a bit weak for 15. Taking a risk, the mercenary asked how long he had trained. Jackie sat down on a stack of boards, after which he answered that more than 20. The man said that he looked at most 25, so he asked how he could study for more than 20 years. Frowning, the guy looked at him and replied that the world is full of things that he does not understand, and many he does not know at all. There was silence for a few seconds as the man considered his words, then said that he also had a question. He was wondering why he ran away, although he himself started a fight with Hubei, and he doesn't look like Zhang. Jackson suddenly smiled, asking him to look at this crazy man, and then asked how he dared to ask him questions. The man also put on a serious face, asked him what difference it makes, because he will kill him anyway. Keep looking at the fire. Jackie asked him if he was afraid of death, because his impudence brought the man closer to her. The mercenary replied that death is inevitable, and it doesn't matter when it comes. He didn't expect to meet it so early. Hearing this answer, Jackson smiled, and the mercenary stated that it seems they have the same goal, to drive a wedge between the Hubei and Zhang alliances. And for that matter, he decided why not share with each other which group they belong to. Without looking in his direction, Jackie repeated his proposal, after which he said that he didn't care about it, asking him to tell him something interesting. The man's eyes immediately widened in surprise, after which he asked what he meant. Jackie replied that he would listen, and if it was something interesting, he would save his life. If not, he would die. Therefore, he needs to think before speaking, but if he decides to refuse, he will die immediately. Looking at the guy dumbfounded, the mercenary asked himself if he would really let him go. Then he decided that he clearly had problems with his head. Since he's crazy, wouldn't he really let him live if he told him something interesting? Then the man frowned, saying that he was a believer, but Jackie replied that it was boring, then asked to talk about something else. The man shouted that the man they worship originally ruled the whole white way. Their religion does everything only for good. Then he hesitated, thinking unevenly that because of his excitement he had blurted out all the most important things, and this could cost him his life. Smiling, Jackson said that he was now interested, and then asked him to continue. He lowered his eyes, saying that he was talking about a man from ancient times. He helped them a lot and became their hero. And later he became their head and god, who took upon himself the right to lead the entire white path, bringing salvation to this world. Suddenly Jackson interrupted him, saying that he was not interested in stories about fanatics. The man immediately fell silent. Then he lowered his head and asked to be allowed to live, because, as it seemed to him, he had fulfilled his part of the bargain. Jackie asked why he would let the scum of the White Sky Demon cult live. The stunned mercenary immediately asked how he knew, because he did not say the name of the god he worshipped. In response to this, Jackson began to laugh louder and louder while the mercenary gave him a rude look. From hysterical laughter, the guy fell on the pile he was sitting on, and the mercenary decided that he was clearly crazy. Then he touched his foot to the sword, which had been lying at his feet all this time, deciding that since he was going to die anyway, he would not give up without a fight. Suddenly Jackson turned to him, asking him to go and get some firewood if he didn't want to become firewood himself. He rose slightly, speaking more rudely, asking him to be quicker, or he himself would fly into the fire. For several seconds, the mercenary glared at Jackson, who treated him worse than a subordinate. However, half an hour later, he finally brought a good armful of firewood, placing it next to the fire. In an uncertain tone, the mercenary decided to ask why he wouldn't just let him go. Lying on the boards and looking at the starry sky, the guy replied that he would only let him go if he told him something interesting. The man realized that this guy was clearly not himself, because why did he give up these interesting stories? Then he decided to proceed in a different way, asking why he should not ask questions to which he would answer. Without raising his head, Jackson again asked him to tell him something interesting. That was his question. The mercenary asked if he didn't need to know who he was in order to tell a suitable story that would interest him. The guy raised his head, displeasedly asking if he was blind, after which he said that he was a master from the Zhang clan. The man looked at him incredulously, thinking that this was a blatant lie, because he was already convinced that he did not belong to the clan. Then his eyes widened as the realization dawned on him that this man might be the madness demon's disciple. After voicing this thought, he folded his hands in a respectful gesture before saying that he had been too disrespectful. He then asked to be killed. Jackson sadly agreed, after which he said that first he had to bring more firewood. He agreed that he really is a disciple of the demon of madness. He is young, strong, and he clearly doesn't have everything at home. There can be no other option. It was a terrible feeling, because collecting firewood would be the last thing he would do in life, and he would never get out of a low life. After a little more time, the man brought another armful of firewood, which he carefully laid out in front of the fire. Straightening up, he said that he had an interesting story. Jackson immediately asked him to start telling it. Before speaking, the man's hands reached to the back of his head, untying the mask that hid his face. Revealing his appearance to the guy, he said that his name was Danny and his deceased older brother was called Sonny. Jackson frowned slightly, but did not answer, listening carefully to the continuation of his story. The mercenary continued, saying that he joined the White Sky Demon cult on the recommendation of his brother. The White Sky Demon cult is a religious cult that has been rampant in Hubei for over 100 years. Like the previous 7 cult leaders, the 8th leads the believers, but Jackson said he already knows that. But surprised by the question of how he knew this, he asked in response who he holds the Zhong clan for, but this was an unsuccessful argument. The man asked if he knew that the Hubei alliance was formed because of them. When it was founded, it was really strong. Because before, not only local masters entered there, but also from all over Murim. After the defeat of the cult, they were preparing to return. Their first target was the Hubei Union. It was because of their interference that it increasingly turned into garbage over the past 10 years. After defeating Hubei and Shanxi, they will give battle to all of Murim in the south of the river and capture the entire Celestial Empire. This is their great plan. Such a story and great plans brought a smile to the guy's face, but she only knew the irony and disapproval of what was said. Jackson insulted everyone who followed the demonic path, which earned him a disapproving look from the mercenary. The guy said displeasedly that you kill them, but they still won't die out, like cockroaches, and they lure people to themselves with religious nonsense. They study demonic arts and then harm others. The man bared his teeth, but did not answer at first. Holding his mask tightly, he declared that they do not harm the weak. They only cleanse Murim of rubbish. Jackie looked at the man displeasedly, and then asked if he thought this was possible, because it sounded extremely crazy. With a menacing expression on his face, the mercenary replied that God was capable of this, because he was sure that he was doing the right thing. Jackson had a completely different point of view, so he said that if there is a God, then let him behave as such. The mercenary asked why not meet the leader in person. With his skills, he would take a high position. The guy replied immediately that when the time comes, they will meet him as enemies, and this will be inevitable. Such a statement stunned the man, who did not even imagine the scale of this battle, but there was something else that scared him. He let go of his head, realizing that it was all over, because this guy was completely uninterested in his stories. He became slightly flustered, not a drop of sweat flowing down his face as he asked Jackson to spare him. He replied that he could not tolerate fanatics, especially since the cult of the White Heavenly Demon is not a divine cult, but a demonic one. And its leader is not God at all, but an ordinary madman. Murim cannot be cleansed, just like the world of ordinary people. Controlling a huge number of people with religious ideology was an idiotic idea in the first place. And he can't stand idiots. Therefore, he does not deserve to die from his poison, not to become his subordinate, and he does not deserve human relations. When the mercenary noticed that Jackson was taking out his blade, he immediately fell to his knees, loudly begging him for mercy. To this, the guy replied that since he had occupied him with conversations for some time, he would die painlessly. The man opened his eyes wide, realizing that this was how he would die. From the outside, it seemed very simple. Then he wondered why he was afraid of death at all, because just a moment ago this fear had not existed. Then he looked up and was overcome with animal fear, after which he was able to answer his question when he looked at Jackson. He stood over him, like the arbiter of fate. His eyes glowed, and there was not a hint of pity on his face. He realized that he was afraid not of death, but of this man, after which he asked to tell another interesting story. He also added that this would really be the last one. Without taking his eyes off him, Jackie replied that he could try. Finding himself face to face with death, he realized how insignificant everything in the world is. The cult of the Heavenly Demon is a simple demonic cult. His leader is a simple man, and he was an idiot, so he asks for another chance to become his servant. Jackson's face did not waver as he listened to the mercenary who was clinging to every thread to survive. He asked if he wanted to become his servant in order to survive. The man loudly replied that he would do anything to survive. Suddenly a smile appeared on Jackie's face, which could have meant anything, but he said it was interesting. The mercenary's eyes widened when he heard the cherished words, deciding that he would be able to stay alive. Why did he lower his head low, touching his forehead to the ground, loudly thanking Jackson for his indulgence? A few days later, Jackie reached Mount Wudang, simultaneously changing his attire to his usual white one. He was on a crowded street where peace and prosperity reigned. He hid his sword in a cloth so as to attract less attention. He has been inspecting the territory of the Wudang clan for a couple of days, and he really doesn't like it here. And there are several reasons for this. Life here moves so slowly that he begins to relax. But worst of all, he seems to have lost his appetite. He also noticed that the people here were different from those in other cities, because everyone here was too hospitable. When any of them tried to contact Jackson, he simply ignored them and moved on. Passing by a man who was lying on a table in the open air, he heard him asking when it would rain. Jackson realized that he was talking to him, so he made a dissatisfied face and asked in response how he knew. Hearing this answer, the man laughed, agreeing with him. It seemed that the guy's rude answer was like a joke. Looking at him and then turning his gaze to other people, Jackie realized that the place where all 5 elements were collected was completely unsuitable for him. He continued to walk further around the square, realizing that the atmosphere here was strange and creepy, so it was time to return. Sighing heavily, he thought that going to Wudang alone was a bad idea, but fortunately for him, this trip was over. Then he looked at the mountain, said that they say that the strongest in the north are Shaolin and in the south, Wudang, and they did not deceive. The guy said goodbye to the mountain, let it be that he lost, and then went back, passing through huge fields. While he was walking leisurely, thinking about his own business, his attention was attracted by a large mantis waving its legs. Looking at the animal, Jackson frowned that he was the only one in this place who looked hostile. Then he raised his leg, wanting to crush him, but he began to fight back, and the guy asked what was the point of killing him. Crouching next to the praying mantis, which continued to swing its legs, Jackie thought that the atmosphere of Udon had completely absorbed him. He brought his finger closer to the animal, which immediately started beating, taking it as a threat, while Jackson called him Master Mantis. The guy smiled that he was much better than these hippies from Wudong, so he awarded him the title of Master of the World of Beetles, only he would have one. While he was busy rewarding the praying mantis, he did not notice how an old man with long eyebrows and a beard approached him from behind. He stood silently for some time, watching the guy's actions, after which he decided to ask what he was looking at so intently. When Jackson heard the question, his eyes widened in surprise, because he did not expect that there was someone behind him. He replied that he was looking at the praying mantis. The old man said that usually people do not pay such close attention to them. He then asked why he was interested in him. He replied that he was very brave, and decided to reward him with the title of Master of the Bug World. Hearing the funny answer, the old man laughed, repeating the title, adding that it was very funny. Jackson thought that this was a strange old man who, at that time himself, decided to turn to Master Mantis. The guy didn't understand who he was, because he didn't feel his presence until he appeared right behind him. Then the old man said that these flowers are called for beach roses. Then he asked if the guy knew what their smell was. He replied that all flowers have the same smell, but the man said that only beach roses can smell like a beach rose. Whether it is a flower or a person, each has its own scent, after which the old man turned to Jackson. His face suddenly became serious, after which they looked at each other carefully for several seconds. After a few seconds, the man's face lit up with a smile and he asked, since they weren't going to fight, why don't they take a walk? The guy smiled back, after which he sighed, answering why not. After all, he had not communicated with anyone since he came here. They headed into the thicket of a small forest, hardly speaking, silently enjoying each other's company. During their short hike, they came across a flock of ants that blocked their path. After looking at them for a moment, the old man deftly jumped over their formation, leaving Jackson confused. Then they reached a small pond. Standing on the bridge, the man decided to feed the fish while the guy watched all this. After some time, Jackie got tired of walking in complete silence, and the old man noticed this, after which he laughed. Unable to bear it, he asked what was so funny, because he didn't understand why he suggested going for a walk if they were just silent. The old man replied that it is not often possible to meet someone who would not fit the local atmosphere as perfectly as he did. Lowering his head and closing his eyes, Jackson sighed and then smiled, saying that he thought so too. The man told him that he was special. It even seemed as if he did not come from this world at all. Then he suggested going to a place where he would be more comfortable. The guy did not understand what place he was talking about. Soon they reached the waterfall, and the old man said that the stream of water was falling down with violent force. It splashes its drops everywhere, and the ripples created by the water hitting the surface of the pond are very similar to it. Jackson didn't answer anything. I continued to look at the flow of water, trying to compare it with myself. Suddenly the old man asked why he did not kill the praying mantis. He replied that it was not necessary. This answer satisfied the man, who added that apparently this mantis had more rights to life than Patriarch Zhang. Hearing such a comment, Jackie turned his gaze to the man, who continued to stand with a casual look. After thinking a little, the guy agreed, adding that he was much worse than the praying mantis. Hearing this, the old man laughed again. He then said that Patrick was a special person. He understood the power of words more than anyone else. But he was also a hypocrite, hiding behind the concept of justice in his deeds, although he himself did not understand the meaning of this word. It was easy for the guy to cope with him, which cannot be said about him. They are in different conditions. In the end, it would definitely result in a war. Jackson agreed. I understand what the man wanted to tell him, guessing who he is. The old man then asked if he had ever seen the Taiji symbol. Jackie answered in the affirmative, naming the colors black and white. The man said that then their conversation would go smoothly. He added that praying mantises eat insects. This is killing for the sake of survival. But if it is the black side, then we can say that stopping when you are already full is the white side. If his killing of Patrick was the black side, then leaving the remaining clan masters alive was the white side. If one decides to find and kill every mantis in his path, he will bear his blade, because that is what martial arts is all about. While for the sake of the person going against the flow, this is the essence of Wudan, which is only benevolent to those who do not disturb the balance. As Jackson listened intently, the old man said that Patrick had shown him how powerful and painful words could be. But killing him would be much more difficult for Wudan than the guy might think, because a huge conflict would grow. One murder would lead to many deaths, and then he would become the person who goes against the flow. This would cause enormous dissonance both in the relations between the territories and within his soul, which could not allow this to happen. You can call this one of the limitations of the bright path, but at that same second, the old man's face was enveloped in a sad smile. He then decided to find out how his masters were doing. Hearing this question, Jackie's eyes widened in surprise. He was surprised that the old man knew whose student he was, because he did not think that information about this had already reached Wudang. In an uncertain tone, he replied that he had not seen them since he came out into the world, so he could not say anything specific. Smiling, the man said that he was special for these two. The demon of poisons had not killed for 12 years. For a person to change so much is amazing. The guy asked himself how he knew all this, and how wide his gaze stretches. The man then added that for his masters, he, their student, Taiji in the flesh, this surprised Jackie. One kills, the other brings back to life, and he managed to escape from them alive. He can think of it as an attempt to survive. But for these two, he is special. If you think narrowly, you would think that the poison demon lost to his brother. But looking a little further, we can say that he brought back the demon of poisons to the flow that he had cut off during his life. Looking at Jackson, the old man asked if he had now begun to understand what Taiji and the flow were. The guy was silent for some time, reflecting on the old man's words, after which he frowned, answering that he understood everything. The man nodded satisfactorily, because he was sure that he was able to convey the information to the young man clearly enough. He then added that the flow is not to pull out every rose in its path. The flow is the life and death of every person and insect. All living creatures are equal in the flow when natural elements circulate through the flow without causing problems. This is harmony. For her sake, flow exists, according to Taiji. Flow and harmony are one whole, and we need to strive for this. Having comprehended all three paths, this can be called a road that can lead a person to perfection. Then they closed their eyes together, trying to concentrate, listening to the continuous sound of water and bird song. Various pictures of the past immediately began to appear in Jackson's memory, everything that happened to him and what he did. Then he felt a new energy in his chest, which began to circulate in him with renewed vigor. This was the same balance that the old man had told him about, and which could lead him to the right path. The man hoped that he would remember Taiji from time to time. This was both his request and his gift. With his hands folded in a respectful gesture, the guy bowed low, smiling, thanking him for the knowledge he had gained. Smiling in response, the old man said that he had met him, so he could consider that he had seen Udan himself. Towards evening, Jackson left Udan, quickly making his way through the forest, jumping from one branch to another. Now his mood was much better than when he first arrived, because he had received important instructions from the old man. Then he recognized who he was, after which he bowed deeply, thanking the sword sage for the instruction. The man smiled, answering that he was glad to meet him and hoped that they would meet again. These memories brought a smile to the face of the guy, who was unexpectedly happy about this meeting. But the further his path went, the darker his thoughts became, because he felt something was wrong. A huge crowd of people also quickly followed him, clearly wanting to overtake him. Jackson immediately sensed his pursuers, and then turned his gaze to examine them more closely. There were a huge number of them, and they all belonged to a certain clan, and they were hostile. It was not difficult to recognize them, since they carried flags with the words Wildwood Hounds on them. They are part of the Green Forest organization, and it is quite possible that they came to take revenge for the destroyed fortresses. At that same second, one of the warriors took out a throwing knife, aiming in Jackson's direction. The rest followed his example, starting to throw a huge number of projectiles towards the guy. Without any tension, Jackie dodged the knives without even looking in their direction. He only thought that if he started fighting them in a crowded place, many innocents might get hurt. Therefore, he decided to take them to a more suitable place, after which he accelerated, changing his trajectory slightly. Surprised by the change in direction, the warriors were at first taken aback, but then rushed in pursuit again, not wanting to let him go. As he moved, Jackson noticed another cluster of warriors who were on the ground, waiting for his arrival. He noticed that one squad was already catching up with him, but as soon as he turned his gaze, he noticed that the same thing was happening on the other side. Now he was being chased by a squad of vipers, a squad of wolves, and a squad of tigers. All of them belonged to the Wildwoods. The guy did not stop moving, realizing that these guys were trying to surround him and lure him into a trap. Remembering the old man, he frowned and asked out loud where Taiji was. What was the flow and harmony? At that same second, he noticed another group of people in front of him, approaching him and shouting that he would not leave. They then swung their spears, throwing them towards the guy who should have had a harder time dodging in the air. Having quickly examined the number of opponents and figured something out in his head, he already knew what he was going to do. Pushing off from the next branch, he did not move to the side, but rather began to step on the spears, making a support out of them. The stunned warriors watched as the guy jumped from one spear to another, flying above them. Finding himself several branches higher, Jackson stopped, looking menacingly at his pursuers. They also stopped, not daring to say anything. Everyone carefully waited for what would happen next. Jackson decided to run further, hopefully out of the forest, after which he reached a high cliff. He stopped at the edge, his back to the enemies, who quickly began to approach him, like a predator towards its prey. The guy realized that he had no other choice, after which he began to take his sword out of the winding that had been hiding him all this time. Holding the sheathed sword in front of him, Jackson said that sometimes the balance in Taiji is not completely balanced. However, everyone turned a deaf ear to his words, after which they began throwing spears and shooting arrows at him. A wave of spears and arrows rushed towards him, at which time the guy took a fighting stance, preparing to repel the attack. He began to unwind the scabbard, making it like a shield. As a result, more than one arrow and spear could not reach him. A light haze came from the sheath while the guy began to concentrate energy inside himself, showing his seriousness. With this action, he was able to impress the warriors, who looked at him in surprise, and how he was able to deflect the projectiles. When he was fully concentrated, he loudly addressed them, asking the head of the Green Forest to show himself to him in person. The effect of amplifying the voice with energy made all the warriors close their eyes and cover their ears and felt severe pain. As soon as everything calmed down, Jackson carefully looked at the warriors, trying to find the leader, but he did not show up. Instead, all the warriors began to draw their weapons, hinting that the guy's order would not be carried out. One of the soldiers called on everyone to attack, and the next second the crowd rushed towards Jackson. Drawing his sword, the guy turned to the leader, saying that sending his subordinates to death was his answer. The next second, he rushed with lightning speed into the very thick of the enemies, starting to cut out warriors left and right. Many did not even see his movements, but in that moment, a huge number of people fell dead. However, this had no effect as they did not lay down their arms, so Jackson continued the massacre. The warriors who stood aside watched in shock as their comrades were literally cut to pieces. This cooled their ardor a little, but they could not violate the order, so they did not need to stop him. Each soldier waited his turn, but deep down he understood that he was going to certain death. The man shouted loudly that they had nowhere to retreat, so they would not take a single step back. Many reacted dissatisfied to this statement, noticing that this man was gone at that very second. They watched in horror as the scene unfolded, while Jackson had no intention of stopping. The guy swung his sword, freely dealing with every enemy approaching him. He saw fear in the eyes of his opponents, although he understood that they were just following orders, but they served evil. Jackson thought that if killing them was the black side of Taiji, then surviving and returning to Chenan was the white side. If the green forest wreaking havoc around him is the black side, then getting rid of them is the white side. Even if he misinterpreted the sword sage's instructions and Taiji turned completely black, nothing could be done. After all, the lives of the bandits of the green forest, who kidnap children and turn them into their slaves, are worth less than the life of one innocent person. With these thoughts, Jackson looked again at his opponents. His face was sprinkled with blood and his eyes burned with fire. At that same second, his gaze rushed to the leader of the green forest, who all this time sat silently and watched what was happening. Looking at the guy covered in blood, the huge man with a tattoo on his face thought that he was pretty good. Then he waved his hand, ordering the soldiers to attack him again, because he should have been tired by now. The warriors looked displeasedly at their leader, because they understood that right now he was sending them to their deaths. However, they could not tell him anything, since they knew that they would either die at the hands of Jackson or from him. The guy realized that these people would not dare to go against the leader, so he rushed forward, continuing to sow death. While he was depriving the soldiers of their lives, they tried to throw a net over him, which was supposed to restrict his movement. Jackson noticed her too early, so he began to concentrate energy around himself and his sword. Sending several waves of energy towards the net, he cut it, thereby preventing them from catching him. However, the soldiers tried to take advantage of the second while Jackson was dealing with the net, and therefore rushed at him. Without any effort, the guy dodged every attack but was in no hurry to counterattack. Choosing the right moment, he swung the ball, sending a wave of energy forward, thereby destroying an entire squad of soldiers. The warriors standing nearby were horrified by the death of their comrades, and Jackson looked at them angrily, calling on them to die. Then he began to send them constantly changing their direction in order to reduce the number of opponents on all sides. They did not have enough strength and energy to somehow repel or dodge this attack, so they accepted their fate. Standing still, Jackson destroyed a huge number of people who could not even get close to him. But no matter how much he killed, a huge number of soldiers were still heading in his direction. However, this did not moderate his ardor. With all his appearance, he showed that he would defeat as many people as necessary. The warriors stopped for a moment, looking at him in horror and wondering how they should kill this guy. They stood there declaring that they were no match for him. Then one of them asked if the chief could handle him. Hearing this statement, the head of the Green Forest said nothing, looking at his subordinates with contempt in his eyes. Jackson also heard this, after which he fixed his gaze on the tattooed man, waiting for some action from him. The frightened warriors shuddered when they noticed that Jackie had moved, but contrary to their expectations, he walked towards the stone. Sitting down on it, he leaned the sword on himself, after which he began to concentrate, wanting to comprehend Taiji. Hundreds of warriors, including their leader, watched in surprise at the actions of the guy who so easily relaxed in front of them. After a few seconds, Jackson opened his eyes, noticing the phantom body of the sword sage in front of him. He looked at him with sadness and full understanding of what was happening. Then he asked if it would be better to just leave now. After all, many people were at his hands today, but will he be able to cope with this burden? Jackson considered his proposal, frowning slightly as he knew it wasn't that simple. At that same second, a group of people rushed towards him, calling on the others to get out of the way and let them pass ahead. They stopped a few steps in front of the guy, glaring at him with menacing glances, calling out to him along the way. The guy opened his eyes and slowly stood up, making a decision and looking at the old man that only he could see. His sword was stuck in the ground, so he took out the crescent moon blades from behind his back, saying that the only possible path here was extermination. This answer upset the man a little, but he still said that the guy was very stubborn in his actions. To confirm this, Jackie swung his blades, creating a crossflow of energy that was many times stronger. A small group of warriors immediately began to swing their blades, wanting to repel this attack. Then there was an explosion, raising a curtain of dust into the air. Jackson decided to take advantage of this to attack suddenly. The next second, he began to cut off the limbs of the enemy higher than in front, and they did not even notice his approach. He specifically decided not to kill them, but to leave them to suffer. They were all trembling and screaming from the pain that ran through their entire body. Everyone else watched in shock, unable to even breathe. This guy scared them more than the head. There was a silent pause for several seconds, during which Jackson carefully examined the faces of the warriors. Then he headed back towards the stone, finishing off those who were suffering from painful shock with one blow. He then resumed his sitting position, waiting to see what his opponent's next move would be. Concentrating, he again felt the presence of an old man next to him who did not expect such behavior from the guy. The man looked at him carefully, trying to understand what was going on in his head now and what he was going to do. Jackson's head was lowered when suddenly he asked how it was possible for a person to walk only along the flower path. He then said that at times his feet stepped on fallen leaves, and at times he got wet in rainwater. They get cold in the snow, and he tramples around to warm them, and in the night, even the petals of beech roses flutter here and there. Then he asked again how a person who walks only along the flower path can understand the pain and suffering of this world. They looked at each other for a few seconds, after which Jackson declared that he would continue down the dark path. At that same second, the old man smiled and began to disappear, finally saying that this was a very wonderful answer. The words of the sword sage inspired the guy, who smiled and realized what he needed to do next. Holding blades in his hands, he headed towards the warriors, who tensed in anticipation of a new battle. They waited to see what the guy would do next, but he stopped, ordering them all to make way. Everyone looked at him in shock for a few seconds, after which a mass movement began and the soldiers began to retreat. A small road opened in front of Jackson, leading straight to the leader, who continued to sit in his place. The next second, the guy did what no one expected from him. He hid his blades back into their sheaths. The leader was surprised, and so were the rest of the soldiers, because the guy was about to go into the thick of the enemies completely unarmed. Jackson walked forward, confident that no one would touch him, because he had already shown what he was capable of. Suddenly, the guy jumped, shocked in front of the man sitting on the mobile throne. Jackie looked down at him for a few seconds, then asked what the hell he was doing. The man frowned, looking at the guy, deciding to ask him what he meant by saying such things. The guy leaned forward so that he could hear him better, after which he repeated his question again. The head smiled smugly, after which he asked what he was talking about, simultaneously calling him a non-entity. Jackie straightened out, saying that no matter how you looked at it, he didn't look strong enough to kill him. Therefore, he waited for an explanation of the meaning of his idiotic attack, because he thought to defeat him by throwing his sixes. These words angered the man, who grabbed the spear lying next to him and then swung at Jackson. She had already reached the guy, after which there was a loud bang, followed by a short pause. This blow was too slow, so the guy was able to block the spear with neither hand, grabbing it tightly. The next second, he began to concentrate energy in his hand, thereby heating the shaft of the weapon. The head felt a burning pain in his hand, after which he jumped back, releasing his spear from his hands, leaving it in Jackson's hands. Baring his teeth, the man thought that he was no match for him in chi energy, so he had to find another option for victory. But while he was thinking about this, Jackie managed to approach him and grab him by the chest, simultaneously swinging his palm. The next second, he slapped the man so hard in the face that blood gushed from his mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, the man glanced at the guy who was looking at him menacingly and swung his second hand. The next slap was not long in coming, and these two blows were enough for the head to completely lose coordination. His cheeks immediately became swollen, and blood came from his mouth as he tried to clear his throat, but he did not stop glaring at Jackie. The guy, in turn, gave him a calm but dismissive look, while his eyes burned with energy. Realizing that this man was incorrigible, even under the threat of death, the guy dealt him a decisive blow to the top of his head. This was enough to decide his life, so in the next second he was holding the already lifeless body by the breasts. The warriors who watched this froze in shock, as they could not believe that their leader was defeated so easily. Without thinking twice, Jackson pointedly threw the body to the side, throwing it off the huge chariot. When the leader's body hit the ground, all the soldiers were personally convinced that he was definitely dead by examining his injuries. It was difficult for them to believe that he was defeated with bare hands, using only 3 blows. They then turned their gaze to Jackson, who slowly walked towards the throne and took the leader's seat, which was now empty. The guy relaxedly spread his arms on the armrests and put them on his legs, examining his new army. Giving them a scary look, he announced that their next destination was Shenyang and asked them to move forward. The soldiers immediately sent horses, which dragged the mobile throne behind them, and they themselves ran after it. One of the warriors, who was in no particular hurry, approached the leader's body from the first and thought that this guy was up to something. Then he looked at Jackson, thought that the brothers did their best, and besides, they were different from both the poison demon and him. In order not to attract attention to himself, he hurried to join the rest of the warriors who were already leaving. Late in the evening, as the moon illuminated the area, Jackson released poison around the throne, getting rid of the soldiers he did not need. When the deed was done, he folded his fan, after which he took the sword, thinking that there were about 30 people left. As he drew his blade from its sheath, he thought that the others who lacked mobility had already left to greet their leader. When he got off the chariot, he noticed one soldier who was sitting in a semi-meditative position and was still alive. The guy noticed that this man was lying further than the others. Most likely, he used ki to hold out longer. And by the looks of him, he was a mid-level commander or something like that, so Jackson decided to search him for anything interesting. Pushing his vest aside, he found a letter with him, which he immediately unfolded and began to read carefully. It said that the rally point would be the main road between the Gale and Shenyang Demon Leagues. If Jackson has his subordinates with him, he must kill them first. If he manages to escape, then let him wait for further orders. Having finished reading, the guy thought about the possibility that he would also run into an ambush in Shenyang. Without thinking twice, he stuck a blade into the chest of the soldier in whom he found this letter, to make sure that he would not survive. The guy understood that this was a strange situation with the battle on the cliff, and another one that led to the death of the head. That ambush must have had a different purpose. Jackson then began to walk through the soldiers, stabbing them with his sword so that they could not get out alive. He was sure that the poison had an effect on everyone, but caution would never be superfluous, and this way he would be calmer. The same soldier who stayed further away from everyone opened his eyes slightly, thinking that this guy was crazy. He immediately sensed something was wrong when he ordered to set up camp in God knows where, because it was an obvious trap. And just when he thought that maybe not, he sprayed sleeping powder and is now calmly cutting out the rest. Suddenly Jackson returned, looking at the surviving guy, and then began to look closely at him. He immediately closed his eyes, pretending that he was lying dead in order to divert suspicion from himself and not let him come closer. The man lay there and thought that this was not fun at all, after which he mentally asked the guy if he was really going to kill everyone, but he thought that he would get to Chainin and see something interesting there. At that very second, a splash of blood hit his cheek. Mentally, he called Jackson a maniac, a sick student, an equally retarded psycho, a coward resorting to pathetic tricks. But now it was his turn. Jackie swung his sword, while the man opened his eyes and felt the swing. He was able to stop the blade literally near his throat, grabbing it with just 3 fingers, and his eyes did not express fear. Jackson looked at him sternly, realizing that this was no ordinary warrior whom he had defeated on the cliff. The man bared his teeth, then threw his sword aside and rose to his feet, running back and closing the distance. The next second, he began to concentrate his energy, quickly heading towards the guy. Jackson did the same, deciding not to resort to weapons, but to fight the man with his bare hands. As soon as their palms collided, a huge explosion occurred, which raised a huge curtain of dust. Jackson remembered his mentor saying that the madness demon was using Achala's martial art. When they first met, he thought that the 4 great evils were this group of friends, but he did not understand this person's train of thought. In any case, Achala belongs to the Buddhas of great wisdom, and he also left alive the demon of lust and charm. Although he had the perfect chance to kill them, Jackie listened to him carefully, remembering these words for the future. And now, when they collided and an explosion occurred, Jackson was thrown quite far from the demon of madness. He did not expect that the impact would be so strong, so he was thrown towards the chariot, which immediately collapsed. Meanwhile, the man remained unharmed, after which he again began to concentrate energy, heading towards Jackson. There was so much energy in him that the bandage that was wrapped around his arm immediately tore under the pressure. His shirt also began to tear, so the demon decided to get rid of it by tearing it off and throwing it aside. Looking at the lying guy, the demon asked why he was lying there, adding that such tricks would not work with him. Sighing heavily, Jackson began to slowly rise, showing his enemy the injuries he had received. Having straightened out, the guy showed torn clothes, under which an incredible number of scars were hidden. This picture brought a smile to the man's face. He could not restrain himself, saying out loud that this is what beauty looks like. Jackie didn't like this comment, but he still grabbed his chest and started tearing off pieces of clothing. Partially exposing his torso, the guy looked at the man menacingly, asking if he was a demon of madness. He smiled, asking in response if he should be more polite to his elder. Apparently, he had finally met his younger one. He liked him, but his manners left much to be desired. After these words, he rushed forward, attacking with his palm. Jackson put his hands out in front of him to defend himself, but the force of the blow pushed him back toward the chariot. The demon looked at the younger one with an evil grin. I understand that their real battle has not yet begun. Why did he ask him to stop pretending? Ask how much longer he will hide his true strength. And after all, he killed 2 demons, and this requires strength, and he also noticed that his entire essence is simply woven from lies. Jackson looked at his opponent and said that everything was as the master said, but he did not add any specifics. The man smiled, surprised that they were talking about him, but he was interested in the details. However, Jackson answered briefly that it was the case, simultaneously beginning to concentrate energy around himself, preparing to draw his blades. With a lightning-fast movement, he swung his blades in crescent moons, sending a blow towards the enemy. A cross-wave of energy immediately rushed towards the demon, creating a strong windy current, sweeping away everything in its path. The man decided to meet him with his bare hands, beginning to concentrate a huge amount of energy in his hands. He then put his hands together, creating a sphere between them that would stop Jackson's attack. When he let her approach him, there was another explosion, which raised a curtain of dust, hiding the demon behind it. Jackie decided to take advantage of this to make a surprise attack while the man was unaware of his location. However, he immediately sensed the guy's presence, so he extended his hand, blocking the guy's blow. Jackson decided not to stop there, starting to bombard his opponent with slashing and piercing blows. He understood that the demon was parrying every blow, and the energy inside Jackie was seething like never before. The next second, he flew into the air, deciding to use the true moonlight to create a rain of energy. The demon of madness took a deep breath before being illuminated by the blue energy he had surrounded himself with. He saw purple blades coming towards him in a huge stream, wanting to chop him into pieces. Noticing that the attack didn't work, Jackson sank to the ground while trying to come up with a new plan. Smiling menacingly, the demon of madness asked if this was all he was capable of, because he was clearly not impressed. The guy didn't answer anything. I continued to look carefully at my opponent, trying to find his weak spot. When suddenly he sheathed one of his blades, deciding to slightly change his approach to battle, surprising the man. The demon immediately asked what he was doing, while Jackie thought that he had a lot of chai, but was much slower than the demon of lust. If he focused on speed, he could wear him down, and by using his regeneration, he could win. But before he had time to complete his thought, the demon suddenly asked him what he was doing, simultaneously calling him Jackie. This address surprised the guy, who immediately frowned, asking him to repeat what he had just said. The demon smiled friendly, asked why he was so surprised because Jackie was his nickname. He wanted to. He wasn't sure of that. A sudden anger coursed through Jackson's body as he glared at the man, asking how he knew this. The demon stated that it seems that his masters have finally achieved some result because his eyes glow strangely. Jackson did not understand what he was talking about, so the man explained that it was because of the experiments that were carried out on him. The demon of poison called all this torture and training the embodiment of immortality, which he tried so hard to achieve. The guy knew that the masters were trying to create an immortal body, but he never thought that the experiment had a name. Suddenly he decided that the demon had told him about the experiment, so as not to talk about the nickname. The demon then said that an immortal body was simply impossible. He laughed for a long time when he first heard about it. Then he began to imbue his hand with energy, saying that he was interested in checking it out. He would find out when he cut it into pieces. Looking for a reason to fight, the demon rushed forward. Now he will find out whether the experiment was a success or not. Reacting quickly, Jackson dodged his blow, trying not to lose eye contact with him. However, the man managed to take the initiative into his own hands, after which he began to attack non-stop, and Jackie went on the defensive. The force of the demon's blows was so great that the ground beneath them literally exploded and shone with blue energy. When Jackson had enough of this, he jumped back, breaking the distance, slowly sinking to the ground. He then turned to the elder, saying that he was unlikely to be able to check it with such speed, suggesting that he had not yet started. This statement brought a menacing smile on the man's face, which only made him more eager to fight. Then he said that he asked for it himself, after which he sharply rushed forward, and the guy noticed that the demon had noticeably accelerated. He managed to dodge the attack, which smashed the chariot to pieces, which had already been completely destroyed before. It was clear from the man's face that he was enjoying this fight, so he continued to swing his arms, attacking Jackie. When his hand passed the guy's face, the man smiled and thought that now he was caught. However, the guy was not going to give up so easily, so he lunged with his blade, aiming at the demon's hand. After the next explosion, a small depression formed in the ground between the combatants, caused by the force of the impact. Having jumped some distance away from each other, Jackson began to stretch the hand in which he held the blade, looking at the guy who didn't have any visible injuries, where he was surprised that he was able to withstand it. Then he returned forward, deciding to see how much longer he could last before he finally gave up. Their speed increased manifold as they whirled around each other trying to strike. Stopping abruptly, the demon of madness began lunging with his palms at incredible speed. Jackson was able to dodge each attack and then concentrated energy into his palm, wanting to respond in kind. While the demon was trying to strike again, Jackie's palms were already heading towards his face. The man managed to put his hands in front of him to take the full blow, which made his body shudder. He was thrown several meters back, but his feet were firmly on the ground, which is why he did not lose his balance. Seeing this, the guy sighed, then shook his palm. I understand that he struck quite a strong blow. Then he smiled, turned to the matter at hand, said that he could take a punch quite well, thereby trying to poke him. This phrase worked perfectly, which is why the demon of madness called him impudent and began to concentrate even more energy. Directing a huge stream towards the guy, he rushed after him, wanting to silence him forever. Jackson frowned, thinking that the amount of his ki was simply enormous. He was definitely the strongest of the four. Then she turned to the elder again, saying that his face was so ordinary that he managed to recognize him. While he dodged the blows, he said that if he had to live with such a face, he would definitely go crazy. While the demon was attacking him, he continued to irritate him, saying that it was not that he wanted to insult him or offend him. Jumping away from him, he did not finish his thought, asking him to forget about it because it doesn't matter. The flow of these speeches forced the demon to be led by emotions, after which he loudly asked why he still wouldn't shut up. Taking out the second blade, Jackie frowned, asking why the green forest and what his purpose was. After all, he is an unusual thug, and meeting him here was a rather unexpected event that was difficult to predict. With a sharp movement, he sent a wave of energy towards the demon, who noticed it was once near his face. He didn't answer the question, dodging the attack with a backflip, after which he tried to keep his eyes on the guy. Jackson continued to attack him, sending out waves of energy, causing the man to jump from place to place. The demon got angry. I think that no matter where he lands, the guy immediately sends a wave there in advance. At this time, Jackie swung his blades non-stop, releasing an incredible amount of energy waves. When the man got tired of this, he gathered all his energy in his hands, after which he began to fight off every attack with them. All the waves that should have overtaken him ricocheted to the sides, colliding with the ground behind the man. Jackson then asked that he was called crazy because of the way he was jumping around madly. He then added that thanks to him he learned something new. He asked him not to cross the line if he wanted to live. The man's eyes lit up with fire as he added that the guy should watch his tongue before he tore it out by the roots. Jackson suddenly asked him not to be so arrogant with only a large amount of ki. Then he smiled slyly, adding that it was extremely difficult for him to perceive threats from a man with the face of an extra. The next second, the demon grabbed his face, tearing off his mask, revealing his true appearance to the guy. Now a completely different person was looking at him, with a scar on his eye, who asked him to stop joking. But before he said this, Jackie said that fate had clearly decided to laugh at him by giving him such a face. The next provocation worked perfectly. The demon rushed forward, loudly shouting that he would tear him to pieces. Despite his jokes, Jackie looked very serious, after which he also rushed at his opponent. Then they began to attack each other, each wanting to take the initiative, but now they were fighting on equal terms. Their eyes met as they paused for a moment, their eyes blazing and neither of them showing any signs of giving up. Another explosion was heard. After the curtain was dispelled, they noticed that their battlefield was almost completely destroyed. Standing opposite each other, the demon turned to Jackson irritably, again asking him to shut his mouth. Sheathing his blades, the guy answered in a serious tone that he didn't say anything, then asked if the voices in his head were tormenting him. He then clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, saying that he should apologize because he shouldn't have made fun of a disabled person. The demon slapped his face with his palm, calmly asking if this is how martial artists should behave. His energy immediately dissipated when the man decided to ask what the masters had taught him all these years. He likes bright and aggressive battles, with those equal in strength, so he does not fight weaklings. When he decided to invite him to silently continue to fight, he stopped mid-sentence, opening his eyes in shock. He noticed that Jackson had his back turned to him and began to relieve himself, not worrying about him attacking from behind. The demon could not believe his eyes, because for the first time he met a person who treated him so disrespectfully. When Jackson finished with his business, he turned back to the man, asking what he was talking about. The demon did not answer, looking displeasedly at the guy who continued to adjust his belt. Then Jackie asked if he was deaf, adding that although he was a demon of madness, he still needed to have manners. The man was in complete shock, realizing that this guy had absolutely no conscience. Then he became embittered again, telling the guy that he had completely lost his mind because his behavior went beyond the bounds of decency. Suddenly, Jackie suggested talking seriously about the behavior befitting a martial artist. After all, he considered himself a true master. He would not pretend to be one of the scum of the Green Forest and would reveal himself. After which I would have challenged him from the very beginning, because he is not some 3-year-old scoundrel, so that he doesn't chew him out. Moreover, should the strongest of the 4 great evils engage in this childishness? He hides in other people's ranks like a rat, provoking conflicts, considering these to be great atrocities. But if his brain is still working, he should think about the fact that he is the demon of madness and not the villainous 6. He single-handedly crushed the Tanyang and Chana dark paths while he was busy with the Green Forest. The guy decided that he was in Hubei, which was just an echo of its former greatness, or causing confusion in the sects, forcing them to fight. He didn't go near Wudong or Huashan, and that was because they were so damn strong, and he knew he was right in his words. He's also willing to bet that that's all the demon did. And if he was discovered, he cleaned up his tails and ran to a new place. He replied that this was the first time he had met a person with such verbal diarrhea, who kept talking and talking all sorts of nonsense. The guy replied that he compiled his skills in speed, did not calculate that they could continue them for 218 days. Either way, he still has a lot more to tell, so they're in no rush. The demon of madness frowned and replied that then he could simply go to Shannon and kill all his subordinates. A smile appeared on Jackson's face as he said that this was exactly what he expected from a demon. Why did he say that he thought that he only fights with equals, and now he is going to kill his subordinates, who are much weaker? These speeches made the man bare his teeth as the man said that Shannon will become the grave of all 4 evils. After all, the demon of lust and charm has already found a hole for himself there, so he will be happy to help him find his place. He also added that even if they went there at the same time, he would get there first, and asked if he had thought about it. Jackson himself answered that no, that next time he should try to work first with his brain and then with his tongue. The demon of madness glared at the guy, wanting to answer something, but fell silent after the first word. Then the man closed his eyes and lowered his head, sighing heavily, realizing that no words would help. He then sat down on the rock he was using as a chair, indicating that he had no intention of attacking. Looking at Jackson, he said that he could go, because his chatter had finished him off and relieved him of the desire to fight. For several seconds, the guy looked at the demon carefully, trying to understand whether he was really letting him go. The man smiled, asking that he didn't want to leave, but he also knew that in a fair fight, he wouldn't stand a chance. In response to this, Jackson straightened his cape, after which he said goodbye to the demon, heading towards the horse. He looked at the guy in surprise and thought that he would continue to scratch his tongue, but he just took it and left. Suddenly he frowned, deciding that he had again gone to finish off the remnants of the Green Forest, simultaneously calling him completely abnormal. Meanwhile, Jackson saddled the only horse that could survive their brawl. Without turning around, he headed towards the city, wanting to get there as quickly as possible so he could rest. And he thought that the demon of madness had no options other than to go to Shenyang, but he would be there faster. When night fell on the city, Jackson was already there, so he headed to the nearest inn. After a little more time, he visited a hot spring, where he intended to relax and restore energy. The next morning, he bought a new set of clothes, after which he leisurely walked along a busy street. Waving the fan he wasn't currently using as a weapon, Jackie thought the demon must have gotten there by now. Suddenly, passing by a tavern, the guy noticed a familiar silhouette who was sitting with his back to him. Folding his fan, Jackson headed towards him, thinking that he would regret underestimating him. Meanwhile, the man was enjoying the noodles. He hadn't eaten in quite some time, so he needed some refreshment. Entering the room, Jackson looked around the room and asked loudly if this was the demon of madness. Sitting down opposite the man, he began to listen as the other visitors immediately began to whisper and asked if they had heard correctly. The guy smiled, asked the elder why he was dining here alone, like some old man, and then offered his company. He glared at the newcomer with displeasure and asked why he came close and began to interfere with his meal. The guy smiled guiltily and said that it was very rude because he just wanted to eat noodles with him. They were not strangers to each other. He then turned around, asking the owner to bring him a plate of noodles and their most expensive wine. The tavern owner immediately accepted the order. The demon smiled, asking if he had thought of poisoning him, and then said that poison would not kill him. Jackie put on an innocent face, answering that he actually has standards, and he wouldn't play so dirty. When suddenly he shouted loudly that it was very offensive to hear such a thing from the strongest of the four great evils. The reaction exceeded all expectations. All the visitors, upon hearing this, immediately threw down their plates and headed for the exit. When they were alone, the demon looked at the guy with displeasure and then returned to his noodles. Noticing this, Jackson immediately turned around, slamming the table loudly and asking what was taking so long and where his noodles were. Because he slammed the table, the broth splashed out of the plate, staining the man's face and clothes. Having noticed this, the guy made a malicious face, saying that it turned out very awkward. Wiping the broth from his face, the demon frowned, saying that he had achieved his goal, so they would finish eating and go fight. Hitting the table with his fist, Jackie replied that they would fight like real men, suggesting they do it at the riding club. The impact on the table was enough to cause the plate to tip over, completely covering the demon's chest with noodles and broth. Smiling, Jackson said that it was his fault, after which he decided to offer him another plate, because he was really sorry. At that very second, the owner of the tavern came up, bringing him noodles, and saying that they only had baiju left. The guy immediately accepted it. Then the demon of madness began to watch Jackie eat the noodles with appetite, and fell silent for a while. The man thought that he had just arrived, but this guy had time to wash and sleep, and in addition also have lunch. He didn't know if he could defeat him under such conditions without recovering to his level. The risk was too great. While the demon was in his thoughts, Jackson poured himself some alcohol and then downed the glass in one gulp. Slamming it loudly on the table, he smiled, asking the demon not to stare like that, otherwise he would spoil the whole appetite. The last drop of patience inside the man burst, after which he threw the table away, rushing straight at Jackson. This blow was so strong that it created a shockwave, completely destroying the interior, and the demon had 2 holes in his palm. Jackson did them, taking the blow with chopsticks while he continued to chew the noodles. He then smiled and said that he was trying to eat, but the man didn't care. He got angry, inviting him outside. The guy, who had a grain of rice stuck to his lips, smiled again and asked where they were going. The demon replied that they would go straight to his grave. Jackie agreed, and then asked if he would show the way. Without answering anything, the man walked towards the exit, while Jackson followed him at a leisurely pace. They made enough noise that rumors should have already spread. All that was left was to stall for time. Then his subordinates or nearby sects will arrive. Turning his head, he looked at the demon, who began to run away. The guy didn't like this turn of events, so he gave the man a dissatisfied look. However, he had no choice but to chase after him, and it was impossible to lose sight of him. Without turning around, the demon of madness jumped from rooftop to rooftop, thinking that he had figured out Jackson's plan. The guy also ran forward, knowing for sure that he would not be inferior to him in speed, but he preferred to keep some distance. Turning around slightly, the man thought that nothing would happen the way he wanted, so he decided that he had done the right thing. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise when he didn't see the guy behind him, and then began to ask where he had gone. Without slowing down, he continued jumping on the rooftops. I think it's even better this way. He uses this time to rest. Some time later, he reached home, after which he immediately lay down on the bed, placing his hand on his head. He only thought that he would finally be able to sleep, because of Jackson, he had not slept for several days. As soon as the man began to fall asleep, he suddenly heard a loud knock on the door, after which he asked who was there. No one answered him, and after a short pause, the knocking became even louder. Rising from the bed, the demon asked who else the devil had brought. Approaching the door, the dissatisfied man repeated his question in an angry tone, expecting to hear an answer. A voice was heard on the other side of the door, which offered him a drink. The demon thought that the voice was not at all like Jackson. Then he asked the stranger to identify himself, and then he would think about whether to drink with him or not. Then they addressed him as an elder. The demon immediately asked if it was Jackson, that now he was changing his voice to provoke him. The guy smiled, answering in a joyful tone that he was caught on personal grounds, as expected from the elder. The man sat down on the bed again, sending the guy off, adding that they would drink next time. Jackson again turned to the demon of madness, asking him to have a glass with him. He replied that he was freezing him out. Then he asked if the guy was kidding. He replied that his subordinates had arrived from Shannon and were looking forward to meeting him. About 100 of them had gathered, and each of them really wanted to have a drink with him, even though he said that the eldest was tired, but they didn't even want to listen. The man thought that by subordinates he meant the Shannon dark path, and he had already managed to gather a whole 100 here. However, looking out the window, the man noticed a completely empty yard, realizing that Jackson was trying to deceive him. As if reading his thoughts, the guy said loudly that there was no one on the street. Everyone had gathered and was waiting on the first floor. Among them there is a man, Henry. He is very stubborn, and it was he who laid the Shannon net that caught the demon of lust. The man smiled, asking if he was threatening him because he didn't care about this useless network. Jackie replied that until he tried, he wouldn't know. By the way, the demon of lust was much faster than him, but he still got caught. Such a statement hit the self-esteem of the demon, which you already bared your teeth, answering that now they will check it. Breaking out the window and jumping out into the street, the demon declared that he would break this network of which he was so proud. He was already ready to destroy a whole 100 people, but as soon as he turned around, he noticed a completely empty hall on the first floor. Why did his gaze darted towards a small group of people who were dumbfoundedly watching what was happening? The man stood in confusion, turning his head and wondering where all his subordinates were with whom he had threatened him so much. Jackson's voice came from the second floor, saying that he was truly a demon of madness, then asked what was wrong with the window. The man looked at the guy who was standing near the broken window, smiling and waving his fan, and thought that he was mocking him again. The demon's eyes lit up, after which he bared his teeth, calling him to come down, because it was time for a fight. But he only smiled, inviting him to drink with him instead of wasting time fighting. However, the demon had a slightly different opinion, which is why he concentrated energy in his hand, directing it towards Jackie. A wave of energy immediately enveloped the second floor, while ordinary onlookers watched in shock. When they saw the destruction caused by one single person, they got scared and began to run away. Climbing out from under the rubble and fanning away the curtain of dust, Jackson said that the man had terrible nerves. In a dissatisfied tone, the guy said that he simply asked to have a drink with him, and instead of agreeing, he began to go crazy. The man looked displeased at the annoying guy while he continued to say that he did not ask to fight with him. Their paths had already crossed several times, so he thought they might knock over the glass. Jackie's speeches gave him a headache, but at first he said nothing, trying to collect his thoughts. He then reluctantly agreed, angrily saying that they would go and drink his damn wine to calm him down. In response to this, Jackson smiled and said that, as expected from the elder, he finally accepted his feelings. When they sat down at the table, Jackson began to pour wine, saying that sitting down and drinking with him would be a hassle. Raising the glass to his mouth, he declared that the poison would not affect him, so the guy didn't even have to try to throw anything away. Frowning, Jackie asked how long he could remember this, because it only spoiled the taste of the drink. Having drunk in silence, the man did not take his eyes off the guy, still doubting that he was not trying to fool him. Slamming his glass on the table, he turned to Jackson, asking him to stop harassing him, because he was already tired of it. The guy looked at his interlocutor with surprise and dissatisfaction, answering that he had no right to say such a thing. After all, if this is torment, then what was it that he did in the past when he was among a bunch of weaklings? The man's expression immediately changed as he sighed, thinking that the guy was partly right. Why did they sit in silence for a while, and suddenly they heard loud voices heading towards them? Two warriors entered the inn while one of them said that he was faster, although Mr. Hunter had gone before him. The man immediately turned to Henry, answering that leaving early was also a skill, and an important one at that. Jackson and the demon of madness immediately turned their gaze to the people who entered, deciding not to interfere with their friendly squabble. At that very moment, the two men folded their hands in a respectful gesture and bowed, greeting Jackson. The guy smiled at them, said that they did a good job of arriving here quickly, and then invited them to sit down. The men accepted the order in unison, keeping their eyes on their master, grateful for his praise. When they took their places, they continued to argue about which of them was faster and got here first. The next second, the door swung open, and a huge crowd of people appeared behind the displeased face of the demon of madness. The warriors, led by the head of the North Wind, entered the building and began to argue since when did they begin to divide into Channon and Tanyang. They then all bowed deeply to Jackson, loudly asking him to forgive them for being late. The guy was pleased to watch this picture, so he smiled again. I invite them to also take their seats. However, the demon was not happy with the unfolding situation, but he could only silently watch. Then 5 more people entered the tavern, folding their hands in a respectful gesture and bowing deeply. Jackson continued to greet the guests, inviting them to sit down while glancing at the demon. Having looked at them, the man thought that they were all masters from the dark path, whom he had heard about once, and they all came at his call. The last to enter was the elder sister, who said that the gentleman looked good, and added that he was having a good time here. While Jackson asked her to sit down, the demon looked at her but could not recognize her, but realized that she was also strong. Why did the guy start pouring wine into a glass, address the demon of madness, saying that he shouldn't have messed with him? At that same second, the man noticed that the angry glances of everyone present were directed at him. Hearing this statement, the man smiled, answering that he had shot him again, but this only fueled his interest. Then he began to concentrate his aura, saying that since everyone was assembled, it was time to start, and half of his people would die today. However, he abruptly stopped doing this when Jackson asked him to wait a little, after which he began to fill his glass with wine. Why did he say that today would be the last day for some of them, so they should have a drink first? Suddenly, the demon stood up from his seat, causing the others to tense up for a second and prepare for battle. However, the demon only grabbed his glass, asking the warriors to join too, because this could be their last cup. No one moved from their place, continuing to glare at him with a murderous gaze, waiting for the leader's command. At that very moment, Jackson rose from his seat and took the floor, ordering everyone to fill their cups. After his words, a movement began. People began to take out glasses and fill them with wine, following Jackie's order. Then everyone lined up in front of him, holding their glasses with their hands outstretched in front of them, awaiting further orders. Jackson took his cup before grinning as he addressed the demon of madness, offering him a drink. He calmly looked at the guy, being completely sure that most of them would not survive this day. He and the others looked at the man, who did not answer Jackson, and they considered this disrespectful. The man also couldn't help but notice that their eyes were full of devotion, which was very rare to find. Suddenly he remembered Jackson's words when they fought for the last time. Then he asked what he had just wasted his life on. Then the man looked down, realizing that this guy was right, and he really hadn't achieved anything in all these years. The demon of madness looked at Jackson, knowing deep down that he was jealous of him and his achievements. Suddenly he laughed loudly, which surprised everyone present, but this did not bother him at all. After that, he looked at all the warriors, saying that they were all very courageous and brave. He then held out the hands holding the glass in front of him, declaring that he, the demon of madness, praised their bravado. Jackie watched him calmly, although there was a hint of surprise on his face as he listened to the man's brief speech. Then the guy proudly declared that their rights would not be silenced until the last of them died, after which he raised his hand up. All the warriors smiled when they heard the inspiring speech of their leader, who guided them to victory. When the guy finished his toast, everyone in the room began to drink to their bravado. The first to finish drinking was the demon of madness, who immediately frowned, crushing the glass in his hand. Jackson, with a calm expression, did the same, without ceasing to look at the man standing next to him. Seeing this, the rest of the warriors followed suit, causing the sound of crystal breaking to echo throughout the room. Jackie and the demon of madness locked eyes, hinting that the formal part of their meeting had come to an end. After this, the demon of madness headed towards the exit, began to concentrate energy in his hands, at the same time calling everyone to leave. As soon as he was on the street, he noticed a huge crowd of warriors who had been waiting outside all this time. The man looked surprised for a second, then grinned, ordering the small fry to get out of his way. However, none of the warriors moved, continuing to stare menacingly at the smug and arrogant man. Suddenly behind him, he heard Jackson's voice, who ordered everyone to make way, because this would be a battle of leaders. Everyone unanimously obeyed the orders, folding their hands in a respectful gesture and bowing deeply, after which they began to disperse. The demon watched as the crowd of people immediately obeyed the order and began to retreat, without turning in his direction. He chuckled to himself, thinking that even this rabble revered Jackson so zealously he thought it was funny. Jackie said that any losses were undesirable for them, and also he sent a message not only to their troops. Therefore, he asked not to rush forward headlong. They would defeat him in a protracted battle. Everyone immediately understood the instructions. The guy then turned around, saying that the survivors will become villains, and he wants them all to become them. Once again agreeing with his words, they all headed towards the exit, mentally preparing for battle. Having met the demon's gaze, they rushed towards each other, concentrating their energy. At that very second, an explosion occurred, due to which the rest of the soldiers began to cover their faces from shrapnel. However, Jackson did not stop there. He pointed his palm towards the enemy, wanting to attack. Having dodged, the man irritably thought that the guy who had only dodged had now decided to fight with his palms. Then a crazy smile lit up his face, after which he mentally declared that he accepted his challenge. The next second, they began exchanging powerful blows, which never reached their target. The ground beneath their feet immediately began to sink, creating a small crater as they waved their arms wildly. The force of their attacks was so powerful that the air currents literally destroyed the nearest structure and felled trees. The stunned warriors could only watch in silence as their leader steadfastly fought the demon of madness. When their palms collided once again, there was an explosion that threw the two men away from each other. Jackson was thrown a little further, but he still remained on his feet, maintaining his balance. Behind him stood angry subordinates, ready at any moment to help the leader in battle. When he gave the sign, they immediately began to send waves of energy that were directed at the demon. The man did not expect such cover, but he immediately concentrated a huge amount of energy and bared his teeth. He then released a stream of accumulated energy, making it like a shield that absorbed the entire blow. But his eyes widened when he realized that it was just a distraction. At that very second, Jackson was already rushing towards him. Having managed to react in time, the demon of madness grabbed the guy's blades with his bare hands, blocking the direct attack. But at that same second, a whip wrapped around the man's throat, which immediately began to tighten around his neck, bringing him discomfort. The elder sister, who kept some distance, began to draw her weapon, helping the leader. The veins on the man's face immediately began to appear, and his face turned red, but he continued to withstand the pain. Suddenly, Jackson and the girl's faces shot up in shock as they noticed the demon fly into the air. Jackie did not let go of his blades, rising into the air with the man, and his sister continued to hold on to the whip. With a kick to the stomach, the man sent Jackson into free flight, thereby getting rid of one problem. He then grabbed the whip with both hands, which was tightly pulled, trying to free himself from his grip. When he managed to do this, he began to pull the girl towards him in order to deal her the decisive blow. Noticing what kind of weapon she was using, the demon immediately asked if she was a student of the demoness. The elder sister opened her eyes in fear when she saw the demon's hand, imbued with energy, rushing towards her. However, he was unable to overtake her, as a wave of energy rushed between them, which saved the girl. After another wave, they missed each other, setting off for a free flight. The man decided to see who was doing it. He immediately frowned when he saw Jackson flying with his back to the ground, sending out waves of energy. Concentrating again, the demon began to parry every blow the guy sent without stopping. Jackie also frowned and his eyes lit up, after which he sent a crosswave, which was much more difficult to repel. The demon tensed, realizing that he would not have time to dodge, while the wave was getting closer and closer. This attack still achieved its goal, sending the man straight into the building, which broke the roof with his body. Jackson easily landed on the ground, carefully watching the place where the man landed. After that, there was silence. The guy continued to watch the building, waiting for his opponent to appear again. However, nothing happened, and at the same time his wards began to run up to the leader, who also did not understand what was happening. The first to speak was the elder sister, who worriedly asked the gentleman if he was okay. He didn't even look in her direction, continuing to watch the building, but replied that he was fine. He then said that the demon was injured, but it was still far from being completed, so they couldn't move too far away from each other. Everyone accepted the order as one. Their faces were still tense, and their minds were ready to continue the battle. Rushing forward, Jackson said that everyone who was confident in their speed should quickly follow him. At this time, the madness demon decided to run away as he was partially injured and was not sure if he could win. However, he did not fully understand why he was running away, because this was one of the few battles that he truly enjoyed. Suddenly he heard a sound behind him. Turning around, he noticed fireworks shooting towards the sky. It exploded, surprising the man, who did not understand the purpose for which this signal was launched. The next moment, fireworks began to follow him on his heels, as if marking his path and preventing him from hiding. Then he saw a group of people in front of him heading towards him and calling on him to stop. He immediately recognized them as the elders of Junin, and he wondered what these idiots were doing here. Moving from roof to roof, he noticed on the ground a detachment of mounted troops who followed him with loud exclamations. Turning his head, the man recognized the Hubei alliance, after which he realized that even this trash had decided to chase him. He then stopped, realizing that he was surrounded, so he had no choice but to fight them. After looking around him, the man calmed down a little, since Jackson was nowhere to be seen, which made his task easier. He then frowned at the elders, saying that they had forgotten their place if they decided to challenge him. The demon addressed the two warriors, declaring that today they too would become one-eyed like their brother. He pointed to the third comrade next to them. One of the men said that they would see how the situation would turn out. The demon smiled, recognizing the commander of the Iron Cavalry detachment. He told the man sitting on the horse that they had not seen each other for a long time. He frowned and agreed with his words. He then asked how the demon managed to get into such trouble. Although he had received the message, he was not sure if it was true. The man tensed when he heard about the message, after which he realized that these were yet another of Jackson's tricks. He then smiled, deciding not to show that he was at a disadvantage, saying that he had his reasons for it. He then began to concentrate energy around his body, and his eyes lit up, after which he ordered them to attack. The warriors who surrounded him also began to surround themselves with energy, preparing for the inevitable battle. Meanwhile, Jackson and his subordinates managed to get to the battlefield, but only watched on the sidelines. With a serious tone, Henry asked if they should join, as he doubted they could defeat the demon. Jackie immediately replied that they would wait, thinking to himself that everything was going as he had planned. The next second he noticed an explosion, which meant the beginning of a battle in which he would not take part. Hunter asked in surprise that the demon was fighting, even though he knew that they were nearby. This surprised him. With a serious tone, Jackson replied that perhaps he wanted to show them what he was really capable of. At the same time, the man smiled madly when he noticed that a whole bunch of warriors rushed at him. When the sun began to set below the horizon, the battle was over. The bodies of fallen warriors and a huge amount of weapons lay on the ground. The demon of madness who had won was covered from head to toe in blood, and swords protruded from his back. He was covered in many scratches, from which blood oozed and fell to the ground, but he withstood the pain. The next second, he noticed the commander of the Iron Cavalry, who was still alive, and was sitting leaning on the back of his horse. Approaching him, the man said that his face looked as if he had not expected such an outcome. He replied that he could not even think about it, because there were so many of them, but Murim is a place where it is impossible to predict the future. Hearing this comment, the demon laughed. agreeing with the commander's statement, which was right on target. The man smiled for a second, then returned the seriousness to his face, asking the demon to kill him. He looked at the defeated enemy, after which he declared that only he could decide whether to kill him or not. As a result, the demon decided to leave him alive, after which he headed in the other direction, leaving the commander to his mercy. He turned around and again loudly asked to kill him because the battle would end only when one of them died. The demon replied that if he survived, he should return to Hubei because they would all soon have to fight the cult of the heavenly demon. The commander began to slowly get up, saying that if he did not want to kill him, then he would finish him off himself. The demon did not react to this threat, asking him to leave, adding that he wanted to get some sleep. This statement stunned the commander, who could not believe that after everything that had happened, he just wanted to sleep. Then he shouted after him, calling him crazy, adding that he couldn't leave it like that. However, the demon ignored his request, heading to the lake to wash off the blood and freshen up a little. While he sat and cleaned his wounds, he felt someone's presence behind him and a slight haze. An unusual fog began to surround him. The man only frowned, closing his eyes, realizing what was going on. He then declared that in his entire life, he had never met a greater scoundrel, after which he fell face down into the ground, losing consciousness. At that same moment, Jackson approached him, waving a fan and saying that it only helped him sleep. Sometime later, the demon of madness opened his eyes, trying to realize whether he was still alive or had already died. Then he took off from his spot, examining his surroundings, recognizing the lake next to which he had stopped. The man noticed a fire opposite him, in front of which Jackson was sitting, who stated that he had finally woken up. The demon decided to ask why he was still alive. The guy replied that only he could decide whether to kill him or not. He sighed displeasedly, remembering a recent conversation with the commander, after which he concluded that he had eavesdropped on them. When Jackie nodded in satisfaction, the man thought that meant he had plenty of chances to kill him. Then he decided to ask why he didn't help the light ones. Jackson calmly answered, because they were all his enemies. Hubei is now weak, Junan has lost 3 of its elders, and Patriarch Zhong is dead, and soon the subsidiary branches will begin to fight for power. Hearing this, the madness demon snorted, and then asked that only Wudang and Huashang were left. Turning his head in his direction, the guy replied that he would have no problems with Udan, of which he was absolutely sure. When the demon asked why he decided so, he replied that he had a meeting with their sword sage. Surprised by this answer, the man immediately asked how he remained alive after this, because this old man is damn strong. At first, Jackson didn't respond to this, looking sternly at the demon, wondering whether to answer him or not. Instead, he asked if he was like one of the 4 great evils. The demon replied that he was worse than them combined. The guy was not very pleased with this statement, so he said that this is how he killed the demons of lust and charm. He only kills those who deserve it. Wudang has been doing the same throughout his entire existence. Of course, not everyone in Udan is like this, but the Sage of the Sword does not divide people into dark, light, and demons, but only into those who are worthy of life or death. And if the demon of madness was trash, killing women and children, it would already be dead. So he asked not to compare it with them. Hanging his head in irritation, the man thought that no one had taught this guy any manners. Then he asked that only Huashang remained, to which Jackson replied that he did not know, because he had not met them yet. Raising her gaze, she decided to ask him again the same question that interested him most, why he was still alive. The Jackson group asked him to shut up and simply answer his questions, advising him to learn to read the atmosphere. He got angry, asking if the guy thought that he was afraid of death, because if he was so confident in himself, then they could fight. He will definitely take at least one hand from him, Jackson immediately agreed, which surprised the demon. The man was only glad of his agreement, after which he stood in a fighting stance and tried to concentrate his energy. When suddenly he looked at his hand in shock, realizing that he could not use his ki. Rising from the stone, Jackie asked the demon to listen carefully, ask if he knew what would happen if he decided to kill him. He will strip him naked and throw him in front of the doors of some light clan, and perhaps throw him in front of the academy. They will become much more famous after killing the demon of madness. Then the guy smiled and asked what he thought about it. Such a proposal only caused indignation on the man's face, who thought that this guy was definitely sick. Jackie added that if he doesn't like it, he can end his own life, but he will immediately start rumors about it. People learned that the demon of madness was afraid of Jackson and committed suicide. The man replied that this would not be true. The guy smiled and said that even if not, this rumor will become so, because this is how this world works. And he knows this very well, so Jackson asked him to stop being stubborn and start listening to him carefully. Clenching his fists until he trembled, the man thought that this boy was talking about what he hated most. The question popped up in his head. Would he really lose to him? After which he realized that he had already lost a long time ago. Approaching the fire, he asked him to ask his questions. Jackson asked him to tell him about the cult of the White Heavenly Demon. He replied that they were fanatics, worshipping a man who was once called an absolute ruler. They are examined by a leader who imitates the teachings of an absolute ruler. Now in the 8th chapter. Jackson then asked what he planned to do when the cult decided to go to war. Let's say there would be fireworks to watch. The man closed his eyes and smiled, and answered that he would wait and see, because he himself had never asked this question. Then the guy invited him to fight in the front ranks. The man frowned, asking what nonsense he was talking about. He replied that there will be this battle with a cult, or with someone else. He wants a man to lead the people in the front row. He looked at the guy with disbelief, wondering why he needed this, because just recently they had been enemies. Jackie replied that he was preparing a place for him to die. The man said that he could find a grave for himself. Jackson suddenly looked sternly at the demon, and then asked if he was in the right position to speak like that. The man stood in front of the fire. I don't know what to answer him, because he really was not in an advantageous position. Then Jackson asked to abandon his past and become a new person, and he would help him with this. When asked what he meant, Jackie replied that through his subordinates, he would spread the news of the death of the demon of madness. His masks will help with this. He will hide under a guise, under which even his subordinates will not be able to recognize the demon. And no one would expect that in his ranks, there would be a master of the level of a madness demon who supposedly no longer exists. The guy then smiled and asked what he would say to that. They could fool the whole world together, and it sounded pretty fun. The demon looked in shock at the guy, who said that no matter where he went, there would be enemies everywhere because he was from a dark path. Without staying near him, the demon will meet all sorts of experts and masters with whom he can fight to his heart's content. Thus, fighting again and again and testing his skills to the limit, he will find his death, befitting a demon of madness. He listened in shock to the guy's speeches, which, although distantly, instilled a piece of hope in the man's soul. He then sighed and said displeasedly that he had decided to offer to become his subordinate in a rather cunning, roundabout way. Jackson did not really like this answer, after which he sharply approached the demon, declaring that if not, he would finish him off here. Seeing the sincere anger and seriousness of his words, the man turned pale for a second because he did not expect such assertiveness from the guy. At that same second, Jackie's face changed into thoughtfulness as he told himself that this wouldn't be fun at all. But still, it would be better for both of them if the demon did as he said. The man's face immediately became dissatisfied. Then their eyes met, after which the man began to scratch his head, asking what about the antidote. Jackson smiled, answering that he would get it when the time came. He didn't care what it was and his real name was. After all, he must believe that thanks to him he received a new life, so Jackie will give him a name, and now he will be called Sam. The man seemed to look at the guy, asking what kind of name this is, because its meaning is translated as one life. Jackson smiled, explaining what it meant. Don't live your life in vain. After his words, only the crackling of the fire sounded. A few days later, while in his tavern, Goodwin was wiping his mug while asking the man sitting in front of him why he was hatched. He didn't answer anything when he heard another question. Does he think that if he works in a tavern, that means he's some kind of buffoon? The demon of madness, who had used yet another mask to hide his face, sat silently with his arms crossed over his chest. Unable to bear it, Goodwin loudly slammed his cup on the table and asked why he was silent. He decided that he was dumb. Why did he begin to roll up his sleeves, saying that the man asked for it, even though he was robbed twice by Mr. Henry? Suddenly, the demon's attention was drawn to a man's tattoo written on his shoulder, on the ground, and in the sky. Hearing the stranger read his tattoo, Goodwin replied that he was pretending to be mute and suddenly spoke. Looking displeasedly at the innkeeper, the demon of madness asked if he considered himself the best in the world. These words did not please the man, who frowned. Tell him to hell with his stupid rhetorical questions. Why did he throw him a rag, asking him to wipe the table? Even though he was demoted, the hierarchy was not abolished. The demon, with a hint of surprise, asked why he was demoted, but he only became angrier, not wanting to answer the question. Instead, he waved his hand at him, asking how he was talking to him, because he was older than him in status. Holding his hand in front of the calm man, Goodwin said that he was holding back because he could be killed for another prank. At that same second, the innkeeper noticed that this guy had never blinked once the entire time, which looked extremely creepy. Removing his hand, Goodwin hesitantly asked him to consider himself lucky, after which he decided to find out his name. Closing his eyes and lowering his head slightly, he replied that his name was Sam, adding that that was exactly what he said. Goodwin immediately asked if he was talking about his name, because he looked like a geek as usual, but he was pretending to be God knows what. Realizing that he had encountered an extremely difficult interlocutor, the demon of madness sighed heavily, and then asked his name. Goodwin did not like the tone of his question, after which he frowned. I want to ask again how his friend noticed the man's evil look. He immediately cooled his ardor and unconsciously turned pale, noticing a look similar to that of his master. He then calmly replied that his name was Goodwin, and he had received the award from Jackson himself. He suddenly froze, noticing that if you add their names together, you get 9 deaths, 1 life. Then he screamed that he understood everything, after which he pointed his finger at the man and declared that the gentleman had almost finished him off. Goodwin turned even more pale, adding that since he was alive, he was quite strong. This cooled his ardor even more. The demon of madness looked displeased at the finger that was pointing directly at him and was at a very short distance. The innkeeper immediately began to sweat, putting his finger on the table and pretending to scrub away some stain that she didn't want to scrub off. The demon thought that usually these guys don't live long, but somehow he still lived to this point. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise as he himself thought about the combination of their names, 9 lives and 1 death. Looking at the man who took a rag to wipe the barrel, he concluded that Jackie had deliberately set him up with this eccentric. Why did he sigh again, realizing that there was no point in being angry since he would no longer be able to get away from it? Then he decided to ask if he had anything to drink. Goodwin raised his head irritably, deciding to answer something. Excitement again washed over the man, who replied that he himself knew that he was asking a stupid question. He then ran towards the bar, saying that of course he had something to drink since it was a tavern. Sometime later, Goodwin sat down to tell the story of how they defeated the demon of lust. He said that he stopped the demon's path and said that this was his revenge for the neighbor's granny, after which he immediately stopped. But only for a couple of moments. It seemed to him that he was about to run again, but he decided to finish him off, after which he loudly told him that she would now be 90, after which the demon of lust stopped. He turned slowly and looked at him as if he wanted to skin him alive, but then he realized something. Namely, that he detained the demon and as a finishing touch, caught him in the Shannon network. Suddenly he paused his story, noticing the strange behavior of Sam, who began to laugh uncontrollably. The man picked up the mustache, saying that the part about the granny is very funny because absolutely everyone laughs at it. Suddenly he froze in shock, looking at his interlocutor, not realizing that his story had a much greater effect. The demon of madness fell on his back, falling out of his chair, after which he began to laugh very loudly, without holding back. He thought that the demon of lust was simply obsessed with young beauties, and died at the mention of an 80-year-old old woman. It was so funny that tears came to the man's eyes when he thought that this was truly a pathetic end. Then he tried to catch his breath for a while, to get his breathing in order, and Goodwin thought that this guy was not all at home. At that very second, he tensed up again and turned pale, and thought that his gaze was also somehow strange. Suddenly, the door to the inn opened, and Jackson's subordinate entered, saying that he had a message from his master. The demon looked at him in surprise as he told him to come if he liked the hot springs. This proposal immediately interested Goodwin, who pricked up his ears as he questioned the envoy. He looked at the man with a dissatisfied look, declaring that no one had invited him. This statement embarrassed the innkeeper. Sometime later, Jackson sat alone in the hot springs, closing his eyes and completely relaxing. When he heard that someone had joined him, he immediately opened his eyes, guessing who had decided to join him. Seeing the demon of madness in front of him, he asked how his wounds were. He replied that they had recently healed. Hearing this, the guy smiled, noticing how strong his body was that it could survive such adversity. He didn't answer. Instead, he chose a seat away from Jackson, then sat down and relaxed. He then looked at the calm guy, declaring that he was quite confident for inviting him here. He frowned slightly, looking at his interlocutor, and then asked what he was talking about. The demon asked if he really poisoned him because his ki recovered too quickly, even for him. Jackson smiled that the man was too honest because he could have not said it and kept it a secret. But this was not what the man was interested in, which is why he again asked the guys to answer the question that worried him so much. Raising an eyebrow, Jackie said that, let's say he didn't poison him, which adds another possibility to the demon. After all, he was all alone here, and he didn't have a weapon, so he asked if he wanted to attack him. At first the man smiled, then he frowned and looked angrily at Jackie, asking if he was afraid of him. Hanging his head and sighing, the guy said that he could ask him the same question without fear of consequences. After all, after everything he did to him, he should cause at least a little fear in the demon of madness. Why did their gaze meet? Each tried to calculate each other's thoughts, and no one wanted to retreat. The first to give up was the man, who sighed heavily and relaxed, not wanting to continue the mental battle. Jackson calmly confirmed his speculation that they are not afraid of each other because they were born that way. The man smiled, answering that he was absolutely right to hear this. Jackie also smiled, after which there was a pause. The demon broke the pause by asking why Jackson sent him there. He meant the tavern that Goodwin ran. This question slightly surprised the guy, so he decided to ask what was wrong, simultaneously hoping that Goodwin was okay. He replied that it was you idiot who looked like he would die after one blow, and was constantly talking about some kind of bullshit. And he also tried to gouge out his eyes, so the demon decided that he was not at home, so he also talked to him accordingly. He then repeated his question, to which Jackie replied that this place was not popular and was located on the outskirts. The man asked if these were all the exact reasons, because if you add up their names, you get 9 deaths, 1 life. After which he looked menacingly at the guy, asking directly if he was making fun of him, because this was clearly not a coincidence. But he answered with a serious face that everything was wrong, after which he asked how Goodwin liked him. The demon replied that it didn't seem like he was following him. as he was too weak, and now he understands why he was demoted. In response to this comment, Jackson said that he was very useful to the dark path, which caused the man to look incredulous. He added that he was weak in comparison with strong masters. He finished studying martial arts, deciding that he knew enough. He is also easy to talk to and begins to ramble if he is scared. The demon immediately asked what the use was. Jackson replied that even despite his fear, he came to report to him that he had noticed the disciple of the demon of lust. Sam said that he was bragging about some kind of reward, and now it's clear why he received it. Looking at his interlocutor, Jackson said that he received his award not only for this, there were other reasons. When they were setting traps for the demon of lust, he gave his group a task. They had to throw spears at the demon, guiding it. Goodwin encouraged the participants and stayed until the end. They shouted insults that should not have worked at all. But in the end, he managed to attract the attention of the demon of lust in a very specific and unconventional way. And it was thanks to him that Jackson was able to get close to the demon in order to finally defeat him. Hearing this, Sam smiled, saying that, after all, this warmth is good for something other than scratching with your tongue. Jackson did not forget to mention that he was part of a dark path at that moment, and he would not be able to forget the faces of his subordinates. They all had determination in their eyes and a desire to kill the demon of lust, since he was their sworn enemy. Even from their point of view, he was someone who should be killed at any cost, and by any means possible. In such a situation, the level of martial arts was completely unimportant for them. They only counted on the result. At that moment, they were all the dark path that he dreams of and strives to create. Such a statement could not fail to impress the demon of lust, who for the first time looked at the guy with respect. The man decided to ask if this was the difference between him and them, but he replied that he would now say something more important. In a calm tone, Jackson said that someone from another dark path wanted to meet him. He had already planned to unite the dark path of Shanxi, but he had to be distracted by the light path, which delayed his plans a little. The letter came from people who did not recognize his path and did not join Shan'an, and now they want to meet. The demon immediately realized that this was the Hanzhong dark path, and they wanted to show that they were the strongest in Shanxi. Jackie added that this meeting is only in words, which is quite typical for a dark path. They also said that a maximum of 10 people should be present at the meeting, which already inspired suspicion. The man smiled, commenting that he wouldn't be surprised if all of Hanzhong showed up there. After all, the trash from the dark path has one brain for all. Traps, poisons, hidden weapons. They will show up at the meeting place with the whole set. I also noticed that this was a pitiful sight, after which I heard the question whether they really think that they are not expecting this. The guy has already begun to deny such a thought. We decide that most likely they know that he is ready. This line of thinking surprised the demon, who looked at the guy, asking what the point was. He replied that they expected him to come to the meeting knowing about the traps, so they would approach this issue in more detail. Hearing such speculation, the man said that this was very interesting, because Jackie himself wanted to fall into their hands. Looking at his fierce reflection in the water, Jackson replied that what was really interesting was that there would be fewer of them than they wanted. The expression on his face and strange smile made the man surprised and asked what he was up to. But before he had time to ask the question, the guy answered that they would go together to meet Hanzhong. This caused a slight shock on the demon's face, who was trying to figure out if he had heard everything correctly. He mentally asked the guy if he understood what he said, but judging by his face, he was absolutely serious. After a few seconds, he decided to ask, rather than go with him, whether it would be safer for him to go alone. After all, then the demon can reveal itself, and they will kill Jackson together, combining their forces and surrounding him. This assumption caused a dissatisfied expression on the face of Jackie, who guessed something similar. Suddenly, he firmly and confidently declared that the two of them were going together, and this issue would no longer be discussed. Such an order made the demon blush with indignation, but he restrained himself so as not to lose his temper. After wetting his head with hot water, the man asked what he would do with them after the meeting was over. The guy replied that if they are useless, he will destroy them, like all the garbage of the green forest. But if they are worth something, he will annex them. Looking at him incredulously, Sam asked why he should join them, since there was hardly anyone useful among them. He replied that he didn't care about combat abilities, because there are people like Henry, and there are people like Goodwin, each with their own role. But one day, when he lifts the sword in Shan'an, Tanan or Hanzhong, everyone on the dark path will lift it with him, and it will no longer matter whether it is the innkeeper or the bathhouse attendant, because in the end, they will all fight together with him. The man once again gave him an ambiguous look that expressed a mixture of surprise, distrust, and respect. Suddenly, Jackson asked the man to stop looking at the world through the eyes of the demon of madness, because it had already failed him once. He didn't ask him to become part of the dark path or its subordinate, but simply to become a man named Sam and see the world. He can find real men among Hanzhong, destroy any conspirators, kill everyone who deserves death. If after all this he decides that this is the life for him and wants to live again as a demon of madness, he can leave. The man again looked at the guy incredulously, asking that he could just let him go without demanding anything in return. Jackson smiled, answering that it was as if someone could stop him if he didn't want to. The demon closed his eyes and sighed, trying to think through the words he had just heard from the younger man. He then stated that Jackson was very strange, after which he headed towards the exit, asking to call him as he went to the meeting. A few days later, the two of them went to the meeting, walking along the riverbank. The demon of madness noticed that the guy had slowed down, so he decided to hurry him up, explaining that they were almost there. Jackson's gaze never left the water. He noticed that it was so clear and shimmering, and then asked if the man could swim. He replied that he fought more than 100 times in the mountains and more than 50 times underwater. Many times he fought surrounded by fog. He also fought in the poisonous fog, so he knew how to swim quite well, after which he looked at the guy with displeasure. Jackie didn't like this answer, which led him to say that he was only asking if he could swim, not how tough he was. Then he quickened his pace, overtaking the man, continuing to turn his head while he glared at him with displeasure. The demon decided to see if he would be as calm at the meeting, because he would need his help anyway. Then he mentally addressed the guy, asking him not to disappoint him, otherwise he would have a hard time. A little time later, they reached a huge pier, where there was a rather large gazebo. The men also began to look around, not noticing a single person nearby, which was quite strange. Then their gaze went to the gazebo, and they noticed 5 people who had already gathered and were waiting for them. The demon was the first to notice this, pointing out that there were only 5 of them, after which he decided that they had sent the best. Jackson replied that most likely the other 4 were either on the same level as the leader of the Dark Path or even higher. The first to go forward, the man said that he was pretending to be smart, so he offered to meet with them and find out. When they arrived, 5 men immediately rose from their seats to greet the guests. The first to speak was a man with a scar on his forehead, introducing himself as Scott, after which he began to wait for an answer. Jackson introduced himself in response, carefully examining his interlocutor, understanding who he was. Scott said he was glad to finally meet the famous Jackson, then asked why the two of them came. After all, they agreed on 10, to which the guy replied that it happened so, and only they could come. The man's gaze then moved to the demon, after which he asked if he would introduce himself, waiting for an answer. However, the demon did not answer. Instead, he silently sat down on a chair, crossing his arms over his chest with displeasure. On top of that, he sighed heavily, making it as demonstrative as possible to attract attention. The 5 men who were watching him were clearly unhappy with his behavior, but did not say anything. Jackson asked not to pay attention to him, suggesting that they better sit down, and he would introduce him to them later. Everyone agreed, after which they took their places. There was a pause for a few seconds, giving everyone time to think. The silence was broken by another sigh from the demon of madness, who was dissatisfied with the fact that he was dragged here. Looking angrily at his comrade, Jackson asked if he was making fun of him, asking him to stop spoiling the atmosphere. But seeing the man's gaze, the guy immediately turned to Scott, asking if they had wine. He was surprised by this question, after which he shifted his gaze to Jackie's companion with disbelief. The guy, without ceasing to glance at his friend, said that he would stop if he filled his dirty mouth with wine. This statement caused indignation in the demon, after which he asked the leader if he could express himself more politely. Sighing, Jackson grudgingly agreed, politely asking him to get drunk and not interfere with their conversation. Scott watched the two bicker with a straight face, but was actually surprised by their interaction. Then he wondered if they were out of their minds, because they suddenly decided to ask for wine. Don't think that they could poison him. Jackie repeated his question again, after which the man ordered the waiter to bring wine, who immediately went to the cellar. He then explained that he had made an agreement with the owner of the inn, so that they were assigned a personal waiter. Hearing this explanation, Jackson smiled for the first time, answering that they had come up with everything great. Then he said that they had chosen a truly beautiful place, an open place. It would be difficult to set up an ambush here. And the sky is unusually clear today, which means they chose the perfect day to meet. However, such a compliment did not impress any of those sitting opposite. They all looked at him with a stony expression on their faces. Suddenly, the demon of madness asked if they had come for a meeting or a picnic, because at this rate they would soon reach nirvana. Jackie said that his companion was nervous today, asking him to just ignore him, but as soon as the wine was brought, he would shut up. Frowning, Scott replied that he understood everything, after which he offered to introduce him after all. The guy replied that he was a bodyguard, and besides, he didn't have much of a character, so he asked to treat him with understanding. Hearing how he was introduced, Sam looked menacingly at his comrade, asking about the bodyguard. In response to this, Jackson rolled his eyes, after which he confirmed his words, adding that it does not matter now. As they continued to talk among themselves, none of the 5 men tried to stop them. Silently watching them, they all thought as one how these two were behaving, because they didn't come to the matinee. At that same second, the waiter arrived at them, announcing that he had brought wine, after which he put the bottle down with a dissatisfied look. Jackson didn't notice Scott exchange a glance with the waiter. Instead, he ordered him to pour them a drink. Meanwhile, Scott thought that this would go easier than he thought, because they still didn't realize that the wine was poisoned. Suddenly his pleasant thoughts were interrupted by the menacing voice of Jackson, who rather rudely insulted the waiter. The guy asked the employee who he would pour first, and the expression on his face immediately changed. At first he didn't understand what he was talking about, and the demon just grinned, guessing what was about to begin. Rising sharply from his seat and overturning his chair, Jackie grabbed the waiter by the chest, asking if he knew who he was. He fearfully replied that he knew, but the guy still asked to tell him his name. The man immediately fulfilled his request. Jackson then hit him, saying he was damn right, and knowing this, he decided to pour it on the bodyguard first. Swinging it a second time, he asked everyone to look at this impudent worker who did not know his place. At that same moment, Scott spoke up and in a rude tone asked the leader to stop, apologizing for his mistake. Looking at the man incredulously, the guy asked if he was his subordinate, because it had previously been said that he was a local employee. Scott paused for a moment, realizing that he had nearly cracked, before confirming that he was the inn's waiter. Turning to the waiter, Jackson replied that this was wonderful, pretending to believe the man's words. The next moment he unleashed another blow on the waiter, who immediately flew to the side. Stretching his hand and walking towards him, Jackie asked if he dared to make fun of him by working here. Rising up and spitting out blood, the waiter began rubbing his sore cheek, looking menacingly at Jackson. The guy said that there was so much bloodlust in his eyes. If he had told him that he was actually a murderer, he would not have doubted it. This statement did not go unnoticed by the leaders present, but they tried not to react to his words. However, the waiter immediately blushed and began to assure the guy that he was not a killer, simultaneously changing his facial expression. Looking at him, Scott mentally cursed, after which he ordered him to get out. He immediately walked away. Sam asked why he hit him, because he looked older, so of course he decided to give him a drink first. Dissatisfied with this situation, Jackson looked at him sternly, after which he asked him to drink, and at the same time check whether it was poisoned. In response, the man smiled and said that it was definitely poisoned. This is obvious, even without testing. The guy didn't like that his bodyguard called him an idiot, so he decided to find out this point on the spot. Instead of answering, the demon drank the wine that was poured for him in one gulp, not wanting to quickly end this chatter. Looking at how the man calmly drank the poison, Scott thought that all that was left was for Jackson to drink it next. The guy then apologized for the scene, starting to ask why they called him here, without addressing Scott. The man replied that he heard that he was going to unite the entire dark path of Shanxi, so he decided to meet him. After all, as he knows, in all these years Hanzhong has not knelt before anyone, and is unlikely to do so in the future. Returning to his seat, Jackson agreed with this statement, adding that this is how the dark path should proceed. Why did he ask what he needs to do to unite the entire dark path of Shanxi, and what proposals they have? Instead of Scott, Sam answered the question, saying that they need to fight until one of them remains alive. His smile immediately changed to displeasure when Jackie threateningly asked him to shut up because he was only disturbing. He looked at his comrade with malice and asked what his mouth was for if he couldn't speak whenever he wanted. After that, he knocked over another pile, listening to the displeased sigh of Jackson, who was already tired of him. Frowning, Scott couldn't understand the reason for this behavior and mentally asked himself who they thought they were. Then he looked at his comrade who was sitting at the very end, mentally ordering him to attack as soon as the opportunity arose. The demon of madness, who noticed this silent scene, immediately suspected something was wrong and prepared to fight. After which he decided that they would need some kind of demonstration to force them not to make hasty decisions. Sam placed the empty glass in front of him and then extended his hand over it, concentrating his energy. Everyone began to carefully watch as his veins began to swell, sending poison to his hand, collecting in one place. With great force, clenching his hand into a fist, the man began to literally squeeze the poison out of himself, pouring it into a glass. The demon did this without much difficulty, simultaneously observing the reaction of those present, hoping to stun them. All 5 men's faces immediately turned pale as they watched Jackson's bodyguard squeeze out the poison. Looking at the green and boiling liquid, Sam declared that they had brought some pretty good stuff. Then he smiled evilly, adding that one of them should definitely try it today. Everyone present carefully watched the poison in the glass, from which steam continued to flow. Suddenly, Jackson spoke up, addressing Scott, saying that he had decided to poison them, then asked if he had anything to say. The man's face was as serious as possible, but he had no excuses for this situation. In the same tone, the guy suggested forgetting about the poison and continuing negotiations, since this is what they gathered for. The man sitting in front of him did not fully understand how he could negotiate after this. The Mujiki said that he would ask him 3 questions about what he would do if the Huashan-Hubei alliance decided to invade Hanzhong. Hearing this question, Scott's eyes widened as he realized that the guy was seriously continuing the negotiations. Calmly, Jackie asked if he had thought about it, and then decided to ask the next question. He said that the other day he killed Patriarch Zhong. 3 elders were also killed, and in addition, Hubei's iron cavalry was destroyed. Hearing this, the demon thought that he was using him for this, and would only be glad if he laid his head there too. Jackson continued, saying that it had been reported to him that the White Sky Demon cult was beginning to rear its head again. He allowed that this cult and the Dark Path of Shanann would start fighting if they lost. How would Scott stop this cult? This was his second question, but it made the man even more embarrassed, since he did not have an answer. Noticing this, Jackie asked what he would do if the White Heavenly Demon cult or the White Path attacked Hanzong first. These three questions seemed to pierce his entire body with a sword, causing irreparable damage to his authority. He began to ask himself what he would do if they decided to attack them first, and this was possible because Hanzong was a rich region. While he was thinking about this, Jackson asked if he was going to answer at all and decided to ask something else. He assumed that Hanzong would face a strong opponent, and not only the Dark Path warriors would be killed, but also ordinary people. Their houses will be burned, their ships will be sunk, and their children will remain orphans. To whom will he then pray for help? Jackie's gaze darted to the three men sitting next to him, after which he clarified whether he would ask them for help. He addressed them, saying that because their expressions changed during the negotiations, they too were leaders of the Dark Paths. It was late for introductions, so he decided not to ask their names, when suddenly he turned to the last person seated. There he sadly asked why he was sitting with such an arrogant face, although in fact he was nothing of himself. He continued to look at him, frowning even more, but he did not answer. Angry, Jackie said that he only came here for the money, after which he asked to get out before he tore him to pieces. At the end, he added that he had no right to be present at this meeting, after which the man began to slowly rise. The next second, he took out a kunai from his wristband and rushed straight at Jackson. He decided that this was the ideal moment to carry out the order, but at that very second he came across an obstacle. His forearm was gripped tightly by Sam's hand, which caused him to experience unbearable pain. Looking at him menacingly, the demon of madness knew that this guy could not do anything, since he had been watching him for a long time. Without thinking twice, the man grabbed the killer by the throat, squeezing him tightly, not letting him escape. The four remaining men watched this scene in surprise, realizing that their plan had not worked. They could not believe that he had defeated him so quickly, although it seemed that he acted with lightning speed. Then the demon of madness took a glass of poison, saying that he had said that he was looking for a person who would drink it. Smiling madly, he congratulated the frightened man, adding that he would be that person. Turning the contents of the glass over, he began to pour it into the mouth of the hired killer, whose mouth he had previously opened. He began to cough with his feet, but the demon did not stop there, after which he broke the glass on his mouth. Having thrown him some distance and breaking part of the interior, he continued to watch his convulsions. The mercenary was bursting with pain and heat, which suddenly spread throughout his entire body, and blood began to ooze from his mouth. The four men watched his efforts in horror, realizing what a terrible death he had met. Meanwhile, Jackson raised his voice, calling on them to gather because the meeting was far from over. Scott was stunned by his calm behavior. It turned out that what was happening did not surprise him at all. They were suddenly joined by Sam, who returned to his seat with displeasure, crossing his arms over his chest. Looking at this man, Scott couldn't even imagine that he was so strong that he could do such things. His elite fighters are ready to rush to the rescue at the first signal, but will they be able to survive until they arrive in time? He flinched when Jackson turned to him, saying that he was increasingly disappointing him. The guy threateningly asked if he understood that he was undercutting himself by not answering his questions. A shiver immediately ran down the man's spine when he heard this question, but he couldn't believe he was hearing it from him. Jackie continued, saying that he has enough skilled wards, and their number will only increase in the future. Scott assumed that he meant that he would take Hanzong away from him and entrust him to one of these wards. Now he believed more and more in these events, lowering his head and asking what he expected from them in this case. Looking at his behavior and response, the Sofa of Madness thought that this was complete disappointment, not a hint of masculinity. Then he remembered the words of Jackson, who asked what difference it made whether their martial arts were strong or weak. You need to be able to find real men, destroy conspirators, and kill everyone who deserves death. Suddenly, Jackie stood up from his seat and walked towards the mercenary, who was still alive. Looking at him, the guy turned to those present, saying that he would like his fame and power to overshadow their greed. The half-dead man, whose eyes were already bloodshot, turned to Jackson, asking him for mercy, clarifying that he was from the Tang clan. At that very second, the guy's face became angry when he asked why he was putting them in danger by telling him about this. He could not understand the meaning of this question, when suddenly he saw with horror that the guy's leg was rushing towards his head. His body arched as he felt a blow to his throat, after which his life was completely interrupted. His hands shook one last time, and then he went completely limp, while Jackie removed his leg, shaking it from the blood. He then addressed the three men, ordering them to say who they were and where they were from, giving them just one chance. The dark-skinned man immediately declared that he was Chandler, adding that he was following Ziwa's dark path. The long-haired man calmly and seriously replied that his name was Mike, and he was from Guan. The last man with sharp features and a beard answered that he was Jared, originally from Shiquan. Jackson said that they all had the courage to come here because this meeting was full of opportunities, but they made two mistakes. Poison and attempted murder can still be understood because this is the path of the dark factions, but he decided to check whether they would make a third mistake. Everyone immediately turned their heads in his direction in surprise, not understanding what kind of mistake they could be talking about. Looking menacingly at those present, Jackson, in an orderly tone, asked them to order those who were now in ambush to show themselves. Stunned, Scott couldn't believe that this guy could see through their plans so easily and know about all the traps. After which, he loudly gave an order. Addressing everyone in the area, a second later about 100 soldiers were heading towards the gazebo. Looking over his shoulder, the demon of madness smiled contentedly, noticing that there were quite a few of them gathered here. Looking at Jackson, who was inspecting his army, Scott decided to clarify that this was everyone they were hiding. The next second, the guy looked at the four men, ordering them to kneel right now. Their eyes immediately widened when they realized what he was demanding of them, and it was beyond their comprehension. They understood that he was ordering them to bow down in front of their subordinates, but he had no idea how strong they were. As I watched what was happening, the demon of madness smiled again, thinking that he couldn't understand Jackie. Mike suddenly jumped up from his seat, thereby attracting the attention of everyone present. Looking at his soldiers, he sternly ordered everyone to sheathe their swords, his voice not even wavering despite the situation. Some of the soldiers immediately heard an order, after which they simultaneously laid down their weapons, awaiting further orders. The man then said that the Guan fighters would come under Jackson's command if he lost, then asked if they understood him. He immediately heard unanimous agreement, after which he walked slowly towards Jackie. With his hand on his heart, he said that if he died in a duel or was defeated, he would be ready to bow to him. Seeing this behavior, the guy thought that this was much better, because this is exactly how a member of the Dark Path should behave. Suddenly, the demon of madness spoke up, urging him to fight him first because he was bored again. Mike bowed to him too, answering that he would challenge him later, but today, he would fight leader Jackson. Hearing this answer, the man smiled, thinking that there was one person here who was not useless. Jackie also smiled and then said that coming here was worth it because he had finally found a reasonable man. The guy went out to the soldiers, who were puzzled by the fact that their captain ordered them to submit to him if he lost. Following Jackie, Mike came out, holding a sword in his hands, with which he intended to defeat the arrogant guy, thereby proving his superiority. With his back to the man, Jackson slowly began to draw his crescent blades, preparing to fight. When he was completely ready, he turned around, ordering Mike to attack, thus beginning their duel. The men did not waste time and began to take the sword out of its sheath, simultaneously imbuing it with energy. With a sharp movement, he threw the sheath to the sides, after which he wanted to jump to get to the guy, simultaneously swinging his sword. He decided to make a downward slash attack, but Jackson dodged it with ease as the tiles underneath him immediately began to crumble. Mike then made a horizontal strike, but it didn't go well either, but he still tried to catch Jackie. The man spent all his strength on the attack, but Jackson only dodged, easily parrying his blows. Returning from another attack, the guy swung his blade, knocking Mike's sword away, throwing him away from him. When their blades touched once again, the man felt a recoil in his hand, which radiated pain. After this, Jackson decided to go on the attack, but the man was surprised with how easily he repelled his blows. But at the same time, he felt a growing pain in his arm, fully aware that this guy was incredibly strong. He also noticed that Jackie wasn't that fast, so he believed he could win if he sped up a little. Mike swung his sword again, but did it a little faster than before, hoping to crush the guy. Jackson immediately knocked the sword away with his blade, after which he incredibly quickly rushed behind his opponent. The man somehow managed to follow his movements, noticing in shock that he had accelerated, but he did not have time to change his position. He noticed Jackson's foot too late, rushing in his direction, but there was no way to dodge. Having received a blow to the rib, he was thrown several meters. Driving along the ground, Mike let go of the sword from his hands. He bared his teeth, but realized that the battle was not over yet. But at that same second, he noticed a blade flying past his ear. The man flinched when he saw a blade next to his head, which was half stuck into the ground. Jackson, with feigned awkwardness, said that his hand slipped and then asked if he could give him a sword. Mike turned pale, but found the strength to get up, looking at the guy with fear and respect. Then he took his blade and solemnly presented it to him, thanking him for sparing his life. Taking the weapon from his hands, Jackie smiled, answering that he could count it that way if he wanted, but it didn't matter anymore. While the guy sheathed his weapon, Mike's warriors discussed this duel with trepidation and delight. Meanwhile, the man stood with his head down, partly ashamed because he had suffered a crushing defeat. After which he looked at his subordinates, who, seeing his gaze, immediately fell silent, commanding. Mike sighed heavily, consciously realizing that a promise was a promise, so he had to keep it. After which he loudly addressed his soldiers, urging them to listen carefully to what would happen from now on. But before he could finish speaking, Jackson immediately interrupted his speech, drawing his attention to himself. and he froze in surprise. The guy smiled, looking in his direction and asking if he agreed to fight on his side. This question stunned the man because he did not order him to become his subordinate, but only to fight together. Clasping his hands in a respectful gesture and bowing, he solemnly declared that he vowed to fight on his side. However, this was not enough for Jackson, so he decided to clarify whether his people shared this zeal. Without the commander's order, all the soldiers immediately fell to their knees, shouting that they also swear to fight on his side. This answer pleased the guy, so he promised that from today their enemies will become his enemies. This statement surprised Scott, who had been watching what was happening all this time, after which he remembered Jackie's recent question, when he asked who he would ask for help in a battle if it suddenly loomed on the horizon. At that second, the man realized that he was wrong about this man, who at first seemed arrogant and self-righteous to him. But he himself could not even challenge him, like Mike, thereby showing himself only from the worst side. After taking the oath, Jackson turned around, declaring that the paths of Hanzhong, Shihua, and Shiquan remained. The three men immediately tensed when they heard their regions, because after this battle, they no longer wanted to fight with Jackie. The guy began to say that they never had good intentions towards him, because they tried to poison him and hired killers. They didn't even have the courage to fight him like Michael did, but he knew that their egos were greatly inflated because of the title of head. Why did he look at them sternly, asking if they really believed that they could defeat him, even if they attacked all together? The stunned faces of the men made it clear that they did not have a single chance of victory, and they would not risk going against him one-on-one. Seeing their faces, the madness demon immediately burst into laughter, causing him to attract too much attention. But he thought that this was damn fun. This weakling Michael is also not bad, but he likes him, and Jackie is merciless, as always. Three goons who call themselves the heads of the paths look simply comical, after which he asked himself when was the last time he had so much fun. However, his joyful thoughts were interrupted by Jackie's stern voice, which said that he was too old to behave like that. While the guy took out a small box from his bosom, the demon smiled, asking him not to teach the scientist. When Jackson threw the box on the table, 3 pills jumped out of it, the presence of which discouraged the heads. But despite this, it was the demon of madness who decided to ask the question, asking what it was and pointing to the box. Looking at him, Jackie asked in response what he thought, after which he explained that he would respond with poison for poison. This decision caused another fit of laughter from the man, who agreed with this approach, declaring that this was the way it should be. Jackson's voice then became more sinister, as he said that poison for poison, blood for blood, as is customary in the Dark faction. She then looked into the fearful faces of the men, ordering the 3 of them to eat these pills, the only way they could prove their loyalty. Suddenly he became thoughtful, deciding to play honestly, after which he declared that they would eat the pills and he would drink their wine. This turn of events could not help but stun the 3 heads, who did not understand why he decided to do this. When the guy poured himself some wine, he looked at them with a terrifying look, saying that they would continue the conversation with those who would survive. The leaders could not believe such conditions, because what was the point of Jackson taking poison if he could die with them? Suddenly he announced that he would drink first, after which he raised the glass to his mouth, thereby proving his words with deeds. Seeing this, the shocked Scott immediately knelt down in front of him, after which he turned to him, letting his head go. He understood that he had lost to this man, so he declared that he, the head of Hanzhong, swears allegiance to him. The 2 remaining men looked at Scott because they could not have expected such a statement from his lips. However, Jackson replied that it was too late, after which he emptied the glass in front of those present. All 3 could not believe that he really drank poison. Then they realized that the guy was many times crazier than they thought. To top it off, Jackie crushed the glass in his hands, and his appearance became more domineering and cruel than before. Looking menacingly at his interlocutors, he ordered them to eat the pills if they wanted to live. This order was undeniable. They were horrified, after which they took 1 pill each with trembling hands, not believing that they were going to do this. They had no choice but to eat it, so all 3 closed their eyes and chewed the poison, turning pale at the same time. Returning to his place, Jackson stated that they could get the antidote in Chenin, and now they would continue the meeting. The 3 heads continued to stand in front of the guy, not saying anything to him, because they were still in a state of shock. At that same second, the guy turned to the dark-skinned man, who was scared, but made it clear that he was listening to him. Jackie said that he was giving him exactly 60 days to bring all the heads of the dark paths from Gansu to Chenin. It won't matter whether he drags them in by force, convinces them, or kills them, but he will personally kill everyone who doesn't show up after the deadline. The man turned pale when he heard such an order, but obediently lowered his head, answering that he understood everything. Jackson then turned to Jared, who no longer exuded the same severity and grandeur, as he listened intently to the guy. He had to unite his army with Mike's people and then subjugate all the dark sects of Sichuan. He was also given 60 days to do this. The 2 men accepted the order in unison, and while Jared's eyes were downcast, Mike's eyes radiated confidence. At the end, he turned to the head of the path, Scott, who answered his call, but was worried that he would have much worse. Jackie said that since Patrick died, civil strife for the place of the new patriarch is inevitable and will begin very soon, and therefore he needs to force the descendants of different branches to point their blades at each other. Like the rest, he has 60 days to complete the task. However, that was not all. He also advised them to look at what would happen to the Jonin sect within 60 days. After all, he is not going to idle while they are busy with business. The guy will also try to fulfill his plans. This statement stunned the four men, but at the same time, the demon of madness looked at him with suspicion. He wondered if he wanted to say that they were going to deal with her together, as it was now. Jackson replied that they would submit, exterminate, poison. The main thing is to make everyone understand that being his opponent is life-threatening. The three men standing in front of him said nothing as they accepted their tasks, signaling the end of this meeting. Closer to sunset, Jackson and the demon of madness, who chuckled to himself, headed back. The man was in high spirits, after which he asked if he had seen their faces. For him, it was quite a sight. The guy could not grin, after which he replied that his face was exactly the same a couple of days ago. At first the demon frowned, but his face immediately lit up with a grin, after which he declared that he was, in general, right. Then the man decided to ask about Jonin, whether they were really going to declare war together, and whether the guy would pull it off. He turned around displeasedly and asked what exactly he would pull, to which he received the answer that he himself said that they would attack the sect. Jackie immediately began to ask if he had confused them with some village bandits, and that the two of them could oppose the whole sect. The demon immediately asked him to forget about it, after which he asked why they were going to this damn mountain and not returning to Shan'an. The guy replied that the mountain was not the property of the sect, so he decided to buy some materials for masks and a couple of swords. The man thought about this proposal, but did not answer, not having time to follow Jackie's plans. The guy also said that they would have to change their appearance, after which he decided that he would introduce himself as the wandering warrior Martin. The man immediately asked what about him, to which the guy turned around and replied that he would be Harry, which suited him very well. The demon of madness smiled as he thought about it, and then said that their names meant Dreaming Moon and Mad Moon. He came up with the idea of attacking the Jonin sect, simply pretending to be travelers who wanted to test the limits of their capabilities. Jackie stated that he asked him to work on his behavior, and the sect members fought for the right to be called the strongest. That's why they go there to learn, not to kill and destroy, adding that his alias suits him perfectly. The demon immediately understood the evil of his thoughts, after which he smiled sarcastically, answering that he agreed to learn something. Smiling innocently, he mentally called the guy arrogant, after which he decided to reveal his essence and immediately run away to Shan'an. Jackson smiled back at him, thinking that if something went wrong on the mountain, he would simply reveal the identity of the madness demon and run away. The next day they entered the city, completely disguised and taking on the guise of other people. Jackson completely let his hair down and created an artificial scar on his cheek, and the demon of madness simply changed his clothes. Taking himself by the throat, Jackie made strange sounds that were imperceptibly different from his usual voice. The man walking next to him listened to this with dissatisfaction when he suddenly heard a question about how his voice was. He smiled, answering that it was an entertaining skill, and it sounded completely different, which was sometimes very useful. Then he asked his brother to shut up in a new voice, saying that he was very loud. These phrases caused dissatisfaction on the demon's face. The man began to gradually lose patience, threateningly asking why he chose these particular words to chant. But the guy just asked him to shut up again, but the man decided to control himself because they were among people. A few seconds later, he asked if the guy was really going to stick to this legend, trying to deceive others. Jackie clarified that this is a man who accidentally discovered martial arts techniques in the mountains and who does not remember his past. The demon asked that he should be his older brother, who was not even given the family's secret technique. Jackson nodded displeasedly, answering his question in the affirmative, once again causing dissatisfaction on the man's face. Stopping in the middle of the square, the guy said that this was a good place because he could already see several martial arts halls from here. But now everyone needs to look down on them. If they act according to his plan, no one will suspect anything. So he asked him to play along as best he could, so first they organize a performance to earn a little extra money. The demon of madness crossed his arms over his chest, skeptical that he didn't have a lot of money, which is why the plan was not clear to him. In response to this, Jackson smiled slyly, saying that a real man makes money in dirty ways. This caused a slight confusion on the demon's face, who no longer liked what was about to happen. A short time later, a huge crowd of people gathered to watch how deftly Jackson juggled apples with swords. It was clear that this brought him pleasure, so he asked the demon to throw more. He fulfilled his request with a dissatisfied look. Using the flat side of the sword, the guy continued to swing the weapon, throwing apples into the air. Numerous spectators were pleasantly surprised by such a performance, and because of this, their spirits were high. Throwing the apples again, the guy dropped them in the air, creating 2 rows, and then prepared for the final trick. With a cross motion, he chopped all the apples, watching them slowly fall to the ground. When he completed this performance, the audience immediately began to applaud and shout praise at them. This action was also observed by the Jonan Military Martial Arts School, with their leader declaring that it was a great performance. At that very moment, Jackson decided to introduce himself as the 18th heir of the unrivaled duo, Martin. Meanwhile, the leader of the warriors mentally repeated their name, thought that they were ordinary street performers. They took on an important name. The guy stated that he had mastered the sword technique of the unsurpassed duo, and his older brother studied the fist and palm technique. He then asked the audience if they were interested in seeing the divine art of the unbreakable diamond. Hearing loud affirmative exclamations, Jackie smiled, answering that they would show it to them then. Then he threw them into a bag on the ground and said that they are practitioners traveling around the world, and every coin goes towards their development. He clasped his hands in a respectful gesture before bowing, thanking them for their contribution to their future. This did not bother the spectators at all, who immediately began throwing coins into the bag, smiling and wishing them good luck. Jackson felt at ease as an excellent speaker, so he bowed and thanked each person. Putting away his swords, he turned to the demon, saying that they would now show the art of the indestructible diamond. He raised his hands on his chest in disbelief, asking what kind of bullshit this was, because he had never heard of such a thing. In response to this, Jackie took a wooden block in his hand, to which he heard a request to use at least wooden swords. The guy looked at him displeasedly and asked him to shut up, which caused another surge of dissatisfaction on the demon's face. He decided to entrust the performance to Jackson, who had already shown people the block, saying that it was very strong. But to prove this, he began to hit the stone slab with a block, saying that they did not use any tricks. Then he asked them to open their eyes and look. At that same second, he swung the bar, aiming at his brother. The man managed to react at the last second, after which he immediately dodged, not expecting such a scenario. He got angry and rudely called Jackie, who did this without even warning him what he was going to do. However, this was done specifically for the amusement of the public, who took this situation with laughter. Jackson said that this was just a joke, because you should aim for the shoulder, and not the head, like him, and then asked his brother to get ready. However, seeing no reaction, he made a menacing face, repeating his request, pronouncing each word separately. He sighed heavily, after which he slowly stepped forward a little so that the audience could get a better look at him. He then bent his knees and extended his arms in front of him, putting himself in a position that would help him withstand the blow. Approaching him from behind, Jackson said that now they would show them everything for real, then said that he would strike on the count of 3. Why did he start counting down? But as soon as he reached 2, the demon felt a rather strong blow hit his back. A broken piece of wood flew in front of the spectators' faces, causing them to freeze in shock. As the piece of wood fell to the ground, Jackson finished his count, looking sarcastically at the demon of madness. Holding the broken bar up, the pleased guy declared that it was an indestructible diamond, while the man glared at him angrily. Realizing that this was the plan, the audience laughed again, making fun of the brother who had suffered a blow. The warrior leader said that it looked like he really hit hard, but maybe they broke the stick beforehand. Hearing this, Jackie threw away the block, sadly asking who said it, looking at the Jonan warriors. Then he took out another whole block, after which he headed in their direction, pointing to the man to whom this phrase belonged. Pointing at him with a block, like a sword, the guy asked if he was ready to take responsibility for his words. Looking at the block with a smug smile, the man said that the guy had a rather difficult character. Then he said that he was so scared that his legs were shaking, but he could break the block during the demonstration. Unhappy with this statement, Jackson asked if he should take the blow himself and see for himself. The warrior asked if he thought he was being too rude, trying to remind him where he was. The guy replied that it didn't matter to him, because he said that he broke the stick in advance, so why don't he check it personally? The spectators looked indignantly at the warrior, who spoiled the show for them, saying that he was a master of martial arts. They egged him on to prove his words, explaining that a martial artist could withstand one blow. This began to irritate the man, who just grinned and sighed, saying that this was pure idiocy. He then called out to his warriors, urging them to follow him, after which they began to leave the square. Looking after them, Jackson grinned contentedly, after which he stated that it seemed that someone got scared and decided to run away. At that very second, the man stopped, slowly turning his head and asking in an angry tone what he had just said. He replied that it was nothing, politely asking him to take care of himself, but everyone understood that this was said with sarcasm and irony. The warrior approached him, menacingly asking that some street trickster dares to spew such words at them. Jackie closed his eyes, did not remove the smile from his face, answering that if he was scared of a wooden block, let him say so. The man lost his last drop of patience, after which he began to swing his leg at him, wanting to take out his anger on him. Noticing this attack, Jackson reacted instantly, but at the same time another plan matured in his head. He decided to take on the attack, which threw him several meters back because he did not resist. The fall to the ground was quite unpleasant, but he was able to quickly accomplish what he had originally planned. The spectators, who had not gone anywhere, watched this picture in surprise, worrying about the artist. Suddenly, the warrior noticed blood dripping from his head, causing his eyes to be filled with surprise and confusion. He touched his head, trying to understand where the blood was coming from, and when the guy managed to carry out the attack. Slowly rising from the ground, Jackson extended his hand, saying that he was truly terribly sorry for what he had done. The man shook with indignation, and at that very second he insulted the guy who dared to hit him. Jackson looked at the block in surprise, saying that everything happened so suddenly that he struck without thinking. Looking at him, the demon thought that he had deliberately missed the blow in order to hit back, and was making such a face that he himself wanted to hit it. Other warriors immediately began to run up to the man, asking him if he was okay and if he needed any help. But instead, he unsheathed his sword, pointing it at Jackie, with the intention of avenging the damage he had received. The guy decided to continue to play the show, saying that first he attacks first, and now he also took out a sword. The man asked him not to be afraid, said that he would go to school with them. Since he liked bars, they would fight with wooden swords. The guy was not at a loss, which is why he turned to his brother and asked what they would do now. The demon of madness did not expect that he would turn to him, asking for advice, so he did not know what answer he wanted to hear. With a stern look, Jackson nodded, answering that he understood him. The man was embarrassed because he didn't tell him anything. The guy added that they would do so. At this time, the demon did not understand what he even understood. At the same time, the warriors asked them to follow them. Jackie decided not to refuse, obediently following their order. Why did he turn to his brother, who stood displeased, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked questioningly at the guy? With a stern expression on his face, Jackson asked him not to forget the money they received from the performance. Having collected their things and also grabbing a bag of gold, they set off with the warriors while the spectators began to disperse. Suddenly, one of the people asked the sect masters to be more polite with them, because they clearly remembered their faces. With a smile on his face, Jackson replied that everything was fine, asking not to worry about them, because they would be fine. As they headed to the martial arts school, people shouted after them that the unrivaled duo was the best. Jackie was pleased with this attitude, so in response to their support, he raised his clenched fist high up. The guy continued to play his role to the end, establishing friendly relations with the people and gaining their support. Looking at his behavior, the demon thought with surprise that nothing had passed at all. He had already won their sympathy. When they arrived at the martial arts school, they were immediately led inside, and the man immediately began selecting a sword. While he was making his choice, he decided to introduce himself, saying that his name was Shin, a second-grade student of the Jonin sect. He then asked the guy to choose a sword, in response to which Jackie took out a small dagger, answering that there was no need for that. At first, this tensed everyone present, but the next second the guy took out a block, after which he began to plan it. The warriors there looked at this picture in amazement, not at all understanding the train of thought of this man. Suddenly, Shin decided to speak frankly, asking if they had come here to test them in the first place. As he finished cutting out the handle, Jackson replied that it was he who disrupted their performance and did not allow them to make good money. Then he decided that if the guy loses, he will tell who they really are, and if on the contrary, he will let them go without any questions. In response to this, Jackie asked what he listened to them with, explaining that he was Martin from the unrivaled duo. Then the guy turned and looked displeasedly at the demon of madness, who had stood and remained silent all this time, deciding that he did not need to speak. Realizing that he had no choice, he blushed slightly, saying that he was Harry of the unrivaled duo. The warrior smirked and asked if they thought they were the first to come to test them at the school, hiding their identity. Such wise men lost every single one and left this place in disgrace. In addition to this, duels with real swords are prohibited here. Jackson continued to stand his ground, saying that they are an unbeatable duo, and he continues to talk all this nonsense. When the guy hid the dagger in his bosom, the dissatisfied man asked if he had finished with his bar. In response, Jackie began swinging his homemade sword, testing its weight and balance. Having made sure that everything was in order, he smiled and replied that he was fully prepared and therefore expected an attack. At that same second, a man ran into the hall and called them to stop. It seemed that he brought some important news. An older man worriedly asked what was happening here, because he did not expect to see strangers fighting here. The warrior told the director that he was just putting one idiot in his place, and they weren't using wooden swords, so there was nothing to worry about. The director replied that he did not know who they were or where they were from, but they would have problems if anyone got hurt. The warrior wanted to answer that he just wanted to teach him a lesson and let him go, but at that very second, he felt a blow from behind. Jackson waited until he finished speaking, so he decided to strike first, thereby ending the duel. Having broken the bar on his back, the guy looked displeasedly at the man who fell to the floor, losing consciousness. Then he decided to ask if he had forgotten where he was. because he was standing here pretending to be like God knows what. At that same second, the stunned warriors began to loudly address their brother, not understanding what had just happened. They were all overcome with anger, after which they simultaneously drew their blades, asking Jackson what he was doing. He replied that he had won, and now they were going to attack him in a crowd. Then he reminded that real balls were prohibited. One of the warriors began to challenge his victory, explaining that he had attacked him on the sly, but the guy did not agree with this. In a dissatisfied tone, Jackie began to explain that he had quite clearly said that he was ready, so all the blame lay with the warrior. This statement stunned those present, who froze with their balls raised, trying to comprehend his words. Jackson said that he stood and did not pay attention to him, as if he was the strongest in the sky. Hearing these arguments, no one found anything to answer, continuing to glance at the unconscious body. Releasing the broken block from his hands, Jackson turned his head to his brother, telling him that it was time to leave. The guy didn't add anything else, waiting for the demon's reaction, but he only blushed, not understanding what he expected from him. With an irritated click, Jackie turned sharply and then ran towards the exit, making his escape sudden. Quickly realizing what had just happened, the demon of madness ran after his brother, urging him to wait a little. The warriors immediately followed them, but as soon as you ran outside, you noticed that they had already gained a sufficient distance. They watched in amazement as they jumped through the trees, simultaneously asking why they were so fast. A little while later, they continued to move, so the demon decided to ask why they were running away, because they could have simply carried them out. Jackson, without turning his head in his direction, replied that he would explain everything later because now there were more important things to do. To the man's silent question, the guy calmly replied that he needed to eat. Harry assessed with displeasure the importance of this matter. Then he nevertheless turned his head in his direction, asking why he was looking at him like that, trying to understand his displeasure. The man sighed, answering that it didn't matter, after which he asked what was on the menu today, because he was also hungry. Without slowing down, Jackson announced that today they would have a little bit of everything, after which he suggested that they continue moving. When they reached Mount Jonan, the demon decided to ask what was the point of this unsurpassed duet of his. After all, he would like him to tell him about this before they catch up with them, and during the battle, it is inconvenient to find out. Jackie was sure that after the fuss, the best students would be sent after them because they were worried about their reputation. They will separate and beat one student after another, maim them a little so that they cannot do anything for a while, and then run away. With a calm expression on his face, the demon replied that it sounded good because it looked like some semblance of a plan. The guy didn't care whether he killed someone or not, but he himself would use the block and the sword only when necessary. It also doesn't matter how many they kill. It is important to show that the Jonan sect was beaten by random fools calling themselves the unrivaled duo. The demon of madness began to gradually understand why the guy had come up with this whole circus, attracting everyone's attention. Jackie said that the sect did not lose to the demon of madness and Jackson, but was crushed by the unrivaled duo. The man looked at his comrade in surprise, realizing that he thought much deeper than the others. He knows and what the Order faction cares about the most, and he uses it against them. It was quite frightening. Suddenly, he turned to the guy, calling him Martin, thereby causing surprise on the interlocutor's face. He then bowed slightly, saying that as the first of the 4 demons, he recognized him, and the guy's rank was even higher than his. With disbelief and surprise, Jackie looked at the man, asking if he was joking, but he was completely serious. Turning his head away, the guy said that he didn't care. Hearing this, the demon got angry, because his confession was simply ignored. Jackson turned in his direction again, asking if he was sure he had judged his mentors correctly. After all, he should know about them like no one else. And next to the demon of poison, there is always a sage of medicine. The demon asked if he had a good relationship with his masters, and if he had any thoughts of going against them. The guy took a couple of steps forward, after which he thought about how best to answer this question without lying. Then he replied that even if the whole world heated its fangs at them and wanted to kill them, he would be on their side. Therefore, he asked the demon not to even think about it because he drinks everyone, starting with him, if he thinks about it. The expression on his face and tone of voice made the man tense, experiencing fear for a second, because the guy was speaking absolutely seriously. But he understood that the guy was loyal to him, despite all his torture, and he didn't know if the demon of poison was lucky or if it was just Jackie's character. Suddenly, the man smiled with satisfaction, thinking that he was even a little jealous of this old man. A few minutes later, they reached the waterfall. Jackson said that it was quiet and calm, suggesting they practice. After all, the sect will soon overtake them. In response to this, the demon displeasedly asked what kind of training they were talking about. Jackie also made a displeased face, explaining that the unrivaled duo always trains at the waterfall. Stormy streams of water falling on their heads will help them curb the violent thoughts that have settled in their heads. No matter how hard he tried, the demon couldn't understand the guy's train of thought, so he shook his head, trying to get rid of unnecessary thoughts. Looking at Jackson's strange smile, the man sighed, saying that his brother had once again fallen into madness. After 10 minutes, they sat opposite each other, naked to the waist in the lotus position, as if meditating. Closing his eyes, Jackson calmly addressed the elder, saying that this was his first time on Jianan Mountain. The man was also calm, asking in response whether this mountain was very different from Mount Wudong, where he had recently visited. Jackie replied that the atmosphere here is restless, and the mountains are high and bumpy. It feels like anything can happen here. After listening to the answer, the demon decided to ask what he had to say about Mount Wudong, wanting to know his opinion. He replied that this was an unusual place. It seemed that the mountain itself was a sage. He again saw what traditions were, and felt the power of the bright path. Opening his eyes, the man asked what the guy could say about the sage of the sword Udan, whom he was lucky to meet. With the most serious face possible, Jackson replied that he was the very personification of the bright path. This answer was able to surprise the demon of madness, causing him to open his eyes in surprise, not expecting to hear such a flattering comment about the old man. Then he smiled, saying that it was not like the guy, because he rarely gives someone such flattering compliments. At that very moment, Jackson asked if the elder could have stood up to the swordmaster Wudong and survived. He replied that Jackie did not know because he was still young, but in his youth, the greatest evil of Marine were the elders Yin and Yang. The man explained that because of them, the Qingchen sect collapsed, the patriarch of the Imei sect died, and the Kunlun sect also fell. They were all destroyed along with many other worthy masters, and they didn't care who their opponent was. They always won, and as soon as their names began to thunder throughout Murim, the sword sage Udana came down from the mountain. It is rumored that he killed them in the Great Desert. In total, it took him 3 years to destroy them. After that, he didn't even come close to Wudong Mountain, like the other 4 demons. But Jackie left there alive. The guy smiled with satisfaction, answering that after his story, it definitely sounds much more interesting. The demon said that, most likely, he did not understand that the guy was evil, and even much more than him, so he managed to fool the sword sage. Looking at his comrade, Jackson, without a drop of lies, declared that he knew who he was and how many he had killed. Such a statement again surprised the demon of madness, who could not understand how the guy could survive the meeting with the old man. At that same second, they heard voices somewhere nearby, after which they simultaneously turned their heads. Jackie realized that these were warriors who were going after their souls, after which he asked the demon what his plan was. He was surprised and decided to ask, but Jackson asked a counter-question, whether he was going to kill them and have some fun. The man smiled, answering that perhaps, but now he is Harry from the unsurpassed, then this, so he will do as the guy said. Suddenly, Jackie also smiled, inviting the elder to make a bet. He immediately became interested, asking the rules. Smiling maliciously, Jackson declared that whoever laughed first would lose, hoping to make this battle much more fun. The demon, stunned by such a proposal, at first did not know what to answer, because he did not expect that he would offer something like that. A few minutes later, several dozen warriors approached them, whose leader walked ahead, but was in no hurry to say anything. He looked carefully at 2 people who, judging by their appearance, were busy meditating, and now they were not heard. However, he still decided to voice that he was Danny, the first-generation disciple of the Jianan sect, asking about the fact that they were from an unrivaled duo. He also indicated that they had a conflict with their martial arts school, but they didn't even budge. The man did not like this attitude, after which he frowned and said that when asked a question, you need to answer. At that same second, Jackson began waving his arms in all directions, imitating various fighting movements. The demon of madness, who was sitting with his eyes open, immediately sensed this, but could not understand what was happening. He then took a deep breath before exhaling slowly, creating perfect balance within himself. Opening his eyes slightly, the demon observed the guy's actions, after which he blushed and began to breathe deeply. Jackie then stood up, apologizing for not introducing himself sooner, before revealing that he was traveling practitioner Martin. He also pointed out that this was his brother, but his meditation was not over yet, and he also apologized that they had climbed the mountain without the sect's permission. The man was surprised by such an answer, which is why he froze in a stupor for several seconds, not expecting such politeness. After all, he heard that they were just street performers, and very arrogant ones at that. Then his gaze darted to the guy's body. Besides the scars all over his body, his serious demeanor is completely different from what they said about him at school. Dispelling his thoughts, Danny frowned as he replied that he had been told that they had a conflict with their school. Lowering his head, Jackie agreed, adding that there was a misunderstanding, which is why the duel with wooden swords took place. The man continued to ask questions, saying that he had heard that he had attacked him on the sly, and then asked if it was true. The guy replied that the fight began from the moment they entered the school. He was ready to attack or defend at any moment. He said that he was ready, but he returned and spoke to the other. He perceived this as deliberate carelessness, so he attacked first. Jackson believed that everything was fair on his part. After hearing the explanation, Danny looked displeasedly at the bandaged warrior. Tom immediately felt awkward, which is why he let go of his head. fully understanding that everything was exactly as the guy said. Jackie said that if they came all this way just because of this, he asks for forgiveness and also might fight one of them. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, Danny said that he, the first-generation disciple of the sect, accepted his challenge. Jackson returned the same politeness, replying that he would gladly accept his instructions. The warrior said that he did not have a wooden sword with him, only a real one, and then asked if the guy would mind. Jackie replied that he had no objection, when suddenly the demon of madness raised his hands in the air, screaming loudly, after which he also began to wave his arms in different ways, performing fictitious breathing exercises. The movements of his hands gradually accelerated, but his breathing remained the same, even and deep, although he himself blushed a little. In the next second, he tensed up, accelerating his speed, and the veins on his forehead began to appear, due to the tension. But when he finished, his hands immediately dropped, after which he let out one last loud exhale while Jackson tried to hold back his laughter. Then he opened his eyes, turning to his brother, who with a serious face did the same, showing the seriousness of his meditation. The man then slowly rose from the rock while the warriors standing on the shore watched him closely. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, the man introduced himself, calling himself Harry of the Unsurpassed Duo. The man did the same, reintroducing himself before adding that he was going to fight his brother. The demon replied that it was an honor to fight the martial artist of the Junin sect, which is one of the pillars of the bright path. Danny, I agreed, thinking that he had an ordinary face, but his voice emanated a sense of greatness, like that of a great master. A moment later, Jackson picked up a wooden stick and began swinging it demonstratively. When he finished, he stood in a very unusual position, saying with the most serious face that he was ready. While he stood and waited for an answer, the demon of madness shook his head, trying not to look in his direction and not laugh. The man could barely restrain himself, thinking that he had seriously taken such a stance. Did he really want to win so desperately? Danny, who was calmly watching his opponent, was also surprised by his strange fighting stance, which he had never seen before. However, he immediately felt amazing power, and no matter how idiotic the stance looked, his eyes were full of determination. Therefore, the warrior immediately realized that he should not be underestimated. He also took a fighting stance and prepared his sword without taking it out of its sheath. The man then said that he was also ready, after which Jackson began to slowly move his feet along the ground, preparing to lunge. Running sharply forward, he decided to attack first, but Danny had already put his sword in front of him, preparing to defend himself. However, before the guy had time to get close to him, he immediately braked at a distance of 2 steps, sharply retreating. While he was making some incredibly strange movements with his legs, the demon of madness was on the verge of a breakdown. The other warriors who were watching this asked what kind of martial art this was, but they understood that they couldn't laugh. Some soldiers could hardly restrain their laughter and tremble, but they were aware that this could humiliate their elder. Meanwhile, Danny took this duel very seriously and did not find Jackson's movements funny. He also decided to attack him, but immediately met a wooden block on his way, which blocked him. The next second, they began to exchange blows, but none of them reached the enemy's body. When Jackson attacked, each blow was accompanied by a rather loud and strange cry. Danny understood that although it looked funny from the outside, his blows were actually very dangerous. After he returned from the next swing, Jackie guessed the moment, after which he made a pirouette, swinging his elbow. The man immediately felt a rather painful blow to his back, which made him shudder. When the guy dealt this blow, he again screamed something absurd, which is why the demon of madness pursed his lips, continuing to hold back. From the blow to his back, Danny swayed and sighed heavily, but was able to stay on his feet, albeit with difficulty. Looking menacingly at the guy, he noticed that he continued to move strangely, making very fast movements with his legs. However, the man understood that although he was moving idiotically, he had an extremely serious face on his face, which means this was not simple fun. Taking a fighting pose again, he tried to understand what kind of martial art this was, because he was seeing this for the first time. Rushing sharply, he wanted to get closer to Jackie as quickly as possible in order to attack him at speed. He wanted to strike him at least once, but he dodged at the very last moment, shouting some nonsense along the way. The rest of the warriors watched their battle in shock, which was accompanied by strange cries from Martin. Their laughter immediately turned to surprise when they realized how fast and strong the guy was, and how he held his own against their leader. At that same second, the demon of madness crossed his arms over his chest, after which he looked menacingly at everyone present. This meant that he was not going to give up, so he began to encourage his brother, telling him to put more energy into screaming. Hearing these comments, after which the guy began to scream even louder, all the soldiers immediately tensed, trying to hold back their laughter. They all mentally asked for help, because they could not afford to laugh in front of their brother, who was now fighting so fiercely. The demon thought that he wanted to make Jackson laugh, but for some reason, instead of him, these soldiers are standing, trying to hold back their laughter. Up to this point, everything was still good, but looking at the faces of these idiots, it's becoming more and more difficult to hold back. But he clearly decided for himself that he couldn't be the first to laugh, so he had to hold on, no matter what the cost. However, it was damn difficult to complete this task when faced with a crowd of soldiers who could hardly contain their laughter. Despite what was happening, Jackson continued to fight Danny, not paying attention to his own cries. The man understood that because of him, everyone was trying to hold back laughter, but only he understood the seriousness of the situation. When he had already reflected a sufficient number of blows, you realized that his attacks were completely serious. Each blow was very accurate. Trying to fend off another blow, Danny concluded that this man's skills were at least as good as his. Without looking at the strange guy, the man concluded that truly, Muriam is full of masters of various martial arts. However, he decided for himself that it was time to finish, after which he tightly grasped the sword and began to concentrate his energy. Swinging, he delivered a vertical blow, which met only the ground in its path, which immediately sent a wave forward. Jackson was surprised by such an attack, but also began to concentrate, deciding to use the same technique. He sent a wave of energy towards the earth wave so that they would meet each other without harming anyone. When the explosion occurred, raising a curtain of dust, Danny rushed forward, mentally declaring that this was not all. However, his eyes widened in surprise when Jackson jumped out of the veil of fog at him, sticking his left leg forward. He didn't expect the guy to attack first, so he didn't have time to return, and because of that, he was kicked in the stomach. The blow was so strong that it threw the man towards the stone, which he collided with and lost consciousness. The stunned warriors immediately stopped laughing, staring at their leader, who was defeated. To top it all off, Jackson did a few more moves and then got into a stupid pose. However, this did not cause another fit of laughter from the soldiers, who immediately ran up to Danny, asking if he was okay. At that same second, the demon of madness turned to his brother, declaring with a serious face that his scorpion strike had become much better. He answered him with the same facial expression, saying that he was still far from reaching his level, to which he so strives. The man mentally asked if they were a draw, but the guy replied that he was almost tearing his stomach. Some warriors watched in surprise at their silent dialogue, which not many could notice. One of the soldiers immediately realized that they were hiding their abilities, so they couldn't just be allowed to leave. He came forward saying that his name was Ben, and he liked their amazing fight, and their martial art was truly unique. Jackson bowed, thanking him for such flattering words, adding that he was just lucky and hoped that their brother was okay. Ben was sure that everything would be fine with him, but be that as it may, he would like to invite them to visit the sect as guests. Jackie was surprised by the invitation, but agreed, after which he asked if it was too much of an honor for them. He decided to find out the opinion of his brother, whom he immediately turned to. "I hope to hear what he thinks about this." With a calm face, the demon of madness replied that it was not in their rules to refuse such a polite invitation. After some time, they arrived at a familiar school, where the gates were solemnly opened in front of them, inviting them inside. They slowly entered the spacious room, carrying with them all their equipment from which they arrived in this city. The next second, a man came out to them, bowing politely and saying that his name was Jin from the Jonin sect. Without hesitation, the guys did the same, immediately introducing themselves to the warrior who was the first to come out to meet them. Jin said that their eldest was supposed to meet them, but some troubles happened, and he is not feeling well right now. Now he was replacing him, so he asked for understanding. Jackson immediately replied that he needn't worry. Jin explained that he grieves greatly for the 3 elders who recently left them, but not only he grieves, but all of them. Hearing this explanation, Jackson immediately looked into the face of the demon of madness, mentally reminding him that he was the one who killed them. His comrade immediately remembered a recent battle when he was surrounded, but he was able to survive, although he was pierced by several swords. The next second he turned pale, realizing that he was right in the thick of the enemies, but they did not recognize him. There was a pause for a few seconds. Everyone considered it minutes and silence for the fallen elders, so no one made a sound. Ben then said that he heard that they travel and learn techniques throughout Murim, but he doesn't think so. He doubted that they were studying the same martial arts, and then asked if they had anything to say about it. The surprised guy simultaneously thought that he understood everything just by looking at them, as expected from the Jonin sect. Suddenly, the demon noticed a strange and frightening smile on Jackson's face, but could not understand what he was up to. The man also frowned, trying to read this look, but all that was clear was that he was again about to do something weird. The next second, Jackson tore the fake scar off his cheek and then tied his hair into a ponytail. Ben watched what was happening in silence and amazement, while Jackie took the wrapped weapon out of his backpack. Putting on his usual black cape, he secured the blades behind his back so that he could easily reach them at any time. He then folded his hands in a respectful gesture, saying that it was time to introduce himself properly, after which he stated that his name was Jackson. The faces of all those present immediately stared at the guy in shock, because no one could believe that it was really Jackson in front of them. The demon of madness, who was just as surprised by what was happening, could not take his eyes off his comrade. He was shocked by the fact that he had easily revealed his identity to the Jonin sect like this. Ben immediately asked that he was the same Jackson from the dark path who killed the demon of lust and charm. The guy answered in the affirmative, after which the man turned his gaze to the blue-haired man, asking who it was. Jackie was about to answer, while the demon tensed, deciding that he was going to reveal him too. However, the guy stated that his name is Sam, and he is the best martial artist in the Crescent Moon Alliance. In the end, he declared that he was now his bodyguard. Such a statement caused dissatisfaction on the demon's face. Ben replied that the expert was immediately visible from afar, but this was the first time he had heard about the Crescent Moon Alliance. With a serious expression on his face, he appeared that he would talk about him when the head of their sect appeared here. Suddenly, a loud and authoritative voice sounded throughout the entire plant, calling him to speak, and everyone in the room immediately tensed. At that same second, a man who was noticeably different from the others entered the hall. He was surrounded by several soldiers. Ben immediately turned to face him, after which he bowed deeply. The head immediately gave him and the guests a stern look. Jackie and the Demon of Madness immediately realized who was standing in front of them, so they decided not to relax because anything could happen. The next second, the man introduced himself, calling himself Dominic. Jackson also said his name. The man said that he had already heard, after which he asked for what purpose they decided to come here without even notifying them of their arrival. "I'm not going to hide anything," the guy replied that he came to fight while he tried to look as serious as possible. The faces of everyone present immediately frowned because they understood that they had brought an enemy to the school who was behaving so brazenly. Dominic chuckled, asking if he had brought with him the army he had left at the foot of the mountain. Jackie answered in the negative, adding that there were only 2 of them, which caused surprise on the face of his comrade. The demon looked at him with displeasure, thinking that he had decided to take it like this and lay everything out to them, but he was wondering how far he would go. The soldiers present looked at him, mentally insulting the guy and the whole dark path he belongs to. Dominic put on a stern expression and then asked why the 2 of them had come to fight them. Jackson took a few slow steps forward so the man could better hear his explanation. The guy asked to imagine himself in his place. There was only undisguised contempt in his eyes, and a constructive dialogue was unlikely to be possible in such a situation. Therefore, he decided that he would speak only after he had cut out all the contempt from their gazes with his blades. Then he smiled, adding that in this case their conversation would go smoothly, without any contempt. He began to wait for Dominic's answer, but he remained silent, giving himself a little time to think. He suddenly laughed, earning displeased glances from Jackson and the demon, who were carefully watching his reaction. The man's face immediately softened when he said that there was no need for this, because the guy looked like a reasonable person. He then loudly ordered everyone to head for the exit, except for the elite masters who had the right to stay here. Everyone immediately obeyed and began to leave the room, while the 2 guys looked at them in disbelief. As soon as the door closed, Dominic said that he had heard a lot about Jackson, and now he was glad to meet him in person. Coming closer to him, he offered to talk in a calm atmosphere, because he could not even imagine why they had come. However, he was willing to listen to all their thoughts, of course, as long as they did not offend the Jonin sect. Without wasting any time, Jackson announced that they had the remains of 3 elders who had recently died. This statement made Dominic frown, after which he asked where they could have come from the Shannon Dark Path. The guy asked if he knew that their elders fought with the Demon of Madness. This question made his comrade flinch. The blue-haired man looked at Jackie, trying to guess what he was going to say. Dominic knew about this, but Jackson said that before attacking the elders, the demon was injured in a fight with him. He asked if he knew about this too. The man answered in the negative, deciding that they had attacked the Demons of Madness when he was already wounded. The guy replied that not only the elders were there, but also the Hubei Alliance, however. They were all killed by him. This statement stunned the man, who asked again that he was able to kill them all alone. Jackie said that the demon was exhausted after 2 days of fighting him, but neither of them could gain the upper hand. So he called his subordinates, and together they managed to surround him. As a result, he was wounded by his blade, but he managed to escape. While he was chasing the Madness Demon, the Hubei Alliance and the Jonin sect appeared and decided to ambush him. Dominic immediately frowned, saying that it sounded like he wouldn't take part in this fight. The guy immediately gave an affirmative answer, which angered the man, who asked why this was so. Jackson decided to ask why he didn't fight with them, but the man only became angrier, ordering him to tell them. Jackson replied that as soon as he revealed his identity, the elders began to look at him the same way as he did. The guy clarified that in this look one could read arrogance and contempt, which he clearly did not deserve. However, Dominic continued to look at him menacingly, waiting for the story to continue, because he still did not understand Jackie's motives. The guy said that among those who attacked the Madness Demons was the captain of the Hubei Iron Cavalry. The Bright Path had a numerical advantage. The man was surprised that even the Iron Cavalry joined the battle, but this could not calm him down. The next second, Jackie asked if he thought they would have accepted his help if he had offered it. The head of the sect could not answer this question, but continued to glare at the guy, trying to understand whether he was lying. But then he realized that the guy was absolutely right, after which he began to calm down, saying that they would have refused. Having regained his composure, the man drew conclusions, after which he said that in this situation, he would not be able to help them. Jackie replied that he now regrets it, because no matter how they treated him, he should have helped them. After all, then the masters of the bright path would be alive. Such a statement surprised all the Jonin warriors present. Only the demon looked at him with displeasure, asking himself how he had the conscience to lie so brazenly. Jackson asked Dominic to send his men to retrieve the remains and asked the surviving Captain Hubei for details. When the man agreed, the guy added with a serious look that he had killed the demon of madness in Shenyang. The head of the sect received this information with shock and surprise, deciding to ask again if he had heard something wrong. Jackson closed his eyes, saying that it would be arrogant to say that he did it alone. After all, how could he have remained intact after the battle with the elders of Jonin and the iron cavalry of Hubei? When he found the demon of madness, all that remained was to finish him off, so he could not help but take advantage of this chance. The demon himself listened to this story with a mixture of dissatisfaction and anger, because the guy completely distorted what happened. Dominic was surprised to think that instead of taking credit for the achievement, he was downplaying his contribution and praising the elders and the cavalry. He then said that the sect owed him a huge debt. They were worried because they still could not find their remains. He wanted to add something more, but Jackson interrupted him, smiling and saying that their sincerity was enough for him. The man was surprised again, thinking that he was worried that he would not say anything that would bring their sect closer. Why did he nod, saying that returning the remains was not their main purpose for coming here, so he could speak freely? Jackson nodded in return, and then replied that with his permission, he would inform them of the true reason for coming here. He then stated that as they know, he killed the patriarch of the Zhang sect not long ago, because the news spread very quickly. He demanded money from him in order to make him a great benefactor, otherwise he would have been a villain. Frowning slightly, Dominic replied that he was well aware of the dark affairs of Patriarch Zhang. Jackie continued, saying that he also recently managed to visit the Wudang sect. This statement was able to surprise the man. He did not expect that he would go to Wudang alone and survive, because the patriarch and the head of the sect are named brothers. The guy hastened to explain that he did not meet with the head, but with the sword sage, whom he had the opportunity to meet personally. Dominic's eyes immediately widened in surprise, because he could not believe the veracity of the guy's words. He immediately asked the first question that came to his mind, why the sword sage spared his life. Smiling, Jackson sincerely replied that only he knew this, so he could not answer this question. There was a pause again for a few seconds, during which Dominic thought about his words, surprised by this man. At this time, the demon thought with surprise that the guy was twisting the enemy on his own territory as he wanted, with just words. He suddenly flinched when Jackson addressed him as left guard and asked him to come to him. He immediately became nervous, because at first he doubted whether the guy was addressing him or not, when suddenly he saw his menacing gaze. Jackie didn't say another word, continuing to glare at the man, hinting that he should quickly carry out the order. Realizing that he had no choice, he bowed and agreed, simultaneously calling the guy a leader. Then the man saw the satisfied expression on Jackson's face, who was pleased to be treated like this by the demon of madness. The guy then turned his head back that it was the left guard from the Crescent Alliance and the great master Sam. The demon thought with displeasure that at first he sold his death to the sect, and now represents him as the left guard of his alliance. Burning his gaze with his back, the man mentally called this man insidious and unpredictable. Dominic noticed that the guy named a non-existent alliance, so he decided to ask about it in more detail. Jackson replied with a serious expression that he would soon control the entire dark path of Shanxi. This statement surprised everyone present, while Jackie continued to say that he had already captured many territories. Of course, he is not going to limit himself to just Shanxi and will unite the entire dark path. He intends to call it the Crescent Moon Alliance. The guy then asked if they had heard about the corruption and injustice in the dark path regions. This question made Dominic think, but after a few seconds he replied that he had not heard anything like that. Jackson agreed with him, saying that the Crescent Moon Alliance would not be evil. All paths would follow his will and orders. There was another pause. This time Jackie gave them time to realize what plans he was really pursuing. He also added that the Dark One cannot immediately become light, but it would be easier if the Jonin sect treated the alliance without prejudice. And the moment the sect had to fight against a master like the Madness Demon, his alliance would come to their aid. Such a statement once again stunned the head of the sect, but at the same time the rest of the wars also opened their eyes. Looking carefully at the guy, the man did not understand whether he was really following a dark path or was just hiding behind it. Jackson thought that if he treated him like a Dark One, he would become one for him, but if it was the other way around, then he would help. Dominic replied that they would not join the alliance, but as long as the alliance followed the rules of Marim, there would be no enmity between them. Frowning, the leader stated that this was his unconditional promise as representatives of the sect. The man then clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, congratulating Jackson on forming the Crescent Moon Alliance. The rest of the warriors behind him did the same, bowing deeply and loudly shouting words of congratulation. Jackson bowed back, thanking them for their support and the answer they considered more acceptable. Looking at all this, the demon of madness looked at his comrade in surprise, wondering how he managed to enlist their support. After meeting with the sect leader, Jackson and the demon stopped at the Three Elders bar to get some food. The blue-haired man was dissatisfied with this meeting, which is why he looked at his comrade menacingly, asking if he was satisfied. When asked why, he bared his teeth and replied that he was forced to speak to him respectfully and call him a leader. Instead of answering, Jackie smiled contentedly, showing that he really liked the demon's behavior. He angrily added that the guy also assigned him to the left guards, after which he decided that he also had a right one. While drinking another glass, the guy replied that he didn't even know if he was alive, thereby giving an ambiguous answer. This made the man think, after which he asked if the guy really had a right guard and if he was strong. Closing his eyes, Jackson replied that, most likely, he was no stronger than the demon of madness who had the honor of being the left guard. The man looked at his interlocutor with disbelief and then asked if the right guard was stronger than him. Jackie replied that if he was not stronger than the demon, then he was no match for him, and then asked why he started talking as if he was stronger than him. This statement made the man smile evilly, after which he asked to choose a day for him to organize a thrashing for him. Jackie responded with the same smile, asking if he had the courage to continue living after the shameful loss. The demon was so intense that the bottle in his hand began to tremble, threatening to burst at any convenient moment. However, their conversation was interrupted by a little girl who politely addressed them as the uncles of an unrivaled duo. Jackson immediately asked her what happened, to which he received the answer that she wanted to ask them something. Smiling, the guy gave her permission, after which the girl asked who was stronger, the unsurpassed duo or the Jonin sect. This question surprised both Jackson and the demon, who first thought about it before giving an answer. The guy decided to ask why she needed to know this, because he didn't expect that girls her age were interested in such things. The little girl smiled proudly that her brother was from the third generation of the Jonin sect, so she became interested. Jackson praised him with a smile on his face, and then said that the Jonin sect was much stronger than the unrivaled duo. This answer satisfied the child's curiosity, after which she beamed with joy, asking again if it was true. The guy brought his face closer to her, confirming his words. Adding that they had already checked this, the girl reacted with delight. She then loudly thanked the men and ran towards the exit, pleased that she was able to find out. They heard a girl in the next room shouting that the sect was stronger. In response, they told her that they asked her not to disturb the guests. Jackson smiled, not really betraying the significance of this situation, but the demon only frowned on his face. It was clear from his expression that something was bothering him, after which he cursed out loud, lowering his head. When Jackie asked what happened, he replied that if he had continued to live like a demon of madness, he would have killed everyone, including that girl's brother. The guy was surprised by such thoughts, and did not expect that the man would be able to share them out loud. Stretching out his hand on the bottle, the demon sighed, admitting to himself that he didn't know why he said that. However, Jackson turned out to be faster, which is why he managed to grab the bottle first, which displeased his comrade. While pouring wine for him, Jackie with a serious face told the elder that the past him died today on Jonin Mountain. But now he can become Sam or Harry, who cares, because now he can leave his nickname in the past. This advice stunned the man because he had never seriously thought about completely changing himself and his essence. The next second, Jackie smiled, saying that the Jonin sect may be stronger than the duo, but it is certainly weaker than the Crescent Moon Alliance. He then asked if the left guard agreed with him, but the man remained silent, not knowing how to react to this nickname. He picked up the glass and then looked at his sad reflection, trying to accept the fact that the demon of madness was no longer there. He then took the glass with both hands and held it out in front of him, after which he bowed to Jackson, paying respect. The guy was surprised by this action, after which he did the same, thereby thanking his friend for accepting himself. Looking at each other, they smiled, because they felt that from that moment, a new stage in their lives began. Why did they drink in silence, spending the evening in a cozy and calm atmosphere, enjoying dinner after a hard day? Meanwhile, in one of the houses, a man announced to the gentleman that they had found Jackson, adding that he visited the Jonin sect. The mysterious man turned around, asking why someone from the dark path would voluntarily come to the sect. Why did he ask who he was with? The informant immediately replied that he was there with only one of his subordinates. A smile lit up the face of the man who ordered them to be led to them, because he wanted to meet him personally. One of his guards decided to ask if he wanted to kill him or if they had other plans for him. The stranger replied that Jackson would still be useful to them, because he had almost crushed the entire dark path of Shanxi under himself. Another guard decided to say that this guy would not cooperate with him even if he negotiated with him. The guy just asked to prepare a large ice pill and then asked if he was the same age as Jackson. The answer was in the affirmative, so he decided that the easier it would be to get along with him, they would drink and immediately become friends. When sunset came, Sam asked why they were going to Shan'an and not to MANHUA, to which he received the answer that the Huashan sect was completely different. And if they come now, it will all end in a fight. The man replied that he doubted that he could be scared by a fight. The guy replied that his comrade's problem is that he just wants to fight, and this sect is already too hot-tempered. The man asked in surprise why they looked like flames, because he had never noticed anything like that behind them. Jackson replied that the Wudong sect is like water, and Zhonggun is like earth. The comrade said that he was just talking nonsense. Stopping, Jackie turned around and asked with anger in his voice whether the left guard was addressing the head of the alliance correctly. He responded with the same menacing look, asking the leader if he wanted to be beaten by his subordinates. They immediately lit up and energy began to envelop their bodies when the guy asked if this was a rebellion. At that same second, they heard an unfamiliar voice asking if he was the same Jackson. The two men immediately stopped arguing, looking with surprise and displeasure at the three people who were heading in their direction. They noticed a young guy, about the same age as Jackie, and behind him were two similar guards. Jackson immediately recognized the Bailey clan, although, in fact, it was not a clan at all. Meanwhile, the guy again asked his name. With a smug look, Jackie introduced himself, after which he rudely asked the stranger's name. This tone surprised the guy because he did not expect that this person would behave so impolitely with him. But despite his anger, he only laughed, which surprised Jackson, who did not understand why he was looking for him. As soon as the laughter died down, the stranger said that he had not expected such cordiality at all, after which he offered Jackson a drink. In response to this, the guy asked him to kneel down and ask again, "I beg him." They say something like, "Can I have a drink with you?" Then perhaps he would have agreed. Such a statement immediately made all three people frown. Without thinking twice, they got acquainted and replied that if he wanted it, he would do so, after which he took a few steps forward. As soon as he bent his knees, his guards immediately looked at the master in shock, urging him not to do this. At that same second, the guy grinned evilly, turning his head in their direction, asking if they had really fallen for it. Then he laughed again, but no one except him appreciated this joke, so the others stood in silence. Sam, who had been silent until then, decided to ask why there were so many crazy people roaming around Murim so freely these days. At that same second, the guy's smiling face gave way to a stern grimace, and then he asked Jackson who this man was, after which he asked if he could kill him. Hearing this question, the man froze, because no one had dared to tell him that before. After recovering from the shock, the demon of madness laughed, and Jackson replied that he could, but he was not in the mood to drink with him right now. He did not know how to respond to this, concluding that it was not so easy to find a common language with him. He then turned to his subordinates, with a malicious smile on how he should act in such a situation. One of the men replied that instead of trying to become friends with them, they should beat him to a pulp and then talk. This answer satisfied the guy, after which he asked what about Jackson's subordinate, looking at Sam. The guards immediately replied that they would take care of him, because it was their job, so the master had nothing to worry about. Starting to wave his hand towards Sam, the guy asked to take him away from here, because he and Jackson needed to talk. A wave of anger immediately washed over the man, who began asking the leader what he should do. The answer suggested itself, so the guy replied that he could go and have some fun with them. Turning around, the man walked in the opposite direction, calling on the stranger's subordinates to follow him. They immediately headed in his direction, while the guy asked what was wrong with him, deciding that he was not at all friendly with his head. "I don't answer this question." Jackson asked if he was from Hubei. He gave an affirmative answer, asking if he knew where exactly. The guy knew this very well, but he did not expect that they would turn out like this, because he imagined them completely differently. He laughed, and then said that since Leader Jackson refused to drink, he was ready to be beaten. The guy replied that he was not the first person to tell him this today, to which he was asked whether he uses crescent blades. Having not heard an answer, he still asked to get them, because he would definitely need them in the upcoming battle. The smiling guy asked again whether it was not in his best interest to get them, because it would be inconvenient to fight without weapons. Without waiting for an answer, he rushed forward, saying that it was his business, after which he began to wave his hand. He pointed his palm towards Jackie, and he, in turn, put out his fist to protect himself from a direct blow. As soon as their hands touched, an explosion was heard, the shockwave of which immediately froze the nearby trees. Looking at his fist, which was blue from the cold, Jackson immediately recognized the very rare art of ice. Noticing that the guy remained unharmed, the stranger said that he now understands how he managed to capture the dark path. Jackie seems to understand why he showed up here, but he wants to crush him and drag him down the dark path of Shanxi. He had already realized that this guy was proficient in the ice art of the white heavenly demon cult, who had begun to emerge from the shadows. The next second, Jackson put his hand in his bosom, after which he pulled out a red pill, throwing it into his mouth without thinking. The stranger was surprised at this turn of events, asking why he did this so suddenly. Jackie didn't answer anything to this, but at the same second he grinned, and his eyes lit up purple. Then he again put his hand in his bosom, while the enemy said that he had scared him, after which he began to ask what he was getting there again. In Jackson's hand was the healer's fan, which immediately attracted the guy's attention, because he didn't know that he used such a weapon. Opening the fan, Jackie looked at him sternly, but did not answer the question, not wanting to talk to him. This began to irritate the stranger, who, out of desperation, began to ask if he could at least answer something. When Jackson remained silent once again, the guy began to concentrate energy around himself. Directing an icy beam towards him, he loudly shouted that he would force him to open his mouth and answer all questions. Jackie reacted instantly, taking a fighting stance, after which he waved his fan, repelling the attack. He was able to repel it towards the forest, the trees of which immediately began to become covered with an ice crust. However, this was only a diversionary maneuver. By this time they were getting acquainted and had already rushed at him, attacking him with his bare hands. Each blow was accompanied by a wave of ice, causing a huge part of the forest to immediately freeze. When he realized that his attacks were not bringing any success, he pulled away, deciding to change tactics. The guy smiled again, putting his hand in his bosom, and then said that he was even better than expected. Jackson became slightly worried when he noticed a bright blue pill in his hands that looked similar to the one he had taken. Without thinking, the ice guy threw it into his mouth and immediately swallowed it, saying that it wouldn't take much time. The next second, his internal energy began to overflow, strengthening the guy several times. Jackson didn't particularly like this turn of events, but he understood that now the battle would become much more difficult. Meanwhile, his opponent had a snowflake-like mark on his forehead, and his smile became more confident. Having received a boost, the guy began throwing ice spikes at Jackson, saying that he would see how long he could dodge. Accelerating, Jackie fought off every thorn that overtook him too close. He managed to deflect them with only one fan. However, his opponent continued to press him, wanting to suppress him both in quantity and quality. Jackie noticed that a huge number of projectiles were flying at him, which would be several times more difficult to dodge. All he had to do was wave his fan once, taking the remaining blow on himself. This force was enough to move him back several meters, but the guy remained firmly on his feet. He was unable to fully parry the attack, causing part of his chest and left shoulder to become covered in ice. The guy with the mark on his forehead smiled. I think he exceeded his expectations, but now he will come to the end. However, Jackson did not think so. Concentrating the energy around himself, he destroyed the ice covering him in one go. This made the enemy surprised, and he immediately thought that he had an incredible amount of ki. Jackie decided not to go on the defensive, but to attack first in order to defeat his opponent in close combat. Getting as close as possible, he waved his fan. His opponent easily dodged. At the same second, he folded his fan, trying to strike, but his opponent seemed to predict his movements. Suddenly, a smile formed on the ice boy's face as he noticed Jackie had become noticeably slower. However, this did not give Jackson a reason to stop the attack, so he decided to ignore the enemy's words. He understood that it was the ice that was slowing him down, while the guy said that he should try harder. After this, the leader of the Crescent Alliance felt a rather painful blow to his rib, which stopped his attacks. This blow again threw him several meters, increasing the distance, but this time he was able to maintain his balance. However, now his chest and part of his arm were completely covered in ice, which weakened and slowed him down. At this time, the ice guy began to create an ice sphere between his hands, deciding that it was time to end this. With his eyes wide open, he pointed the sphere towards Jackson, realizing that it would be enough to kill him anyway. But he did not want to give up so easily, and therefore waved his fan, wanting to partially repel the dangerous attack. An explosion immediately sounded in front of the ice guy, the icy vapor of which blocked his view. However, when the curtain of fog cleared, he noticed Jackson, who was almost completely frozen, and his fan was lying on the ground. The ice guy also headed towards him, and his gaze fell on the lying weapon that Jackie had dropped. Raising the weapon, the guy closed it, grinning and asking what he would do now without his fan. Jackson did not answer, but this did not stop his opponent from laughing uncontrollably and sincerely. Suddenly, Jackie raised his head, because this is exactly what he wanted. Taking aim, he spat out the pill he was holding in his mouth. The ice guy laughed until he felt an extra object that he accidentally swallowed. He immediately grabbed his throat and coughed, and his face turned into anger, causing him to even drop his fan. This stumble was enough for Jackson to once again begin to concentrate his energy, getting out of the icy prison. When the ice cracked, the guy rushed forward, pointing his palm towards the coughing enemy. He tried to put out his palm for protection, but it didn't really help, throwing him back. He was able to stand on his feet without being seriously injured, but he still continued to cough. Jackson walked towards him slowly and with a proud gait, because now he was completely confident in his victory. Without thinking twice, he rushed forward again, putting his palm out in front of him while the enemy put up a defense. However, this time his defense failed him, which is why Jackson's blow was successful, throwing the enemy back. Jackie began to slowly walk towards him again, while his aura only intensified around him. Holding his throat, the red, icy guy asked with anger in his voice what kind of pill he fed him. Without hesitation, Jackie replied that he had given him an exhaustion pill, which sucks the energy out of a person. Then the guy realized that that was why he did not open his mouth, and he found himself in an idiotic situation, because after laughing, he himself took and swallowed the poison. Jackie began to blur before his eyes, which he decided to take advantage of, attacking the enemy again. The ice guy decided to randomly put his palms out to take the full blow, hoping that it would work. However, Jackson's blow was much stronger, which is why the young man from the cult was thrown a much greater distance. Hitting his back against a tree, he began to slide down, cursing quietly, realizing that everything had not gone according to plan. The next second he noticed Jackson's hand, which reached out to him and grabbed him painfully by the hair. He tried to respond with an icy blow, however. Upon touching his chest, he noticed that his energy had completely dried up. At that same second, he noticed Jackie's imperious and stern gaze, which immediately caused a wave of fear on the guy's face. He then turned his attention to the enemy's other hand, which was free and was now swinging in his direction. With an incredibly fast and sharp blow, Jackson gave him a slap in the face that not everyone can withstand. He then repeated his strike, causing blood to flow from the ice boy's mouth and his cheek to begin to swell. From incredible pain, he extended his hand in front of him, asking him to stop, wanting to end this battle. However, Jackson was not satisfied with this situation, which is why he delivered another blow to the same place, causing the guy to experience incredible pain. After hitting him a couple more times, Jackie noticed that he might not be able to withstand at least one more, so he stopped. Then he let go of his hair, realizing that he could neither attack nor escape, nor even rise to his feet. However, when they stopped holding the guy by the hair, he fell to the ground, losing consciousness, showing no signs of life. But Jackson knew that he was still alive, so he slowly took out his crescent blades, looking at his victim. Swinging, he pierced both his legs. The blades passed almost right through, releasing a little bit of blood. Feeling this incredible pain, the ice guy immediately woke up, screaming loudly and heart-rendingly, barely able to bear it. But a minute later, when he lost consciousness again, Jackson grabbed his leg and then dragged him along. Meanwhile, the madness demon was fighting two subordinates who were stronger than he expected. The man's face was slightly covered in blood, but he was still full of strength and chi for battle. The two warriors were also partially covered in blood, and their breathing was labored, but they were ready to continue the battle. Suddenly, Jackson was heard asking from the side how long the left guard would fight, and everyone immediately turned their heads in his direction. Jackie was heading towards them, dragging the body of the ice guy behind him, roughly grabbing him by the hair. Stunned by such a picture, the subordinates immediately began to call their master, but he did not show any signs of life. Sam also noticed this, after which he burst into boisterous laughter, which surprised everyone present. Throwing the ice guy's body aside, Jackson said displeasedly that now was not the best time to laugh. Then he asked what he was doing here anyway, and why he hadn't finished yet, because they were wasting time. Not hearing an answer, he again approached the unconscious body, hovering over it and wondering what to do. Without thinking twice, he kicked him on the forearm, hoping that he would regain consciousness, but there was no reaction. Seeing such an attitude towards his master, one of the guards swore loudly and asked Jackson to stop. However, the guy ignored his words, taking out one of his blades from the ice youth's feet. Hanging over him like death, Jackie declared with a smile on his face that he would cut his throat first, after which he pointed the blade at him. This provocation worked perfectly, which is why two guards immediately rushed forward to help the master. Jackie smiled as his plan worked, after which he swung his blades, sending out a crosswave of energy. The man gained such speed that he did not have time to jump back or dodge, and therefore was cut into several pieces. Jackson didn't even have to strain to deal with them, and therefore he was pleased with the job done. Even the demon of madness looked with surprise at such a massacre, because he did not expect that the guy was capable of such a thing. With a sharp movement, sheathing the blades, Jackson with a serious face declared that they were from the cult of the White Heavenly Demon. The man was surprised because these two used light path techniques. Jackie did not expect to hear such news. He then said that one used the 6 directions of heaven and earth sword technique, and the other used the palm technique. Although it is studied in many schools, it did not seem that they used any cult techniques. The man added that their skill was approximately at the level of the elders of powerful clans, after which he asked if their master was alive. Jackson replied that he was still alive, after which he was asked why he did not kill him like these two. In response to this, the guy smiled evilly, after which he stated that this was obvious in order to torture. Surprise was again reflected in the demon of madness, who did not expect that Jackson could do this, although he always suspected. The guy closed his eyes and sighed, and then asked if he thought he needed to learn this, because his aura spoke for itself. The man lowered his gaze, thinking about his words. and then concluded that he was right, and this was not new to him. When night fell, the ice guy opened his eyes, trying to understand where he was and what had happened. At that same second, he heard a voice asking if he had woken up, and he responded by asking who it was. A man slowly approached him, introducing himself as Danny, who was supposed to be looking after him. The guy with the swollen cheek said that this was the first time he had heard about it, but he was more interested in what kind of place it was. In a calm tone, the man replied that they were in Shannon. Then he said that Chief Jackson brought him here. The ice guy noticed that Danny addressed him as the third gentleman and then asked if he knew him. The man answered in the affirmative, explaining that he was the commander of the 4th Special Detachment and sent to Hubei. The guy immediately began to ask what the Special Detachment was doing here, because he didn't remember being assigned any special mission. Then he assumed that he dared to convey the true cult, but in response he heard that Jackson asked to come to him when he woke up. The beaten guy didn't understand how he would come to him if he couldn't even really move. At the same second, Danny grabbed him by the chest, pulling him towards him, which is why the prisoner felt severe pain throughout his body. In a menacing tone, he began to ask if the man had forgotten who he was, but this did not help loosen his grip. Instead, Danny drags him along, opens the door, and tells him that he has no choice anyway. At this time, Jackson was in the hall where his most honorable warriors had gathered, and their tables were set with a variety of food. Drawing everyone's attention to himself, he decided to introduce them to Sam, who would take the place of the left guard in the Crescent Alliance. Everyone was immediately surprised when they heard this statement, thinking that the master must have a plan. Not hearing any reaction, the guy frowned, asking where their manners were, although he knew why they were surprised. Everyone immediately began to rise from their seats, after which they folded their hands in a respectful gesture, greeting the left guard. Without much enthusiasm, Sam rose from his chair, calmly answering that he was pleased to meet you. He then ordered everyone to take their seats, deciding first to talk while they enjoyed their food. When everyone took their places, they heard the dissatisfied voice of the ice guy who demanded to let him go. At the same moment, Danny entered the hall, still holding the guy by the chest, following Jackson's order. Turning his attention to the new guest, Jackie told his subordinate that he could leave him and take his place. The man immediately headed to his table while everyone around them looked at them and wondered who this guy was. With a rough movement, Danny sat the third gentleman on a chair, not paying attention to the fact that he was in pain. The ice guy sat to Jackson's left, while Danny took the seat opposite the gentleman, and Sam sat to his right. Without saying anything, the ice guy watched as Jackie poured him wine, holding the bottle high above the glass. The clan leader then looked at his guest menacingly, ordering him to drink because that was what he originally wanted. He responded by inviting him to come to an agreement, and henceforth the cult of the White Heavenly Demon would not touch the dark path of Shanxi, including Chanan. Those present in the hall widened their eyes in surprise when they realized that this guy was one of the White Heavenly Demon cult. The guy said that they would not touch the territory under his control, and he would also contact his subordinates and order them to pay him 1 million. He offered this as payment for saving his life, and whispers immediately began to spread throughout the hall when they heard this amount. After listening to his proposal, Jackson did not answer. Instead, he drank wine, continuing to pause. The third gentleman decided not to rush Jackie, who was most likely considering his generous offer. All the warriors glared at the guest, clearly understanding that their master was unlikely to agree to such a thing. The guy asked the leader if they had agreed, because if he considered the amount insufficient, he would ask for more money. However, Jackson remained silent for some time, continuing to enjoy the wine, not paying attention to the guest. Putting the glass on the table, Jackie decided to ask what his name was. He replied that his name was Charlie. Ignoring the conversation about the proposal, the alliance leader continued to ask if he was the son of the cult leader. He answered in the affirmative with a dissatisfied look, but did not understand why he needed this information. Without looking in his direction, Jackson continued to ask, wondering how many sons he had. The guy answered that he had 3. Suddenly he turned to Danny, who lowered his eyes, listening carefully to the master's next order. Jackie said that he could continue to interrogate him, and after he received the information, he would make a report and bring it to him. We need the names of the elite cult masters, the rank of the masters, what they are planning and where, the number of fighters, and the presence of a bright path among them. The man bowed, adding that in addition to this, he would draw up a detailed organizational chart to make it easier for the master, as well as a list of poisons, antidotes, cipher explosives that the cult uses, and where they store them. Only the third gentleman knows such secret information, also the location of the cult and secret passages. He will briefly describe everything on the map. Jackie admired such zeal, after which he turned to the third son of the leader, asking what he thought about his subordinate. The guy just frowned, not answering anything. I thought to myself why he even asked this question. He then mentally addressed Jackson, saying that he could yap as long as he could, but as soon as his brothers came, they would destroy him. Having not heard an answer, the leader of the alliance directed his gaze in his direction, asking the question again, but was met only with embittered eyes. At that same second, Danny jumped out of his seat, pointing his fist towards the taciturn guest. The guy flew out of the chair, flying several meters, and blood began to flow from his nose, forcing him to squint in pain. Danny stood there, asking if he needed to be removed again, but Jackie was quick to stop him. Charlie, who was watching this action with anger on his face, mentally addressed them, declaring that they would die slowly. Jackson then turned to Danny, who was ready to carry out his every order as perfectly as possible. The guy said that Danny could torture him, but he should stay alive, but if anything happens, he can heal his wounds. The man immediately got up from his seat. I humbly answered that he understood everything, so the gentleman can rely on him. Jackie added that it wouldn't be surprising if he died in the process. After all, he couldn't be called the god of healing. So he concluded that if Charlie died, they would simply catch one of his brothers for questioning. The guy then stood up from his seat, looking at the prisoner who was still lying on the floor, wishing him a good time. Danny bowed, watching as his master, followed by a couple of guards, headed towards the exit. Together with them, the rest of the subordinates began to leave the hall, leaving the man alone with the prisoner. He suddenly turned his head when he heard an insult directed at himself, which Charlie decided to express. He asked with a dissatisfied look how they dared to underestimate the power of the cult, which is capable of destroying them. But instead of a verbal answer, he received another blow to the face, which enveloped him in a new wave of pain. Danny, with a calm face, removed his bloody fist, listening to the ice guy grunt. Frowning, the man asked the gentleman to think about what he was saying, because they were not in the white heavenly demon. The guy understood that this man no longer belonged to the cult, and in his eyes was a traitor. As night fell, Goodwin was in his tavern, watching Sam sitting at the bar with a frown on his face. He thought that this guy disappeared with the master and returned with him, and decided that this was some kind of special task. The demon of madness noticed that the tavern owner was openly staring at him, so he decided to respond in kind. Sharply turning away his excited face, the man thought that he didn't know what he was doing, but he reeked of blood. He was also wondering why he was at his inn, but mentally asked to be allocated a separate room for him. And at that very second, his face tensed when Sam called out to him. He was distracted by wiping his mug. Thank you. What did he want? Seeing the dissatisfied look, the faithful owner blushed and got scared for a second, finally calling him master. He called him again, which caused indignation on the face of Goodwin, who more rudely decided to ask what he wanted. In response to this, the blue-haired man began to concentrate energy in his hand, hinting that he should address him more politely. The innkeeper's eyes immediately popped out of his sockets when he saw this, and the demon began to call him to him with his fingers. Goodwin, without wasting any time, dropped everything he was doing and then ran towards the visitor. With his hands folded in a respectful gesture, he told the elder with a serious face that he could ask whatever he wanted. Smiling contentedly, Sam asked to recommend a quiet place for training, preferably in a secluded place. Goodwin replied that there is a cane field not far from the port tower. People do not go there, and the space is open. He then stated that he didn't have many customers today, so he might as well go there and cut the weed especially for him. The satisfied man headed towards the exit, and answering that everything was fine, surprising Goodwin with his mood. Before the demon left, the innkeeper said that it seemed that the elder was too close to Mr. Jackson. He stopped, turning around displeasedly, asking why he got it, thereby trying to prove that they were not close. Goodwin smiled sarcastically and said that he understood everything, adding that they were not close with him either. He focused on the last word. This statement surprised Sam, who immediately asked why he would be mistaken with him, because he does not look like a strong person. The innkeeper asked if he was the key figure in distracting and capturing the demon of lust. Plus, he was the only one rewarded for it. He then said that Sam didn't know, but he was the first one to run into Jackson in Shannon, and was also the first person he beat up here. The man looked at his interlocutor skeptically, asking that he was bragging that he was simply beaten. He beamed and agreed, thereby surprising the demon, who did not understand what reason for pride there was. Goodwin said that everyone the master had encountered before had died, including the demons of lust and charm, but he was still alive. Such a statement did not impress Sam, who only turned away, not wanting to say that he was not alone. When he again headed towards the exit, where he said that he was jealous of him because he had some important business with Jackson. He is of too low a rank, so he did not have the opportunity to see him, so he asked me to say hello to him from him. The demon turned around again, looking at the innkeeper's embarrassed face. Then he realized that this guy was more loyal than he seemed. He decided to answer that he didn't think he would be interested, but he would definitely pass on everything. The man immediately remembered that Jackie once asked him not to mock Goodwin, so he decided to voice this. This news made the innkeeper blush, after which he said that the gentleman had not forgotten about him and took care of him. Tears immediately welled up in his eyes as he wiped them away and said that he was very touched by such attention from Jackson. At this time, Sam was seriously thinking about killing him, but at the same second he turned around, noticing the guests. 3 warriors entered the room, armed with swords. Their faces were serious, but they did not want to fight. Instead, they took a free table, simultaneously asking the owner what was edible. With tears remaining in his eyes, Goodwin replied indifferently that whatever they took would definitely be delicious. One of the men smiled menacingly, answering that he was too rude for an innkeeper. He clearly did not like this attitude. At first he smiled at the innkeeper, after which he put on a serious face, asking where the Murim masters came from. Everyone immediately stared at the tavern owner, glaring at him with a frown and not wanting to answer the question. Why did he beam, asking if his question was too harsh, after which he asked them to be careful and not cut themselves? Sam looked at him with dissatisfaction, thinking that he didn't seem to be an idiot, but he wanted to hit him to cool his ardor a little. The long-haired warrior asked him to stop talking nonsense, because it would be better if he brought them something to drink. Goodwin headed towards the storage room, which since they asked for it, of course he would bring it. The warriors thought that they wanted to use this place as a base and come up with a plan to rescue the third master. But this stupid innkeeper is too annoying, and that guy is kind of strange, after which they looked at Sam. Looking out of the warehouse, Goodwin turned to the elder with a smile on his face, asking if he could pour him something too. He thought a little. He replied that he would pour it for him later. The tavern owner immediately agreed, returning back. The blue-haired man turned to his comrade again, asking him to stay there and keep his head down. However, he, contrary to the request, stuck his head out, asking what the demon of madness meant. Heading towards the three warriors, the man repeated that he said to keep his head down until he was done here. Goodwin immediately obeyed, while Sam silently approached their table, carefully examining everyone sitting. When he stopped, looming over them, heating up the atmosphere, he asked them to do what they were going to do. The long-haired warrior, who had previously kept his word, calmly looked at the man, and he quietly took his sword out of its sheath. He tried to attack the enemy with surprise, and therefore sharply pulled out his sword, pointing it towards Sam. The man reacted instantly, and therefore returned the blow, simultaneously pointing his foot at the warrior's chest. Having gone a little overboard, he managed to throw it out the window, which immediately broke off its hinges, flying out into the street. The second warrior immediately reached out with his sword, wanting to avenge his comrade, and was ready to fight. However, he did not expect that the man would suddenly stretch his hand forward, roughly grabbing his face, squeezing him quite hard. The next second, Sam, with a smile on his face, smashed the warrior's head into the table, knocking him out. The third warrior was in combat readiness, so he swung his sword, but the demon of madness was already ready to defend himself. Concerned, Goodwin immediately decided to call out to the elder, deciding that he might need his help. However, he immediately fell silent when he saw that his comrade blocked the sword with his bare hands, grabbing the blade with his hand. The next second, an evil grin appeared on the demon's face as he realized that a weakling was standing against him. Without thinking twice, he swung his fist, which immediately met the opponent's face, completely smashing it. He flew several meters away, smashing the table with his body, and the sword that he let go of his hands remained with Sam. Despite his victory, he wasn't done yet, so he sent the weapon flying, aiming it towards the open window. Hearing a heartbreaking scream, the man stopped with satisfaction, examining the fruits of his labors. He then smiled as he addressed the lifeless deeds of his opponents, saying that he was glad to see them on their dark path. Meanwhile, Goodwin's face turned pale because he knew that Sam was strong, but he didn't expect that much. The next second, the demon of madness turned towards the innkeeper, calmly saying that now he could have a drink. This frightened the tavern owner even more, who was surprised at his calmness, as if nothing had happened. After 5 minutes, he decided to ask the elder who they were, that he decided to kill them outright without asking questions. He answered dissatisfiedly that he had no idea, which surprised Goodwin even more, who asked why he did it. The man replied that they were full of bloodlust, so clearly nothing good could be expected from them. This answer stunned the innkeeper, who did not expect that his friend could be so insightful. Then he abruptly fell to his knees in front of him, after which he bowed, saying that Mr. Sam saved his life. However, the man did not particularly respond to his gratitude, continuing to drink the wine without looking in his direction. But Goodwin again shouted that if he had not been here, he would have died, adding that he was lucky today. Looking at this picture, the demon of madness said that he was already starting to go too far, after which he asked the man to get up. Rising to his feet, the tavern owner chuckled, saying that when a man is deeply touched, it is okay to go a little overboard. Sam was surprised by these words, remembering the moment when he and Jackson were drinking, starting their new path in life. Then he smiled, said that he understood, and then asked to end it and have a drink with him. That same night, several warriors snuck into Jackson's estate, searching the entire house, trying to be as quiet as possible. After some time, they stopped near an open door that clearly led towards the basement. When they got together, they realized that all the floors were empty, and the only thing they hadn't checked was the basement. The warriors, whose faces were hidden by masks, decided to enter there together in order to cover each other in case of emergency. They began to slowly and leisurely go down the stairs, trying not to make a single rustle, straining their ears along the way. Suddenly, they heard a barely audible groan from the room, after which the leader signaled for the others to stop. They immediately realized that someone was there. after which they took out the balls from their sheaths, preparing for a possible battle. At that same second, an unfamiliar voice from the room called them to come down, thereby stunning and confusing them. The warriors immediately realized that they had been exposed, but even if they managed to escape, they would be killed anyway for failing the mission. The men immediately nodded to each other, after which they hurried downstairs, preparing for any unexpected attack. However, what they saw in front of them made them turn pale and horrified, lowering their blades. In front of them on the table lay a trembling Charlie, who was almost completely bandaged and stained with blood. They immediately recognized him as the third gentleman, after which they turned their heads sharply, noticing Jackson at the table. He said that the most difficult happiness for him was behind him, but they could check on him, adding that he was alive for now. The warriors looked with disbelief at the calm guy who was silently drinking wine, but decided to listen to his advice. They came closer to the third gentleman and looked into his eyes, in which only horror was visible. They all frowned and trembled because such a picture aroused in them only anger and a desire for revenge. One of the men returned the sword to its sheath, after which he put his hand into his bosom, taking out a small box. Opening it, he explained to Jackson that it was a large ice pill, and then asked him to let him take it. Jackie, whose face was partially covered in blood, looked at him and asked him to take a closer look. The warrior approached the guy with distrust, after which he slowly held out the box, hoping that he wouldn't take it away. But contrary to his hopes, Jackson took the pill in his hands, saying that he took it during their last fight. Taking a look at the soldier, he guessed that it was an ability enhancer that could also be used as medicine. The man agreed, "Give it to her. It only works on those who study divine martial arts." Without listening to him, Jackie threw the pill into his mouth, after which he began to chew it, under the stunned looks of the soldiers. Having swallowed it, the guy concluded that it was definitely not poison, but he could not allow him to take medicine from strangers. Suddenly, the warrior who gave him the pill knelt down, head down with anger on his face. His comrades looked at him in shock, but the next second they did the same, trusting him. Their leader immediately raised his voice, asking what they needed to do to bring the young master home alive. Rising from his seat, Jackson took the decanter of wine in his hands and headed in his direction. Then he handed the glass to the soldier, who watched the guy's manipulations with surprise and tried to grasp the meaning. Jackie stood waiting, so the warrior had no choice but to take a glass with trembling hands, after which he watched in shock as the stream of wine filled his cup, guessing what they wanted from him. The next second, Jackson ordered him to drink it. Taking off his mask, the man without hesitation began to pour the contents into his mouth. The guy said that from the moment Charlie appeared in front of him and dared to say those arrogant words, their fate was already sealed. When the warrior finished drinking, he looked into Jackson's terrifying gaze, which did not foretell anything good. At first he was overcome with fear, but then he felt a burning sensation inside him, which is why his veins immediately began to appear. Dropping the glass, the warrior trembled, feeling the pain growing throughout his body. The others looked at him questioningly, but then they were also seized with fear when they saw a stream of blood gushing from his comrade's mouth. A few seconds later, their leader fell dead, not having time to say anything final, burying his face in the floor. The remaining warriors with horror on their faces tried to understand what had just happened and why he died, because he drank the same thing as Jackson. Looking at their stunned faces, the guy said with a menacing look that he was glad to see them on their dark path. After a while, he gathered his subordinates and captured enemies, saying that several people committed suicide. Then he asked how many survived. Henry replied that there were about 10 people. They were trying to increase one more, but he seemed to be dead. Hunter added that some had reached the left guard, but Jackie advised him to forget about them, because they were most likely already dead. Then the guy drew attention to the captured warriors, who were sitting on their knees in front of him, awaiting their fate. He decided to turn to them and menacingly declared that if someone wants to commit suicide, they can do it now, because this is their chance. Such a statement caused horror on the faces of the prisoners, who did not expect that on this mission they could so easily say goodbye to their lives. After waiting a few seconds, Jackson smiled and then said that he thought 2 people would agree. Then he called Danny to him, asking him to write down these particular people as traitors who had gone over to the dark path of Shannon. After this, he must pass the list to his subordinates in the White Sky Demon cult if he has any left. He immediately agreed, while Jackie said that it didn't matter whether they believed it or not, but they should have this list. He ordered the production of a poison that requires regular use of the antidote, and let it be kept by Danny. Hunter must also analyze the information about the White Heavenly Demon cult received from the third son. At the end, he turned to Henry, asking if he still had the money he received from the Zhang clan. He answered in the affirmative. Then the guy smiled, inviting him to spend it usefully, because these are the means of the bright path. He ordered to send about 3 million liang to the head of Zhonggan and warned that the cult of the White Heavenly Demon was intensifying. With a serious look, the man understood the order, wanting to carry it out as quickly as possible. Jackson added that instead of money, the Wudong sect will be given food for people and horses, as well as tools for peasants. Later, he will send a letter to their leader, and along with the gifts, let them send him a rugosa rose. One will be enough. Then the guy asked Henry if it was worth helping Hubei, because he really likes them and doesn't want to help them. Henry grinned, saying that he wasn't sure, because he couldn't stand them either, so they could do without their help. Jackson suggested simply warning them to remain vigilant, an order that was immediately accepted. Someone asked what about MANHUA. Jackie suggested leaving them, because they would react the fastest once they heard about the cult. After all, since he is now the target of the White Heavenly Demon cult, Chenin has become unsafe, and innocent people may die. Therefore, you need to send your families and elders to Chenyang, but this also applies to them. If they don't want to die, let them go there too. All the subordinates immediately smiled when they heard that their master was giving them a chance for a peaceful life. Henry said that he had always wanted to visit Chenyang, to which Jackson smiled and replied that there was a lot to see there. He then looked at the faces of his satisfied subordinates, who were glad to serve him with all their hearts. Suddenly, all the wars began to laugh loudly, causing confusion on the faces of the prisoners who sat in front of them. Their eyes were wide open as they wondered if they were not at all afraid of their cult. Ignoring the reaction of the captured warriors, Jackie said that it was already late, but he would not mind having a drink with his subordinates. Then he turned to the prisoners and said that since they were all his spies now, they should join them. After a while, they went to the hall, where there were many tables covered with various foods. Everyone was glad that they were here. Jackson walked between the tables, pouring wine for his subordinates, while they were pleased with such politeness. When everyone's glasses were full, Jackie attracted their attention, causing silence. The guy gesticulated joyfully and asked if they knew that he grew up among dancers and learned from them. He studied the dancing sword technique as a child, so he can demonstrate if someone claps. They may clap, bang on the table, use weapons, or click, after which everyone immediately starts banging their arms and legs. Jackson noticed the zeal of his players, happily reporting that they were doing well, so he asked them to continue. Sam, who looked at all this with a dissatisfied expression, thought that the guy was up to some nonsense again. Then his gaze moved to Goodwin, who was sitting nearby and began to bang his wand on the jug. Jackson immediately took notice, declaring that his drumming was excellent and complemented the music perfectly. The man immediately became happy and blushed, after which he bowed deeply, thanking the leader for this comment. Jackie asked him to continue, which caused the tavern owner to begin banging on the jug with double zeal. At the same second, the guy turned to the left guard, whose face was full of discontent. When asked if he wanted to join, the man also began to turn his head, not wanting to participate in this. Jackie realized that he couldn't convince him on his own, so he loudly declared that they would see what their left guard could do. When the crowd's gaze was fixed on the dissatisfied Sam, he realized that they simply wanted to crush him in numbers. Realizing that there was nowhere to go, he began to knock loudly on the table, which caused Goodwin to become scared and flinch. The man hit the table so hard that the plates filled with food jumped up in time with his blows. Jackson smiled, pleased with the result, before declaring that their left guard was definitely strong. This phrase caused good-natured laughter throughout the room, when suddenly Jackie decided to encourage them all to participate. As soon as the applause and stomping became louder, the guy began to dance, perfectly matching the improvised music. His movements were smooth and elegant, which continued to bring a smile to the faces of his subordinates. One of the men raised his hand, declaring that he also wanted to try. It was clear from him that he was already tipsy. However, Jackson didn't care much about this, so he smiled and, without stopping the dance, invited him to join. The drunk man immediately approached the leader, after which he began to show various movements with his body. This caused another round of laughter from those present, while Sam noticed that Goodwin was fidgeting in his chair. But he decided to ask what he was doing, to which the owner of the inn replied that this warrior had incorrect movements. This statement did not go unnoticed by Jackson, who happily asked Goodwin if he wanted to give it a try. The man's eyes immediately lit up with desire, after which he immediately agreed, rising from his seat. Then he began to wave his arms from side to side, not forgetting to breathe convulsively, which looked very funny from the outside. He circled around the disgruntled Sam, continuing to dance, trying to make his movements more smooth. Everyone who watched this shouted that he was doing well. Jackie asked him to come out and dance together. The man immediately turned his head in his direction, agreeing with the proposal, after which he began to make his way between the tables towards him. He suddenly stopped, turning to Sam, asking why he shouldn't join too, but Sam brushed him off with just a glance. Realizing that it was better not to take risks, the tavern owner quickly walked towards the master, where he could be safe. The next second, the three men were dancing around each other, while the rest of those present laughed and played along with them. Jackson carefully watched his subordinates and smiled, because he managed to lift their spirits. Then the guy opened his fan, loudly declaring that he, Jackson from Shannan, was not the strongest martial artist, but he knew how to drink better than anyone else. The reaction was not long in coming. All his subordinates also laughed, agreeing with his words. Goodwin decided to support him, stating that he was also from Shannan and worked in a tavern, but his heart belonged to the dark path. The audience laughed loudly again, shouting words of praise in his direction, thereby embarrassing him. Jackson then said that as long as they dance with the sword and drink with the blade in their hand, they can consider themselves part of the dark path. A smiling Goodwin repeated the same phrase, only much louder, which made Jackie smile again. Everyone present raised their hands up, beginning to repeat this phrase in unison, as if it were their credo. They repeated this phrase several more times, thereby declaring that they are one until the very end. Their feast continued until late at night, until everyone was able to hold a glass in their hand and have fun with everyone else. Meanwhile, there was a meeting in the White Heavenly Palace. 5 people sat silently around a round table. The eldest of them concluded that the dark path had captured the 3rd son of the head, and besides, he was defeated by the disciple of the poison demon. Such news caused a mixed reaction among those gathered, but they did not appear to be very worried about him. The dark man declared that the master, that the student, both teachings from disorder, wherever they appeared, which was very consistent with them. Suddenly the door behind them swung open and a long-haired guy walked in, followed by 2 subordinates. Those present immediately fell silent, carefully examining the newcomer with incredulous glances. The vice leader of the cult of the white heavenly demon, Peter, began to walk towards them. Everyone thought that the head had called them, but only his son showed up. Everyone frowned at the same time, wanting to know why he had come and not his father, who was the leader of the cult. Peter clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture before bowing, politely saying that he was glad to see them all. The man with purple hair immediately asked what the first young master came to them with and whether he would lead the meeting. He answered in the negative, adding that he came to them with a personal request that did not require delay. The elderly man replied that if the cult leader did not come, then he would go, because he had business to do and was wasting his time. The guy didn't like this statement, but he said that he had prepared something, after which the 2 subordinates headed to the table. Having opened the caskets that they were holding in their hands, Peter said that there were about 10 million liang inside. The cult leader refused to reconsider the plans, so he decided to contact them, because I don't know that his brother was captured in Shan'an. Then he fell silent, hoping to hear an answer, or at least some kind of reaction, but everyone continued to remain silent. The guy pointed out that this was a reward on Jackson's head, money from his personal savings, and he would pay another 10 million if his brother was returned alive. In total, there were 20 million liang. Put it in your head. The gray-haired man asked what would happen if they failed. However, the guy immediately rejected this thought, excluding only the option that if his brother had not yet been killed. But if this did happen, in that case, they could only bring Jackson's head. That would also be enough. One of the men asked if this was all the payment was for the task, but Peter immediately hastened to assure them that this was not all. After all, the person who completes the task will become the master of Shanxi, which currently belongs to Jackson. The man in black asked why he didn't do this himself, because he saw this as an obvious development of events. The guy replied that their cult would soon strengthen its position, and they still had a lot to do to resolve past grievances. Shanxi has less priority now, so this is his personal request. Then he was asked what would happen if they all refused. Peter replied that he or his brother would then handle it, even though it might interfere with the cult's plans. After this, there was a pause, during which those present looked carefully at the guy, trying to understand his motives. The man in black broke the silence by saying that Jackson was a disciple of the poison demon, which made things a little more complicated. Peter replied that the respected poison demon did not show up at the meeting, although he had received his father's invitation. Moreover, as far as he knows, the demon is not the kind of person who would care about the lives of his students. The old man stood up saying that maybe it was like that in the past, but the very fact that his student is alive means that he has changed. For this matter, even 25 million will not be enough. Moreover, you may have to fight the demon of poisons. Passing by Peter, the old man asked him to tell the head to abandon his 3rd son and call him when he showed up. The guy bowed to the man, advising him to rest as best as possible, thereby saying goodbye to him. But looking at his back, his gaze immediately hardened, because he did not intend to convey such words to his father. Someone also said that the amount was not worth the risk. Then Peter decided to do the following and send Max with them. He was told that this was too much, because he alone was enough to solve the problem. With him, it would be better to capture all of Shanxi. But the guy said that this is not too much, because there are many options for the development of events, even if the demon of poisons intervenes. However, not only he can intervene without finishing, he added that the father will come soon. If one of them agrees, let him know. The guy then bowed, asking for his forgiveness. He decided to leave the meeting place until his father arrived. But at that very second, the door swung open again, revealing the silhouette of a man whose face was hidden in shadow. Everyone present turned their gaze to the doorway, trying to see who had decided to attend the meeting. Peter's eyes immediately sparkled with anger when he recognized the newcomer as a demon of poisons, who strode towards them with an imperious gait. The guy folded his hands in a respectful gesture, greeting the respected poison demon, but he ignored him, asking if he was late. Peter felt displeased when he noticed the old man's lack of manners, but he hastened to report that he was not late. Everyone watched carefully as the man took his place, not daring to say or ask anything. The demon then spoke up, saying that he was wondering who called them, before deducing that it was Peter. Hearing an affirmative answer, the man looked menacingly at the son of the cult leader, saying that he had grown a lot. He responded with the same look, agreeing with his words, adding that his student grew up in the same way. Suddenly, a wide smile appeared on the old man's face as he asked why they were talking about him. He then asked why they were so serious, and if they thought he would come here to fight alone, without the sage of medicine. With a smile on his face, he again asked what they were talking about, otherwise, why invite him to this meeting? However, for some time everyone was silent, looking at each other, and waiting for one of them to decide to answer the question. Peter took the floor and stated in a cold and dissatisfied tone that they were talking about his student. The demon of poisons immediately frowned because he didn't like the way the guy said it, and then asked why they were talking about him. Without changing his tone, Peter replied that his student had captured and was holding his younger brother hostage. Contrary to the situation, such a statement brought a smile on the face of the old man, who immediately began to ask why he was captured. The guy asked in response whether he really needed to explain this, to which the man replied that he wanted to hear everything in every detail. In an irritated tone, Peter said that he came to the dark path of Shanxi and did something, and then was captured by Jackson. Such a ridiculous explanation only caused a fit of laughter from the demon of poisons, who understood that the guy was not telling much. He then smirked, asking if he should tell Jackson to let him go, adding that his student was quite stubborn. Hearing this answer, the guy clasped his hands behind his back with displeasure, trying to hold back the outbursts of anger within himself. He managed to pull himself together, after which he said that if his father came, let him tell him his position. In response to this, the old man smiled evilly, answering that instead of worrying about his student, he should better go and call his father. Such a request, which sounded like an order, caused dissatisfaction on the face of the guy, who looked at the man menacingly. The demon said that he arrived here thinking that an important meeting awaited him, but there was only a puppy here, who for some reason imagined himself to be in charge. He then glared at the rest of the crowd, asking that they were all just listening to him yapping. The other men frowned at him, realizing that he was partly right, but they did not dare to say anything. Meanwhile, Peter, whose face was a mixture of displeasure and anger, thought that the poison demon still saw him as a child. The man's gaze shifted to the caskets, after which he asked in disbelief what the money was for. The dark man calmly replied that the guy wanted them to save his brother from the clutches of his student. The poison demon smiled broadly again, and said that the first son was giving orders here, slightly doubting his right to do so. Peter immediately hastened to justify himself, saying that this was not an order, but only a proposal that he had prepared for them. In response to this, the old man asked what if his subordinate gave him so much money and told him to kill him so that he would do it. Such a question made the guy blush, because he clearly understood that even for that amount, he couldn't do it. The demon said that during his training, his muscles began to put a lot of pressure on his brain, which is why he does not understand how the world works. Why did he ask to stop meddling in adult affairs and call his dad? But at that very second, a cool voice ordered the demon to stop. Turning their gaze to the door, they noticed the head of the cult of the White Heavenly Demon, who bore the honorific name Yang. Having passed by his son, the man asked him to go back, deciding to deal with all the matters on his own. Dissatisfied that he had not left the meeting before his father arrived, Peter frowned as he hastily agreed. Taking his seat, Yang asked the poison demon that after being away for so long, the first thing he decided to do was reprimand his son. The old man immediately replied that he had brought money and offered to kill his student, so he could not react differently. The white-haired man looked sternly at his interlocutor, asking in response if he was really afraid that they would kill his student. He replied that if he had ever been afraid of such things, they would have called him evil in that case. Hearing such words, the cult leader frowned, after which he met the gaze of the grinning old man. Then Yang said that the cult would deal with his student on its own. At first he did not agree with his son, but now he changed his mind. The four men's faces looked at the leader in shock as they thought that the leader had decided to kill the poison demon disciple. But contrary to expectations, Jackson's mentor only grinned, answering that he could do as he wanted. Yang did not expect such a reaction, which is why he lost self-control for a second, beginning to concentrate energy around himself. However, the demon decided to change the topic, ask what they would talk about today, otherwise everyone was sitting with a muzzle like a mongrel. None of those present liked this comparison, which is why they gave the old man an angry look. The poison demon deliberately spoke like this, knowing that they would not be able to sit quietly and listen to them being called mongrels. Meanwhile, Peter hastened to explain the whole situation to the middle brother, who decided to take matters into his own hands to save his brother. Peter calmly agreed with him, adding that he would help him in any way he could, despite the difficulties. The brother frowned, asking whether he would need this help at all, because usually he alone was enough to complete the task. Peter asked what if Charlie lost because he was weaker. More than once the poison demon came alone, the medicine sage could join Shanann. He then decided to rephrase a little and said that there are a lot of variables to consider. He also added that when he arrives in Shanann, he plans to negotiate with his father and kill the demon of poisons. This news shocked the second son, who did not expect such a serious decision from his older brother. Father will not object, and it is unclear how he had the audacity to come here, but the time has come to pay for his arrogance. Max said that everyone was afraid of him, after which he asked if his brother thought that there would be those who disagreed. He replied that none of them helped when Charlie was captured, because they didn't care as long as they themselves were warm. This explanation completely changed the attitude of the second son, whose face immediately changed into a grimace of anger. Meanwhile, in the confession cave, which was located on MANHUA, a man was lying on a wooden bed, awakening from sleep. At that same second, the door to the room opened and a familiar voice called out to him, causing him to open his eyes. A first-generation disciple of the Huashang sect, Simon, came to him, and the man immediately asked him why he came. Joyfully rising from the bed, he decided that he was finally being kicked out of the sect, which he had been waiting for so long. However, it was clear from Simon's face that this was not so, because he himself would be happy with such a turn of events. Instead, he threw a cape on the bed, asking him to change, to which he immediately heard the question why. The guy didn't answer that the white celestial type cult was going to attack Shanann, and the head had already sent his disciples there. They should also go there. This news surprised the man, who decided to clarify whether the master had ordered so. The guy answered in the affirmative, adding that he would be in charge, although he knew that the man would not be happy. The interlocutor frowned, asking why if you need to do something annoying, it's always him, and what about the elder? Scratching his cheek, Simon replied that he had said that if the man did not go, he would stay here until the end of the year. Plopping back onto the hard surface, the offender replied that everything was not so bad. Then the guy decided to remind his brother, as he said, that perhaps he knows the leader of the dark path, Shanann. He confirmed his words, adding that this is a secret, and they might just have the same names. Simon decided to clarify that it was because of him that the white heavenly demon cult decided to attack Shanann. The man immediately jumped up. The guy said that he could check it himself, especially since this is the master's order. He wants him to help them. Smiling, the man immediately changed his mind, saying that now he would definitely go to see everything for himself. Simon said that everyone was already waiting. He just needed to go down and be ready to leave. Stretching, the interlocutor replied that he needed to get himself in order. Otherwise, he looked like some kind of homeless person. Having sent the guy to the others and hearing the sound of the doors closing, the man looked out the window with a smile on his face. He understood that he would soon have a long-awaited meeting, and then he said out loud that it meant he was still alive. A few days later, Jackson was sitting in a gazebo near the pier, and across from him was Charlie, who looked to be recovering from his injuries. The guy called him in to interrogate him, after which he asked the question whether his brothers were stronger than him. With a serious look, the guy replied that they were much stronger. It was clear from his answer that he was not exaggerating. Jackie asked how strong they were compared to the cult leader, to which he received the answer that his father was the strongest. The guy also heard that Jin, whom they revere, is a great hero. Those who are well acquainted with history say that he is from the bright path. But Charlie replied that he himself said that he did not adhere to any path. Jin spent his whole life building strength. Jackson approved of this approach, so as not to choose either the demonic path or the light one, and at the same time he took a bottle of wine. He offered his interlocutor a drink, after which he began to fill his glass with alcohol, under the gaze of Charlie. The guy looked at himself in the reflection of the wine, trying to figure out whether there was poison there or whether it was ordinary wine. Looking at his face, Jackson frowned, then asked him to speak if he had something to say. Instead, he raised his glass, telling Jackie, after all, with peace, suppressing force, then everyone would bow before him. They stand above the light and dark paths. The world will be cleansed and become white again. He then asked if Jackson would join them. Smiling, the guy closed his eyes, answering that this is what they say when they invite you to their cult. He then raised his glass, looking at the ice guy, saying that he refused to engage. Charlie replied that he was sorry, after which they drank in silence, creating a slight pause in their dialogue. Returning the glass to the table, the ice guy turned to the leader of the alliance, saying that he had a request. Jackie immediately inquired about its contents, to which Charlie asked if he would allow him to leave on his own. Jackson's face also frowned as he replied that if this was his last request, then he could not refuse. The guy stood up from his seat, thanking the owner, but there was no sincere gratitude written on his face. When Charlie headed towards the exit, the three clan leaders immediately reached for their weapons, wanting to stop the fugitive. However, Jackson only waved his hand, stopping them and saying that he could go, as he himself wished. Obeying the order, they returned the weapons to their place, watching as their captive began to slowly leave the gazebo. Suddenly stopping, Charlie turned to Jackson again, saying that he could consider this his return gift. He did not understand what they were talking about, so he only looked with suspicion after the prisoner, who headed towards the lake. Everyone present watched in surprise at the ice guy who stood alone on the shore, clearly preparing for something. He then began to concentrate his aura around himself, thinking about Jun and his technique, which he used so freely. There is no one who has used it and survived, but he wants to end his life by challenging the legend in order to prove the power of the cult. At that same second, a huge seal appeared under his feet, resembling a huge snowflake with various patterns. He mentally asked to be allowed to use snow silence, after which the guy began to release ice from himself. His chi energy literally burst out, freezing a huge portion of the lake in front of him, turning it into crystal. At that same second, the guy was overcome by a cough because he himself began to become covered with a thick layer of ice, freezing in place. But he mentally addressed Jackson, saying that this was his last challenge to him before being covered in ice. Charlie smiled. Looking at Jackie, he finally wondered if their blades could destroy the snow madness he had just created. He decided that he would see it in person, but these were the last of his thoughts, after which he turned into a solid piece of ice. Looking at the statue, Jackson realized with a serious face that this is what he ultimately wanted them to fight. The other warriors were also surprised by what they saw, while Jackie called it a masterpiece of art. Many subordinates looked at this in shock, realizing that it was the art of ice, because no one knew that such a thing existed. At that very moment, Jackson frowned and turned to his warriors, asking them to come closer. As they all approached the frozen Charlie, the alliance leader asked what they all thought of his challenge. However, no one could answer this question because they did not understand what kind of challenge they were talking about and what they had to do. The guy explained that snow silence is the strongest technique that makes the master invulnerable by freezing him. He had finally defied them with his death, and now he wondered if they could cut him down. The subordinates looked at their leader in shock, not fully believing that such a technique even existed. Having put up a serious face, Jackson first ordered them to try to kill him, speaking in turn. The leader of the Northern Dragon Association stepped forward first, saying that he would go first, after which he began to draw his sword from its sheath. Everyone watched carefully as Hunter took a fighting stance, focusing his aura around himself. He immediately tensed all his muscles, after which he rushed forward, swinging his sword wide, after which his weapon reached the target. But literally a second later, everyone noticed that his sword flew several meters to the side without causing damage to the statue. The man turned pale, looking at his trembling hand in shock, still feeling the recoil of his own attack. Jackson called the next one, after which the men began to decide which of them would go to test their capabilities. In the end, they decided to attack at the same time, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not even inflict a scratch on Charlie. Coming forward, Jackie asked them not to worry because he didn't think that he could handle it himself, which surprised his subordinates. Putting his hand in his bosom, the guy, without taking his eyes off the statue, said that it seemed like you couldn't win here by playing honestly. Then he took out a small white bottle, adding that fortunately this was not about him, so he would solve this problem. While the guy carefully opened the bottle, his subordinates watched him in surprise, deciding that it was the poison of the master himself. Jackson dropped a few drops onto Charlie's shoulder, causing steam to immediately begin pouring out of his hand. Without thinking twice, the leader of the alliance grabbed one of the crescent blades, after which he swung it towards his shoulder with all seriousness. The impact was so strong that the ice that froze the lake immediately developed huge cracks. At that same second, in front of everyone, Charlie's hand was detached from his body, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Those who saw this with their own eyes were shocked, since the gentleman managed to cut off the hand of the frozen guy single-handedly. Jackson turned around and frowned, urging his warriors to follow him, since they still had a lot of things to prepare. The men could not get over the shock, but immediately obeyed the order, following the master. That same night, Ian told his son that there was no need to shed the blood of the dark path, because it was enough to deal with Jackson. And when they strike Shanxi, they will use the dark path as their weapon, which will lead them to victory. Peter replied that then they could not let the poison demon leave here, because then he would certainly go to Shan'an. Turning around, the man asked his son if he underestimated the elders. This question made the guy shudder. Then he bowed his head obediently, answering that he would never have dared to doubt their greatness and strength. Turning his head back, the cult leader stated that demon poisons have been known for a long time, and not for good reasons. In truth, Yang didn't expect the old man to come today, which meant he was prepared. Then he narrowed his eyes, asking his son if he thought he had come here with the intention of losing his life. In addition, the man stated that it was not a demon of poisons, but a medicine sage disguised as a brother was at the meeting. When asked why, Yang replied that it was because the medicine sage was better at lightning techniques, and the poison demon was waiting nearby. That's the way they are, so he asked his son not to underestimate them just because he was a little older. At these words, Peter blushed and frowned, at the same time lowering his head, thinking about his father's words. The cult leader then asked Max to go to Shannon, to which he received an affirmative answer. The father asked to go with him. The guy was immediately surprised, asking in response whether this was necessary. The man nodded, saying that wars should always be won with overwhelming power. They should not engage in risky battles. If they have 9 enemies, he will send 100 soldiers against them. He, his brother, the heavenly sword, and also the left and right emissaries. Adding the heavenly wind to this list, the cult leader ordered them to get rid of the poison demon and his disciple. Putting on a serious face, the first son also agreed with his father's order, wanting to immediately begin to carry it out. However, he also decided to ask whether he should assemble a special team to rescue his third son. Smiling slyly, the man replied that there was no need for this, because they were going there to kill, not to save. The guy realized that his father decided to abandon Charlie so that nothing would prevent him from conquering the dark path. The next morning, Henry headed towards the exit of the estate, as he was informed that a man had come. Deciding to meet him in person, Henry asked if he came from the MANHUA sect, recognizing him by his clothes. Turning around, the guy who had cleaned himself up and now looked like a young warrior answered in the affirmative. Jackson's subordinate immediately decided to clarify why he came here, to which he immediately heard an answer to help. The man looked at his interlocutor with disbelief and asked again that MANHUA wanted to help them for no reason. Smiling, the guy replied why not, because they were fighting a demonic cult and he came with his brothers. This answer stunned the man, because they sent gifts to Jonan and Wudang, but MANHUA came to the rescue. The guy hurried to ask where leader Jackson was now. Henry decided to take him to him personally. Meanwhile, the Alliance leader stood at the edge of the gazebo, casting glances towards the frozen Charlie statue. At that very moment, Henry called out to him, saying that the Hua Mountain sect had sent people to help them without any reason. The guy began to carefully examine the guests, simultaneously asking if he had arrived from Huashan, but he decided to remain silent. This did not please Jackson, who began to walk towards him, simultaneously addressing the newcomer. Approaching almost point blank, the guy asked what the hell he was doing in Huashan, to which he heard the question of what he forgot on the dark path. Then they looked at each other menacingly for several seconds, realizing that each of them was out of place. Jackson was the first to give in, after which he shrugged and sighed in displeasure, answering that he didn't know. The guest replied that he himself had no idea, in response to which he saw Jackie's smiling face, who said that the guy was still alive. He reciprocated, answering that he was alive, just like the boy standing in front of him. Henry, not understanding anything, watched the conversation of these two, trying to realize whether they knew each other and how they knew each other. When Jackson asked if his name remained the same, he answered in the affirmative, calling himself Gene. Jackie immediately said that he recognized his crybaby brother, and then asked when he managed to grow up so much. The guy replied that they were almost the same height, after which he decided to change the topic, asking if his eldest had gone crazy. When asked why, Jin replied that after 13 years he appears out of nowhere and fights a demonic cult. Sighing, Jackie answers in an ironic tone that he himself wouldn't mind knowing how it happened, because he didn't understand how else to answer this. In turn, he also decided to ask what the hell his brother was doing in Huashan. This question tensed the guest. Suddenly, the guy became angry, insulting Jackson and saying that he himself said that Huashan is the strongest sect. The Alliance leader was confused, so he asked in surprise when he had said such things. This made Jin even angrier, loudly asking if he didn't remember the sword dance in the plum blossoms. Jackson smiled, agreeing with his words, clarifying that Huashan was the only sect he knew about back then. The guy replied that this was not true, because he knew about the demonic cult and sects of Wudang, and he always played for her. And Jackson didn't want to play for her, saying that she was boring because he was for Huashan because they are cool. He also reminded him that he always made him throw petals, and then pick them up and throw them again. These memories immediately surfaced in Jackie's head, who froze for a few seconds with a surprised look. Looking at his brother, he immediately saw next to him a young, tear-stained boy who was always whining and complaining. Comparing that child with the guy he sees in front of him, Jackson lowered his head and began to chuckle quietly. At first, Gene asked if the guy thought it was funny, but after a few seconds they both burst into wild laughter. And then he said that since he was going to disappear, then he should have gone to MANHUA instead of going on the dark path. Jackie replied that the master who kidnapped him was not from Huashan. Then he lost consciousness, and then ended up with someone he had never even heard of. Hearing this short story, Jin froze with a surprised look, dumbfoundedly asking about the kidnapping. Then he lowered his head with a sad smile, saying that no one knew this, but everyone tried to find him. In response to this, Jackson smiled, answering that at least he was not part of a demonic cult, which made the situation not so bad. This statement slightly cheered up Jin, who replied that in that case they would be enemies. Then their eyes met, and their faces were full of joy, because it was today that the two brothers met. Jin then said that it would be fun if they both went to Huashan, however Jackie did not share the joy. The guy smiled, being sure that they would have been kicked out on the first day for some prank. Jin replied that he had already been on the verge of expulsion many times. Before coming here, he was locked in the Cave of Confession. Then they laughed again, for a second forgetting the difficult times they were carrying on their shoulders. Jackson was very glad that he was alive and they were able to meet again, and now he can leave without regrets. Hearing this statement, his brother immediately asked if he forgot to take the pills. Otherwise, there was no point in talking about leaving without regrets. Frowning, Jackie advised them to return to Huashan, and he would take care of the cult because he did not want him and his subordinates to get hurt. However, he was immediately sent to hell, and the guests did not even want to listen to such advice. The guy said that this is a chance for him, and the Hua sect does not let its students go based on their own desire. But this battle is unlike any other and will cause countless battles in the future. And more importantly, he's going to use this opportunity to break down the wall that's holding him back. Jackson decided to ask what wall he was talking about, but Jean was in no hurry to answer, looking carefully at his brother. The leader of the alliance immediately frowned, asking his comrade to sit in the lotus position. He was surprised at such a sudden proposal. But at that very second he turned to Henry, who had been standing nearby all this time and was now ready to carry out the order. The guy asked him to unhook the Blue Plum Pavilion and make sure that no one could enter. He immediately understood everything. Surprised, Jin watched carefully as his subordinates immediately lined up like a wall with their backs to them. As the guy sat in the lotus position, Jackie sat down not far from him, saying that he had recently abandoned the sword technique. This surprised his brother, but he did not budge, answering that he had once wondered if it made sense. But the techniques of the Hua Mountain sect are so great that when he immersed himself in studying them, I could see the end and the end. The more he practiced, the more he found the meaning of these techniques and discovered new facets of them. However, he does not understand and cannot agree with all of their techniques. Some of them are ineffective, and it is not clear why they were created. Then he began to change the path of the sword on his own. But if the head found out about this, he would not be surprised if he was kicked out of the sect. Jackie began to understand why he decided to abandon some techniques, but the guy replied that these were more plans for the future. After listening to him, Jackson decided to tell him something as a master of the dark path, but if he wanted, he could ignore it. They are different from the rest. They did not start by learning sword techniques, but sword dancing, just dancing with a sword. But every day they risked their lives and trained for performances. But while training, they practiced 1,000 movements. All these dangerous movements captured people's attention. They were always similar. Everyone learned new sword and blade techniques by themselves. They studied techniques and each had its own meaning. According to these techniques, the ball dance was meaningless. Many Murim masters do not learn sword dance before learning techniques, and the meaning of his words began to dawn on Jin. Jackson then looked at his brother carefully and asked if it was true that sword dancing was useless, if even the masters did not teach it. Eyes wide, his brother replied that this was what had been bothering him all this time, but he could not find the answer. Jackie said that none of the sword techniques he had studied before could compare in scope to sword dance. He determined the movement, the order, set traps, and among other things, added chi to kill the enemy. The same applies to sword techniques. I need to compare sword techniques and dance, because together, they are capable of a lot. That's why they are better prepared to train than the rest. The alliance leader was only referring to himself and Jin. The guy looked at his brother in surprise, realizing that his wise thought was helping him solve the issue of life. Jackie added that he takes a step back from these thoughts, but if he thinks the technique is pointless, he's right. He then asked what about Huashang, a question that surprised Jin, who didn't understand what he meant. Jackson himself answered that if Huashang is great, then the strongest master should also always come from there, but this is not so. After all, the problem is not in the technique of the sword, but in the person himself. The dumbfounded brother unconsciously repeated the last words. Then the leader of the alliance announced to his brother that he had abandoned the sword techniques and forgot them, which surprised the guy. He explained that the techniques that remained were quite simple, and then reached for the crescent blades. By imbuing the weapon with energy, Jackson said that he could kill with it, deceive with it, and defend himself with it. He then stated that he was allowing those blades to take over him. At that very second, his eyes began to turn black. Rising to his feet, Jin began to brush off his knees, saying that he understood what his brother meant. At first they smiled at each other, after which Jin looked dumbfounded at Jackie's eyes and asked if he was poisoned or possessed. Sheathing the blades, Jackson replied that it didn't matter, and besides, it was very difficult to explain. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Jin frowned, literally ordering him to stand still while he examined him. The leader of the alliance at first wanted to refuse, but his brother asked him to shut up and give him his hand. He smiled in response. Filling his hands with energy, Jin declared that he was still from the Hua sect, after which he asked not to move and breathe as usual. Concentrating, he looked inside Jackson, examining the streams of energy that spread throughout his body. But a second later, he noticed a terrible whirlpool of gray-violet color that emitted lightning. Recoiling from the guy, the genie shuddered, seeing something like that for the first time, after which he asked his brother what was wrong with his body. Jackie smiled, confusedly asking what was wrong, because he couldn't see what his brother saw. He answered with horror in his voice that it was a nightmare, after which he began to ask if he was taking any medications or poisons. Jackson answered in the negative, after which he again heard the question of whether he could still use chi. Sighing, the guy with a smile on his face replied that not really, but it was enough to fight and defend himself. Suddenly, Jin's face changed as he began to ask who did this to him, wanting to punish the offender. He answered with a calm face that it was his masters who did it. Hearing this, his brother's face immediately reflected a mixture of shock and surprise. Jin menacingly began to ask if he had several masters, and what kind of masters did this to their student. Jackie asked him to forget, and it is better to say as a Huashan martial artist what is happening to his body. The guy replied that chi acquires color depending on the martial art that he studies. The hue of his ki is gray. It came from mixing the black energy of poisons and the white energy of the antidote. It's as if his ki core has been destroyed several times, but he doesn't understand how it recovered. Jean suggested that he was on the verge of death several times, and then he was treated. Jackson immediately confirmed his words. This confirmation only increased the anger in the soul of the guy, who did not understand how it was possible to do such a thing to a person. Jackie noticed how he clenched his hands into fists in anger, after which he smiled and asked his brother to continue. He repeated that the core of his ki is a mixture of poisonous energy and antidote, which act as one. Also, he still has not recovered from the poison. The poisonous energy is restored and suppressed again and again. These two energies affect his ki, so it can be incredibly painful to gather internal energy. He then asked who his masters were, to which Jackie frowned, answering that the brothers were demons, thinking it was obvious. Jin also frowned and sighed, agreeing and saying that only they could do such a thing. Then, with a stern face, he stated that he could cure him if you saw the poisonous energy of your ki. Jackson immediately began to object, saying that he had heard about it from the masters, but this was just an unsupported theory. Jin replied that in the Bright Path, these are called the 3 celestial techniques, and he studied one of them. When asked what he wanted to say by this, the guy replied that he could fix everything, and Jackie would become a different person. Smiling, the leader of the alliance stated that he did not have enough energy, to which he angrily screamed that they could at least try. Jackson repeated that this would not work, because if it were possible, the Sage of Medicine would have done everything long ago. Jin stated that these two are from the Dark Path, and someone from the Light Path should treat him, then everything will work out. He also suggested that finding 3 masters who studied this technique would be enough to cure the guy. Not hearing an answer, he screamed again, wanting to hear consent, because he was not happy that his brother was in such a state. Out of desperation, Jackson agreed, noticing that Jean was not entirely satisfied with this answer and was still angry. At that same second, Jackie received a noticeable blow to his back, which caused his breathing to stop for a second. Jin wasn't happy with this answer, so he started yelling at his brother, telling him not to try to get away with it. Meanwhile, the subordinates who were watching them were surprised that their master was communicating so friendly with the stranger. However, their conversation was interrupted when one of the warriors arrived, announcing to the Lord that the Jonin sect had arrived. Hearing this news, Jin immediately turned pale and looked at his brother, clarifying which sect had come. When asked what was wrong, he blushed, rubbing his cheek guiltily and saying that he had fought with their students. However, this was a bad argument, so Jackson only frowned, urging his brother to follow him. When they left the gazebo, Jonin warriors were already lined up not far from them, expecting Jackson to appear. Sect Elder Ethan folded his hands in a respectful gesture, telling the leader that he was glad they weren't late. Jackie made the same move, bowing deeply and replying that it must have been hard for them to get here. The man smiled, pleasantly surprised by such a gesture, after which he replied that there were few of them, but they were all ready to help. Jackie decided to encourage his new allies, saying with a smile that he could do it, as if 1,000 soldiers had come. He also added that the disciple of the Huashang sect would like to sincerely apologize to them for what he had done earlier. Jean looked at him in disbelief, mentally asking what he was talking about, but Jackson turned his head in his direction, urging him to act. Smiling slyly, he asked his brother if he was waiting for something, while the guy became agitated, not knowing what to say. He hesitantly folded his hands in a respectful gesture, greeting the elder, not forgetting to introduce himself. The man knew this man, which is why he was surprised that he arrived before them and managed to talk with Jackson. He agreed, after which he heard the question if his masters, to which he replied that this time he was in charge. Ethan smiled, confident that the alliance leader was happy to have the rudest person of MANHUA sect with him. Such a statement embarrassed the guy, who only laughed nervously, answering him that he was so kind to him. The man also hoped that this time he would not fight with his students. He replied that they were here to help the leader of the alliance. Jackie decided to stop this momentary skirmish and said that they would walk a little and he would see them through. As Ethan and Jackson began to walk away, Jonin's students glared at Jin, who turned pale again. The guy hesitantly addressed the soldiers, saying that he was glad to see them all. He hoped that everyone had forgotten about past hardships. But in response, he saw only evil glances. With feigned friendliness, they replied that they were also glad to see him. But he smiled guiltily, said that he, perhaps, would also go. after which he rushed out of his place, running to Jackson. Once he reached the two men, he turned to his brother, asking why the elder called him the leader of the alliance. Jackie replied that he wanted to create a crescent alliance, in which there would be no division into light or dark paths. He already has the left guard, but not yet the right one, after which he looked at his brother with a smile. He, not understanding anything, pointed his finger at himself, mentally asking what he wants, so that he becomes the right guard. But at that very second he again saw his brother's crazy smile, after which all his questions disappeared, since he already knew the answer. He was shocked by this development of events, but showed dissatisfaction with his entire appearance. Ethan, noticing their casual conversation, you already asked if they knew each other, since they communicated in a friendly manner. Jackson immediately put a serious face back on his face, answering his question in the affirmative and adding that they were brothers. The elder didn't believe it at first, but Jackie repeated his words, looking at Jean with a smile. The students looked in surprise at the guy with whom they had a conflict, not believing that he was the brother of the alliance leader. A little later, Jackson was in his office when suddenly a messenger arrived with a letter. The guy studied the contents for some time, after which he began to ask the guest where the meeting should take place. He replied that their side agreed to Shanann, holding it inside the city walls would also be an acceptable option. This development of events suited Jackie, so he asked me to tell him that the meeting would take place at Blue Plum Lake. The man accepted the instructions, and then decided to ask if there would be any restrictions on the number of people. The leader of the alliance was expecting such a question, after which he smiled, answering that it made no sense. After they discussed all the points, the envoy bowed deeply and then headed towards the exit. Jackie immediately said that although they are calling this a meeting, in fact they are offering to fight with them in equal numbers. That is how confident they are of their victory. After hearing this conclusion, Henry did not answer anything, thinking about these words. The guy frowned and added that they didn't even ask if the third son was still alive, which was a kind of hint. But then Jackson asked if there was news from Hubei and Wudong. My subordinate replied that they had not received anything yet. The guy thought that with Wudong, I would have met the white heavenly demon himself, no problems would have arisen. The next day, Jackson gathered his army near the gazebo, after which they began to await the arrival of the enemy. While the leader of the alliance was thinking about his own things, out of the corner of his eye he noticed that his brother, who had changed into black, was heading towards him. Jackie smiled and said that it suits him, to which Jean replied that he looks just like the head of a dark path. Brother, he looked at him, agreeing, after which he added that today he stands with his heads. Jin's face suddenly darkened as he asked Jackson to be careful in a worried tone. Then the guy turned his gaze to the demon of madness, who had recently acted as the left guard. The man recalled how Jackson had recently asked him what he would do after his death. The guy explained that he was asking because he would have to risk his life if the cult leader came to meet him. Sam looked at his comrade with displeasure, saying that he should speak as if he had not risked his life with him. In response to this, Jackie asked him to think for himself whether he was taking a risk or not, which caused dissatisfaction on the man's face. The alliance leader then calmed down, saying that he wanted to go first if it all came down to a battle, which it most likely would. The demon of madness looked at him displeasedly, asking him that he was going to die first as the leader of the alliance. Jackson smiled, answering that even he was destined to die, but he wanted to die fighting as a person from the dark path. Remembering this dialogue, the man blushed and closed his eyes with displeasure, which attracted Jackson's surprised gaze. Suddenly, someone announced that they were coming, after which everyone turned their gaze to a huge crowd of white-robed warriors. Everyone immediately tensed up, feeling the approach of the enemy, the battle with which should not be an easy one. The leaders of this meeting were the two sons, as well as two men who were present at the meeting. As they stood in front of each other, Peter, with a cold tone in his voice, asked Jackson if he was the leader of the alliance. The guy looked at the leaders, thinking that in their ranks he did not see a cult leader, but they had many worthy masters. However, he decided not to answer the question, instead slowly turning around to look at his subordinates. Under the questioning glances of the cult leaders, the warriors of the dark path began to part, opening the way to the gazebo. Jackson was the first to go there, after which he took his place, waiting for a representative from the cult. He frowned, urging Peter to sit down, in response to which he received exactly the same chilling look. Yes, however, after a few moments, the first son still took his place, sitting down opposite the leader of the alliance. First, he decided to introduce himself, adding that he was the deputy leader of the White Sky Demon Cult. Jackson smiled, concluding out loud that he was the deputy, although he did not expect the cult leader to come here in person. Suddenly, Peter's eyes lit up as he decided to ask the questions he was most interested in, namely where his brother was. The leader of the alliance frowned slightly, immediately answering that he had frozen himself because he was not going to hide the truth. This answer embarrassed the first son, so at first he did not understand what exactly happened to him, so he decided to ask again. Pointing his finger towards the shore, Jackie said that his brother was standing over there. He had frozen himself into a statue. Peter was silent for a few seconds, trying to think about his words. after which he said that his brother could not cope with his own technique. At this time, Jackie thought that he was strong. He must really be the deputy leader of the cult. He was about to attack, but he did not see a gap in the defense. At that very moment, Peter turned to him, saying that he thought that they were waiting for some kind of trick from him, but he appeared in person. Looking at the leader of the alliance, the deputy was surprised that he was even smiling, although he knew who he was facing. The guy said that his brother's death was his personal matter, but now he would talk to him as the deputy leader of the cult. He will not be able to defeat them with the forces that he has, because in a full-scale war, they have a huge advantage. He asked Jackie to think about the future. Everything would end as soon as the cult leader arrived in Shan'an with elite troops. Then he demanded that the dark path of Shanxi be given to them, and everyone would remain alive. Also, they would not take his life, and he would continue to be the leader. Smirking, Jackson replied that he had a loose tongue, not at all like his arrogant brother. The mention of Charlie caused a storm of indignation within Peter, who bared his teeth, glaring angrily at the leader of the alliance. He decided not to continue the provocations, and instead turned to the deputy, saying that he did not care what would happen tomorrow. The first son did not understand what was being said at first, so he decided to ask again, looking at his interlocutor with disbelief. He replied that he did not know what plans the cult might have, but offering mercy to a person who does not care about tomorrow is complete heresy. Jackie asked if he wanted the dark path of Shanxi, then said that he could take him, but only through his corpse. The deputy cult leader did not like this answer, because he did not like the stubbornness and impudence with which Jackson answered him. After a short pause, Jackson suggested that everything be resolved in one-on-one battles between the leaders so as not to throw their subordinates into battle. In addition, judging by Peter's appearance, he underestimates his masters, whose strength and skills are at a high level. Hearing this suggestion, the deputy cult leader smiled, replying that, to be honest, they looked like weaklings. To such a statement, the leader of the alliance only smiled and said that if this was so, he would make them stronger than usual. The interlocutor looked at him incredulously and asked what kind of nonsense this was, to which Jackson replied that he would be his first opponent. Absolutely everyone heard this statement, but no one said a word, trying to understand whether the leader of the alliance was joking. Peter still didn't understand how this was supposed to make them stronger, because there was no point in it. Jackson smiled, saying that he would fight until he died and his men would become weaker after fighting him. The guy then frowned that all of them and his dark path would only fight after his death. Making a threatening face, Jackie asked if the deputy would become his first opponent, but he only considered it a joke. Rising from his seat, Jackson said that they had all come on his dark path, so there was no tomorrow for any of them. After which there was a pause, during which he looked proudly and smugly at the deputy leader of the cult. At that very moment, Peter stood up from his seat, addressing the leader, saying that he would regret this. With an incredibly sharp movement, he moved from his place, after which he found himself next to the rest of the cult leaders. Jackson's subordinates opened their eyes in surprise when they noticed the speed with which the guy moved. Meanwhile, Peter turned to the leader of the demon squad, calling him to him. A pale man immediately walked towards him. When he was ready to carry out any orders, the first son looked at him imperiously, ordering him to bring him Jackson's head. He understood everything, after which he slowly walked towards the leader of the alliance, without fear of the subordinates who blocked his path. At this time, the demon of madness smiled, deciding out loud to assume that this little rat would fight him. However, his speculation was immediately destroyed by Jackson, who asked his guard to return to duty and not engage in battle. Displeasedly crossing his arms over his chest, the blue-haired man asked if he was really going to fight first. Stepping forward, Jackie replied that he, as a demonic cult, could not send his subordinates to death. This answer amused the left guard, who immediately began to laugh loudly, attracting the glances of everyone present. He then calmed down, and with a smile on his face replied that if anyone dared to interfere, he would tear him to pieces. This statement was not taken seriously by the cult, but they decided to follow the rules and deal with Jackson first. The leader of the demon squad stated that the dark path was self-confident, after which he introduced himself, adding that his rank was the lowest in the cult. Jackie, who stood in front of him, said in a calm tone that it was visible, thereby trying to provoke the enemy. He partially succeeded, because a dissatisfied grimace immediately appeared on the warrior's face, but he did not answer. Jackson decided to continue the provocation, asking if he was forced to come out or if he was so confident in himself. After which he stated that if he wanted to live, he could kneel next to Charlie, who was standing by the lake. This statement was the last straw, after which the man pulled his sword from its sheath, quickly attacking Jackie. But just as he was about to reach it, the alliance leader suddenly disappeared, and the man's sword collided with a stone slab. Looking up, he noticed Jackson floating in the air, who had not taken any damage from the first blow. The leader of the demons decided not to wait for him, and soared into the air, again swinging his sword while Jackie took out his blades. Their battle first began in the air. after which they sank to the ground, continuing to exchange blows. Jackson did not go on the defensive, trying to attack his opponent, but he successfully repelled his attacks. At this time, the man was surprised that this was all that the leader of the alliance was capable of, and decided that he was just a weakling. Jackson doesn't have more energy than him, and his blade technique isn't that fast, so he can be finished off. The rank-and-file warriors of the White Cult watched the leader with delight, commenting on his strength and speed. However, not everyone shared their joy and delight, because the cult leaders understood that Jackson was not fighting at full strength. At this time, the man continued to attack the leader of the alliance, who decided to advise him not to weaken his defense. He smiled, considering this an unnecessary concern, and after he drove him to the shore, he decided that there was one more blow left. But as soon as Jackson was ankle-deep in the water, confidence immediately appeared on his face, after which he swung his blade. Having lowered the blade into the water, he sent a few drops towards the enemy, who only laughed at it. Without putting his palm out in front of him, he deflected these drops, but at that same second Jackson decided to attack him from above. The leader of the demons immediately put up a block, adding that this was a pathetic trick, after which he asked that he decided to play in the water. With a sharp swing of his sword, the man sent Jackie a little further into the lake, but he managed to stay on his feet. The demon leader asked him to give up because his dark path could not compete with the demonic cult, no matter how hard he tried. However, Jackson, on the contrary, was ready to win, saying that at such a distance it would be difficult to see. The man did not understand what he was talking about, while the leader of the alliance swung his blades again, sending splashes of water at the enemy. He again put his palm in front of him, again repeating that such pathetic tricks would not work. He was able to deflect a small stream of water, but some of the liquid still fell on his body, after which everyone heard a scream. Most of the demon leader's body was burned due to the acid that collided with his skin. He looked at his blisters, dumbfounded, trying to figure out what they were, while Jackson just smiled evilly. The cult leaders, with surprise and incomprehension, tried to understand what kind of trick he was using, but nothing came to mind. Meanwhile, Jackson realized that his opponent had weakened and then rushed at him, wanting to attack him head-on. The demon leader did not want to die so easily, and therefore swung his sword to repel the approaching attack. They began exchanging blows again, while Jackie said that he was twirling with the blade as if in a dance. His opponent did not understand what he was talking about, but the guy continued to say that every swing of his blade was saturated with poison. At that very second, he accelerated, after which he began to inflict various cuts on the body of the demon leader. With the last blow, Jackie took off his head and said that they can call him a demon of the dark path who has no flaws. Peter looked at this with displeasure, because he did not expect that this guy would be able to defeat the leader of the demons. Jackson stopped, looking intently at his first son, while his headless opponent still stood on his feet. Suddenly, the leader of the alliance grinned evilly, after which he turned around and kicked the defeated one in the back. This blow was enough to send him straight into the lake, where he drowned and was buried. All the people from the cult looked with undisguised anger at Jackson, who treated their comrade so cruelly. Meanwhile, the alliance leader raised his blade high in front of his subordinates, thereby rejoicing in victory. The others immediately supported him. Even the demon of madness could not hide the smile that unconsciously appeared on his face. Jackie mentally asked them to scream, because they have nothing to fear. They have no fear of death. They enjoy putting their lives on the line. This is the essence of the dark path. They bite into their throats and will not let go until one or another dies. The dark man asked the first son to relax because Jackson was at a disadvantage and would soon become exhausted. If he keeps sending people, one of them will eventually come back with his head, to which Jackie clapped. He then said that this was an amazing strategy, to which the man grinned evilly, asking him to shut his mouth. Jackson noticed that he was the oldest, but looking at his rat face, it was clear that he was planning to sit out behind other people's backs. On top of that, he didn't look like a member of the White Sky Demon cult, so he wondered who he was. Red-faced with indignation, the man began to ask what kind of baby talk this was, but Jackson immediately ordered him to shut up. Then he said that he was no longer interested, and his name was not that important. He was just an old brat who should stand on the sidelines. The last drop of patience practically burst when the man bared his teeth, asking how he dared talk to him like that. Peter immediately turned his head in his direction, asking the heavenly wind not to be fooled by his provocations. However, his request was immediately interrupted by Jackson's loud question about which of them would be next. But after not hearing an answer, the guy decided to do something different, heading towards the Charlie statue and grabbing his head, asking who would be next. This picture caused a fit of anger in the two brothers, who looked at Jackie with hatred, asking how he dared. The rest of the cult leaders thought that he wasn't pretending to be crazy. This guy was really crazy. Meanwhile, the alliance leader pretended to address the statue, saying that he thought his older brother would avenge him. Why did he say that he could do anything because he is now a stone? But he is really stupid. His brother will not fight because he is a deputy. His subordinates watched in shock as the lazy leader said that the deputy would not get his hands dirty. At the same time, Jin was amused by this performance. The left guard thought with displeasure that he had fallen into madness again. When Jackson said that he understood everything, he turned to Peter, who glared at the guy with a hateful look. The leader of the alliance said that his younger brother whispered that since he was here as a deputy, he would be the last to leave. Why did he add that it was on this lake that he killed the demons of lust and charm, and as a tribute, let him not send weaklings? All the wars immediately shook with anger and indignation, as they understood that the leader of the alliance was simply mocking their cult. Meanwhile, the man with purple hair asked the young master to choose someone else, because he could no longer listen to Jackie. The first son looked at him angrily, mentally inviting him to go out and fight him himself. Suddenly, Max's bodyguard approached him and asked him to let him go out next. The second son immediately frowned and worriedly asked his subordinate if the man was sure of his decision. The man with stern features nodded briefly, declaring that at least he would take his hand away. However, this did not reassure the gentleman, who asked him to be careful because no one knows what else he hid. The dark-skinned man bowed deeply, asking the master in advance to fulfill a great mission if he did not return. Meanwhile, Jackson put the cells together to make the full moon, after which he declared that the great mission sounded fun. Such a dismissive attitude caused outbursts of anger in the man, who reached behind his back, drawing a sword. He then flew into the air, swinging his weapon and asking if he would ever shut up before slamming it down to the ground. Jackie, he returned, after which incredibly quickly he found himself behind the enemy, swinging his blades. The man managed to react instantly, which is why he managed to repel the attack, after which they began to exchange blows. The warrior's eyes widened when he noticed that the leader of the alliance was hiding behind the statue of Charlie, and he did not dare to attack him. Jackson decided to use this hesitation to throw a punch, but the man successfully parried him, cursing under his breath. The angry second son said out loud that he kept hovering around the remains of the younger one, thereby not allowing himself to be attacked. The man with purple hair asked if his remains were important now, because it was better to forget about them and fight at full strength. With such a cruel statement, he attracted the terrifying glances of the two brothers, who burned right through him. Max could not stand it and asked him to watch his language, because he was talking about the remains of his dear brother. His interlocutor tried to convince him otherwise, because he himself should see what was happening there now. Meanwhile, the warrior unsuccessfully attacked Jackson, who was constantly hiding behind the Charlie statue. Several times the man's blade stopped near the body of the third gentleman, and Jackie, looking at this, just smiled. Trying to get around the statue with his blade, the man continued to unsuccessfully throw ineffective blows, saying that Jackie was a coward. This caught the attention of the alliance leader, who immediately addressed the entire cult, asking if he looked like a coward to them too. They did not understand the meaning of the question, after which Jackson smiled madly, declaring that it would destroy this statue with its own hands. This immediately tensed the cult leaders, who did not want this to happen, but there was only one hope. Swinging his blades, Jackson almost reached his target, but the dark-skinned man put out his sword, covering the statue. To do this, he used all his strength, and after he pushed the guy away, he flew away a decent distance. Pushing off from the fence, Jackie again rushed towards the statue, but his path was immediately blocked by an embittered warrior. For the next few seconds, the man defended the statue with all his might, while Jackson tried to approach it from all sides. One of the leaders loudly ordered him to stop fooling around, because Charlie was already dead, so there was no need to think about that statue. Jackie stopped that the old man was right. There is no need to let her interfere with him, but rather destroy him. He is even ready to wait. The out-of-breath warrior cursed, thinking that he couldn't concentrate, and if it went on like this, he would lose. Then his gaze darted towards the statue, and the thought came to his mind to really destroy it. Max immediately asked him why he was thinking, because this was still his brother, after which he again ordered to kill Jackson. The man swore again to himself, after which he began to surround himself with an aura. The gentleman replied that he understood everything. Jackson smiled, declaring that they were all crazy, as he noticed that they were already having an internal conflict brewing there. The warrior rushed forward, ordering him to close his mouth, because his chatter would only distract from the battle. Spinning the full moon above him, Jackson took a fighting stance, preparing to attack the approaching enemy. Seeing the weapon swing, the man returned at the very last second, his eyes widening in surprise. There was a loud explosion behind him, and the smiling alliance leader stated that he should not have dodged. Looking carefully at the puzzled warrior, he explained that the entire blow fell directly on the statue. The stunned man immediately turned around, while Jackson separated the blades and rushed at him. Max's subordinate managed to react, raising his sword above himself, but did not pay attention to the second attack. His eyes widened again when he noticed a second blade, which at the same second pierced his throat. The alliance leader quickly ended his life as he watched his body fall to the ground with a thud. Jin concluded that he forced him to turn around and change the shape of the weapon, after which he used false movements to manipulate it. This is completely different from the teachings of Huashang. Back then he learned how his brother fought after giving up sword techniques. A smile appeared on the guy's face, because he knew that Jackson was just such a person, and that made him special. Meanwhile, the four cult leaders only became even more embittered as they watched the defeat of Max's bodyguard. When there was a short break, Jackson asked Danny to bring him a drink. He immediately obeyed. A minute later, the man stood next to the leader of the alliance with a tray in his hands, on which stood a decanter of wine. The cult soldiers looked at the man in shock, immediately recognizing him, because he had previously served in their ranks. They were sure that they were looking at the commander of the 4th Special Squad, Danny, concluding that he had betrayed them for the sake of a dark path. Noticing this, Jackson smiled, said that he was recognized, and then offered to say hello to old friends. "Put it in your head," the man replied that he had no friends. Then he decided to ask who they were then, pointing to the cult warriors. At first, Danny looked at them disdainfully, then got angry and said that they were degenerates who should be killed. Taking the decanter in his hands, the leader of the alliance smiled, declaring that this was a good answer worthy of his warrior. After thanking the leader, the man heard that he could return to duty, after which Jackie began to swallow wine. Wiping his mouth, the guy smiled and said that this was excellent wine, after which his eyes immediately changed, becoming covered with a black veil. His subordinates immediately noticed these changes, concluding that there was poison in the alcohol, which he drank deliberately. Raising the decanter, the leader of the alliance smiled, after which he asked if anyone was thirsty because he was treating them. The surprised subordinates smiled at this proposal, at the same time thinking that this was the art of deception from the leader. The left guard also smiled, asking if they had the courage to drink from the same jug as the leader. The others immediately agreed with his opinion, after which all the warriors of the Dark Path burst into loud laughter. This behavior made the enemy soldiers frown, because they understood that they were simply being mocked. Smiling, Jackson concluded that there were no takers, so with feigned bitterness in his voice, he said that he would have to drink alone. While he was drinking, he thought that if before this there had been battles to set the atmosphere, now the time had come to eliminate their leaders. He glanced at Peter and his brother before turning his gaze to the 2 patriarchs, deciding that he had to kill at least 2. Then, even if everything turns into a full-scale battle or Sam steps up instead, the advantage will be on their side. The alliance leader then approached Peter, stating that he could take his brother's body without any obstacles. The demon of madness smiled when he heard Jackson give the order to the cult's deputy himself. However, it was clear to everyone that this offer was difficult to refuse, so he had to carry out the order. Looking at his leader, the left guard thought with satisfaction that he had a real talent for pissing people off. And while the leader of the alliance smiled, the deputy leader of the cult glared at him with an angry gaze, hating him with all his heart. After a short time, 2 cult soldiers headed towards the statue to take it with them and return it home. Suddenly, Jackson crept up to them and called out to them with displeasure, causing them to jump in fear. He walked around them, ordering them to carry it carefully, while one soldier in a whisper suggested they leave quickly. But at that very second, they turned pale when the guy called them again, asking them to keep an eye on their hand. They didn't understand what they were talking about, so they decided to simply ignore him, silently carrying out their mission. But as soon as they lifted the statue, the stone hand immediately detached from the body and fell to the ground with a thud. This picture made the guys experience real horror, because at first they decided that it was their fault. The brothers also noticed this, which is why their faces immediately turned red and frowned, because they knew that these were Jackson's tricks. The leader of the alliance began to approach the hand, saying that he warned them, adding that he tried so hard to attach it back. However, in the eyes of the demonic cult, the leader of the alliance looked like a monster who menacingly offered to raise his hand. Frightened, they grabbed the statue, after which they tried to run and hide away from the intimidating man. Jackie leaned over and raised his hand, disgruntledly asking if they would take it, but they politely refused. The guy was surprised by their behavior, began scratching his head with a stone hand, and asked how they could be normal without a hand. Seeing this picture, the Charlie brothers experienced a new wave of anger, while the 2 patriarchs just grinned. At the same second, Jackson headed towards the shore, declaring that he could not leave her just lying there. The stunned subordinates watched him, realizing what he was going to do, but hoping for the opposite. Throwing his hand towards the lake, the guy rudely declared that since they didn't need it, then they didn't care. Everyone watched the flying limb in shock. As soon as the hand sank into the lake, Jackson returned, noticing Max's distraught face, who declared that he was really crazy. Unhappy with this turn, Peter told his brother that the time for his exit had not yet come, so he tried to hold him back. However, the middle brother had already made up his mind, asking the eldest that after seeing what he did, how could he say such a thing? Peter realized that he could not stop his brother, while Jackson was glad to see him enter the battlefield. The leader of the alliance said that he threw out the youngest's hand as bait, after which he offered to look at the catch. While he was smiling, pleased with his joke, Max's face was distorted by a grimace of anger, and his voice turned to a growl. The elder brother asked him to try to calm his mind, because it could work against him. The guy thought for a second, because his brother says the more angry he gets, the more opportunities he gives Jackson. Looking at the lifeless body of his bodyguard, Jackie declared that the second son had decided to take the path of greatness. He then threw a decanter of wine in his direction, declaring that he was better than the deputy since he came out first. Before the decanter could reach the guy, it was immediately frozen and then cut in half with a sword. Max immediately realized that he had decided to find out what weapon he was using, which meant that he was not just crazy, his every action was part of a plan. It seemed to the second son that he was not going to die, so he decided not to ask his last words. Looking at the guy with dissatisfaction, Jackson declared that he actually had them, thereby surprising his enemy. Giving the leader of the alliance an intimidating look, Max asked him to say them, because there might not be another opportunity. However, Jackson immediately refused this offer, because he did not think that he was the one to whom he would tell them. This phrase was enough to anger the second son, who rushed to attack without warning. Jackie was ready for this, so he sharply pointed his blade, parrying the blow with his sword and letting the enemy pass behind his back. Max, who froze for a few seconds, realized that he could not inflict any damage on Jackson. Why did they rush at each other again, while their eyes simultaneously lit up in the heat of battle? They began to exchange incredibly fast and strong blows, which is why many could not even see their silhouettes. Jackie understood that this was not just a high level of ice art. His stance was stable, his movements were very precise. It looked like he was learning the techniques of the light path sword. At that very second, Max began to make repeated lunges. The stunned subordinates who watched the fight understood why the leader decided to fight him first. Looking closely at the second son's skill level, everyone wondered how long they would last against such a monster. Sam thought that Jackie was a real monster, deliberately getting into a fight in order to cover the blades with ice ki. He also noticed that the leader of the alliance becomes even faster, as he is saturated with energy from the outside. Now it was an almost equal battle, but Jackson was completely confident that he would win. Their gazes met, expressing mutual hostility between each other because each pursued his own goal. They attacked and repelled each other's attacks with all their might, sparing no energy reserves in order to defeat their opponent. Their speed was incredibly high, but no one was going to give in, continuing to swing their weapons. Everyone who watched this fight was both delighted and frightened by such incredible power. They even had to cover their faces to prevent the shockwaves of their attacks from causing any damage to them. Peter, who also watched this, rooted for his brother with all his heart, confident that he would prevail. Jackson and Max did not pay attention to what was happening around them, focusing all their attention on each other. Their blows reached such force that the ground beneath them began to crack, creating incredible shockwaves. When their blades crossed, Jackson thought he was spraying paralyzing powder, and at the same time poison, but he constantly gets rid of it. Meanwhile, Max thought that Jackie was stronger than he expected. In addition, his sword technique was unique. It would be difficult to defeat him with a blade. Angry at this situation, he decided to crush it with the help of ice art, which is very difficult to deflect, after which their blades separated, and the warriors were thrown away from each other at a considerable distance. However, they both dropped to their feet, maintaining their balance and not giving the enemy a reason for a sharp attack. Having thrust the sword into the ground, the second son spread his arms to the sides, after which he began to imbue them with icy energy. The next second, he put his hands in front of him, creating a huge ice beam, directing it towards Jackson. The leader of the alliance also realized that his opponent decided not to fight with swords, preferring the art of ice. Jackie grabbed his blades tightly and began to surround himself with an aura to try and deflect the wave rushing towards him. The next second, he began to release a huge amount of energy waves so that they would collide with the beam as they went. As soon as this happened, there was a loud explosion, which was heard by many who were watching, simultaneously blocking their view. Even though this explosion occurred between the combatants, Jackson still felt an incredible recoil that pushed him away. However, Max noticed this momentary hesitation, after which he rushed at full speed towards the leader of the alliance. He got closer and extended his hand, wanting to freeze Jackson, and then, in turn, put out his blade for protection. He was able to parry the first blow, but the second son was already swinging his other hand, creating another beam in it. Jackie, I noticed the bloodlust in his eyes and a smile on his face, because he was sure that he would not be able to withstand his pressure for long. When Max's palm appeared in front of Jackson's face, he sharply dodged, wanting to increase the distance as quickly as possible. At that same second, the guy looked at his cape, noticing with displeasure that its edge was covered with ice. Meanwhile, the second son, whose eyes glowed with rage, continued to send ice spikes towards the leader of the alliance. Jackson moved at high speed, dodging and hitting each spike, narrowly missing it. Behind the guy, the huge area was already frozen, but he continued to dodge, not paying attention to it. Stunned, Jin, looking at this, thought that the art of ice was incredible, but the demon of madness was not impressed. The guy thought that if this continued, his brother would have a hard time because the ice was making him slower. Noticing that Jackson began to become covered with an icy crust, Max smiled, after which he rushed at him again. But instead of attacking, he grabbed his hands directly onto the blades of the blades, not allowing his opponent to move. The next second, he began to freeze Jackie's weapon, not taking his eyes off him, in which the lust for murder was red. The guy noticed that his hands were already frozen, but he couldn't allow himself to be completely covered in ice. Smiling madly, Max stated that he respected that he never let go of the weapon, but this was the end. Jackson noticed with horror that ice began to cover his hands, continuing to cover his entire body. For the first time in a long time, Peter, who was watching this, allowed himself to smile, obviously rejoicing at the victory. But at that same second, Jackson's eyes began to become covered with a black veil again, and an evil grin appeared on his face. Suddenly, Peter and the rest of the cult members heard a cry of pain that belonged to the second son. They didn't understand what was happening, but they could see that Max was arching in pain, having stopped attacking Jackson with ice. The guy released the blades from his hands, after which he took a few steps back, clutching his face and writhing in pain. As he fell to his knees, a pleased Jackie approached him, sarcastically asking how the wine of the dark path tasted to him. At that very moment, the cult leaders were stunned to realize that what he was drinking was poison, not wine. Max got too carried away and completely forgot that this man was a disciple of the poison demon, and now his face was practically skinless. Looking at him, Jackie said that the third son lost because of the poisoned pill, and the second fell victim to the poisoned wine. He then looked at Peter, asking rhetorically how they thought it would end for the elder. This question and his outburst caused an attack of anger in the first son, who did not want to lose his middle brother. However, Max understood that this was the end for him, because I penetrated the skin and was already spreading throughout the body. Then he lowered his bloody hands to the ground, loudly addressing his brother, simultaneously concentrating energy around himself. Running sharply towards Jackson and jumping on him, he asked Peter to complete their great mission. At that same second, he grabbed the still frozen hands of the leader of the alliance, after which he declared that they would die together. Jackie's eyes widened when he heard that his opponent was about to use snow silence. A huge seal immediately appeared around them, which began to freeze a huge area in front of hundreds of warriors. Realizing what his brother was about to do, Peter began to shake with anger, because he knew that he would die. But at the same moment, a crazy smile appeared on his face. Then he turned to his brother, saying that he would complete their great mission. Max, who was almost completely frozen, managed to hear his brother's words, and finally expressed words of agreement. When the two of them were covered in ice, Jackson's subordinates immediately began asking the leader if he was okay. Jackie was almost completely frozen, but his head was still partially free, and steam was coming from his mouth. When he said Max was too pushy, a stunned Peter couldn't believe he could still talk. He didn't understand how Jackson was able to withstand his brother's best technique, and then he decided that he wouldn't leave it like that. The guy called the left and right guards to him, asking them to use the opportunity to kill Jackson in any way. The two soldiers immediately accepted the order, after which the first son frowned and turned to the patriarchs, ordering them to get ready. The white heavenly demon cult was ready to attack with all its might, since Jackie could no longer stop them. When the command to go forward sounded, everyone immediately prepared to run, when suddenly an explosion was heard behind Peter. Having struck several cult soldiers, the demon of madness, concentrating energy around himself, declared that he would not allow this to happen to them. This caused displeasure to appear on the first son's face, but these emotions only made him more eager for battle. However, this did not stop the demonic culture from attacking under loud orders from the captains to destroy everything in its path. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Dark Path listened to the order of Henry, who asked to create information around the leader and prevent them from approaching. After which a full-scale battle broke out, in which the dark and light sides came together, the forces of which were approximately equal. Meanwhile, Jackson was almost completely covered in ice but tried to find a way to destroy this shell. He felt like he was damn cold. He didn't even know if his subordinates were fighting, because now he couldn't hear them. The guy decided that this was the end, when suddenly his soul found itself in the place where the core was located, which was rapidly becoming covered with ice. He realized that the ice had almost reached the center of the core, as he immediately felt a terrible pain, which was still tolerable. After all, his whole life consists of pain. Because of this, he smiled, asking himself if he should thank the poison demon for this. Seeing the silhouettes of the masters in front of him, he said that it seemed that this was the end for their student, which is why he decided to forgive the poison demon. This time, he decided to do it sincerely and forgive him for everything that he had done to him and for all those years of torment and suffering. After which he turned to the sage of medicine, thanking him for saving him from imminent death every time. At that same second, a wave of pain passed through his body, which made the guy scream and fall to his knees. But despite this, he found the strength to rise, watching out of the corner of his eye as the ice practically touched his core. Suddenly he remembered the sword sage, deciding that thanks to his instructions, he began to understand this world better, but this was not enough. Suddenly he saw the smiling face of an old man in front of him, who friendly said that he was Taiji in the flesh. At that same second, the words of Jin surfaced in his memory, who said that the center of his ki consists of the energy of poisons and antidotes. This means that it is possible to convert ice energy into Taiji, but to do this, you need to convert two energies into one. Jackson's body trembled from unbearable pain, but he had to try to accomplish his plan and get out of the icy prison. Sitting in the lotus position, he began to concentrate, trying to find two energies within himself that were in conflict with each other. He thought only about the incarnation of Taiji, firmly decided that he would bring his body into harmony, no matter what the cost. This was the only chance to ensure that the natural flow of qi that was blocked would be restored naturally. At that very moment, his eyes opened wide, and his pupils immediately displayed the symbol of yin and yang, creating a perfect balance. At that same second, the guy's body arched from a wave of pain, but this time it was not from the ice, but from the poison that had been in his body all this time. His scars immediately began to separate, forming terrible wounds from which violet poison began to flow in a thick stream. It began to flow not only from the wounds, but also from the mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, turning Jackson's face into a terrible grimace of pain. The guy screamed loudly, because it was the first time he had experienced such pain, but he was sure that he could withstand it. Meanwhile, outside he was completely covered in ice, leaving his subordinates with little hope of his return. Now Jackson's soul was in a place that was much lighter and softer compared to the previous whirlpool of horror. He turned his head and looked at the crack under which his core was located, which was practically covered in ice. At that same second, the crack began to grow, after which an explosion was heard, which again opened access to the core. Jackson immediately rose to his feet, feeling the energy begin to fill his soul, returning his previous strength and giving him new ones. Then he decided that it was time to go back, after which his soul was blinded by a bright light that was supposed to return him to the battlefield. Meanwhile, the ice on Jackson's body began to show cracks, which became larger every second. The guy regained consciousness and was now concentrating energy around himself in order to destroy the last shackles holding him back. With a little more effort, he was able to destroy the ice shell, causing a huge explosion that briefly blinded all the warriors. The stunned subordinates looked in his direction, not believing their eyes. The same thing happened on the enemy's side. Everyone watched Jackson, who was no longer frozen, and a golden aura hovered around him, replacing the previous purple one. All the warriors of the Dark Path immediately smiled, rejoicing at the return of their leader and brother, realizing that now they had a chance to win. Taking a quick glance at Jackie, the demon of madness grinned, knowing deep down that he would not have died so easily and so absurdly. Meanwhile, Peter frowned, trying to understand how Jackson was able to get out of the snow silence, because no one had managed this before. Jackie himself, with a calm face, examined his subordinates, trying to understand how long he had been in icy captivity. He then looked around the battlefield, noticing the huge number of fallen warriors on both his side and those of his opponents. Smiling, he told the warriors that they had done well, and their dark path gave a beating to the white heavenly demon. Everyone was shabby, but they couldn't help but smile at the words of their leader, who knew how to perfectly cheer up at any moment. At that same second, all the warriors of the Dark Path raised their weapons upward, loudly shouting words in support of the leader of the alliance. The first son was furious because he didn't know how Jackson was able to get out, but he knew that he couldn't be okay after something like that. He then turned his gaze to the left guard, giving him a subtle signal to begin executing the plan. Behind Jackson, the silhouette of a man immediately appeared, swinging his sword at incredible speed, wanting to strike. However, the guy instantly reacted to this, turning his gaze in his direction, but made no attempt to dodge. Suddenly, the left guard felt someone appear behind him, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Jackson smiled fleetingly, noticing how two figures grabbed the vile warrior by the shoulders, pulling him towards him and holding him tightly. Only then did Jackson rush from his spot, snatching the blade with an imperceptible movement, cutting the body of the left guard in half. When the two halves of the man sank to the ground, the leader of the alliance was already standing in his previous position, the blade back in its sheath. Everyone immediately froze when they noticed two people who suddenly appeared on the battlefield, speaking for the side of the Dark Path. With bloody hands, the demon of poisons and the immortal healer appeared in front of everyone. Stunned, Peter could not believe his eyes, because he could not expect that they still decided to intervene. Meanwhile, Jackson folded his hands in a respectful gesture and smiled, saying that the student greets his masters. In response, the poison demon only sighed, looking at him indifferently, while the medicine sage smiled softly at the guy.